第1章匹夫之怒。平行世界，地心龙国，龙川市。炎炎夏日，即便是在晚上，燥热的空气也让人恨不得再脱一层皮。翠湖湾小区的走道上，用门禁卡进来的陈九，裹着一件黑色冲锋衣，神色匆匆的快步赶往自己的出租屋。陈九的出租屋在小区9号楼的23层。好在现在是凌晨2点多，小区外面也没什么人，一路上都十分顺利。很快来到自己的出租房门前，并进入其中。陈九快步冲进洗手间，开灯，打开水龙头，一气呵成。噗噗噗，温热的清水浇在自己的面门上，直到这一刻，神经紧绷的陈九才松懈下来。两手撑在洗手池的边沿，陈九抬头看着镜中此刻的自己，面色苍白，双眼充血，略显颤抖的手臂仿佛受了什么惊吓一般，魂不守舍。许久之后，感觉终于好受一些的陈九长长吸了口气吐出，用手擦了一下满是水渍却不失英俊的面庞，如此才转身回到客厅内。身上的冲锋衣被他脱掉，随意扔在地上，一股刺鼻且浓烈的血腥味充斥他的鼻尖。借助洗手间透出来的微弱灯光，陈九走向沙发，整个人如同一滩烂泥，背对着沙发倒了下去。背靠沙发，两眼无神，不知道在想什么的陈九，依旧苍白的脸上不由得露出一丝畅快的笑容。终于顺心了，他知道自己这辈子彻底完了，或是今天，或是明天，等待他的只会是一枚几块钱的子弹。因为就在3个小时前，他潜入一户人家，将对方一家6口人全被物理销户，无论大人还是小孩。他此刻内心要说不怕那是骗人的，但他不后悔。8万工资被人拖欠3年，这期间别墅、豪车别人都买了，就是付不起自己的那点工资。每次去讨要，换来的不是对方一次次的敷衍，就是那一家人的冷嘲热讽、恶意辱骂。这 TM 不是纯纯欺负老实人吗？老实人就活该被欺负。陈九报过警，也向法院提交过诉讼，但结果并没有改变。本来陈九还没有疯狂到这一步，他始终幻想着能把拖欠的工资要回来。但就在昨天，他谈了2年半的女朋友跟他分手了。因为他没钱，说好的8万彩礼迟迟不见踪影，对方再没有心思跟他耗下去。作为孤儿，可以说女朋友是陈九这3年来唯一的精神支柱，但在那一刻没了。多年忍受的屈辱彻底爆发。于是在今天晚上，不再抱有任何幻想的陈九，估摸着所有人都睡了后，趁夜摸入对方的家中，没给对方任何后悔的余地，在睡梦中直接将其一家人送走。雪崩面前，没有一片雪花是无辜的。陈九只是个普通的年轻人，没有什么反侦查意识，他很清楚，一旦事发，治安人员通过现场留下的痕迹，很容易就会将他锁定。为此，回到出租屋的陈九莫想过逃，也深知逃不了。与其以后如同过街老鼠一样提心吊胆的活着，不如走了算球。反正自己在这个世界彻底没了牵挂，1换6，值了。丁，宿主切莫悲观，新的人生即将开启。恭喜宿主绑定末世选择系统。根据系统侦测，今日上午12点，太阳将会因为未知能量发生异变，从而导致全球气温急剧下降。3个小时后，地表温度将骤降至0摄氏，1天后，地表温度达到零下20摄氏度。此后7天，地表温度会持续下降，直至最低气温达到零下70-80摄氏度以后恒定，极寒天气将维持3个月。本系统为选择系统，附带宿主个人页面展示。每日0点系统可为宿主刷新当日选项，宿主在次日0点之前可选择一个选项作为当日奖励，奖励包罗万象，无所不有。脑海中突然传来的声响令陈九精神一振。系统？真的假的？这泼天的富贵还能落到自己头上？意念一动，一个个人页面便出现在陈九的脑海中。末世选择系统，宿主陈九，寿命2599，等级06%，特殊能力无，使用需消耗精神力。精神力36点，满状态100点，恢复速度是等级而定，等级越高恢复越快，当前 1H 10点，可提升。万能点0，可供自身升级及他人。系统空间无限，陈九平时的爱好很少，无非游戏、小说。算得上资深书虫的他，在发现脑海中的个人页面时，便已经相信自己真的绑定了系统。在联系到系统之前说的地心即将迎来的恶劣天气，这么一来，自己不用吃枪子了。不等陈九激动，系统机械般的声响再次响起。丁，检测到今日奖励宿主还未领取，且是第一次，唯一一次特殊奖励生成。选项1，长生不老，唯一一次生成。选项2，活死人，肉白骨，凡是宿主接触到的人，只要身躯还有剩余，哪怕只剩下一个细胞，触之即可让其重生，对宿主无效，唯一一次生成。选项3，辟谷之躯，拥有此躯体，此生只要宿主还能呼吸，不吃不喝都不会饥渴，唯一一次生成。选项4，100倍奖励，获得此增幅， 宿主每日从系统领取的奖励增加100倍，唯一一次生成。选项5，寒冰体质，获得该体质，宿主将无惧寒冷，且任何寒性物质都无法对宿主身体造成损伤，唯一一次生成。5个选项，5个唯一生成提示。既然系统是真的，那现在出现在陈九脑海中的选项，对他来说便至关重要。尤其是每条选项后面标注的唯一一次生成，可以想象这次的选择绝对可遇不可求。按耐住内心的激动，陈九的意识快速扫过5个选项。马德，都想要怎么办？系统可以都选吗？陈九一个都不想放弃，主要是每个选项都太诱人了。尤其是第3、5个选项，简直就是为了接下来的极寒天气量身定制。脑海中没有回应，这系统明显不够智能。没能得到系统的回应，陈九知道接下来自己不得不忍痛割爱了。可他们为什么都是唯一一次刷新呢？呼，深吸了口气，迅速平复内心的陈九慎重考虑起来。经过长达2分半的思考后，陈九选择了第4选项。其他选项都很好，但就当下的环境，陈九认为没石魔比100倍奖励更适合他。温饱虽然他也很需要，但按照系统所说，接下来的天气想要达到那种人无法在室外正常生存的地步，至少还需要3、4天的时间。在此期间，陈九完全有能力解决短期内的温饱问题。这并非急需之物，而这段时间他能在系统那里获得多少好东西？100倍奖励根本不敢想好吗？至于长生不老和活死人肉白骨，两者都有一个前提，那就是要确保自身无虞的情况下。要是自身都难保，这2个选项跟沙漠求生要黄金不要水有什么区别？有钱赚，没命花。选好奖励，陈九并没有什么感觉，除了个人页面特殊能力处多了一个100倍奖励，便再无其他感受。想问系统这奖励是不是有些随便？可惜系统除了绑定和刷新选项的时候吱过声，其余时间都没动静。随后陈九又研究了一下系统和自己的个人页面，没石魔发现特殊能力暂时无法使用，也不知道对自己的精神力会造成多大的消耗。万能点是什么也不得而知，更别说从何获得。倒是自己寿命一栏，99年的高寿，陈九没想到自己居然这么能活。要是系统不来，也没石魔末世，自己妥妥的英年早逝。当然，就算没有系统，末世也不会到来。哪怕知道自己能活这么久，陈九也会义无反顾地宰了那一家人。不争馒头争口气，都是他们自找的。现在的结果无疑更好，系统有了，末世也即将到来，自己接下来唯一关心的就是在末世到来前自己会身处什么环境。今夜他做的事没有惊动什么人，事情处理后也将对方卧室的房门关上，不出意外，今夜自己是安全的。但天亮后就不一定了，毕竟拖欠他工资的人如今大小是个老板，每天都有应酬，谁也不知道对方一天不出现会不会有人亲自找上门去。以陈九在现场留下的痕迹，一旦有人报案，治安人员锁定他根本要不了多久。希望越晚越好，想着陈九不打算继续在沙发上待下去。如果没有系统，接下来一段时间对他来说注定寝食难安。但现在知道即便被抓，从定罪到执行所需的时间也足以坚持到极寒天气到来，不用再替自己的安危考虑，陈九便起身洗了个澡，然后来到卧室，躺在了床铺上睡了下去。
Chapter 2 Snow Falling on Earth. The arrival of the apocalypse the following morning. Chunjo awoke past 9 o'clock, having slept soundly through the night. His first instinct was to check the system he had bound the previous evening. Thankfully, it was not a dream. The personal page in his mind was vividly clear, and the fear that everything that transpired last night was merely a figment of his imagination dissipated entirely. After exiting his room and completing a brief morning routine, Chunjo settled onto the sofa in the living room, a bowl of instant noodles in hand. As he savored his meal with one hand, he used the other to browse internet videos on his phone. Contrary to his expectations, he found no footage of law enforcement cordoning off areas. Instead, all the videos were unrelated to any homicide cases. It appeared that no one had yet discovered what had occurred the night before. With no news of particular concern, Chunjo set his phone aside, content to finish his meal. A few minutes later, he had polished off the entire bowl of noodles and glanced at the time. It was 9:40 a.m. The solar anomaly was scheduled for noon, leaving him ample time to prepare. He picked up his phone once more and began placing orders on a certain delivery app. With several thousand yuan still in his bank account and access to various instant withdrawal lending applications, he could easily secure 30 to 50,000 yuan for emergencies. Although the amount was modest, it would suffice for procuring essential supplies. Chunjo used this money to order a considerable quantity of prepared foods, daily necessities, and wireless appliances for warmth and illumination. Uncertain whether these items would appear in the daily system or fresh options, he deemed it prudent to prepare just in case. Before long, he had placed an order exceeding 50,000 yuan. Now, all that remained was to await the delivery personnel. Half an hour later, numerous delivery workers began to arrive at the Cuihu Bay community, each laden with parcels as they headed towards Building 9. This phenomenon naturally sparked discussions among the community's retirees and caretakers, who were home looking after their grandchildren. Some even stopped a few departing delivery workers to inquire about the situation. However, Chunjiu remained oblivious to all this. Once the supplies had arrived, Chunjiu promptly stored them in the system space. He was unconcerned about spoilage. Items that entered the system remained unchanged, regardless of the passage of time. After organizing these goods and tidying up his room, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, the moment of the solar anomaly had quietly arrived. Have you noticed? The sun seems different somehow. What is different? Do you wish to soar alongside it? Didn't you see the blue halo surrounding the sun? Are you joking? It truly is. What a celestial wonder. While blue moons are known, a blue sun is a first for many, and it unfolded right before their eyes. Quick, snap a photo and post it. It will surely garner attention. The sun's transformation came without warning. Many people noticed, but did not delve deeper, merely finding it peculiar. They either stopped to photograph the spectacle for social media or glanced briefly before returning to their activities. Meanwhile, astronomical observatories across the globe became alert to this phenomenon. Unlike the indifferent public, the abrupt and strange alteration of the sun immediately raised their concerns, prompting them to activate all observational instruments for a more precise examination of the sun's position. Within just a few minutes, as sunlight reached the planet, the process took approximately 8 to 9 minutes. When the new light shield enveloped the Earth's surface, a bizarre chill swept across the globe, acting like a massive heat sink, swiftly robbing the surface of its warmth. The outdoor temperature in Longchuan City plummeted from 35 or 36 degrees Celsius to 27 or 28. The throngs of people enduring the sweltering summer could not help but emit sounds of comfort at the sudden change. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, with the air conditioning set to 20 degrees Celsius, Chunjiu gazed at the sun now shrouded in a faint blue glow. Had it begun? As time passed, the initially comfortable expressions of the crowd gradually morphed into shivers of discomfort. Some individuals, recognizing the abnormality, began to retreat indoors, grumbling as they did so. 3 hours elapsed, and those still bewildered by the sudden weather change were confronted by an even more shocking sight. White crystalline flakes began to drift from the sky. Some extended their hands outside to catch the falling objects. Snow. It was snowing? Initially, disbelief reigned until the snowfall intensified, obscuring visibility. Those witnessing the flurry outside were left speechless. Was this some sort of international joke? Snow in the middle of summer was more terrifying than winter itself. Was I dreaming, or were my eyes deceiving me? The legendary June snow truly existed. Was some grievance against the heavens responsible for this phenomenon? As the heavy snow descended, the nation of Longhua erupted in a frenzy. Major social media platforms were inundated with countless posts, with thousands of comments surfacing within mere minutes. Across the country, to verify whether this snowfall was a localized event or a nationwide occurrence, numerous netizens shared videos of their surroundings, clearly indicating their cities and locations. Goodness, don't verify it. I just returned from abroad, and it's the same everywhere. This sudden snowfall is not confined to a single place or nation, but is a global event. What? Upon hearing news of the international situation, countless netizens were even more astounded. What on earth was happening? The entire world was experiencing this. Was the apocalypse upon us? But it was 2025. Hadn't that prophecy already passed? Could this be connected to the sun's transformation? A blue sun, unseen throughout history? By heavens, it was indeed possible. Could someone knowledgeable please explain? As the majority of citizens found themselves in disarray, a sense of panic lurking beneath the surface, the government urgently interrupted broadcasts with an announcement. According to the latest forecast from the National Meteorological Administration, due to the influence of a strong cold wave, all regions of our country are expected to experience an unprecedented and prolonged drop in temperature and snowfall over the coming months. To ensure the safety of the populace, The following advisories are issued, with the government issuing warnings and guidance on how citizens should prepare for the impending weather. The domestic populace could no longer remain passive. Months of such conditions could be life-threatening. This is truly a change in the weather. Quickly, let us gather supplies. If we lack provisions over the next few months, we might freeze or starve. Hurry, we need to grab essentials before the rush. Dress warmly, it's quite cold outside. From within his apartment, Chun-jio could hear the commotion outside, even through the closed door. Clearly, after the government alert, residents realized that this snowfall would not be a fleeting occurrence and began to take action. Chun-jio had, of course, seen the news. However, he scoffed at the content of the report. A strong cold wave? If he were unaware of the precise cause, he might have believed it. Chun-jio did not think those in power were oblivious to the true reason behind the snowfall. Yet their silence suggested they wished to avoid causing complete despair among the populace. If the sun had transformed into an ice sphere, the repercussions of such news would be unimaginably terrifying. This was not a case of a wandering planet. The current global technology could not contend with such an event. The implications of a cooler sun on Earth were all too clear. System, there should be other natural disasters following this extreme cold. As he pondered this, Chun-jio attempted to contact the system. Yet, as always, there was no response. Through the window, Chun-jio beheld countless individuals braving the heavy snow, rushing outwards. He was acutely aware that the forthcoming living conditions would increasingly worsen. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. Chapter 3. The omnipotent point. The snow continued to fall outside, while chaos erupted both inside and outside the city's numerous stores. Even though law enforcement arrived promptly to maintain order, local conflicts persisted. Fortunately, the overall order had not yet completely collapsed. Many individuals, though in desperate need of supplies to endure the impending snow disaster, remained somewhat restrained, either out of respect for the law enforcement present or due to their own moral standards. Aside from some verbal altercations and occasional physical scuffles, there had not yet been any fatalities. Indoors, Chun-jio chose not to focus on the commotion outside. Instead, he indulged in a delicious meal of Huang Min-ji rice and savored a bottle of cola, enjoying his time. He no longer had to worry about law enforcement knocking on his door due to events from the previous night, at least until the frenzied crowd outside settled down. The authorities would not have the bandwidth to attend to other matters. In a few days, that would be even less likely. Without anti-freezing measures, stepping outside would be akin to flirting with death. Who would be foolish enough to do that? The days swiftly passed. The snow continued to fall, but the once noisy city finally quieted. Chun-jio lay comfortably on his bed, browsing online while battling drowsiness as he awaited midnight. Ding! Today's rewards have refreshed. Please choose. Option 1. Super Combat Skill Infusion. Once used, the host will possess max-level combat skills. Option 2. Military Pistol 1. Bullets 12. Option 3. Omnipotent Point 10 can be used to enhance level and mental strength. It had arrived. Chun-jio steeled himself. Compared to the first time, this selection offered 2 fewer options, yet the rewards remained irresistibly alluring. After a brief contemplation, he settled on his choice. I choose 3. Ding! It has been detected that the host possesses a 100-fold reward talent. Would you like to use it? Use. Talent has been activated. Relevant rewards have been distributed. Chun-jio immersed his consciousness in his personal page. Apocalypse Selection System. Host. Chun-jio Lifespan. 2599 level. 0. 610. Special ability. 100-fold reward. Usage requires consumption of mental strength. Mental strength. 53 points. 1 H10 points. Full state 100 omnipotent points. 1000. Can be used for personal upgrades and others. System space. Huang Min G rice 99. Spicy crawfish 5,000 pieces. The reason Chun-jio chose the omnipotent points was due to their correlation with his mental strength and level. Previously, he had been unaware of how to acquire omnipotent points, but now that the system had directly refreshed them, he didn't mind spending a day's reward just to observe their effects. Chun-jio promptly chose to use the omnipotent points to enhance his level. 4 points were deducted, and unsurprisingly, his level rose to 1. There were no significant changes to his body. If one were to describe a feeling, it might be that his muscles felt firmer and his bones a tad sturdier. He casually squeezed his fist. Yes, this is satisfactory. His strength had approximately doubled compared to before. While not extraordinary, if the previous Chunjio was merely an ordinary person, reaching level 1 now endowed him with physical qualities rivaling those of elite athletes. He glanced at the required omnipotent points for leveling up from level 1, which was 20 points, not much. He continued to upgrade. The system deducted the corresponding points, and Chunjio's level advanced from 1 to 2. With twice the physical qualities, he felt stronger. The next upgrade required 30 omnipotent points. Following this pattern, each level would increase by 10 points from the previous one. With ample omnipotent points, Chunjio pressed on to enhance his level. Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, until he reached Level 10, where his path to advancement was abruptly halted. The reason, breaking through from Level 10 to Level 11 no longer followed the previous addition of 10, but instead multiplied by 10, requiring 1,000 points. The remaining 450 points were clearly insufficient. Had he encountered a bottleneck? The need for tenfold points from the previous level to break through to the next became apparent to Chunjio, an avid reader of various novels. He realized that the transition from level 10 to level 11 would serve as a watershed moment. If the preceding levels were merely modest advancements, surpassing level 11 would signify a substantial leap. Uncertain of the accuracy of his conjecture, Chunjio felt the restless power surging within him now that he had reached level 10, igniting a fervor that left him feeling exhilarated. It was an uncomfortable sensation, akin to having consumed a stimulant, causing his body to feel overheated. Unable to endure, Chunjio shed his pajamas and donned only his shorts, rushing to the bathroom. He turned the shower to cold, letting the frigid water cascade over him. Brrr, it was both cold and invigorating. The sensation was akin to an electric shock, causing his entire being to tense and shudder. The effects were evident. Under the icy water's stimulation, the restlessness inside him gradually quelled. After about 5 minutes, feeling restored, he donned a fresh pair of shorts and began to punch the air in the living room. The resounding thuds echoed as if each punch weighed 1,000 pounds. Quite terrifying. Tenfold. According to the sensations experienced while ascending from 0 to level 1, his current physique had undergone a tenfold enhancement. Chunjio had not anticipated that a single system reward would elevate him to superhuman levels. With the power contained within his present form, even without any combat skills, anyone enduring his full-strength punch would surely meet a fatal end upon contact with a vital area. Choosing the omnipotent points had indeed been the right decision. Regardless of one's skills, he could overpower them with sheer force, rendering him invincible. Subsequently, Chunjio settled onto the sofa in the living room. With over 400 omnipotent points remaining, further upgrades were impossible, so he redirected his focus to mental strength. He pondered how to enhance this aspect. Unlike levels, the increase in mental strength was not as evident, and he found no clear path. Chunjio decided to allocate 100 omnipotent points to attempt an upgrade through the system. As expected, upon deduction of the points, Chunjio felt a brief flash before successfully enhancing his mental strength. Mental strength, 143 points, 1H20 points, full state 200, if he recalled correctly. Prior to the upgrade, his mental strength was merely 53 points, with a maximum state of 100. Now, his personal page indicated that 1 omnipotent point could enhance 1 point of mental strength. Moreover, for every 10 points spent, 1 point of his existing mental strength would be consumed. It turned out to be a straightforward allocation. Feeling the fullness of his current mental state, the drowsiness he had previously experienced had vanished. Given his present condition, he could likely go 2 or 3 days without sleep without issue. However, he wondered if there were other means to acquire omnipotent points aside from waiting for the system to refresh. The significance of omnipotent points had now taken precedence in Chunjio's mind. Regrettably, he had no way of knowing and could only await future revelations. Chapter 4. The incident. A night passed in silence. The following day, the outside world had donned a silvery cloak. Snow had fallen throughout the night, and in some areas, the accumulation exceeded 1 meter. The outdoor temperature plummeted to minus 20 degrees Celsius. While this temperature posed little threat to those from the north, It was lethal in the south. Quickly, quickly, today we must buy more supplies. Old Lee, today we collaborate. You and old Zhang will block others while the rest of us rush to gather supplies, and we'll share the spoils upon return. Dad, remember to buy me an Ultoman and a game console. Why, Dad, I don't want it, don't hit me. Outside, the once quiet community erupted into activity once more. Residents who had frantically stockpiled supplies the previous day set out again early this morning. Chunjiu chose not to partake, continuing to remain at home. Utilizing the limited tools within his room, he began to refine his mastery over the current state of his physical form. In the following 2 days, the outdoor temperature plummeted to over minus 30 degrees Celsius. The phenomenon of citizens frantically hoarding supplies persisted, leaving many shopping malls and stores completely devoid of goods. A loaf of bread, which typically cost 2 yuan, now surged to 10, with demand far outstripping supply. This undoubtedly allowed unscrupulous merchants to profit handsomely, earning in mere days what would normally take years to accumulate, leaving them to wake from dreams filled with laughter. Furthermore, relevant authorities organized teams each morning to clear the accumulated snow outdoors. Although this effort changed little, it enabled safe passage on many roads thanks to their diligence. As for Chunjiu, he received 2 rewards from the system over these 2 days. The coveted universal point did not manifest, and he chose a temperature controller and an unlimited self-manufactured water dispenser for his rewards, acquiring 100 of each under the enhancement of a 100-fold reward. The temperature controller, resembling a kettle, possesses its own operational energy, functioning normally in environments ranging from 100 degrees Celsius to minus 100 degrees Celsius. Once activated, it maintains a temperature of 18 degrees Celsius within a 10-meter radius, though it cannot penetrate obstacles exceeding 1 centimeter in thickness. With continuous operation, its lifespan extends to 1 year. The unlimited self-manufactured water dispenser, similarly equipped with its own energy, shares the same operational parameters and lifespan as the temperature controller. It can convert moisture from the air into liquid water, with the generation rate accelerating as humidity increases. Given the current weather conditions, this device can produce 100 liters of pure water over a 24-hour period. With these 2 devices, even if the community faces water and power outages in the future, Chunjiu need not worry about the temperature or drinking water issues in his home. Meanwhile, as Chunjiu diligently honed his skills to control the powers he currently possessed, his actions from 3 days prior were finally discovered. The scene of the crime was stumbled upon by a thief. As citizens scrambled for supplies, the family of the victim remained conspicuously silent. After observing the situation around the villa for 2 days and confirming the absence of any occupants, the thief decided to break in on the 4th day. The outcome was predictable. Upon discovering the grim state of the family, the thief promptly reported the incident using a mobile phone belonging to one of the victims, then hurriedly left with a bounty of stolen goods. The Security Bureau responded immediately upon receiving the report. Investigating the case posed little difficulty. There was no need to painstakingly extract evidence from the scene. The surveillance cameras installed by the victim's family initially identified a suspect. Following this, they collected incriminating evidence and returned to the Bureau to trace Chunjiu's whereabouts. However, even with the investigation proceeding smoothly, it took the Security Bureau a full day from discovering the crime scene to identifying Chunjiu as a suspect. On the 5th day, the outdoor temperature had dropped below minus 40 degrees Celsius. This temperature was lethal. "Captain, do you think that Chunjiu will still be at the Tsuhu Bay community?" One officer remarked, "This damned weather. If the Bureau weren't taking this incident so seriously, I wouldn't want to step outside. Stop complaining. We are in a tumultuous season. Under this snow disaster, the entire Longchuan city is already in a state of panic. Though we may not wish to admit it, we are all aware that some individuals are beginning to stir, and order is facing unprecedented challenges. This incident could serve as a cautionary tale, making the citizens of Longchuan recognize that natural disasters are not an excuse for lawlessness. The law does not tolerate any transgressions, and those who embark on the path of crime will face severe consequences." What deep-seated animosity could there be between Chunjiu and the Li family? They did not spare even the elderly or the young, committing an atrocious act. The information at hand was limited. Chun-Jio was undoubtedly doomed, but during the forthcoming interrogation, they hoped to uncover the reasons behind these events. Let's hope that the fellow remains in the Tsuhu Bay community. Otherwise, given the current weather, our enforcement capabilities will be severely hampered. Rest assured, through surveillance, we can confirm that after the incident, he returned to Tsuhu Bay and has not left. While it's possible he has departed from elsewhere, or even exited the city, we cannot afford to overlook any hope. In the snow, 5 figures clad in thick garments approached the Tsuhu Bay community. They did not arrive by vehicle. Even if they had one, it would be inoperable. Outside, aside from certain areas where individuals emerge periodically to clear snow, the depth of snow elsewhere had exceeded 1 meter, rendering movement nearly impossible. The situation was no different at Tsuhu Bay. Only the narrow paths trampled by residents during their frantic supply runs were barely navigable in other areas. Stepping in would cause half a body to vanish beneath the snow. However, since yesterday, very few residents had ventured outside. The outdoor temperature was too low, and most people had stocked up sufficiently over the past 3 days to last 1 or 2 months without issue. What typically took only a couple of hours to traverse took these 5 half a day to reach the community entrance. Finally arriving, one female security officer exhaled in relief upon seeing the large letters spelling Tsuhu Bay at the community entrance, and the others felt a similar sense of relief. Do not let your guard down. The most dangerous moments are yet to come, Captain Su Zhaoyang cautioned his somewhat relaxed team. Captain, you overestimate Chun-Jio. From what we understand, he is merely an ordinary individual, perhaps possessing a bit of strength, but facing our elite security bureau, he should be easy prey. A young officer scoffed. It is precisely during such times that we must exercise caution. All right, you are the captain. Your word is final, the officer shrugged, saying no more. However, his gaze inadvertently lingered on the only female officer among them, revealing a glimmer of greed in his eyes. The group soon entered the community, proceeding directly towards building number 9. At that moment, Chun-Jio was toying with a handgun in his hand. This item had been revealed by the system the previous night, as the other options were either food or useless items. In his spatial realm, 99 such handguns rested, accompanied by an impressive total of 1,200 rounds of ammunition. With his current prowess, he need not rely on such weaponry to deal with ordinary individuals. However, as a man, especially a man from Longwa, one would find it difficult to resist the allure of firearms. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Just as Chun-Jio was engrossed in his newfound treasure, the doorbell rang. His movements faltered, and his brow furrowed in concern. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Chapter 5, Annihilation. Clad only in his underpants, Chun-Jio rose and slowly approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he discerned the situation outside. A woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. She donned a thick black down jacket, her hood obscuring much of her features, but her delicate oval face was visible, revealing a blend of worry and a hint of hope. She was a stranger. Chun-Jio had lived in this building for 2.5 years. While he might not know every resident, he recognized the majority, having seen them come and go daily. It was quite a coincidence that a stranger would appear now. However, as the saying goes, great skill begets great courage, and Chun-Jio was unperturbed by the possibility of an unexpected situation. Stowing the handgun in his spatial realm, he reached out to open the door. Click! As the door swung open, before Chun-Jio could utter a word, a powerful voice bellowed from both sides of the wall. At that moment, the female security officer before him lifted her leg and kicked forward. Chun-Jio was not startled by her sudden attack. Rather, he was taken aback by the emergence of 2 armed men from behind the walls. Chun-Jio's formidable strength is self-evident, yet when faced with firearms, he doubts his ability to withstand them. In a flash, his movements accelerate. The female sheriff decisively seizes her opponent by the collar, positioning them in front of herself as she retreats. For male sheriffs surge in one after another. As the sheriff leading the group enters the room, he is about to speak, but what he sees before him is the female sheriff's body transformed into a projectile hurtling toward them. There is no time to react. At the narrow doorway, the 4 male sheriffs have nowhere to evade, and they are toppled to the ground like bowling pins by the oncoming female sheriff. Chun-Jio swiftly advances. With a decisive kick, the sheriff who was about to speak is knocked unconscious by a powerful blow to the head. The others meet the same fate. Uncertain of how much force it takes to render someone unconscious without inflicting irreversible harm, Chunjio delivers a heavy punch and a fierce kick. Within moments, all 5 sheriffs lie unconscious. He quickly gathers their discarded weapons, discovering another at the waist of the unconscious female sheriff, which he also secures. Subsequently, he drags them all into the room. What is happening outside? A male homeowner, having heard the commotion, opens the door slightly to peer through the crack, only to catch sight of Chunjio hauling away the last body. Their eyes meet. Xiao Chun. What is this? Recognizing Chunjio, perhaps due to familiarity, the man's first thought is not fear but curiosity. Chunjio reveals a look of helplessness. He does not wish to engage, but also seeks to avoid further conflict. So he simply replies, "I'm here to collect a debt." "You owe them money?" "Indeed. And it seems they have come to collect." "You hit them too hard, they VE passed out." At this moment, a woman's voice calls from inside the house. The debt collectors came looking for Xiao Chun and accidentally got knocked out by him. "I didn't realize this kid had such skills." "What?" The woman's surprised voice arises, and she too approaches the door to observe. She appears to be in her mid-20s, around 1.6 meters tall, with a charming face and above-average figure. The man opens the door a bit wider at her arrival. Chunjio's mouth twitches in irritation. "What is there to see?" "Indeed," the woman remarks, gazing at the unconscious male sheriff at the doorway with further astonishment. Then her attention shifts to Chunjio. "You didn't kill him, did you?" she inquires. The man, too, looks at Chunjio with suspicion. "Would you like to verify?" The woman immediately displays a look of disdain and coldly responds, "Whether he is dead or alive is of no concern to us. However, Chunjio, we cannot interfere with your actions outside, but please do not disrupt our lives. Today it's debt collectors. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? If someone truly dies, do you understand the impact it would have on us? What do you want to say? Leave this place. I tolerated you before because I thought you were honest, but now debt collectors are at our door. I must consider the safety of my family. You are merely renting this place. For someone like you, changing locations makes no difference. Are you out of your mind? How dare you speak to your sister-in-law like that?" The man's expression darkens as he glares at Chunjio. "Sister-in-law?" Chunjio nearly laughs. Setting aside their lack of familial ties, does this woman even deserve to be called his sister-in-law? Since moving to this community, she has never treated him with respect. He has not provoked her, yet every encounter has been met with disdain and various taunts. Previously, for the sake of survival, Chunjio endured it, but now, free from burdens and amidst a world in chaos, he no longer feels compelled to tolerate her arrogance. Does she truly believe he is easy to bully? "I've said what I needed to. What will you do about it?" "You're crossing the line. Believe me, with a single phone call, I can make it impossible for you to stay here." The woman erupts in anger, her gaze filled with venom directed at Chunjio. He scoffs dismissively. "Whatever." Losing interest in the conversation, Chunjio bends down again to pull the sheriff's body back inside. "You infuriate me." The man's face darkens further. He steps out of the house, followed closely by the woman. "Xiao Chun, don't say I didn't warn you. Apologize to your sister-in-law. Considering your youth, I'll overlook your disrespect this time, but don't say I didn't give you a chance." As he speaks, the man clenches his massive fist before Chunjio. The man, Hong Mang, is a fitness trainer standing at 1.9 meters with a muscular build. Even in a thick coat, his imposing figure exudes a significant sense of pressure. The woman, Huang Chan, likely feels emboldened due to Hong Mang's presence, leading her to behave so arrogantly. Apologize for what? Honey, help me teach him a lesson. How dare this trash speak back to me? No wonder his girlfriend ran off with someone else. With his lack of money and character, no woman would want to be with him. Emboldened by Hong Mang's presence, Huang Chan's words become increasingly harsh. Yet, she is unaware that the mention of Chunjio's ex-girlfriend strikes a painful chord. Originally wishing to ignore the couple, Chunjio straightens up, casting a bloodthirsty gaze upon them. Is it not enough to live well? Must you repeatedly challenge my limits? Upon meeting Chunjio's predatory gaze, the couple is momentarily stunned. "Kid, it seems you've grown some courage, daring to act tough in front of me. You're getting bold, aren't you?" Quickly recovering, Hong Mang's face flushes with anger and embarrassment. The thought of being intimidated by someone who couldn't even keep a girlfriend enrages him, and he strides toward Chunjiao. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes down the corridor. Huang Chan, witnessing a horrifying scene, is left trembling uncontrollably. You. Hong Mang stands frozen, glancing at the hand that is pierced through his chest, then back to the expressionless Chunjiao, his eyes filled with terror. My apologies. I lost control of my strength. Chunjiao retracts his hand from Hong Mang's chest, disdainfully shaking off the blood and flesh that clings to it. In agony, Hong Mang collapses as his support vanishes. Honey, Huang Chan, finally grasping the situation, throws herself onto Hong Mang, her eyes brimming with tears. Desperately, she attempts to stem the flow of blood from his wound, but no matter how she tries, the blood continues to pour forth like a dam bursting. Run quickly. With his last ounce of strength, Hong Mang utters those words before his head tilts, extinguishing his life. Honey, honey, Huang Chan cries, please don't scare me. Suddenly, she hears Chunjiao's voice, her expression shifting to one of shock. She looks up to see Chunjiao approaching her, disregarding the lifeless Hong Mang, trembling as she kneels on the ground. Chunjiao, Xiao Chun, I didn't mean it. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll never provoke you again. Don't be foolish, sister-in-law. You push me too far. No, please don't kill me, Xiao Chun. Just spare me, and I'll do anything you ask. Huang Chan begins to panic. Chunjiao remains unmoved. He crouches behind her, grasping her chin with one hand and pressing down on her head with the other. In your next life, remember that disaster comes from the mouth. With a swift motion, Chunjiao mercilessly snaps her neck. Suddenly, Chunjiao raised his head and directed his gaze toward the opposite door. At that moment, a man peering through the peephole from within the adjacent room met Chunjiao's eyes. He immediately turned his back, pressing his body against the door, gasping for breath. Husband, what on earth is happening outside? The man inside the room looked at his wife, who was cradling their 1-year-old daughter, with fear etched on his face. Yes, that Chun from next door has gone mad. He killed both members of the Hong family. What? The wife gasped in horror. The sudden loudness of her voice startled the infant, who began to wail. Hearing their daughter's cries, the mother quickly suppressed her own fear and bent down to comfort her. While soothing the child, she glanced at her husband. What should we do? Call the police? Call the police? Yes, call the police. The husband, as if awakening from a dream, hurried back to the living room, frantically searching for his phone. His trembling hands were poised to dial the emergency number when a thunderous crash resounded, accompanied by the adult's screams and the baby's cries. The tightly locked door was forcibly breached from the outside. Li Guo, Liang Jia, I hope I haven't frightened you. Chunjiao appeared before the couple. With a smile on his face, his expression struck them as more terrifying than that of a devil. Li Jing's phone slipped from his grasp at the sound of the crash. Instinctively, he positioned himself protectively in front of his wife and daughter. He was terrified, yet he endeavored to suppress his panic and confront Chunjiao. A little Chun, what do you want? Noticing the couple's trepidation, Chunjiao did not enter, but stood at the threshold. Li Guo, don't be alarmed. I merely wish to remind you to stay out of other people's affairs. We have no grievances between us. Over the years, our interactions have been quite harmonious. There is no need to risk your family's safety for the sake of outsiders. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Li Jing was momentarily taken aback, then vigorously nodded. Yes, you are right. Chunjiao smiled again, then it settled. I hope you, Li Guo and Liang Jia, want to take offense at the earlier unpleasantness. Let us continue living well. By the way, as compensation for damaging your door, the Hong family's house will now belong to you. Farewell. After speaking, Chunjiao turned and departed. Li Jing did not move away from in front of his wife and daughter, even after Chunjiao had left. They remained there for a long time, until they were certain that Chunjiao would not harm them. At that moment, Li Jing exhaled heavily, feeling as if all his strength had been drained from him. Collapsing onto the floor. Husband, are you all right? Li Jing gasped for breath. I'm fine, don't worry. Liang, you bit her red lips? What should we do next? Should we still call the police? Li Jing glanced at his wife, then at the now unguarded doorway, his mind a whirl of thoughts. Struggling to rise from the floor, his gaze fell upon the little one in Liang Yu's arms. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a decision and shook his head. Chunjio was right. It was better for the family to stay alive than to meddle in others' affairs. All right, I'll listen to you. Liang Yu did not contest her husband's decision, then looked toward the door. So what now? Li Jing understood his wife's concern. Without a door, it was as if their family of 3 was perpetually exposed to danger. Even though he knew that a door would not entirely prevent intruders, the psychological comfort it provided was undeniable. Let's wait and see. Li Jing recalled Chunjio's words. But the thought of moving into the Hong family's home was unsettling, both in spirit and courage. With no other option, Li Jing could only awkwardly reattach the door that Chunjio had kicked in and patch the gaps with tape from around the house. While the result was far from ideal, it at least served to block the gaping entrance. Outside, having calmed Li Jing's family, Chunjio did not forget his purpose. The Hong family was also composed of 3 members, including a 5-year-old boy. Chunjio did not let them escape his notice. Retracing his steps from Li Jing's home, he entered the Hong residence, finding the family oblivious to their fate, allowing them to reunite, leaving the bodies to be found within their own home. Chapter 7. Wei Jinghong. Time passed, and within the house where Chunjio was located, an unconscious security officer began to stir. Only 3 security personnel remained, 2 men and 1 woman. The other 2 had succumbed to Chunjio's might and now lay with the Hong family in the adjacent room. Awake? The first to regain consciousness, Captain Su Zhaoyong, attempted to move, but finding himself securely bound by Chunjio, he struggled in vain before resigning to lie still on the ground. Chunjio? He looked at Chunjio, who was leisurely sipping a beverage on the couch. Su Zhaoyong in quit tentative. Chunjio nodded. I thought you wouldn't come. Can you tell me when you discovered that family? Su Zhaoyong frowned. Do you realize what you are doing? If you release me now, there might still be a chance to mitigate your actions. Chunjio scoffed. Mr. Officer, at this point, there's no need to play with words. Let us address my earlier question, shall we? That way, we can all be at ease. Since you Haven T killed us, it indicates that you aren't entirely beyond redemption. Chunjio, don't continue down this path. If you have any burdens, you can confide in me. I can help you. Su Zhaoyong was reluctant to give up, still hoping for negotiation. It appeared that the officer had no intention of engaging in a constructive dialogue. Just then, unbeknownst to him, a gun had appeared in Chunjio's hand, aimed directly at one of the still unconscious male officers. Wait, I'll talk. Su Zhaoyong took a deep breath. It was yesterday afternoon. How do you know? Someone reported it using the victim's phone. Do you know who made the report? Su Zhaoyong shook his head. Too soon to tell. You all are remarkably efficient. Truly unfortunate. I knew I would be found out eventually, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Were the traces I left at the crime scene so conspicuous? Hearing Chunjio's words, Su Zhaoyong looked at him quizzically. What was he thinking? With the evidence he had left behind, was there still a need for an investigation? Had it not been for clarifying his last whereabouts, the Security Bureau could have arrested him on the spot without wasting an entire night. Surveillance. Su Zhaoyong merely uttered those 2 words, leaving Chunjio momentarily stunned. Chunjio fell silent. He truly had not anticipated it to be that simple. In his understanding, it would require a series of fingerprint collections, DNA comparisons, and then reviewing the surveillance to locate him. After all, that was how it was portrayed on television. But who could have guessed that one camera would unravel everything? I despise surveillance. Ouch, my body hurts. Just then, the female officer regained consciousness. Before she could assess her situation, the other officer also woke up. It seemed their idle chatter had come to an end. Su Zhaoyong became anxious. Chunjio, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Don't do anything rash. Chunjio glanced at him before shifting his gaze to the other 2. Chunjio? They exhibited the same reaction, the same question. The 2 who had awakened, realizing they were bound and unable to struggle, directed the same inquiry at Chunjio. Since you're all awake, let us keep quiet until I decide how to deal with you. Don't create unnecessary trouble. Kid, I advise you to release us immediately. Do you know who we are? How dare you kidnap security officers? You're in for a long sentence. Lu Chong, the other male officer, threatened Chunjio at that moment. He struggled to free himself from his restraints, but to no avail. His limited abilities rendered his efforts futile, leaving him to squirm on the ground like a caterpillar. In contrast, the female officer remained remarkably quiet upon regaining consciousness, seemingly resigned to her fate. Did I not advise you against seeking trouble? Lu Chang's belligerent demeanor was met with a cautionary reminder from Su Zhaoyong. Lu Chang, do not provoke him. Lu Chang, however, dismissed this warning, locking his gaze onto Chunjio with a challenging stare. What? Are you afraid? If you're scared, let us go. Do not think that subduing us through a sneak attack makes you formidable. Had we not been careless, I could easily best you in a fair fight. If you don't believe me, release me and let us duel. Chunjio chuckled at this. A sneak attack? Who was the one ambushed? So, you believe yourself to be quite the fighter? I'm exceedingly skilled, he replied. Is that so? Chunjio took a few steps closer to Lu Chang. Under his eager gaze, Chunjio delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The force was overwhelming, propelling Lu Chang across the room until he crashed violently against a wall. Damn, was the last sound Lu Chang made before falling silent. A few thousand yuan a month? What are you playing at? Both Su Zhaoyong and the female officer were in utter shock. Su Zhaoyong called out Lu Chang's name, but received no response. As he turned over, his gaze fell upon Lu Chang, who lay motionless on the floor, blood pooling beneath him, and his eyes widened in horror. What have you done to Lu Chang? Chunjio replied nonchalantly. He is most likely dead. Do you wish to avenge him? How dare you? Su Zhaoyong Sitam, given my current state, what do you think I would hesitate to do? Have you considered what fate awaits you once this snowstorm subsides? The female officer, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Her voice was melodious yet icy. In contrast to Su Zhaoyong's impotent fury, she maintained an unnerving calmness. Chunjio had noted her beauty through the peephole earlier, but upon closer inspection, he realized he had underestimated her allure. Standing at least 7 meters tall, her thick black down jacket could not conceal her perfect figure. Her features were distinct and exquisitely striking, her skin as smooth as jade. She was as graceful as a swan and as enchanting as a dragon. Yet this was merely the surface. After appraising her for a moment, Chunjio shifted his gaze. He stepped toward the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the snow still falling from the sky, and spoke softly. The worst that can happen is death. Since you have found me, you must know something about me. Having taken this step, I no longer contemplate the future. Why do you act this way? Your file indicates that you are not a malicious person. You have adhered to your duties until now. Chunjio turned back, smiling at the female officer. What is your name? Wei Jinghong, she replied. A name befitting your beauty. A file cannot reveal everything. One must understand that when pushed to the brink, a person can commit unspeakable acts. Wei Jinghong frowned. So you killed the Li family of 6 out of resentment? Indeed. What grievance could drive you to such cruelty, sparing not even a 5-year-old child? One cannot advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. If one must act, one should act decisively, leaving no room for regret. You are quite the intriguing officer. I seem to have been led by the nose without realizing it. You must hold a significant position in the Security Bureau, yes? I merely seek to uncover the truth. Your sensitivity is unwarranted. Moreover, if I was so easily subdued, does that not imply that I am more formidable than you wish to admit? Chunjio chuckled lightly. Conversing with you is far more engaging than with this fellow. Su Zhaoyong, feeling slighted, huffed in protest. Chapter 8. The Phoenix in the Henhouse, what do you intend to do with us next? Will you kill us, or keep us bound like this? Wei Jinghong inquired once more. Chunjio's smile faded as he glanced outside, and then at the two of them. Surely someone knows you are here? Naturally. We have records of our shifts. If we do not return for a long time, the Bureau will send someone to investigate. Wei Jinghong did not hide the truth. Kid, I admit you possess some skill. The reason we came with so few people this time is that we did not anticipate your tenacity. However, once the Bureau realizes we are missing, the next team sent to find you will be much larger, and you will not escape. Chunjio disregarded Su Zhaoyong's threats. Shall we make a deal? He proposed, addressing Wei Jinghong. What sort of deal? Chunjio replied with a smile. I believe your colleagues will contact you eventually. When they do, you need only to placate them. It need not take long, 2 days. If you can delay them for that long, I will release one of you. What do you think? Why 2 days? That is not your concern. Just answer me. Can you do it? Wei Jinghong lowered her gaze in thought. After surveying Su Zhaoyang and Chen Jiao, her beautiful eyes locked onto Chen Jiao's. And what if I refuse? If the male is killed, what about the female? Chen Jiao's gaze lingered on Wei Jinghong, his tone devious. A hostage and a warm bed companion. What do you think of that proposal? Shameless. Now tell me your answer. Wei Jinghong inhaled deeply, gritting her teeth. Fine. I hope you keep your word. Then it is settled. With the small talk concluded, Chen Jiao paid no further attention to the two on the floor. He walked over to Liu Chang's lifeless body, seized his collar, and opened the door, leading to the adjacent room to add another corpse to the scene. It was fortunate for them that the weather was freezing. Had it been scorching hot, the bodies piled together would have rendered the entire floor uninhabitable. Evening soon descended. As expected, Su Zhaoyang's phone rang. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was a colleague from the bureau. The name Wei was too conspicuous. Do you know what to say? Although Chen Jiao had proposed a deal to Wei Jinghong, he believed Su Zhaoyang was clever enough. He activated the speakerphone and brought the phone to Su Zhaoyang's ear. To Chen Jiao's satisfaction, Su Zhaoyang refrained from mentioning his captivity. Instead, he claimed they were working a case and had found temporary shelter due to the cold weather, promising to return to the bureau at dawn. The caller then requested to speak with Wei Jinghong. Chen Jiao played the role of intermediary. Wei Jinghong wished to inform them of their predicament, but conditions did not allow. Under Chen Jiao's knowing gaze, she could only assure them of her safety and engage in a bit of small talk before hanging up. It seems your identity is quite remarkable. Su Zhaoyang said nervously, you better not act recklessly. If anything happens to Jinghong, no matter how vast Longhua is, there will be no place for you to hide. Chen Jiao scoffed. Do I fear death? Why should I worry about a lack of shelter? So, tell me, what is your relationship with them? Wei Jinghong inhaled deeply. He is my uncle, the director of the Longchuan City Public Security Bureau. Impressive, a true regional authority. Longchuan City is a directly governed city, and the position of Public Security Bureau Director is usually held by a vice mayor, ranking at the deputy ministerial level. It was no wonder Su Zhaoyang dared to assert that if anything happened to Wei Jinghong, Chen Jiao would not be able to remain in Longhua. With such a powerful uncle, the strength of Wei Jinghong's family was evident. Chen Jiao seemed to have realized something and asked Wei Jinghong, what is Wei Zhenghua to you? He is my grandfather. Upon hearing this revelation, Chen Jiao was taken aback. Wei Zhenghua was one of the 9 current elders of Longhua, a person of significant influence. Chen Jiao had not anticipated that the captive he had casually taken was a princess of sorts. He was uncertain whether this stroke of luck was good or bad. Contemplating this, Chen Jiao's expression turned grave. Given your status, you must be aware of some information regarding this disaster. It stands to reason that since the day of the disaster struck, you should not have remained in Longchuan City. I am curious as to what compelled you to continue your stay there. Are you privy to some information? Wei Jinghong appeared somewhat taken aback, casting a startled glance at Chen Jiao. It seems to align with my expectations. It is not surprising. The emergence of the sun's blue light and the sudden drop in temperature hint at much. We must not underestimate the populace. Especially in an environment bombarded by apocalyptic narratives, the imagination of ordinary individuals often surpasses your understanding. You are indeed quite extraordinary. I merely wish to survive, which leads me to contemplate matters more deeply than others. Wei Jinghong sighed. None of us knows when this catastrophe will conclude. I could indeed seek out a better place to live, yet my chances of enduring this calamity are significantly greater than those of common folk. Before the situation becomes irreversible, I simply wish to remain and assist the people, nothing more. Chen Jiao understood the implication behind Wei Jinghong's words. Essentially, individuals like them, even in dire straits, will find ways to be rescued. They are inherently positioned in a place of advantage. As long as the environment remains manageable, they're the architects of order. Once chaos reigns, there are ample opportunities to relocate to safer havens and continue their privileged lives. It sounds harsh, yet reality is often so. The opportunities that elude ordinary individuals are effortlessly grasped by others. Frankly, Chen Jiao felt quite uncomfortable. But what could discomfort achieve? If one had a grandfather among the esteemed elders, there would be no need to worry about recklessness severing one's escape routes. However, Wei Jinghong likely never imagined she would find herself in Chunjio's grasp. I am quite pleased with your performance thus far. I hope we can maintain this over the next 2 days. Do not forget your promise, Wei Jinghong reminded Chunjio. Rest assured, I, Chunjio, am always true to my word. Setting down her phone, Chunjio turned toward the kitchen. Before long, she brought a fragrant mala hot pot into the living room. Serving herself a bowl of rice, Chunjio began to eat as if oblivious to her surroundings. The alluring aroma filled the room. An out-of-place sound echoed within the living room. Chunjio glanced at the two individuals. Su Zhaoyang, with his thick skin, appeared indifferent, while Wei Jinghong's face resembled a blushing apple, quite charming indeed. Speaking of which, they had not eaten all day. After their morning meal, they sought out Chunjio. Initially, they felt little hunger, but now, with the enticing scent wafting through the air, their stomachs could no longer endure the rebellion. Want to eat? Su Zhaoyang remained obstinate, turning his head away from Chunjio. He would rather die of thirst or starvation or leap from the 23rd floor than share a meal with a criminal. Wei Jinghong said nothing, yet the desire in her eyes was unmistakable. Chapter 9. Gene Antibody Serum. Chunjio smiled softly. Approaching Wei Jinghong, she untied her bindings. Are you not afraid I might seize this opportunity to attack? If you possess such capability, I would welcome it at any moment. Just ensure you can bear the consequences. As she spoke, Chunjio moved toward the kitchen, seemingly to serve Wei Jinghong, but in reality, she discreetly retrieved a pre-prepared portion of rice from her space. While she did not mind her secret being discovered, some matters were best avoided to lessen her troubles. If you do not mind, let us dine together. Returning to the living room, Wei Jinghong remained honest, not using the opportunity to secretly untie Su Zhaoyang. Accepting the porcelain bowl filled with rice from Chunjio, Wei Jinghong inquired, could you prepare some for old Su as well? He is unwilling to eat. Wei Jinghong's expression shifted slightly, but she no longer insisted. In this frigid weather, having a warm meal is more comforting than anything else. Although Su Zhaoyang did not glance at them, he could hear their chewing, and while swallowing his own saliva, he repeatedly reassured himself. As a law enforcement officer, how could he eat the food of a criminal? Absolutely not. Little Wei is a girl. It is normal for her to act out. As a dignified man, he could not afford to lose this bit of integrity. Yes, that is correct. The meal concluded swiftly. Will you buy me again? This female officer possesses a certain wit. No need, Chunjio replied succinctly, picking up the dishes and returning to the kitchen with the remnants of meal. Before long, Chunjio emerged from the kitchen. Kid, you are exceedingly arrogant. Just as Chunjio stepped out of the kitchen, a metal rod swung toward her head from the side. Thud! The rod struck Chunjio's head without hesitation. A dull thud echoed, and the anticipated injury did not occur. Rather, the rod had deformed upon impact with her head. How is this possible? Su Zhaoyang was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Wei Jinghong, who had presumably aimed to divert Chunjio's attention, stood frozen in shock, her small hand covering her red lips, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chunjio, her expression impassive, raised a hand to push the rod aside. Miss Wei, I initially believed you to be an astute individual, yet it appears you lack the rationality I had imagined. Su Zhaoyang, regaining his composure from shock, attempted to swing the rod again at Chunjio. However, this time, Chunjio did not afford him another chance. With a swift motion, she seized his neck and lifted him off the ground. Release me. Su Zhaoyang gasped and struggled violently. Chunjio, release old Su. We will concede this time. There should be no more unrealistic thoughts in the future. Ha! Chunjio chuckled coldly. With a forceful motion, she hurled Su Zhaoyang away. He crashed against the wall, landing with a thud, feeling as if his body had disassembled, letting out a painful wail. Chunjio strode purposefully toward the stone table in the living room. Su Zhaoyang's phone remained there. Opening the device to check messages and other communication apps, she found no anomalies. Hand me your phone. Wei Jinghong did not hesitate, producing her own phone and handing it to Chunjio. Likewise, all channels of communication with the outside world appeared normal. Of course, it is possible they had already communicated with the outside and deleted their messages. You did not inform anyone outside about the situation here, did you? No, we only contemplated whether we could subdue you. If we failed to do so, Sending messages to the outside would only heighten our danger. Whether Wei Jinghong spoke the truth or not was of no concern to Chen. I am not particularly invested in whether you seek help. It merely determines the treatment you receive while in my company. With that, Chen turned towards Su Zhaoyang. What do you intend to do? Miss Wei, there are consequences for wrongdoing. Reaching Su Zhaoyang's side, while he remained bewildered, Chen grasped both of his hands. No, crack. A piercing scream erupted from Su Zhaoyang's mouth. In an instant, the excruciating agony rendered him unconscious. It is your turn now, Miss Wei. Fear and rage filled Wei Jinghong's eyes. Yet before Chen Jiu, she was utterly powerless. With a slight exertion, Chen Jiu dislocated Wei Jinghong's hands. The intense pain also sent her into unconsciousness. Observing the two individuals lying motionless on the ground, resembling corpses, Chen Jiu displayed no emotional fluctuation. Allowing them to remain on the floor, she casually tidied the living room before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Jiu returned to her bedroom. She perused the comments from netizens on her phone, most of which inquired about when the snow disaster would conclude. Naturally, there were many apocalyptic sentiments as well. However, from the responses beneath the posts, it was evident that the vast majority were merely engaging for amusement, with only a few genuinely believing in the onset of an apocalypse. It is understandable upon reflection. It is merely a snow disaster. The Longwa has encountered such calamities before, albeit this time on an unprecedented scale. In comparison, the disasters of previous years seemed more akin to an apocalypse. Even those invisible and intangible catastrophes were surmounted by the populace. A minor snow disaster can surely be managed. Yet, how many are aware that this snow disaster signifies the commencement of the end times? Unbeknownst to them, time has slipped into the early hours. The notification chimes. Today's rewards have refreshed. Please select. The options presented are as follows. Option 1. Super Combat Skill Infusion. Option 2. Fujuda Roasted Duck 10, Parallel World. Those who understand will comprehend. Option 3. Genetic Antibody Serum 1. Genetic mutations have occurred. Upon injection, it can reverse the effects of malignant genetic mutations within 1 hour of occurrence. New items have emerged. Genetic Antibody Serum? The appearance of this third option caused Shanjio to furrow his brows deeply, especially as it pertains to genetic matters. Was the apocalypse he experienced merely a simple natural disaster or human folly? I choose option 3. It is better to be prepared. Who knows when one might need it? After all, in the apocalypse, anything is possible. Making his selection, Shanjio directed his thoughts, and a vial approximately 10 centimeters in length materialized in his hand. The vial had a radius of less than 1 centimeter, containing a liquid of a ghostly blue hue. He could not ascertain the substance from which it was extracted, but Shinjio knew that this item could prove life-saving in critical moments. It seems this apocalypse is even more terrifying than I had imagined. Will it resemble the many novels where zombies and supernatural beings emerge? Contemplating this, Shinjio found himself increasingly intrigued by the future of this world. Chapter 10. Different Fates in Similar Circumstances. Time swiftly passed to the 6th day of the snow disaster. The temperature outside had plummeted further, dipping below minus 50 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, one could rightly say that water freezes upon contact. In any case, unless absolutely necessary, no one desired to venture outdoors in such conditions. Likewise, with heavy snow blanketing the area and temperatures continuing to drop, many facilities within the city had sustained irreversible damage. The first issues to arise were those related to water and electricity. Upon waking, Chunjio immediately felt a bone-chilling cold. Although his enhanced physique allowed him to endure it, the incessant chill still prompted him to instinctively huddle his neck. He switched on the lights, but there was no response. It was evident that there were power supply issues. Chunjio promptly retrieved the thermostat and activated it. As the thermostat began to operate, the temperature in the bedroom gradually returned to normal. Feeling the warmth of his bed, Chunjio finally left the comfort of his cozy bedding, donning his pajamas as he ventured into the living room. The two individuals who had spent the night outdoors were now awake, huddled on the sofa, shivering from the cold. Chunjio likewise activated another thermostat, placing it in the center of the living room. With a 10-meter radius of warmth, it was sufficient to envelop the entire room. As the indoor temperature slowly stabilized, the two individuals on the sofa transitioned from confusion to astonishment, ultimately staring at Chunjio in a daze. Ignoring their gazes, Chunjio entered the bathroom. There was no water. Ice had formed at the faucet. It appeared that a homemade water dispenser would need to be arranged. Fortunately, Chunjio had stored ample fresh water within the system space. Otherwise, he would be left waiting indefinitely for the dispenser to produce enough water for his personal hygiene. With one thermostat in place, he proceeded to set up the water dispenser. The combination of the two ensured that the pure water produced by the dispenser would not freeze. After completing his washing, Chunjio emerged, still disregarding the two, pretending to busy himself in the kitchen for a while. He eventually returned with a steaming bowl of beef noodles, indulging in his meal. Just then, Su Xiaoyang's phone rang. Chunjio cast a fleeting glance at it, slightly irked. Nevertheless, he set down his chopsticks and picked up the phone, moving beside Su Xiaoyang. Did he know what to say? Chunjio offered him little in terms of a pleasant demeanor. Su Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and nodded. Chunjio answered the call and activated the speakerphone. Xiao Su, when will you return? The temperature outside is dropping rapidly. While work is important, your safety cannot be overlooked. It was the same Director Wei from yesterday. Rest assured, Director. We are on our way back, but the roads are treacherous, heavily covered in snow. It will likely be very late by the time we reach the bureau. That is good. Do not rush. Prioritize your safety. Thank you for your concern, Director. By the way, is Xiao Wei with you? Su Xiaoyang did not respond immediately, but instead glanced at Chunjio. Chunjio nodded. He is here. I will pass the phone to Xiao Wei. Thank you. Chunjio approached Wei Jinghong, second Uncle Jinghong. Find a place where others cannot overhear our conversation. Wei Jinghong was momentarily taken aback, but replied with a simple okay. After a few moments of silence, at Chunjio's signal, Wei Jinghong spoke again. Second uncle, is all right now. Indeed. Jinghong, listen to your second uncle. 3 days from now, a team will depart from the Emperor's capital to retrieve us for evacuation. If we miss this opportunity, it is uncertain when we will have another chance to leave. Therefore, you must come with us this time. Do not be willful. So soon? There is no time to waste. According to observations from the Emperor's capital, the sun has completely transformed into an ice sphere, and the temperature reaching the surface of the Earth is less than 1% of what it used to be. The current temperature outside is not even the lowest. Once it reaches that point, many transportation tools will be rendered useless. It can be said that the evacuation in 3 days is our only opportunity. If missed, we may never return. Wei Jinghong's expression was one of shock. Su Xiaoyang beside him was equally taken aback. What about the citizens of Longchuan City? There was a long silence on the other end. Within the various air raid shelters in Longchuan City, survival bases had already been established, stocked with ample supplies. Those places will serve as their refuge in the future. There is no need for concern. We are merely leaving temporarily, and once everything returns to normal, we will come back. Wei Jinghong was at a loss for words. Had the situation escalated to such severity? Are you listening, girl? I am listening. Yes. Return as quickly as possible, and remember to keep it confidential. The number of people who can evacuate this time is limited, and I do not wish for any complications to arise. After ending the call, Chunjio glanced at the two with a half-smile. You need not look at me that way. Reality is as such, is it not? Wei Jinghong responded. Chunjio nodded in agreement. There is only 1 day left. After that, I will not go back on my word. Setting down the phone, Chunjio returned to his previous position. He quickly finished the remaining beef noodles before commencing a day of training. Outside, the sudden loss of water and electricity instilled great panic among the populace. Without heating facilities, as time passed, remaining indoors felt akin to living in an ice cavern. Fortunately, the internet had not yet been severed, allowing many to vent their frustrations online. The collective grievances, if materialized, could likely envelop the entire Earth in an impenetrable shroud of despair. Evening arrived swiftly. As expected, Director Wei's call came through once more. Although Su Xiaoyang and his companions attempted to fabricate excuses, as a superior, one cannot be easily deceived, especially with their repeated delays. Director Wei quickly surmised that they might be encountering some difficulties. Have you run into trouble? It seemed the other party had already guessed. Su Zhaoyang and the others dared not answer. However, after Changjiu forcefully ended their call, it appeared as though frustrated curses could be heard from the other end. Now, leaving would make me appear inhumane. You can return by dawn tomorrow. You want me to leave? Su Zhaoyang seemed a bit taken aback. What? Do you not wish to go? Not that, but why me? What do you think? Chenzhou regarded him with a subtle smile, not quite a smile. It was not that Su Zhaoyang was somewhat anxious. I will stay. You should let Xiao Wei leave. Since you're already aware of Xiao Wei's identity, you should understand that keeping her will only bring you endless trouble. I admit your abilities are impressive, but in the presence of the Wei family, your strength is utterly insignificant. How could one know without trying? Then I shall not leave. That is not up to you. She is of use here. As for you, a person of no value, I would not mind sending you next door to keep company with your companions. You cannot do this. Lao Su, you should go. Xiao Wei. Wei Jinghong shook her head. There is no need to say anything. You heard what I said to my uncle. After you leave, do not return to the bureau. Go directly to find your family and take them to the survival base. If fate allows, I hope we can meet again in the future. You two continue your conversation. I shall not interfere. Having no interest in their farewell, Chun Jiu remarked and returned directly to his bedroom. Chapter 11. Breaking through level 11 outside Suihubei, where Wei Jinghong's uncle was located. Upon suspecting that Wei Jinghong and the others had encountered trouble, Wei Jingmin immediately instructed his subordinates to retrieve their activity records from the past few days. The execution capabilities of his subordinates were strong, and they quickly pinpointed the last area where Su Zhaoyang and the others were seen, which was Unit 9 of Suihubei Community. Although their whereabouts have been located, the rescue became a significant challenge. The snow outside was too heavy. Over the course of 6 days, in some areas, the snow had accumulated to more than 7 or 8 meters. In the initial days, some people ventured outside to clear the snow from the main roads. But as the snowfall intensified, the pace of clearing could not keep up with the accumulation of snowflakes, leading people to abandon their efforts. In just 2 short days, there was no place left to stand outside. All that could be seen was a scene blanketed in white snow. People could not walk, vehicles could not drive, and venturing out required braving temperatures plummeting to minus 50 or 60 degrees. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to risk their life to rescue someone of no importance? Wei Jingmin was utterly at his wit's end. Damn it, I should not have let that girl leave my sight. Leaning back in his chair, a sense of regret washed over Wei Jingmin's face. All right, the rescue team arriving 3 days later. But soon, hope rekindled within him. The team departing from the imperial capital 3 days later represented his final hope. Those individuals were equipped with protective measures suitable for the current harsh weather and even had military helicopters. Although he did not know Wei Jinghong's exact location now, given her identity and the power of the Wei family, it would not be an issue for them to make a trip to Suihubei to confirm whether she was there. With this thought, Wei Jingmin's brow relaxed. I hope this is not man-made. Otherwise, Wei Jingmin, will ensure you understand the meaning of regret. A new day soon arrived. On this day, Chenjiu once again acquired the coveted Waneng Daern from the system. Still 10 points, under the enhancement of the 100-fold reward talent, he accumulated the points necessary for his upgrade. System. Upgrade. As he transitioned from one major realm to another, he eagerly anticipated the changes his body would undergo after breaking through level 11. With the system deducting the corresponding Waneng Daern, Chenjiu's physique experienced a tremendous transformation. The most direct sensation was pain. Excruciating, bone-deep pain. It felt as if his entire being was being dismantled and reformed. The pain profound and nearly unbearable. Unsurprisingly, during this upgrade, Chunjiu lost consciousness. The following day, when Chunjiu gradually regained his awareness, the first sensation he felt was no longer the extreme pain of last night, but rather an indescribable sense of clarity and fullness. His vision, hearing, and perception were all greatly enhanced. Even through the closed door, he could distinctly capture the sounds created by Su Zhaoyang and the others in the living room. It was a marvel, but it also stirred excitement within him. With this newfound perception, Chunjiu unabashedly proclaimed that from now on, regardless of the time or place, even in total darkness, as long as he wished, no movement within a 10-meter radius could escape his notice. Then, Chun-Jio tested his strength. Just as he was about to take action, having merely extended his arm from beneath the covers, the tightly wrapped blanket burst open like Pandora's box, unleashing a terrifying odor that engulfed his entire being. Almost overwhelmed by the scent, Chun-Jio hastily threw off the blanket and focused his gaze on his arms. The truth was revealed. His arms appeared to be encased in a layer of syrup, thick and pungent. The smell was akin to the essence of his own cycle applied to his skin, cleansing the marrow and returning to simplicity. This was the first phrase that came to Chun-Jio's mind. He hadn't anticipated that the reaction to breaking through level 11 would be so intense. Without caring for anything else, he flung open the door and dashed toward the bathroom. What had just passed? Was there a non-lucky person hiding in his room? Due to Chun-Jio's incredible speed, the two individuals remaining in the living room only perceived a shadow flash past them in an instant. By the time they sought to confirm what had just transpired, there was no longer any shadow. However, sounds of splashing water emanated from the bathroom. What does that smell? Before they could delve deeper, an unpleasant odor wafted towards them, carried by the gust of wind created by the shadow's swift movement. Both frowned, internally questioning whether Chun-Jio had indeed soiled his bedroom last night. Recalling the heartbreaking cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Wei Jinghong and Su Zhaoyang exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating the possibility. At this moment, Chun-Jio was naturally oblivious to their thoughts. He retrieved basin after basin of clean water from the system space and poured it over himself. He liberally applied a bottle of rarely used 2-liter body wash. An hour later, after finally cleansing himself thoroughly and banishing any lingering odors, Chun-Jio let out a long sigh of relief. But soon he recalled something, and his expression turned extremely grim. Does it mean that every time I encounter a breakthrough of such magnitude in the future, I must endure a similar torment? At this moment, it seemed that the growth brought by the upgrade was insufficient to excite Chun-Jio. If he had to endure that pain a few more times, he had no doubt that he would approach future breakthroughs with trepidation, perhaps even opting to forego them to avoid suffering. This was akin to a cultivator facing a tribulation. Who would not fear it? Donning a fresh outfit retrieved from the system space, Chun-Jio ambled into the living room. Sighing deeply, he plopped down onto the sofa, his face etched with melancholy. Wei Jinghong and Su Zhaoyang, who were nearby, wished to say something, but upon considering Chun-Jio's recent experiences, they likely believed that even if they asked, he would evade the topic due to its sensitivity. No, if they knew about such an embarrassing incident, would Chun-Jio resort to silencing them? As the two pondered, their gazes towards Chun-Jio grew increasingly apprehensive. Sighing once more, Chun-Jio resolved to pull himself together. It was merely a tribulation, after all. For the sake of immense power, as long as it didn't kill me, let the pain come. What are you looking at? Do I seem terrifying? As Chun-Jio became aware of the apprehensive looks from Wei Jinghong and Su Zhaoyang, he, still unaware of their thoughts, inexplicably asked. Both shook their heads, then nodded. How perplexing. Speaking of which, Chun-Jio returned to the kitchen. When he emerged again, he bore 2 portions of Huangmin chicken rice. Chun-Jio placed 1 portion in front of Su Zhaoyang and kept 1 for himself. I'll let you have a hearty meal before you leave. Don't say I mistreated a captive. Su Zhaoyang gazed at the rice topped with brown sauce and irregular chunks of meat, and for some reason, a wave of nausea washed over him. Wei Jinghong beside him felt similarly. If they had little in their stomachs, they might have vomited on the spot. What is the matter? Not to your taste. Chun-Jio, puzzled, furrowed his brow and asked. I'm not hungry. Not eating is fine. Su Zhaoyang's reaction effectively extinguished the few remnants of Chun-Jio's good temper. After taking the rice bowl, Chun-Jio began to eat without a care for the world. Witnessing Chun-Jio devour the meal with such relish, Su Zhaoyang, who had previously shown disdain, suddenly felt a pang of regret. He had not eaten for 3 days. Why could he not control his emotions? Could the other party truly offer him such sustenance? Unfortunately, it was too late for regret now. Soon, Chun-Jio finished both portions of rice. All right, you can leave now. Do not even think about playing any tricks. I will be watching you as you exit the community. If I find out that you remain within, I would not hesitate to engage in a game of cat and mouse with you. Do I have a choice? Su Zhaoyang replied with a bitter smile, casting a glance at Wei Jinghong. Take care. Wei Jinghong was at a loss for words and could only extend her best wishes. After a nod from Su Zhaoyang, he struggled to rise from the sofa, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Wait, have you changed your mind? Su Zhaoyang scoffed. Chun Jiao, however, did not indulge in further conversation. She approached him, grasped his arm, and with a tug, reset his dislocated limb. You're insignificant help, she remarked, before returning to the kitchen to retrieve a box of fried chicken and a bottle of mineral water, which she shoved into Su Zhaoyang's hands. Good luck. Thank you. Su Zhaoyang zieplit, momentia dazet. Without lingering, he took Chun Jiao's final kindness to the door, opened it, and vanished from her sight in an instant. A long while after Su Zhaoyang's departure, Chun Jiao remarked coldly, Your nature isn't as bad as you think. Is this how you distinguish between good and evil? Isn't it? Have you forgotten your comrades? Forgotten that family of 6? Wei Jinghong fell silent. After a moment, she said, As for the Li family, I am unaware of the specifics of your grievances, but regarding my comrades, our positions merely differ. Once we donned those uniforms, we were bound to prepare for that day. You seem to have a clear perspective. Not really. It's merely a matter of lacking skill. Chun Jiao chuckled, stepping to the window to gaze below. I have no chance of returning alive. Wei Jinghong was taken aback. Why not? The heavens do not permit my survival. Outside, Su Zhaoyang, just as Chun Jiao had surmised, did not return alive. After stepping outside, he consumed the food Chun Jiao had given him, including the bottle of mineral water. Having regained some strength, he did not linger in the corridor. Following the memory of his previous path, he trudged along, but upon reaching a staircase, he inadvertently stepped into thin air, vanishing into the snow and never to reappear. Both Chun Jiao and Wei Jinghong witnessed this scene from the window. The former had anticipated it, while the latter, filled with inexplicable sadness, could only sigh in resignation. Choosing not to watch further, Wei Jinghong turned back and sat on the sofa once more. You seem unconcerned for your own safety. Why should I be concerned? Aren't you curious why I left you here alone? Not particularly. Not curious about what fate awaits you? What else is there between a man and a woman aside from that? Wei Jinghong replied calmly. Chun Jiao found himself increasingly intrigued by this female officer. What if I kept you as a hostage to prevent retaliation from your family? Or perhaps to barter for my own escape at a critical moment? Wei Jinghong shook her head. Though I do not know you well, I can sense that you are unafraid of the Wei family. Or perhaps since the onset of this heavy snow, you have already cast aside all fear. I am uncertain whether you possess deeper knowledge about the sun's anomaly, but you are certainly not one to shy away from trouble. How long has it been? I never anticipated that you would see through me so thoroughly. This realization led Chun Jiao to believe that the woman before him had not ascended to her position in the city's Public Security Bureau solely due to her connections. Those connections merely provided her with a platform superior to others. A woman too intelligent is not always a blessing. A foolish woman only invites others to see her as easy prey. Then how do you choose your fate going forward? I do not wish to die. A simple response. Yet offered Chun Jiao the answer he sought. Approaching her, he swiftly set her dislocated arm back into place. I hope you remain as clever as you are now. Seeing that Chun Jiao only reset her arm without further inappropriate actions, Wei Jinghong felt a sense of relief and nodded. I will. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Both turned their gazes toward it. They are looking for you, Chun Jiao remarked knowingly, striding over to open the door. Xiao Chun. It's Li Jing. Is there something you need? Li Jing appeared somewhat anxious and hesitant. Regarding what you previously mentioned about allowing us to stay in Hongmeng's house, I was wondering if that still stands? So it was about the house. Li Jing had not initially wanted to seek out Chun Jiao. However, after the power and water outage around 6 o'clock today, the temperature inside their poorly sealed home had plummeted drastically. Despite his attempts to insulate it, the results were dismal, with the external temperature dropping even lower. If they did not secure a new residence soon, while he and Lian Yu might endure, their children would likely not withstand it. Of course, that still stands. However, there are quite a few corpses in that house, and if you wish to stay, you will have to deal with them yourselves. I will leave it at that. Whether or not you choose to move, there is your decision. Naturally, if you wish to coexist with the corpses, I do not mind. With that, Chenjiao closed the door. Left alone in the corridor, Li Jing displayed an expression of difficulty. After a brief hesitation, he decided to return and discuss it with his wife, Liang Yu. Back in their doorless home, in the bedroom, his wife inquired, "What did Chenjiao say?" Li Jing pondered for a moment before recounting Chenjiao's words verbatim. "What shall we do? Do we still need to move? We must. The temperature here is unmanageable. Continuing to live in this place will only lead to further decline. Even if we can endure, what about our daughter?" Liang Yu gazed at their peacefully sleeping daughter and could only nod in agreement. After the couple reached a decision, they began to prepare for the move that very day. Their first task was to remove the bodies, followed by relocating their stored supplies. Both were high-income earners, one a construction engineer and the other a senior teacher. Thus, they had amassed quite a stockpile. Under normal circumstances, their supplies could last them 3 months, assuming they continued to use even expired items. Meanwhile, Chenjiao paid no heed to the couple's activities outside. Back inside, he prepared breakfast for Wei Jinghong while taking time to familiarize himself with the changes in his current body. Host, Chenjiao lifespan, 25. 149 level, 11-02000, special ability, 100-fold reward, requires mental energy to utilize. Mental energy, 293 points, 1H 30 points. Full state, 300, universal points, 350, available for self-upgrade and others, system space. Thermostat 93, unlimited drinking water machine 97, gene antibody serum 100, quite impressive. Having broken through to level 11, not only had his mental energy increased by 100, but his lifespan had also been extended. The key was the body itself. Every cell was infused with vitality. Many chronic ailments that had plagued him due to relentless work had vanished, rejuvenating him entirely. Is this not a metamorphosis of life's tier? Chenjiao pondered without a hint of doubt. He then assessed his newfound strength. The enhancement was significant, although he lacked data to directly observe the extent of his power increase. He could sense that compared to his previous level 10 self, his physique had at least doubled. Could he be 20 times stronger than an ordinary person, exerting oneself with all their might? Could one not achieve a force equivalent to tens of thousands of pounds solely through the strength of the flesh? It is indeed terrifying. If such power were to strike an ordinary person, one must ponder who in the world could withstand it. I am uncertain whether my current constitution can disregard the threat posed by conventional firearms. As this thought crossed my mind, Chenjiao promptly retrieved a handgun from his spatial storage. Gritting his teeth, without a moment's hesitation, he held the gun in his right hand and tensed the muscles of his left arm. The shot rang out, striking the muscle of his left arm without hesitation. The bullet merely embedded itself in the muscle, not even breaking the skin, and was deflected by the firm tissue. Nevertheless, while the bullet's impact was mitigated, the pain was undeniably real. In mere moments, a bruise began to form at the site of the impact. Witnessing this, Chenjiao felt a surge of excitement. Although this shot was fired with preparation, it revealed much. As long as he was not struck in a vulnerable area, firearms posed little threat to him. Even more powerful weapons might penetrate his defenses, but delivering a fatal blow would not be so easily achieved. He was now astonishingly powerful. Chenjiao was quite pleased with the transformations in his physique. After practicing various punches and kicks in his room, he discovered that many previously unattainable complex maneuvers now flowed effortlessly for him. With this realization, he exited the room. Outside, Wei Jinghong regarded him with a peculiar expression as he emerged. "Did I just hear a gunshot? You do realize I am merely an ordinary person. Isn't it quite normal for guns to misfire?" His reasoning left Wei Jinghong momentarily speechless. A day passed. With the dawn of a new day, the rewards were refreshed. Chenjiao selected a seafood gift pack weighing 20 pounds. The other 2 rewards were commendable as well, a snowmobile and thermal clothing. However, Chenjiao felt no need for them. Not only had he surpassed level 11, but even in the absence of attire, his body possessed formidable resistance to the cold. Even without that, he had no reason to venture outdoors, as the thermostat rendered thermal clothing unnecessary. The snowmobile was similarly irrelevant. In comparison, the seafood gift pack was undoubtedly more practical. While Chun-jio reveled in his good fortune, others were not faring as well. The weather outside had grown even colder, plunging to over 60 degrees below 0 Celsius. In the absence of electricity, even those with ample provisions found it to be a torment. Discontent began to brew among the populace. We cannot continue like this. Otherwise, we will surely freeze to death. Yingu, you're the most capable here. What do you suggest we do? Within a room, 8 or 9 men clad in thick coats gathered. They were all young individuals trying to make a living in Longchuan City. Residing in the same apartment building and of similar age, they had become acquainted over time. With the arrival of the extreme cold, they were unable to venture outside and found themselves frequently moving about. Before the water and electricity were cut off, they congregated to chat or indulge in revelry. However, since the utilities were severed the previous day, their already limited supplies were dwindling, and their inner turmoil was palpable. During this gathering, an older man in the group, Feng Yun, began to voice different thoughts. Unlike the other relatively honest young men, Feng Yun was no saint in Longchuan City. He had no fixed job and mingled with a variety of individuals. The only notable profession he had was as a bouncer, accompanied by 2 relatively loyal subordinates. Now, being regarded as the group's backbone, he felt a swell of pride. Since my brothers hold me in such esteem, I shall share my thoughts. The others turned their full attention to him. I am sure everyone is aware of our current predicament. I shall not belabor the point. While we had water and electricity, life was arduous but not devoid of hope. Now, without water or electricity, access to food and warmth has become a grave issue. If we do not seek to change our situation and remain in this icy tomb, we will inevitably freeze to death. Therefore, my proposal is to relocate. Gasps of disbelief filled the room. Relocate? Yingu, are you joking? Where else can we possibly go? Feng Yun's suggestion left everyone astonished. He motioned for them to hear him out. I did not suggest we leave the neighborhood, but it is clear we cannot stay here any longer. I propose we move to the underground parking lot. The entrances are blocked by the heavy snowfall, and the temperature inside is certainly warmer than above. Most importantly, the parking lot is spacious enough for us to build a fire without the fear of suffocating from smoke or igniting the building. Thus, our issues of food and warmth would be resolved. From every perspective, it is our best option. A brilliant idea. Indeed, staying in this frigid room is hardly better. If we could start a fire, it would be an improvement over our current situation. The group praised Feng Yun's notion. Then it is settled. Everyone, prepare to gather what you can carry, especially supplies, and we shall meet at the parking lot. Feng Yun's declaration prompted the group to disperse. Once the outsiders had departed, one of Feng Yun's subordinates spoke up. Yingu, even if we temporarily resolve our hunger and warmth issues, it cannot last long. Those individuals are unaware, but we know there are few supplies. In a maximum of 10 to 15 days, we will be left with nothing but the bitter wind. What will we do then? Feng Yun smiled. Do not fret, all things take time. In times of prosperity, money can solve 99% of problems, but in chaotic times, manpower is key. What do you mean by that? We simply need to live our lives as best we can for now, while also gathering a group around us and letting the bullets fly for a while. Rest assured, when you follow me, you shall not suffer. Better days are yet to come. Thank you, Yingu. We are brothers. Feng Yun and his group acted swiftly. Within 2 hours, the first batch of supplies had been transported to the underground parking lot, and the number of individuals accompanying Feng Yun had increased from 9 to several more, including 5 girlfriends of the others. Aside from 2 who were somewhat attractive, the rest were merely passable. Yingu, Feng Yun remarked, surveying the supplies brought by his companions, his brow furrowing slightly. Is this all the supplies you have? Yingu, do not be so harsh. We cannot carry everything in one trip and must make several journeys. They replied in unison. Feng Yun's expression softened, and he chuckled. Then let us continue. By the way, do not overlook anything in your rooms that could be used for firewood. The more, the better. Is that wise, Yingu? Those pieces of furniture belong to the landlord. If we damage them, won't he come after us once the snowstorm subsides? That's right. My landlord is no good person. If I dismantle his furniture, he will surely demand exorbitant compensation. Others expressed their concerns. Feng Yun retorted irritably, You fools. This is called emergency evasion. Have you not heard Zhang-san say that when one's life is at stake, one will eat anything? Even a giant panda can become a meal. What is a bit of furniture in comparison? I tell you, if you burn the landlord's furniture, not only will he not come after you, but he will commend you for your resourcefulness. Is that true? So tell me, do you wish to live or die? To live. Then that settles it. Feng Yun appeared exasperated. Get to it. Yin Gu is right. In comparison to life, what do other concerns matter? I shall dismantle the bed immediately. Do not forget the doors and the sofa too. Encouraged by Feng Yun, the others were filled with determination. Chapter 14. The turmoil caused by the parking lot. Several hours later, all available supplies were transferred to the underground parking lot by a group of individuals. After a rough inventory, Feng Yun estimated that, disregarding other circumstances, the combined resources of their families could sustain 14 people for at least a week, even with hearty consumption. If they were to ration their food, they could last for half a month. However, Feng Yun was a person accustomed to extravagance, and with his own plans in mind, he would never skimp on others' provisions. As for what would happen once their supplies were exhausted, anyone with a modicum of sense would realize that if no rescue arrived in another week, there would be little left to consider. By that time, while they might still be deliberating, others would have already begun to stir unrest. Everyone had worked hard today. There is no need for further words. Let us now ignite the fire and prepare a meal. Long live Yungu. The crowd was filled with enthusiasm, eagerly participating in their first gathering in this new environment. Soon, a fire was kindled, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. They feasted on instant meals and ready-to-eat dishes. A dozen individuals gathered, raising their cups in camaraderie, hardly resembling those struggling for survival in harsh conditions. They felt comfortable at that moment, unaware that their actions had instilled a sense of dread in many on the lower floors above them. Where did the smoke come from? Could it be that a fire had broken out? Quickly, let us go check. If the entire building catches fire, we may all perish alongside it. Fire! Fire! Hurry to extinguish it. As the smoke from the parking lot drifted up through the safety passages, many unaware individuals mistakenly believed a fire had ignited and rushed out of their homes to alert their neighbors. Word spread rapidly, and countless residents were roused from their slumber. Everyone began to scurry between the floors in search of the source of the smoke. On the top floor, where Chunjiu resided, they were not affected. However, the commotion outside was audible to the two within. Did you hear someone shouting that there is a fire? Wait, Jinghong pointed out. Upon hearing this, Chunjiu approached the floor-to-ceiling window, extending his senses. In just a moment, he furrowed his brow. A fire that could alarm half the community must surely be significant. Yet, in his perception, there was no sign of thick smoke rising outside the building. One could argue that his position on the top floor might hinder his awareness of a fire on a lower level. But surely some hint of smoke would still be detectable. Aside from the shouts of the residents, it seemed remarkably quiet outside. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chunjiu turned and walked over. Outside, as he opened the door, a wave of warmth rushed out, influenced by the thermostat, enveloping Li Jing. Clad in thick clothing, Li Jing felt the warmth, his eyes widening in surprise. Why is it so warm in Chunjiu's home? Can they still use electricity? What is the matter? Hearing Chunjiu's voice, Li Jing snapped back to reality. He glanced into Chunjiu's home, but noticed nothing amiss. Suppressing his astonishment, Li Jing stammered. Did you hear the shouts from below? It seems there is a fire somewhere. Chunjiu nodded. And then? Well, if there is nothing to worry about, you should just head back. It's shooting TB from our building. Oh, all right. Faced with Chunjiu, Li Jing dared not say much. Mustering the courage to visit Chunjiu had taken effort, but now, confronted with him, that courage dissipated entirely. Seeing Chunjiu's disinterest, he felt even more apprehensive, fearing that any misstep could provoke this formidable figure, endangering his family. Returning home, Li Jing was met with his wife's anxious inquiry. What did Chunjiu say? Li Jing shook his head and quickly sat beside her. Darling, I have something to tell you. Chunjiu's house was incredibly warm. When he opened the door, a wave of warmth hit my face. Do you think they still have electricity? Or perhaps some power supply? This is impossible. You think I would deceive you? Liang Yu was momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly darkened. That doesn't concern us. How can it not? What if we let our daughter stay with him? We can endure, but she cannot. As long as Chunjio is willing to let her stay, we can offer him some of our supplies. I believe a person like him, without a formal job, wouldn't he have much stockpiled? No way. As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, Liang Yu firmly rejected the idea. Li Jing was puzzled. Why not? Have you forgotten about the son from the Hongmeng family? This statement struck Li Jing like a thunderbolt, leaving him speechless. Realizing her husband understood, Liang Yu ceased her remarks. After a long pause, Li Jing gazed at their daughter, bundled in multiple down jackets with only her small face visible, and lamented, "What about our daughter? We can manage, but she may not survive like this." A flicker of pain crossed Liang Yu's eyes. Since last night, their daughter had been crying, and her current silence was merely due to exhaustion. The couple had exhausted every possible measure to protect her. Yet the relentless cold continued to invade, rendering their efforts futile. Such a small being, striving to survive in such harsh weather, was an insurmountable challenge. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish for my daughter to leave me. Sigh, I will think of another solution. Li Jing sighed, choosing not to speak further. Outside, amidst the chaos triggered by the smoke, after many failed attempts to locate its source, the residents finally converged on the parking lot. Upon discovering Feng Yun and his companions, along with the fire they had kindled, everyone understood the reason behind the commotion. An elderly individual attempted to scold Feng Yun and even considered claiming their fire for himself. But Feng Yun swiftly distributed weapons from his pack to those nearby. "Old man, what did you just say?" With Feng Yun and his two companions leading the way, the other residents had no choice but to confront them in the underground parking lot. Faced with the imposing and vigorous Feng Yun, the elder quickly relented. "A group of cowards. If you have nothing to do, don't disturb me and my brother's meal. Get as far away as you can." Confronted with Feng Yun's intimidating presence, the others, who were accustomed to bullying the weak, immediately retreated. They reassured themselves, thinking that Feng Yun and his group hadn't done anything wrong. They were merely lighting a fire. Besides, it didn't harm their interests. So there was no need to quarrel with a bunch of youngsters. Yet despite their thoughts, Feng Yun's actions in the underground parking lot served as a wake-up call for others. With no electricity above ground and heating a distant dream, rather than remaining in that frigid cage, it would be wiser to relocate to the underground parking lot. With this realization, many residents began to retreat. Soon after, Feng Yun and his group observed residents from various buildings dragging their families and supplies to settle in the underground parking lot. "Yingaluk, don't worry about them. As long as they don't interfere with us, can you stop them from doing what they wish? Come, let's continue to eat and drink. Our lives will only improve from here." Following Yungu's lead, they toasted. The residents' migration to the underground parking lot did not spark much commotion. Chapter 15, The Rescue Team. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. On this new day, Chunjio received a new special ability, the Eye of Insight, from the system. With the Eye of Insight, he could perceive an individual's basic information and special abilities. Human, Wei Jinghong gender, female age, 24 level, 1 special ability, none. With merely a slight expenditure of mental energy, Wei Jinghong's basic information materialized in Chunjio's mind. To Chunjio's astonishment, Wei Jinghong's rank turned out to be level 1. He had not anticipated that the other party was a formidable expert. After all, reaching level 1 meant that one's physical attributes were equivalent to double that of an average person, considering the profession to which the other belonged. Chunjio believed that without the benefits of universal points for enhancement, his former strength would have rendered him insufficient to confront Wei Jinghong. He would have been no match for him even unarmed. It was indeed impressive. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Wei Jinghong, feeling uncomfortable under Chunjio's gaze, inquired with curiosity. "You are quite good-looking," Chunjio replied dismissively, then averted his eyes. Wei Jinghong pursed his lips, feeling vexed but refraining from expressing it. Under the eaves of another, one could neither fight nor vent his frustrations. He could only endure in silence. Meanwhile, within the family quarters where Wei Jingmin's family resided, a commando squad arrived unexpectedly. "Captain Long, why are you here so soon? Wasn't it agreed upon for tomorrow?" Wei Jingmin exclaimed, filled with surprise upon seeing the armed team at his doorstep. The leader, a fully armed man, saluted and stated solemnly, "The situation has changed. To ensure that all esteemed leaders can safely reach the capital, we have advanced our timeline by 1 day. If there is nothing to prepare, we shall depart immediately." Wei Jingmin nodded without further inquiry. "There's nothing to prepare. By the way, Captain Long, I would like to request your assistance with a matter." "Please go ahead." "Esteemed leader." Wei Jingmin promptly recounted the situation regarding Wei Jinghong to Captain Long. "This is the situation. If you can find him, that would be excellent. If not, as his uncle, I've done my utmost." Saying this, he handed over a photograph of Wei Jinghong. Captain Long took the photograph and frowned. "Esteemed leader, this does not fall within the scope of our rescue mission. Consider it a personal request from me. Regardless of the outcome, the Wei family in the capital owes you a favor, Captain Long." This statement carried considerable weight. Even though Captain Long understood that this matter was unrelated to their mission, he felt tempted by the prospect of a favor from the Wei family. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the photograph of Wei Jinghong. "All right. If there are no further matters, we shall depart now. Thank you." Under the protection of armed personnel, Wei Jingmin's family, along with several others from the family quarters, donned their cold weather gear and made their way outside. The rescue team sent to assist Wei Jingmin comprised 6 modified armed helicopters. These helicopters have been urgently upgraded by relevant imperial departments to withstand severe weather conditions down to -70 degrees Celsius. 3 of these helicopters were already present at Wei Jingmin's location. As Wei Jingmin's family boarded via the hoist, 2 of the helicopters took flight towards the capital, while the third, guided by someone familiar with the terrain of Longchuan City, veered towards Hubei. The engines of the helicopters roared in the frigid air. Their presence amidst the heavy snowfall was akin to a fearless eagle soaring through the sky. "Over here. We are here. Ha ha. The official rescue team has finally arrived. We are saved." The appearance of the helicopter drew the attention of numerous disaster victims, who braved the biting cold to lean out of their windows and shout with hope. Many, filled with exuberance, yearned for the helicopters to hover above them and drop life-saving ropes. Yet, as is often the case, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Amidst the loud calls, witnessing the glimmer of hope pass overhead turned the joyous cheers of the victims into harsh curses. What they cursed I do not know, but was certainly unpleasant. Inside the helicopter, a group of soldiers equipped with wireless communication devices engaged in dialogue. "Captain, do you think we can find a target at Suihubei? We don't want to make a fruitless trip. There is only one location, and we have no specific knowledge of the exact position. Can this helicopter endure for long?" Captain Long was met with the persistent concerns of his team members. He was acutely aware that this operation was unconventional, but for the sake of that favor, he felt compelled to bend the rules. "This is our opportunity. For the sake of the Wei family's favor, it is worth the risk. All right, everyone quiet down. I will outline the mission. Our target is clear. It is the girl in the photograph. This operation is time-limited to 3 hours. After 3 hours, regardless of whether we have located the target, everyone is to retreat immediately. If the target is identified, her safety is our paramount concern. Any threat to her safety may be neutralized on the spot without the need for reports. Understood?" "Understood." "Good. Check your equipment." Upon hearing this, the team members promptly began inspecting their gear. The specialized equipment they wore had been custom-made specifically for such severe weather conditions. However, the number of such elite units was limited. Only the creme de la creme had access to them. Thus, among the 12 members of the squad, each possessed exceptional individual strength. This was merely a private mission. If they failed to locate the target, so be it. However, once found, none of them had contemplated failure. The helicopter swiftly reached the airspace above Suihubei. Due to the snow not yet covering the building signs, a keen-eyed team member quickly identified Building 9. Naturally, the helicopter could not land. Therefore, the pilot could only hover above the rooftop of Unit 9. "Deploy." The hoist descended, and 12 armed soldiers descended onto the rooftop of Building 9. The snow atop the building was deep, and when Captain Long and his team landed, half of their bodies sank into the snow. They swiftly located the iron door leading into the building and easily broke it open to enter. Inside the rental room where Chunjiu resided, "The people coming to save you? Didn't you already know?" The appearance of the helicopter had caught Chunjio's attention. Through his perception, he realized that the armed helicopter had directly hovered above the rooftop. He knew it was there to rescue Wei Jinghong. Wei Jinghong was equally aware. What do you plan to do? Chunjio asked, unfazed, gazing at Wei Jinghong with interest. Wei Jinghong replied with a faint smile, "What else can I do? If you perish, I shall leave with them. If their mission fails, I will continue to stay by your side as a talisman. Are you not afraid I will take out my anger on you?" "Yes, but what can I change?" Chunjio chuckled, rising from the sofa. "You won't escape today. A group of people intent on killing me. I will not show mercy to the instigator." Wei Jinghong shot Chunjio a glare. "I did nothing. How did I become the instigator? If I say you are, then you are. All right, as long as you are happy." Chunjio's expression turned serious, his eyes radiating an icy resolve. Approaching the door, he opened it and stepped outside. Chapter 16. Capturing Wei Jinghong above. Captain Long and his team swiftly reached the 23rd floor of the building. Since Chunjio's position was near the topmost end of the building, they had not yet made their way over. However, as soon as Chunjio stepped outside, he encountered Captain Long, who came around a corner, their eyes locking. "Don't move." Realizing Chunjio's presence, Long Tongue had not yet lost his composure to the point of shooting immediately. Instead, he opted to aim his weapon at him first. Chunjio quickly raised his hands, displaying a face of alarm. "Please don't shoot. I'm a law-abiding citizen." While speaking, Chunjio utilized his insightful eye to assess the 6 armed personnel approaching him. Human, Long Tongue, gender, male, age, 30, level 1, special ability, none, human, Zhao Huanxiu, gender, female, age, 27, level 1, special ability, none. The fact that all were at level 1 indicated that this team's strength was indeed extraordinary. Observing their heavily armed gear, it was evident that if they faced ordinary individuals, this small squad could easily annihilate a group of several hundred. "What is your name? How did you end up here?" As the group approached Chunjio, 4 members took up perimeter security, while Long Tongue and the female team member, Zhao Huanxue, began to interrogate him directly. Chunjio endeavored to present himself as exceedingly anxious. I am Chunjio, a resident here. I stepped out because my home is devoid of food, and I intended to borrow some provisions from my neighbor." This statement posed no issues, and coupled with Chunjio's almost tearful expression, Long Tongue and his companions failed to perceive any anomalies. Long Tongue softened his tone, simultaneously diverting the muzzle of his weapon away from Chunjio's face. "Do not be afraid. We are warriors on a mission and mean you no harm." I am not afraid," Chunjio stammered. Nevertheless, his trembling form elicited a chuckle from Zhao Hanxue, with others unable to suppress their laughter. Long Tongue, feeling somewhat exasperated, retrieved a photograph of Wei Jinghong from his belongings. "Allow me to inquire. Have you encountered the individual in this photograph? Speak truthfully." Chunjio cast a fleeting glance at the image, feigning contemplation. I have seen her." "Really?" Long Tongue and his companions erupted with joy. They had not anticipated that a chance encounter would yield information about their target, securing a favorable connection to the Wei family. Chunjio nodded affirmatively. "Where did you see her? Where is she now?" She is currently within my residence." "Your residence? What?" With that exclamation, Chunjio swiftly kicked Long Tongue, sending him flying. The sheer force of the blow caused a dent to form in his torso, and he collided violently with the wall at the corridor's corner, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, Chunjio seized Zhao Hanxue, treating her as if she were a mere chick, and hurled her towards the other 2. As they instinctively raised their weapons, Chunjio was already upon them, delivering blows without restraint, with predictable outcomes for his adversaries. "This is bad. The captain is in trouble." The commotion immediately attracted the attention of another 6-member squad, who descended from the rooftop, splitting into 2 flanks. They could not fathom that they would encounter an ambush so soon after entering the building. Observing their captain lying motionless at the corner, the opposing squad swiftly formed a combat formation and charged towards Chunjio. However, Chunjio possessed an extraordinarily keen awareness. Detecting the movement around the corner and confirming the presence of 6 individuals, he briskly approached Zhao Hanxue and her companions, alleviating their suffering before accelerating towards the corner. The other squad, unaware of the situation, hesitated to engage recklessly. As they neared the corner, Chun-Jio sprang forth. What? With a mere exchange, 2 of them fell to Chun-Jio's prowess. The remaining 4 found it impossible to aim their weapons at the rapidly advancing Chun-Jio. By the time they recognized their peril, they were already sprawled on the ground. There was no need for ostentatious techniques. Chun-Jio concluded the skirmish solely through his physical prowess, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him. Swiftly collecting the equipment from the 12 fallen individuals, Chun-Jio made his way towards the rooftop. Outside, a helicopter hovered in midair. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the snow below, directly entering the cabin. A ghost. The guide inside was utterly terrified. Before he could react, Chun-Jio grasped his collar and flung him out of the aircraft. The pilot, sensing danger, immediately ascended the helicopter while the other one drew his weapon to retaliate. Chun-Jio, however, would not afford them any opportunity. With a single punch, he resolved the matter. As the helicopter began to plummet to the ground without a pilot, Chun-Jio leaped from the helicopter and returned to the rooftop without a backward glance. Inside the residence where Wei Jinghong was located, a serendipitous moment occurred as she stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, witnessing the helicopter descend. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of emotion crossed Wei Jinghong's typically stoic visage. Sighing, she reflected that one could not claim she felt no disappointment. Yet, the helicopter's fall gradually transformed her disappointment into resignation. "Who exactly are you?" she murmured, realizing that the rescue team had failed. She turned just in time to see Chun-Jio standing at her doorway. "If you wish to know who I am, why not experience it for yourself?" Chun-Jio stated, closing the door behind him as he approached Wei Jinghong. Her legs instinctively retreated a step. "Could you grant me a moment to prepare?" "No." Upon reaching her, and under her panicked gaze, Chun-Jio hoisted her onto his shoulder and carried her into an adjacent room. Inside, with no regard for delicacy, Chun-Jio unceremoniously tossed Wei Jinghong onto the bed. You must be gentler." As she uttered this, a profound sense of embarrassment enveloped her. "I will do my best." Chun-Jio shed his burdens and pressed himself against her. More than an hour later, gazing at Wei Jinghong, whose cheeks bore traces of tears and whose consciousness had succumbed to exhaustion, Chun-Jio found himself staring at the ceiling, filled with an indescribable melancholy. Being too powerful was also a burden. He suddenly longed for the brief moments spent with his ex-girlfriend. If becoming stronger merely led to such torment, what purpose did it serve? In the underground parking lot, news of the events above had reached this location. Witnesses had seen the helicopter crash, and within a mere 15 minutes, the information spread like wildfire. "Daozi, Liuzi, accompany me," Feng Yun commanded upon learning of the helicopter incident, summoning his 2 subordinates to depart the parking area. "Brother Yun, where are we headed? Just follow me." Without further explanation, Feng Yun led them through a secure passage to the upper levels. Upon discovering the helicopter emitting thick smoke, Feng Yun swiftly guided his subordinates to the nearest building, intent on finding suitable tools. Daozi and Liuzi were bewildered by Feng Yun's intentions until he procured 2 sheets of 125-centimeter metal plates and several ropes. Feng Yun connected all the ropes, securing one end to himself, then tossed one metal plate outward. "You will hold onto the other end of the rope. If I find myself stuck in the snow, pull me with all your might when I tug the rope 3 times. "Brother Yun, what on earth are you doing?" "You will know soon enough." Handing one end of the rope to Daozi, Feng Yun then threw the other metal plate before leaping from the 2nd floor, landing precisely on one of the plates. "Brother Yun," Daozi and his companions gasped in concern. Feng Yun, however, reassured them with a gesture, and then began alternating the 2 metal plates beneath his feet as he cautiously approached the smoking helicopter. Before long, Feng Yun arrived beside the helicopter. He first surveyed the interior. The helicopter's door was ajar, revealing 2 lifeless figures. Seeing their gear, Feng Yun realized his suspicions were confirmed. Without hesitation, he entered the helicopter. This is it, I've struck gold." On the bodies of the 2 pilots, Feng Yun discovered the coveted items, 2 handguns, He could not discern the materials from which they were made, but upon inspection, he found they were still functional, filling him with overwhelming joy. Firearms capable of operating in temperatures below -60°C were undoubtedly high-end goods. Subsequently, Feng Yun left nothing behind, stripping the pilots of their gear and searching for any useful items within the helicopter until there was nothing left of value before retracing his steps. Inside the building, Brother Yun, what do you want with the clothes of these deceased individuals? Uninformed, these are all valuable items. Feng Yun retorted with a laugh, then drew a handgun from his waist in front of his two subordinates. A gun. Feng Yun grinned triumphantly. What do you think? This trip was certainly worthwhile. The astonished expression on Lu Zi's face was unmistakable as he exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Yun, how did you know there were guns on that helicopter?" Feng Yun holstered his pistol. Initially, I had my doubts, but upon examining the helicopter's damage, I was almost certain. Now you have witnessed it for yourselves. Both young men gazed at Feng Yun with admiration. Brother Yun is amazing. It's all thanks to Brother Yun. Feng Yun relished their praises. By the way, Brother Yun, is this pistol still functional? It's not just for show, is it? Daozi inquired curiously. You really don't know your goods, Feng Yun replied, eager to satisfy their curiosity. He promptly produced the pistol again, disengaged the safety, and fired a shot outside. The resounding bang sent adrenaline coursing through the trio in an exhilarating rush. It works. Feng Yun chuckled triumphantly. What do you think? Still skeptical? The two young men shook their heads vigorously. And there's more. Feng Yun continued, lifting the gear he had stripped from the two pilots. These items are also of high quality. The fact that the enemy dared to expose themselves while wearing such minimal clothing indicates its excellent insulation properties. Let me try it on. If my assumptions prove correct, whoever fits the other set can wear it. The eyes of the two young men brightened at his words. Brother Yun, hurry and try it on, Lu Zi exclaimed. Hey, Lu Zi protested as he received a light smack on the head. Brother Yun, why did you hit me? Feng Yun shot him a glare. Do you want to freeze me to death so you can inherit my fortune? We'll wait until we get back to the parking lot to try it on. Right. I almost forgot about the temperature outside in my excitement. Let us go back and try on the clothes. The two answered in unison, eagerly following Feng Yun toward the underground parking lot. Upon reaching the parking area, Feng Yun found a sedan and slipped inside. After donning one of the outfits that fit him closely, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The clothing indeed provided remarkable cold resistance and warmth. Daozi and Lu Zi, having learned of the situation from Feng Yun, were eager to try on the remaining set. True to his word, Feng Yun allowed them to take turns, ultimately granting Lu Zi the right to wear the other outfit, much to Daozi's chagrin. Brother Yun, now that we have guns, can't we just walk around here without fear? Lu Zi exclaimed excitedly. Feng Yun smirked. From today onward, I shall refrain from eating beef. As night fell, Wei Jinghong awoke to find herself unclothed and embraced by someone. Her first instinct was to resist. Yet, as she began to move, her limbs were restrained by a presence. Do not provoke me. I have no mercy for the delicate. Hearing that familiar voice, Wei Jinghong realized she had completely fallen into someone's grasp. Embarrassment and anger flushed her face, yet she fell silent. Beast, I shall take that as your compliment. Wei Jinghong took a deep breath. What have you done to them? Chun Jiao, understanding her implication, replied calmly. I held nothing back. They should still be lying outside, barring any unforeseen circumstances. What, do you wish to collect their bodies? Although she had suspected as much. Hearing it from Chun Jiao brought a twinge of sorrow to Wei Jinghong's heart. Those individuals had perished while attempting to save her, and she felt unable to distance herself from the situation. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Chun Jiao's tone remained unfaltering, as if nothing warranted his concern. Wei Jinghong turned to face him directly, her beautiful eyes unwaveringly locked onto his. How can you remain so nonchalant? If you were someone who frequently danced on the edge of life and death, it would make sense, but before the incident with the Li family, you were merely an ordinary person. Facing Wei Jinghong's flawless and stunning visage, Chun Jiao responded indifferently. Have you ever experienced being mocked and ridiculed like a fool? Wei Jinghong shook her head. How could she have? Throughout her life, others had fawned over her. Who would dare show her disdain? Hence, you do not understand. If others do not regard you, why should you care about them? My surname is not Chow, but I have come to comprehend this. Better to shoulder the world's burdens than allow the world to burden me. Wei Jinghong was momentarily taken aback. Unexpectedly, she blurted out, "So, do you intend to inherit someone else's will?" "Will? Whose will?" The two exchanged gazes. Noticing a hint of disdain on Wei Jinghong's face, Chun Jiu pondered something. He leaned down and pressed his lips against her soft mouth. "Quite luscious. Shameless," Wei Jinghong exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and fury washing over her as she instinctively wiped her lips. "Ha!" Chun Jiu chuckled, rising from the bed. Wei Jinghong had wanted to retaliate, but as a newcomer to such experiences, and having endured over an hour of Chun Jiu's advances, even after a brief slumber, she was left feeling drained. Reluctantly, she lay back down. The bodies of Long Tongue and the others would have to wait until she had regained her strength for proper handling. Chapter 18. Liang Yu's plea for help. A new day dawned. For the system's reward refresh, Chun Jiu selected a set of attire known as the Dark Knight Ensemble. The complete outfit consisted of a combat suit, an officer's cap, leather military boots, leather gloves, a half-face mask, and a Tang Hung sword. The primary function of this attire, when worn entirely, was to conceal the wearer's aura and block all external inquiries into the wearer's information. It also boasted many auxiliary features, allowing for easy style and color changes, possessing self-repair capabilities, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and even featuring a self-cleaning function. The Tang Hung sword was an indestructible weapon with no special powers. Its only effect was that all damage inflicted upon any entity was genuine and effective. And it was exceptionally sharp. Chun Jiu chose it mainly for its auxiliary capabilities. Just imagine, a suit that would never wear out, did not require washing, and could be altered in style and color at will. It would be an irresistible temptation for most men. Truly, the Dark Knight would endure a legacy everlasting. As soon as the ensemble was in his possession, Chun Jiu changed into the combat suit and tailored it to his preferred style. Regrettably, there were no inner layers. Otherwise, it would have been even more convenient. At dawn, Wei Jinghong, still recovering from her injuries, did not want to trouble her, so Chun Jiu allowed her to rest. The two of them, having risen early, were in the living room enjoying a seafood feast as a reward from the system after Wei Jinghong had dealt with the bodies in the hallway. Knock, knock, knock. Around 8 o'clock, a series of sounds outside captured Chun Jiu's attention. Out of curiosity, he stepped outside to investigate. "Wife, if you can't carry everything at once, just take multiple trips. I've already picked a spot. You and the girl can wait there while I return for the rest." "It's fine. Bring a bit more now. And you want to have to make an extra trip later." "All right. There's no need to bring everything down. If we really need it, we can always come back." It was the Leaf family. They seemed to be preparing to move. "Are you all relocating?" Chun Jiu suddenly spoke up. The couple, who had not noticed Chun Jiu's presence, froze in place upon hearing his voice. After a moment, they turned to face him. "Xiao Chun," they both stammered, their expressions uneasy, eyes filled with fear and trepidation. It was no surprise they felt this way. Not long ago, the 23rd floor had seen a surge of corpses, although they had mysteriously vanished by morning. The couple, aware of the prevailing thoughts, knew exactly who the perpetrator was. Their fear of Chun Jiu only deepened. "Have you found a new place?" Li Jing hesitated momentarily, but ultimately spoke honestly. "Yes. Someone in the group informed us. Everyone from the community has gone to the underground parking lot where they can light fires, cook, and stay warm. I plan to take you, Sister Liang, and the girl there for a while." Li Jing, feeling uncertain about his words, added, "You know, the weather's getting colder. We adults can barely endure it, let alone the children. Without electricity or heating, I truly had no choice but to make this decision." Upon concluding her words, Li Jing and her husband exchanged anxious glances at Chun Jiu, fearing he might harbor some misunderstanding and unleash his wrath upon their family. Fortunately, their apprehensions proved unfounded. After listening to Li Jing, Chun Jiu merely nodded. "Do you require assistance?" This was clearly a polite inquiry. No, we can manage on our own," they replied in unison. "Indeed, we wouldn't want to trouble you," they affirmed. "Very well, then, I shall let you be," Chun Jiu responded before turning back towards the house. Once Chun Jiu's figure vanished from sight, the couple simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. A shared glance revealed mutual feelings of helplessness and lingering dread. We must leave. This place is no longer safe. This time, Liang Yu did not object. The couple, accompanied by their daughter, descended the stairs with their belongings in tow. Inside Chun Jio's residence, Wei Jinghong inquired curiously, "What has transpired outside?" "Nothing much. A neighbor is heading to the underground parking lot. As it seems everyone in the community is gathered there," Chun Jio explained. "Is it due to the power outage?" Wei Jinghong speculated. "You are quite astute," Chun Jio replied, settling back onto the sofa. With the electricity gone, heating has become an issue. Starting a fire at home is not only cumbersome, but also fraught with risk. The underground parking lot provides a viable alternative. Wei Jinghong nodded in agreement, her gaze drawn to the thermostat and the homemade water dispenser in the living room. "Where did you acquire such high-tech devices? I consider myself well-versed. Yet I have neither seen nor even heard of equipment that maintains a constant indoor temperature or a water dispenser capable of purifying water. To pry into my secrets is a perilous endeavor. If I choose not to disclose, then so be it." Wei Jinghong smirked and began to indulge in a large hairy crab from the dining table. Yet, deep within, her curiosity regarding Chun Jio only intensified. For the next 3 days, the community remained undisturbed. Since the day before yesterday, the external temperature had stabilized, hovering between -7 and 8 degrees Celsius. During this period, Chun Jio reaped commendable rewards from his system. The super combat technique was once again upgraded. This time, Chun Jio seized the opportunity to enhance himself directly. Additionally, he received a grand package of beverages and a comprehensive culinary package featuring 8 major cuisines. Although each contained only a single portion, the 100-fold reward made the quantity quite substantial. Chun Jio felt fortunate that his initial choice within the system was the 100-fold reward capability, as he now reaped significant benefits from that sagacious decision. Wei Jinghong had grown accustomed to life with Chun Jio. He had not neglected her. The daily meals surpassed anything she had previously experienced. Each meal was a feast of fish and meat, and they were never lacking in fruits and vegetables. In this comfortable environment, surrounded by delectable food, Wei Jinghong felt she had gained a few extra pounds. The only aspect that instilled fear in her was Chun Jio's formidable combat prowess, which left her utterly exhausted each time, and yet he could not fully indulge himself. Wei Jinghong understood that if she did not devise some contingency plans, she might become the first victim of this impending chaos. One morning, while Chun Jio and Wei Jinghong were enjoying breakfast, a loud knock resonated from the front door. "I'll go check." Chun Jio signaled for Wei Jinghong to continue eating before rising to answer the door. The door swung open swiftly. "Help, help!" A figure stumbled in, crying out for assistance. "Liang Ye." Upon recognizing the newcomer as Liang Yu, Chun Jio noted her pale complexion and frantic eyes. She cradled her daughter, Li Jingwei, in her arms, her disheveled appearance suggesting she had endured a harrowing ordeal, with multiple signs of being torn or pulled. Upon seeing Chun Jio, Liang Yu's panicked expression transformed into one of hope. "Xiao Chun, please help me protect this child. As long as you are willing. The supplies left by my brother and me in the adjacent room are yours. I beg you, save my child. She is still so young." Liang Yu did not rise, but knelt before Chun Jio, clutching his pant leg in desperation. Chun Jio furrowed his brow. "What has happened?" "Xiao Chun, I know you are capable. You can protect this child. I do not ask for her to lead a lavish life, just to survive. I beseech you," Liang Yu pleaded, bowing her head in reverence. "If you prefer not to share, then so be it. Now, please leave. I still wish to eat." Chun Jio's tone remained cold and unyielding. Liang Yu paused, her head bowed, her tear-streaked face displaying a beauty tinged with anguish. "Do you require me to escort you away personally?" Liang Yu bit her lip and quickly replied, "I will speak. I will speak." In Chapter 19, without any provocation, the guns were drawn as Liang Yu tearfully recounted the events that had transpired around her. The matter was quite simple. The underground parking lot had lost its previous harmony. A man named Feng Yun had ignited the chaos, wielding a gun that instilled fear in everyone. Initially, they merely sought combustible materials, but this endeavor turned fatal, and everything spiraled out of control. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened. They acted without restraint. They began to seize women and resources, mercilessly tormenting the feeble families. Under their reckless influence, more unscrupulous individuals began to rally those around them, forming their own factions. In a twisted sense of unity, they even pushed women forward to share among their groups. Li Jing and Liang Yu, unwilling to compromise their morals, faced the inevitable consequences. Today, someone approached the couple with sinister intentions towards Liang Yu. Li Jing, determined to protect his family, fiercely resisted, risking everything to buy time for his wife and daughter to escape. In her flight, Liang Yu instinctively thought of Chen Jiao, the formidable figure they regarded as a ruthless protector. The 23rd floor, reached solely by foot, illustrated the immense challenge she faced while carrying her daughter to seek refuge with Chen Jiao. After listening to Liang Yu's account, Chen Jiao anticipated such events. Since the emergence of the system, he understood that occurrences like this would only become more frequent. Those still alive ought to be grateful for the official warnings. Without such alerts, many would have stockpiled supplies long before the chaos began, and the turmoil would have erupted even earlier, resulting in horrors far worse than what Liang Yu's family experienced. Xiao Chen, please help me. I care not for my own fate, but for Yuer, who is still so young and has yet to truly see this world. She cannot be harmed, I implore you. That little girl escaped so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. She better hope I do not find her, for otherwise I shall ensure she begs for her life before her husband's corpse. Brother Yong, she has an infant. As long as we have that child, she is at our mercy. When the time comes, we can decide how to play with her. Ha, your words invigorate me. Enough chatter. This is the last floor. If we do not locate that girl soon, we will have to search every apartment. Curse it, the 23rd floor. My legs are about to give out. How did she manage this? Just as Liang Yu finished her words, voices echoed in the stairwell. Upon hearing those sounds, Liang Yu's face drained of color. Xiao Chun, her eyes brimmed with desperation and fear. Just then, the cries of the infant shattered the tension, and the pursuit was reignited. Moments later, 7 men arrived at Chen Jiao's door. In this very moment, there are still individuals who have yet to venture into the underground parking lot. The intrepid Yonggu and his companions, having pursued their quest, laid eyes upon Liang Yu. And naturally, the presence of Chen Jiao beside her caught their attention. As Yonggu scrutinized Chen Jiao, one of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, Yonggu, it's incredibly warm inside. Even standing outside, I can feel a wave of heat washing over me." This remark prompted Yonggu and his companions to become acutely aware of the situation. Their expressions betrayed a mix of astonishment. Is there actually heating in this room? Yonggu, this is exceptional. You must see inside. One particularly observant fellow soon noticed Wei Jinghong, who was seated at the dining table in the living room, enjoying her breakfast. Upon seeing her, the subordinate gasped in surprise. The gaze of Yonggu and his companions shifted from Chen Jiao and Liang Yu to Wei Jinghong. And in that instant, they were all struck by her beauty. What a stunning woman. Ahem. Yonggu quickly regained his composure, redirecting his focus back to Chen Jiao and Liang Yu. At that moment, Yongji's interest in Liang Yu had waned significantly. Just as he was about to speak, however, he was met with the cold, dark muzzle of a gun and a bullet that pierced his forehead. Yongji's eyes widened in shock. Until his last breath, he was oblivious to how Chen Jiao had drawn her weapon. With an expression of terror, his body fell backward. A gun? How could she possess a gun? Run. In the moments following Yongji's demise, the others, still reeling from shock, turned and fled down the corridor from whence they had come, their faces etched with fear. Chen Jiao swiftly stepped outside, aiming her weapon at the fleeing individuals, and with several gunshots, she eliminated the remaining 6. Having completed this grim task, she returned to the interior of the house with an air of nonchalance. Facing Liang Yu, who was left speechless and shaken, Chen Jiao remarked, "You should take care of your daughter yourself. I have no inclination to play the role of a nanny for others." "A little Chen," Liang Yu stammered. But Chen Jiao remained silent, stepping aside to return to her previous bedroom. When she reappeared in Liang Yu's line of sight, she held a thermostat in her hand. This is a temperature controller. By activating this switch, the The temperature within a radius of 10 meters can be maintained at 18 degrees Celsius. Your room still has supplies, does it not? There is no need to go to the underground parking lot. This controller will suffice to ensure your survival along with your daughter. After placing the controller beside Liang Yu, she awaited a response. But Liang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Will you leave on your own? Or must I compel you to depart? My patience is limited. Noticing the displeasure on Chun Jio's face, Liang Yu dared not linger. Rising unsteadily from the ground, she held her still-crying daughter close, grasped the controller Chun Jio had provided, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, little Chun. Leave? Understood, sister-in-law. I shall take my leave. Without hesitation, she bowed repeatedly to Chun Jio before turning to exit. Chun Jio closed the door behind her and returned to the dining table. I thought you would engage in some banter with those people when they arrived, Wei Jinghong suddenly interjected, looking at Chun Jio with keen interest. What led you to believe that? Isn't that how it's portrayed on television? The grandstanding, the confrontation, if you don't give them a chance to perform. How can you evoke the audience's emotions? In the scenario from earlier, had you hesitated, they would have undoubtedly threatened you to relinquish the room and hand me over, promising you a life of luxury in return. Boring. Wei Jinghong chuckled. Then, adopting a conspiratorial tone, she continued, Didn't you claim not to care about others? Why then did you assist that woman? Could it be that you harbor a particular inclination? Chun Jio's lips twitched, her expression darkening as she directed her gaze at Wei Jinghong. Don't look at me like that. To be fair, that woman is quite attractive. Rest assured, I don't mind. Having an extra person to share the burden of your wrath is rather appealing. If I must confront you alone, I fear I may perish from the cold before I succumb to your embrace. Your courage seems to have grown during this time. I merely wish to survive. Don't you men fancy having multiple wives? I have no objections. Why should you be concerned? What are you laughing at? Instead of answering directly, Chun Jio approached Wei Jinghong. Noticing the unsettling glint in Chun Jio's eyes, Wei Jinghong felt an inexplicable tremor within her. What do you intend to do? What do I want? In a gasp, Wei Jinghong, weighing around 100 kilograms, was lifted effortlessly by Chun Jio, who then proceeded toward one of the rooms. Chun Jio, put me down immediately. I'm not finished eating. I have something far more delectable. You scoundrel. Chapter 20. You are on the first floor, while others are in the atmosphere. In the adjacent dwelling, Liang Yu had returned home. Once she secured the door, she promptly activated the thermostat that Chun Jio had given her. The results were remarkable. Within mere minutes, the living room was pleasantly warm. Had this device been available a day prior, Liang Yu would have been overjoyed, but now she found it difficult to muster any happiness. She had overheard the earlier conversation among Yonggu and his associates. Li Jing was dead, having sacrificed himself to protect her and their daughter. Cradling her now quiet daughter on the sofa, Liang Yu could not hold back her tears. The bond she shared with her husband, Li Jing, had been profound. His death was an unbearable blow. As memories of their time together flooded her mind, she felt an overwhelming urge to join him in death. Yet, upon gazing at her little one, that impulse dissipated. What would become of my daughter if I were to leave as well? Over a year old, Li Jingwei could not fend for herself. With Li Jing gone, if she were to depart, the outcome for her daughter was all too clear. Wiping away her tears and regaining her composure, Liang Yu resolved to stay strong. For the sake of my daughter, I must persevere. Liang Yu, you can do this. In the underground parking lot, the area was now divided among 3 factions. Teams were aligned with one of the 3 major powers, while those without a team, or unwilling to consort with these factions, either languished in abandoned apartments or had become mere playthings for others, treated like pets. The team led by Feng Yun was undoubtedly the strongest, comprising over 400 young men and women. They did not accept families with elderly or children. The other 2 factions were also formidable. One was led by a middle-aged man named Qin Hao, who had a background in auto repair before the apocalypse and possessed considerable strength. His group boasted nearly 800 members, with around 300 capable of combat. Their collective ties made them exceptionally fierce when threatened. The final faction consisted of the community's property management and security personnel, intermingled with some homeowners, led by the property manager, Wu Biao, who commanded over 500 individuals. Yonggu hailed from this group. At this juncture, it had been over an hour since Yonggu and his companions had left to capture Liangyu. As the leader, Wu Biao began to grow concerned at their prolonged absence. Why haven't Yonggu and the others returned? Does it truly take this long to apprehend someone? A nearby subordinate chimed in. Manager, it's obvious. Facing such a beauty, if they succeeded, wouldn't they want to savor the moment? With 7 of them, even 10 minutes each would take over an hour. Youthful folly. Who said they had to take turns? Damn it, you're clever. Wu Biao couldn't help but laugh and curse. Each one of them is a damn fool. Why not show some respect for me, the manager? Am I lacking in women? With so many in our team, it is a simple matter to have whoever I desire. Upon hearing this, the group of women huddled together for warmth within Wu Biao's team began to tremble in fear. Enough of this nonsense. Zhang Tianing, Gao Wei. Take a few brothers and investigate. It's better to be safe than sorry. All right. The 2 men named by Wu Biao stood up and called 5 or 6 younger brothers before leaving the parking lot. Inside the building, Zhang Tianing and Chao Wei ascended floor by floor. At each level, they knocked on doors to ensure there was no movement inside before proceeding to the next floor. They continued this for over half an hour until they reached the 23rd floor. Brother Wei, something has happened. Someone has discovered the bodies of Yonggu and the others. The leader, Chao Wei, and Zhang Tianing hurriedly made their way to the location where the bodies were found. Upon seeing the bodies lying in the corridor, the arriving 8 were filled with dread. The cause of death was gunshot wounds. They had all been shot dead. What? Zhang Tianing examined the bodies of Yonggu and the others, quickly identifying the gunshot wounds. The revelation of their cause of death shocked Chao Wei and the others, with some even gasping in horror. Are you trying to get us all killed? The startled cry from a younger brother was swiftly silenced by Chao Wei, who covered his mouth and whispered harshly. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, broke into a cold sweat. Their gazes began to shift towards the doors on either side of the corridor. After waiting for a few minutes with no response from the doors, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Chao Wei shot a glare at the younger brother and released his hand from covering the boy's mouth. I'm sorry, Brother Wei. The younger brother whispered an apology. Chao Wei did not respond. Old Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Tianing stood up, surveying the 2 rooms in the corridor, both of which had doors. I didn't expect there to be a true dragon lurking within. One of those rooms must house a formidable individual. Compared to that Feng Yun, the other is merely trash. Chao Wei nodded in agreement. The others had all been shot dead with 1 bullet each. Not to mention the decisiveness of the attacker. Even a sheer number of bullets possessed by the assailant was intimidating. What should we do now? Let us return and inform Biaoge. The fact that 2 individuals in this community possess firearms is not a good omen for us. Especially now that we've discovered this. It undoubtedly represents a ticking time bomb. Chao Wei nodded and signaled to the younger brothers. The group silently left the 23rd floor, disregarding the bodies of Yonggu and the others. A little over 10 minutes later, they returned to Wu Biao. How'd it go? Did you find Yonggu and the others? Chao Wei approached Wu Biao and quietly whispered something in his ear. Wu Biao's expression immediately changed. Are you certain? We all saw it with our own eyes. There's no mistake. Wu Biao furrowed his brows. Then, he pondered for a moment and asked, You weren't discovered by the other party, were you? Shooting TB. That's good. Wu Biao let out a sigh of relief. Brother Biao, having just 1 Feng Yin in the parking lot is troublesome enough. And now, there's an even bigger problem above. This is not a good sign for us. Wu Biao understood what was implied. They intended to take control of the entire Sihu Bay community. Wu Biao had confidence in dealing with the overt Feng Yun. But now there was an unseen, ruthless killer lurking in the shadows. Wu Biao was not only lacking in confidence to confront the threat, but also hesitant to engage. Let us not worry about the other party for now. Allow me to devise a plan. And what about the bodies of Yonggu and the others? Zhang Tianing inquired. Wu Biao chuckled grimly. They're already dead. What use are the bodies? Let them lie there. Understood. Zhang Tianing and the others ceased further discussion and found a spot by the fire to sit quietly and warm themselves. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for lunch. Come, let us toast to our increasingly prosperous days. In the area where Feng Yun and his group resided, while other factions meticulously calculated every meal, they gathered around several bonfires, with each person's table piled high with fine food and drink. Observing their extravagant lunch, individuals from the other two factions suddenly found their bread and sausages unappetizing. Go ahead, indulge as much as you like. I wonder how many days you can remain so arrogant. You're still too young. This dreadful weather is unpredictable. Engaging in such feasting now will lead to suffering later. Brothers, times are tough. We need to be frugal. Enjoyment is fleeting. Survival is our ultimate goal. Once this snow disaster passes, with everyone's ability, there will be plenty of good food to enjoy. So, do not envy others. Since we cannot eat, we can only console ourselves with words. Feng Yun's group naturally noticed the situation of the other two factions, but scoffed at them. Brother Yun, I wonder how many people are cursing us as spendthrifts. Indeed, at this rate of consumption, our supplies will be depleted in a few days. Many must be waiting to see us in a dire state. Ha ha ha, let them envy us. Soon enough, they will have their moments of sorrow. Noticing the envious and resentful gazes from afar, Feng Yun smirked. Did they think he was an impulsive fool who considered nothing? A bunch of idiots. He had firearms in hand. As long as the supplies of the other factions remained, they would serve as his reserves. The reason he refrained from taking action was not just that it was unnecessary, but because the people he had gathered had not fully united under his cause. However, if he continued to supply them with lavish feasts, once their resources dwindled, these accustomed subordinates would be reluctant to endure hunger. At that point, all he would need to do was raise his arm and command them, and they would follow his lead, seizing whatever they desired. Feng Yun raised his voice. Brothers and sisters, do not hold back. Feast freely. As long as there is no waste, I guarantee everyone will be not only full, but also satisfied at every meal. Long live Brother Yun. Now, let those with wine raise their cups, and those without can use drinks as substitutes. Let us toast to Brother Yun. Cheers! Days passed, and the heavy snow continued to fall outside. The incessant snowfall had buried many buildings beneath a thick layer of snow. Even in the tall building where Chun Jio and the others resided, the snow had piled up to the second floor. Chapter Yizi. 3 days had quickly passed. Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to find unexpected gains here. Brothers, we are in for a treat tonight. Hubby, save me. You beasts. I'll fight you to the end. The previously tranquil apartment complex erupted into chaos once more. This time, the commotion was considerable. Due to heating issues, Feng Yun and his group had consumed almost all the combustible materials they had previously gathered. To acquire more fuel, they turned their attention to the upper floors of the building once they had exhausted everything that could be burned in the parking lot. Teams returned to each floor, searching house by house. Doors were torn down and furniture dismantled. Nothing that could be burned was spared. Throughout this process, many remaining supplies hidden by residents were discovered, and unsurprisingly, these supplies were confiscated from individuals and converted into collective resources. The original owners, even if their hearts bled, dare not protest and could only watch as the collection teams stripped their homes of provisions. In addition, those who were unwilling to collude with the three major factions had retreated back to their homes, hiding from the growing threats in the parking lot, and were naturally discovered by these collection teams. Faced with a group of individuals who had been corrupted by the debauchery in the parking lot, those families, couples in particular, became lambs to the slaughter. If they complied, they would be welcomed to join in the descent. If they resisted, the men would be beaten severely or even killed. As for the women, their fate was even more tragic. As these teams continued their searches floor by floor, the disturbances unsettled the other survivors hiding at home who had yet to be discovered. What should we do? What should we do? Sister, they will inevitably find us here. We cannot escape. Let me think. I need to ponder this carefully. In a residence on the 9th floor of Building 6, 2 figures clad in thick down jackets, with only their eyes exposed, were anxiously pacing inside. The commotion from below grew increasingly closer, accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of a woman, filling their eyes with dread. Sitting on the sofa, the girl with a furrowed brow seemed to be racking her brain, her shifting gaze causing the other girl beside her to become increasingly distressed. What time is it, and you're still thinking? Sister, let's jump from here. I would rather die than be defiled by those scoundrels. Wait, don't rush. Can I not be anxious? If we wait any longer, it will be too late for us to even consider death. The elder sister, still grappling for a solution, felt her heart racing at her younger sister's anxious remarks, rendering her even more flustered and unable to think of anything. "Ez, be quiet." The elder sister's sharp reprimand left the frantic Ez momentarily stunned. "Yeziching, are you scolding me?" Yeziking piresit hadforat. Having no time to pay attention to her sister's tearful expression, once again immersing herself in contemplation. Soon, a spark of inspiration lit up Yeziching's eyes. "I got it." Yezi sniffled, her nose tinged with a sour sensation. "What did you get? Are you pregnant? Don't you even have a boyfriend?" "Dear sister, this is familial. I must restrain myself." Yeziching suppressed her impulse to give Yezi a good thrashing, taking a deep breath to calm her emotions. "I have a plan." Upon hearing this, all of Yezi's previous grievances faded away. "What plan?" "We're going to Building 9. Seeing her sister's puzzled expression, Yeziching quickly prompted, "Do you remember the helicopter that appeared in our neighborhood a few days ago? How is that related to our going to Building 9? Have you forgotten? That day, we saw a group of fully armed soldiers descending from the helicopter onto the roof of Building 9, and shortly after, the helicopter crashed." Yezi still did not grasp the meaning her sister was trying to convey. "I truly cannot fathom you. Besides your obsession with the virtual world, do you have any other thoughts? I still have a brain." "Well said, but don't speak again." Yeziking rolet hadius. "Forget it. I should not have expected too much from you. Let me be direct. Once those soldiers entered Building 9, they never left, which means they must still be there now. We can go find them. If we locate them, we may find safety. Are they any different from those ruffians outside? Do you trust that scum outside? Or do you trust the soldiers more?" "The soldiers? Good. At least there is still hope for my sister's limited intellect. Gather your things. Pack as much as you can into the backpack." Yeziching stopped wasting time and began to act. Seeing her sister's movements, Yezi was utterly bewildered. "Sister, if we go out now, isn't they like lambs to the slaughter? Fool, they will soon find this place. We need to move to a higher floor to evade them. Given their speed, it's impossible for them to search all the floors today. Once they leave, we can head to Building 9 from the underground parking lot tonight." Yezi was suddenly enlightened. "Sister, you're so clever. How did I not think of that? By the time you think of it, the opportunity will be lost. Hurry up and pack." Oh. The sisters moved swiftly. In just a few minutes, they filled a large backpack with supplies. With 2 hefty bags of provisions and a kitchen knife each, they left their home. The noise outside grew louder. Assuming the search team was still 2 floors below, Yeziching led Yezi quickly towards the upper levels. The remaining time was destined to be long. Especially with no refuge. Exposed in the open air, the sisters felt a frost settle between their brows after several hours. Fortunately, the endurance proved worthwhile. By nightfall, no one had come to their hiding place. As night fell, the temperature in the stairwell dropped further. Shivering, the sisters began to move towards the underground parking lot. "Sister, do you think we will be discovered? Be quiet. If we are found, you will be the first sacrifice." Whispering softly, the sisters used their energy-saving lights to slowly descend. After a long while, nearing the exit of the underground parking lot, they both took a deep breath. Hearing the noisy sounds outside, they gritted their teeth, turned off their lights, and emerged from the safety passage. "Don't let me get caught. Come, let us drink. Today's harvest is quite good. Everyone eat and drink freely. If every day were this comfortable, I would gladly stay here forever. Today I brought back a few lovely girls, each one stunning. I must enjoy myself later." Minimizing their presence, the sisters stealthily moved along the wall, using the flickering light of the parking lot to evade a rival faction's territory. As they drew ever closer to their target's safety passage, their hearts raced with anxiety. What are you two sneaking around here for? Despite their caution, choosing paths that were nearly devoid of people, fate was unkind. A fellow from Feng Yun's side, just finishing his business, happened upon the sisters and could not help but ask, "Run." That shout startled the sisters greatly. Yezi cried out in shock, while Yeziching, remaining calm, immediately thought of leading her sister towards the safety passage 100 meters away. Women? And 2 of them? Chapter 22. A tense moment initially somewhat inebriated the small-time thug, who had failed to recognize the sisters as women, suddenly became fully alert. Watching them dash into the safety passage, he cursed, "Women." It took him a moment to react. Glancing between the passage they entered and the nearby Feng Yun and his gang. After a moment of indecision, he ultimately chose not to chase them alone, rushing over to Feng Yun instead. "Brother Yun, while I was relieving myself, I spotted 2 women. They ran towards Building 9. Feng Yun, who was enjoying his drinks, thought it was no big deal and waved it off, saying, 'It's just 2 women. If they run away, so be it. Can't the women in our territory satisfy you? Come, let us keep drinking.'" As he spoke, Feng Yun pulled a beautiful woman, whom his subordinates had brought back from the upper floors, close to him, urging the others to continue drinking. The others were equally unconcerned. However, the small-time thug who had spotted Yi Ziqing and her sister was anxious. "Brother Yun, I suspect those 2 women belong to no faction. They're like those we discovered today, hiding away, and they sound quite young." The thug's words finally piqued Feng Yun's interest. Not just his, but the other thugs nearby were also intrigued. The reason was simple. The women they had brought back today were exceptionally beautiful, coupled with the knowledge that the other 2 factions had also returned stunning women. It became hard to dismiss the notion that those still hiding in the building were rare beauties. The key was the thug's mention of youth. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely certain," the thug affirmed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us capture them," someone exclaimed excitedly. The thug glanced at Feng Yun. Feng Yun, feeling tempted, turned his gaze to a knife nearby and then tilted his head slightly. The knife understood. "Brothers, follow me to bring Brother Yun's prey back." Oh. Instantly, over a dozen men stood up and, under the knife's lead, followed the thug who had discovered the sisters, leaving with torches in hand. "Come, let us continue drinking," Feng Yun urged the others. He did not believe the knife would disappoint him. All he needed to do now was wait patiently. Having already entered the building, the 2 sisters realized their whereabouts had been exposed, and they dared not delay. They rushed up to the 8th floor in one breath, then, with utmost urgency, knocked on each door on the upper floors. "Is anyone there? Please help us. Is anyone home? There are bad people chasing us. Can you let us in?" They lingered at each door for no more than a minute. If there was no response from within, they immediately proceeded to the next residence. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the 17th floor. Hurry. They are up there. Do not let them escape." The assailants had already brought reinforcements. After knocking on over 10 floors without receiving a single reply, the sisters were in a state of frantic desperation. Yi Ziqing, too, felt a rare twinge of fear. If her conjecture was incorrect, or if others simply did not wish to assist them, her decision made during the day would undoubtedly lead them into the abyss. In such a case, it would have been wiser to find an abandoned room after the search parties had left during the day. Though they could not have remained there for long, at least they would not be caught in such a dilemma as they were now. "Sister, there is no one. No one is responding from any of the rooms. Let us go. Let us run upwards." Waiting idly was not in Yi Ziqing's nature. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never relinquish any hope of survival. The 2 sisters continued their ascent. Aware that pursuers were behind them, they did not pause on the subsequent floors. Soon, they reached the final floor, the 23rd. "Oh, what is wrong, Z?" Hearing her sister scream, Yi Ziqing, who was following closely behind, quickly inquired. Yi Zi halted to them and pointed with a shaking arm toward the corridor, stammering, "There are dead bodies. So many dead bodies." Yi Ziqing hurried over, and with the aid of her flashlight, she too beheld the corpses that Yi Zi had mentioned. Initially startled by the sight of the lifeless forms strewn about the corridor, Yi Ziqing soon adapted to the horror, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. "Wonderful, we have found them. Sister, what are you saying at a time like this? There is no time to explain. Come with me." Without further ado, Yi Ziqing grasped Yi Zi's small hand and swiftly maneuvered around the fallen bodies, dashing toward the few doors at the end of the corridor. "Knock, knock, knock." They first rapped on the door where Liang Yu resided. "Is anyone there? Please, we are begging you to help us. There are bad people behind us, and we have nowhere else to run." Inside, Liang Yu naturally heard Yi Ziqing's cries for help. Initially, she thought it was Chunjiu, but as she listened more closely, her expression turned hesitant. Should she open the door for them? As this thought emerged, Liang Yu's eyes filled with conflict. She recalled her own plea to Chunjio just days prior. But the woman outside claimed that there were bad people pursuing them. Could a mere door truly protect them from such threats? It was one thing for her to risk her life, but what about her daughter? During her internal struggle, Yi Ziqing, seeing that the door remained still without a response, immediately moved to the adjacent door. She knocked again, repeating the words she had uttered countless times before. Found you. Those two little girls can really run. The voice Yi Ziqing and her sister least wanted to hear emerged. Almost instinctively, the sister stepped away from Chunjio's door and retreated to a corner. Sister, what do you intend to do? Yi Ziqing, sivifti she did Yi Zi behinter. Her slightly bulky form, due to excessive clothing, shielding her sister. The group, led by Daozi, who had initially intended to tease the sisters, was quickly halted in their tracks upon seeing the numerous corpses scattered across the corridor, their expressions frozen in shock. How could there be so many dead bodies? The scene before them sent chills down their spines. The urge to mock the sisters dissipated, and they found themselves swallowing hard in silence. What is there to fear from a bunch of dead bodies? First, let us take these two girls away. Daozi, being no fool, quickly regained his composure, reassured those behind him, and signaled for several men to apprehend Yi Ziqing and her sister. Just then, the door that had remained unresponsive for so long was finally opened from within. Yi Ziqing noticed this. Zi, quickly, without hesitation, she seized Yi Zi's hand and attempted to dash into the room. Alas, Yi Ziqing was thwarted as she collided with Chunjio, who had just opened the door, causing both her and Yi Zi to tumble backward onto the floor. Chunjio, bewildered, thought to himself, it was just a door, and now he had been bumped into. Who would he complain to? Chapter 23. The outside room meets the main room. Chunjio's gaze fell upon the two figures sprawled on the floor, their eyes the only visible part of their bodies, resembling two winter melons. Yi Ziqing, disregarding everything else, saw Chunjio and, though a hint of disappointment flickered in her gaze, she pulled Yi Zi up from the ground, eager to grasp this single glimmer of hope. Young man, there are bad people trying to capture us. Can you help us? We will repay you. How will you repay me? We have food. Lots and lots of food. Yi Zi piped up cheerfully. Brother, these two women were discovered by us first. Whatever happens, we should take precedence, don't you think? Before Chunjio could respond, Daozi interjected from the end of the corridor. Daozi was not foolish enough to act recklessly due to their numerical superiority. The corpses in the corridor had clearly been dead for some time, and it was evident they were not the result of Yi Ziqing and her sister's recent arrival. Moreover, with Chunjio emerging from one of the rooms, Daozi had reason to believe that these corpses might indeed be linked to him, even if they weren't. A person who dared to associate with the dead was certainly no ordinary individual. Until he understood Chunjio's situation, he preferred not to escalate matters unnecessarily. Chunjio was somewhat taken aback by Daozi's unexpected politeness. Surprised, he assessed the two petite girls before him, weighing the pros and cons before ultimately acquiescing to Daozi's request. Very well, you may take the girls, but you must also remove the bodies from the corridor. That will be the condition for your taking them. Daozi had not anticipated Chunjio to be so accommodating, granting him ample face. No problem. With that, Daozi signaled his subordinates to proceed with capturing the sisters while instructing others to begin moving the corpses. The sisters overheard their conversation, and Chunjio's detachment felt like a bolt from the blue. They were truly being handed over just like that? No, young man. As long as you don't allow them to take us away, we can be your girlfriends. We are very beautiful. Yi Ziqing, not wanting to fall into Daozi's clutches, chose not to appeal to Chunjio's sense of morality. Aware of her advantages, she directly presented her most compelling offer. After saying this, Yi Ziqing swiftly removed her scarf and mask, revealing her flawless, exquisite face illuminated by the light. I'm also very beautiful, usually carefree. Yi Zi did not lag behind her sister when it mattered most. She too unveiled her stunning visage, closely resembling Yi Ziqing. The two innocent yet anxious oval faces were now laid bare before Chunjio. Even having faced Wei Jinghong's angelic countenance daily, Chunjio was momentarily captivated by the sisters' beauty. They were indeed stunning. Young man, Yi Ziqing's urgent voice echoed in Chunjiu's ears. Chunjiu snapped back to reality. Brother, you just promised us. Daozi and his companions clearly recognized the sister's allure. They were equally astonished. Fearing that Chunjiu might go back on his word, Daozi hurriedly reminded him. They were left behind. The concern that Daozi dreaded the most had indeed come to pass. Casting a fierce glare at the overly excited sisters, Daozi's gaze became somewhat somber as it shifted toward Chunjiu. Brother, one must not be fickle. I am giving you face. And you cannot treat me like a fool, can you? Daozi initially intended to adopt a more conciliatory approach. It was not that he truly feared Chunjiu. After all, he had brought along 13 brothers, and he did not believe that Chunjiu could contend with such a formidable number. However, had the appearances of Yi Ziqing and her sister been mediocre, he would have thought twice about provoking Chunjiu, whose capabilities remained uncertain. He did not mind extending a small favor, but the sisters' beauty exceeded his wildest imagination. Their exquisite features were unparalleled in his lifetime, and the fact that they were twins presented a tantalizing opportunity. If he captured them for Fengyun, he could envision his elevated status under her command. To be one person below 10,000, with the likes of Liu Zi trailing behind him, immense fortune lay within reach. For the sake of his future standing beside Fengyun, he was willing to take a risk. Chunjiu, however, did not engage in further banter. With a flourish akin to magic, a handgun appeared in his hand, aimed squarely at Daozi and his entourage. The sight of the weapon sent a chill down their spines. I have spared your lives as a consequence of my prior promise. You may leave unharmed. But what say you? Daozi found himself at a loss for words. With the gun trained upon him, a single misstep could cost him his life. He had no doubt regarding the authenticity of the firearm in Chunjiu's possession, as the stakes were far too high. Considering the corpses in the corridor, he held a 99% certainty that Chunjiu's weapon was genuine. Reluctantly, and filled with indignation, Daozi ultimately chose to concede. Very well. I shall grant you this favor, brother. We shall take our leave. Wait. Daozi, who had just turned, froze in place. Brother, are you planning to go back on your word again? You have yet to remove the bodies. Daozi's heart seethed with anger at these words. Yet the circumstances forced him to swallow his rage. Take the bodies away. His subordinates hesitated for a moment before they timidly returned, collecting the corpses from the corridor in a dejected manner. Once they vanished around the corner, Chunjiu holstered his weapon. Come inside. The sisters exchanged no glances of hesitation and followed Chunjiu into the house. At the other end of the corridor, Dao Ji's subordinates expressed their discontent. Are we just going to let this slide? Those are exquisite, and they are twins. Dao Zi, naturally, had no intention of letting this matter rest. Of course not. But with them holding a gun, we would be the ones at a disadvantage if we acted rashly. First, we must inform Yingu of the situation and let him decide how to proceed. Guns are not exclusive to them. Daozi's foresight was commendable as they hurriedly made their way to the parking lot below. Inside the room where Chunjiu was, the bright lights illuminated the space. With a large energy-saving bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting a daylight-like brilliance throughout. The Yes sisters were astonished at this sight. To witness such brightness amidst a power outage was nothing short of miraculous. However, they soon found themselves stunned, for there was another presence in the room, a stunningly beautiful woman. Dressed in luxurious attire, exuding elegance, her mature allure mirrored that of the domineering female executives they had seen on television. Each smile and frown she wore carried an intangible weight, cold yet commanding respect. Sister, hello. The sisters appeared somewhat hesitant. Upon entering, they had only taken a few steps before halting in the foyer, paralyzed by uncertainty. Their wide, darting eyes resembled those of a concubine caught in the act by the legitimate wife, utterly at a loss. Chapter 24. Lean Mimi's spirit seated on the sofa. Wei Jinghong crossed her long, elegant legs, clad in a crisp white blouse and loose, casual pants, her bare feet resting on the floor without any footwear. She set down her teacup and smiled, nodding at them, before shifting her attention to Chunjiu as he approached. A fleeting expression of mischief crossed her face. Finally, you have decided to relieve some of my burdens? Chunjiu took a seat beside Wei Jinghong, promptly gulping down the remaining water from her cup. If it's offered, one should not refuse. Chenjio's demeanor was entirely nonchalant. Wei Jinghong shot him a sidelong glance before her gaze returned to the two sisters at the door. At that moment, apart from their exquisitely delicate features, there was little else to discern. Their bodies were wrapped as if in a zongzi, concealing their figures entirely. Yet their looks spoke volumes. Both were charmingly beautiful, their large, expressive eyes sparkling with vivacity, creating an inviting atmosphere. Why are you just standing there? Come over. Wei Jinghong commanded with the authority of a matriarch. Her tone was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable sense of authority that brooked no dissent. The sisters forced smiles onto their faces, taking small, timid steps to approach the stone table in front of Chenjio and Wei Jinghong. "Isn't it hot dressed like that?" Wei Jinghong asked with a playful smile. Hot? The sisters momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. What was she thinking? Given the weather outside, it was a miracle they didn't feel cold. How could they possibly feel warm? But soon, they realized the truth. They were indeed quite warm. Small beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. How is this possible? They were taken aback. At that moment, they also noticed that compared to them, Chenjio and Wei Jinghong were both clad in loose garments, seemingly unaffected by the cold. The room temperature is 18 degrees Celsius. Of course, you would feel hot dressed like that. There's a room nearby. Go take off some layers. Don't fall ill before you even start helping your sister relieve her burdens, Wei Jinghong said with a smile. The sisters seemed to have heard something incredible. Stunned, yet without hesitation, they quickly ran to an adjacent vacant room. The house Chenjio rented was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 2 bathroom, and 1 kitchen layout, costing $4,000 a month. He had only rented it because his ex-girlfriend had taken a liking to it, and he had gritted his teeth to secure it. During the 2 years he was collecting wages, he took on multiple jobs, with his girlfriend covering half the rent, preventing him from falling into debt. Before long, the sisters reappeared before Chenjio and Wei Jinghong, having shed their excess layers. They still clutched their backpacks, their expressions slightly awkward. Observing the sisters now unburdened, one could only say that Chenjio had stumbled upon a treasure. Not only were they stunningly attractive, but their figures were also quite alluring. Long legs, slender waists, and ample bosoms. While they may not have surpassed Wei Jinghong in height, they still stood around 166 centimeters tall. As twins, they were truly exceptional. "What are your names?" Wei Jinghong inquired first. "I am Yazi, and this is my sister Yaziching." Yazi spoke up eagerly. "What beautiful names you have." Wei Jinghong introduced herself. "My name is Wei Jinghong. I used to be a security officer, and this emotionless fellow beside me is Chenjio. Well, before the snow disaster. He was a part-timer without any stable work, something like that." Hearing Wei Jinghong's introduction, the sisters could hardly contain their laughter. Meanwhile, Chenjio's mouth twitched slightly. This little lady was becoming bolder. It seemed his reprimands the night prior had been too lenient. If he did not prevent her from calling him Farrier tonight, it would be his own incompetence. "Come, sit with me. I've been so bored facing this tedious fellow all day. Now that you're here, you can help keep me company. Come tell me about yourselves." Wei Jinghong beckoned, patting the sofa beside her, inviting the sisters to join her. The sisters exchanged glances, and without further delay, they approached and sat down beside Wei Jinghong. Aware that Wei Jinghong was a former security officer and possessing a somewhat lively personality, Yazi eagerly opened her backpack. "Jinghongjia, we have some delicious snacks. Let me get you some. What do you have?" With spicy strips, potato chips, and cookies, Yazi recounted the meager contents of her bag, drawing a glance from Wei Jinghong towards Chenjio, who was standing nearby. After all, it was not every day that 2 younger sisters joined the family. "Are you not going to bring out something delicious to entertain us?" This inquiry bore a hint of reproach and a touch of command. Chenjio clenched his teeth. Enough already. Wei Jinghong's expression immediately darkened. "If my brother is unwilling, then so be it. It seems my incessant chatter has become a nuisance. It is true, with the addition of new sisters at home. I understand that without the 2 new sisters being endearing, my brother's attitude reflects his indifference towards me." As she spoke, Wei Jinghong lowered her head and discreetly wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. Chenjio, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. Is she possessed by Lin Mei? Such theatrics? Just wait for the evening. Casting a glare at Wei Jinghong, Chunjiu rose and headed straight for the kitchen. Observing Chunjiu's seemingly exasperated demeanor, Wei Jinghong could no longer maintain her composure, bursting into laughter on the sofa, her mirth unabated. The two young ladies, encountering Wei Jinghong and Chunjiu for the first time, were taken aback by the delightful banter between them, their initial timidity in this new home dissipating considerably. Yinghong Ye, is this how you usually converse with Jiuge? It seems so entertaining. The lively and cheerful Yizi inquired curiously. Wei Jinghong stifled her laughter. This is my first time, and the outcome is surprisingly delightful. I shall endeavor to try this more often. Enough of your inquiries. Today, I shall treat you both to a grand feast. A feast? The two sisters were puzzled. In such a setting, how grand could a feast truly be? Just as the sisters were filled with curiosity, Chunjiu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a hefty pot brimming with seafood, weighing no less than 20 pounds. Here you go. After setting down the pot, Chunjiu turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Lighting a cigarette, he took a puff, and as he gazed outside, enveloped in a silvery veil, all his discontent was momentarily healed. Look, is this not a feast? The sisters stared at the steaming seafood before them, their eyes widening in astonishment. Unable to suppress their anticipation, they exchanged glances between Chunjiu and Wei Jinghong, ultimately settling on Wei Jinghong. Yi Ziqing exclaimed, Jinghong Jia, this is quite extravagant, isn't it? Don't be shy, dig in. Wei Jinghong was the first to act, seizing a hefty 4-pound lobster. The sisters exchanged knowing glances, and the famished Yizi could no longer contain herself. Jinghong Jia, I shall not hold back. With that, she grabbed a large crab and began to feast. Is Jiuge not eating? Yizi King inwit it. He has grown weary of it. Do not mind him. Let's enjoy ourselves. Chunjiu, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, listened to the chatter of the three women behind him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Eat up, indulge yourselves. Only then will you have the strength to face my onslaught later. Does he truly believe my offerings are so easily consumed? There shall be a price to pay. Chapter 25. The knight's whispers in the parking lot. The knife had returned, accompanied by his man. He did not bring anyone back. A surprised Feng Yun gazed at the empty-handed group. The knife leaned in to whisper a few words into Feng Yun's ear. The slightly inebriated Feng Yun regained his composure upon hearing the knife's words. Are you certain? The knife nodded. My brothers witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, when we arrived, there were 7 or 8 corpses in the corridor. I am 90% certain that what they held was authentic weaponry. Feng Yin turned to the others who had returned with the knife. They all nodded in agreement, knowing that the knife would not jest about such matters. Feng Yin furrowed his brow slightly. If that is the case, we should avoid provoking them. If they do not bother us, we have no need to create enemies for ourselves. Brother Yin, this is terrifying. Why? The knife wasted no time, recounting the situation of the Yi Ziqing sisters to Feng Yin. Brother Yin, you have no idea, upon seeing those sisters, I felt as if I were gazing upon celestial beings. They are twins, the epitome of beauty. I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life for just one of them, let alone both. Other underlings chimed in, extolling the sisters' beauty. Did you only notice that one person? Unsurprisingly, as the others recounted their experiences, Feng Yun's perspective shifted. The sisters were being praised to the heavens by the knife and his crew. How could Feng Yun remain unmoved? Regardless of the time, exquisite resources are as rare as they are precious. In his past, Feng Yun had never encountered such individuals. Now, he had the manpower and power at his disposal, and it would be unreasonable to let such treasures slip away. Even if some risks were involved, the potential rewards far outweighed them, making it worth the gamble. I do not know if there are others in the house, but we only face that one person. Brother Yin, shall we take action against him? Feng Yin pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. For tonight, let us proceed like this. Tomorrow at dawn, I will accompany you to find him. At that moment, Feng Yin did not articulate his plans explicitly, but whispered a couple of sentences into the knife's ear, a wicked grin upon his face. Upon hearing Feng Yun's intentions, the knife's eyes lit up. Brother Yun, you truly are remarkable. Let us proceed as planned. Brother Yin, what did you tell the knife? Share it with us. Yes. Brother Yun, do you really need to keep a secret from your brothers? The onlookers were filled with curiosity as Feng Yun remained tight-lipped about his ultimate plan. Feng Yun laughed and scolded. Surely, you are not spies planted by the enemy? Such matters are best kept from prying eyes. If word gets out and the enemy becomes aware, it will be far more challenging to deal with them in the future. Liuzi quickly interjected. Brother Yun is correct. Let's not pry further. Come, let us drink and toast to Brother Yun's success in winning the heart of a beautiful woman tomorrow. As the night deepened, the sisters Yi Ziqing and Yi Zi, now familiar with Chunjiu and Wei Jinghong, experienced a night of enlightenment. In Chunjiu's company, they no longer had to endure the darkness, nor worry about warmth, and they enjoyed the luxury of steaming seafood. Most importantly, they even had the opportunity to take hot showers, a luxury that seemed incredible to the sisters who had only recently endured cold water. Feeling relaxed, the sisters found themselves unable to sleep, reluctant to leave this newfound comfort. Sister, do you think we should really become Jiuji's girlfriends? Embracing her fragrant, freshly bathed sister, Yi recalled their earlier conversation about seeking refuge with Chunjiu. The tension that once lingered had dissipated, and now, well-fed and warmly dressed, she pondered Yi Ziqing's earlier words. Yi Ziqing's heart was calm at this moment. What else could we do? Really? Will Jinghong Jie agree? Yi Ziqing gave a wry smile. Whether Jinghong Jie agrees or not is unimportant. What matters is how Jiuge feels. If he desires us, do you really think Jinghong Jie could stop him? Z, times have changed. Do not assume that we women can truly overpower men. We only have a voice in peaceful times due to the protection of our circumstances. In chaotic times, we women are not much different from lambs awaiting slaughter. In turmoil, very few women can rise by their own merit. The rest, if they wish to survive, must either cling to a man or be toyed with by a group of men. It is harsh, but it is the reality. What do you think of Jiuge? Yi tilted her head, contemplating. We have not known each other long, so I cannot say for certain. I just feel that Jiuge is quite mysterious. Of course, he is also handsome, which is not unappealing. That is sufficient. Being with him is certainly better than being bullied by a crowd. Is that how you have resigned yourself? Do you have the ability to struggle? No, Yi candidly admitted. Yi Ziking's Mo Taichit. You are quite straightforward. Since struggle is futile, I shall embrace the flow of fate. Yi pursed her lips, finding wisdom in her sister's words, burying her head between the towering peaks of Yi Ziqing. Sister, do you think Jiuge will come to find us tonight? The sudden inquiry from Yi tightened Yi Ziqing's body. I suppose he will arrive in about half an hour. A knock echoed at the door, and a figure stepped inside. It's me, Yi. Chunjiu responded, striding directly toward their bed. Are you ready? I and your sister, let's go. Yi Ziqing, replied Digisividi. Chunjiu wasted no time, pressing himself down upon them as a new day began. Chunjiu rose early, having consumed a hearty meal of rice topped with meat, then settled on the sofa to examine his system interface. Apocalyptic choice system. Host, Chunjiu. Lifespan, 25, 149. Level, 12, 03000. Special abilities, 100-fold reward. Eye of Insight, requires mental energy to utilize. Mental energy, 296 points, 1 H40 points. Full capacity, 300. Universal points, 1, 350. Usable for personal upgrades and for others. System space, night set 99, thermostat 92, unlimited water dispenser 97. Indeed, Chunjiu's level had increased. Perhaps sensing his low power, the system had provided him with rewards thrice over the past 4 days, each time yielding only 10 points. With the 100-fold reward, not only had his level risen, but he also retained a considerable surplus. Contemplating the potential application of his remaining universal points to assist others, Chunjiu pondered the specifics of such an operation. Unsure of the exact mechanics, he realized that if he could utilize this ability effectively, he would never lack for allies. However, he wondered if the cost of leveling others would be equivalent to his own. Chapter 26. Community spreads warmth. Currently, Wei Jinghong and her 2 companions were the most suitable candidates for experimentation, with Wei Jinghong being the most fitting among them. She possessed skills, combat experience, and expertise. Enhancing her strength would yield the greatest assistance to Chinjiu. He harbored no fear of rebellion should her power grow, as long as he did not elevate her strength to match his own. Despite his reservations about Wei Jinghong, who seemed to have resigned herself to her current circumstances, he recalled the adage that the more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she could be. Thus, while he could aid in her empowerment, it must not be excessive, nor should it appear too easily attained. He contemplated how to facilitate her enhancement. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. The optimal moments to elevate Wei Jinghong's capabilities would undoubtedly be when she was utterly exhausted. Such an approach would not seem abrupt, and any subsequent awareness would come only after she had awakened. This way, as long as she was not naive, she would understand the hard-earned nature of her strength and could link her growth to her own efforts. Though somewhat contemptible, it was indeed a viable strategy. With the decision made, Chunjiu's previously tense demeanor relaxed. "Were you so absorbed in?" came Wei Jinghong's voice, breaking his reverie. Chunjiu looked up to find her radiantly flushed, her spirit vibrant. Even without makeup, she rivaled a star, utterly captivating. "Nothing. Why are you up so early?" Wei Jinghong shot him a look, exasperated. She knew he was feigning ignorance, fully aware of her reasons for rising so early. Glancing at the still sleeping sisters, she mused about how long she might have endured the previous night without them. Ignoring Chunjiu, she headed straight to the bathroom. Chunjiu shook his head and stood, making his way to the kitchen. By the time Wei Jinghong finished her morning routine, he had prepared a simple breakfast of beef noodles. She had long since grown accustomed to his culinary prowess, having seen him whip up various dishes with ease. Though she had once been curious enough to inquire about his methods, his silence on the matter had quelled her inquiries over time. Regardless of his secrets, as long as she was not starving, she saw no need to overthink it. Compared to those who could only nibble on dry bread, her fortune was immeasurable. Finishing her bowl of noodles, she declared, "I'll go check on Ziqing and the others. I wonder how they fared last night. You seem to have little regard for their well-being." "Practice makes perfect," Chunjiu retorted playfully as Wei Jinghong strode toward the sisters' room. In the underground parking lot, Feng Yun and his companions, having gathered ample resources from combustible materials yesterday, enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Soon, a group of men huddled together. "Brother Yun, everyone has arrived. We have 30 men in total. No matter how formidable the opposition, they cannot match us," Daozi confidently stated beside Feng Yun. Satisfied, Feng Yun nodded. "Then let us proceed. Brothers, let us help Brother Yun retrieve his wife." A chorus of cheers erupted as they followed Daozi toward the secure passageway of Building 9. "Manager, has Feng Yun taken his men to Building 9? In the distance, Wu Biao's men observed Feng Yun's movements and promptly reported back. Wu Biao had seen them as well. "What do they intend to do at Building 9? I heard someone from Building 9 has taken Brother Yun's woman. They're going to settle the score?" One of the subordinates explained. Wu Biao furrowed his brow. "Someone from Building 9 has taken Brother Yun's woman? Brother Biao, could it be the ones who killed Yonge?" Zhang Tianing approached Wu Biao, speaking softly. Wu Biao's spirit lifted. "Are you certain?" Zhang Tianing shook his head. "Not certain, but aside from those who killed Yonge, I cannot think of anyone else who would dare provoke Feng Yun." Wu Biao nodded, acknowledging the reasoning. "Keep a close watch on Feng Yun's movements. Inform me immediately of any developments." "Understood." Inside Building 9, Feng Yun and his crew encountered no obstacles as they swiftly arrived outside the apartment where Chunjiu resided on the 23rd floor. They did not block the entrance, but paused outside Liang Yu's apartment. "You go." Daozi ordered one of the men, who was unaware of Chunjiu's situation, to knock on the door. Among the crowd, Feng Yun concealed himself, having drawn his handgun, ready to take a shot at Chunjiu the moment he appeared. This was the plan Feng Yun had devised the previous night. By summoning Chunjiu, he would not hesitate to fire the instant he showed himself. No matter how powerful Chunjiu might be, all were equal in the face of a bullet. The summoned subordinate approached the door with an arrogant expression, rapping loudly. "Hey, open up. The community is delivering warmth." Inside, the sisters Yi Ziqing paused mid-meal at the commotion outside, sensing the menace of their visitors. "They come with ill intentions," Wei Jinghong declared coldly. You really think so? Chunjiu responded. Understanding his meaning, Wei Jinghong retorted, I'm not so naive. With newfound respect, Chunjiu rose and moved toward the door. Jiuge, could there be danger? The sisters, having just established their bond with him, were concerned for his safety. Chunjiu replied coolly, danger has always belonged to others. I am the one who creates danger. The knocking continued. Just then, the door was flung open from the inside. Why has it taken so long, big brother? It's all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Do you believe me when I say I knocked on the wrong door? The once brash younger brother, who had prepared to speak boldly, instinctively raised his hands in the face of the ominous black barrel before him, his eyes filled with terror. How could he have anticipated that a mere knock would lead to such profound revelations? At that moment, the other party had already mentally cursed the ancestors of the knife-wielding man before him. That scoundrel didn't even bother to inform him that the person behind this door held the truth. I believe that in my next life, I shan't be so arrogant when knocking on someone else's door. Bang! The gunshot silenced any further words from the other party, and their figure collapsed in response to the sound. A gun? The person inside possessed a firearm? The shockwave of the gunfire sent chills through the others waiting outside. They had originally come to find Chunjiu, each one brimming with bravado like a band of ruffians. Yet at that moment, astonishment overtook their faces. Chapter 27. Not of the same dimension. Why panic? We are so many. Do we fear a single gun? Calm yourselves. The leader, Knife, bellowed. Under his command, the anxious younger brothers were momentarily steadied. Just then, Chunjiu emerged from the door. What an opportunity! Concealed within the crowd, Fengyan caught sight of Chunjiu and, without a second thought, aimed at Chunjiu's head, firing a bullet. Bang! The sound echoed in the hallway, and as Chunjiu stepped out, the bullet struck him on the head as if he had received a heavy blow, causing his head to tilt involuntarily. However, the bullet that struck him merely paused momentarily against his scalp before falling to the ground. Clink! Is he even human? Fengyan witnessed this scene firsthand, especially the bullet that lay at Chunjiu's feet, his eyes widening in horror. Chunjiu furrowed his brow and turned to face Knife and his group, his gaze locking onto their leader. Not leaving you behind yesterday was indeed my oversight, and I shall not repeat that mistake. Kill him. Knife was so stunned he could barely articulate his thoughts. Realizing he and Fengyan had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle, he summoned the last remnants of his courage to shout this command before turning and fleeing towards the back of the crowd. Bang! Bang! Chunjiu, however, refused to grant him the luxury of escape. Transforming his single firearm into two, he unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the throng before him. The cries of anguish were incessant, and figures collapsed rapidly. Knife, attempting to flee, was particularly targeted by Chunjiu, sustaining 7 or 8 gunshot wounds. Unable to endure any longer. Run. Quickly flee. The remaining younger brothers, disregarding everything else, turned to escape. Among the crowd, Fengyan, sensing the dire situation, had already retreated to the rear. As Chunjiu opened fire, he was the first to flee. The bullets from the 2 pistols soon ran out. Chunjiu chose not to reload. Discarding his empty firearms, he retrieved 2 new weapons from his spatial inventory, disengaged the safety, and resumed firing. The crowd before him fell like dry straw. In the confined space, with dozens jostling together, few could escape. By the time Chunjiu faced an empty hallway, over 20 bodies lay sprawled before him. Their cries, pleas for mercy, and heart-wrenching sobs filled the air as the terrifying shadow of death loomed over them, their eyes brimming with despair. I will handle some matters. You all stay safe. This statement was directed at Wei Jinghong and the others inside the room. Not only that, after advising the 3 women, Chunjiu tossed another pistol into the room. Without caring who among them seized the weapon, he once again procured 2 new firearms from his inventory and advanced towards the hallway. Big brother, do not kill me. It was Fengyan, yes. It was all Fengyan who instigated us. He was the one who fired earlier. Big brother, we have nothing to do with this. Bang! 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 Chunjiu would not let them off the hook simply because the injured on the ground pleaded for mercy. As he walked, he continued to fire, each bullet finding its mark, leaving no room for future troubles. Like a cold-blooded assassin, Chunjiu systematically eliminated every threat in the hallway, his figure shifting as he approached the corner. With each stride spanning over 10 meters, he began to hunt down the remaining escapees. Feng Yun, the first to flee, was gripped by terror as the sounds of gunfire and screams echoed behind him, his heart racing, soul nearly escaping him. Daring not to look back, he sprinted with unparalleled speed, racing towards the underground parking garage. He now harbored thoughts of wanting to skin Knife alive. If it weren't for him, how could he have attracted such a monstrous adversary today? Damn it, a person unafraid of bullets. What in the world is happening? He seriously doubted whether he and his opponent existed within the same dimension. Fortunately, fortune favors the diligent. As Feng Yun continued his frantic flight, he finally arrived at the underground parking garage. Liu Zi, where have you gone? Feng Yun shouted. Just as Liu Zi was indulging in the company of two beautiful women, savoring the sumptuous food and drink, he was startled upright by Feng Yun's voice. Yun Ye. Initially, he thought he was hallucinating, but upon hearing Feng Yun's voice again, he realized it was not a figment of his imagination. He immediately led several younger brothers towards the source of the sound. The two sides quickly converged. At this point, Feng Yun had shed his previous nonchalance. The cold weather caused the sweat on his face to freeze. Determined, he handed his pistol to Liu Zi. Yinge, don't ask anything, don't say a word. Take the gun and guard the exit of the safe passage. If anyone appears from inside, no matter who it is, kill them. Do you understand? Oh. Liu Zi, not knowing what had transpired, instinctively nodded. Hurry. Remember, shoot anyone you see. Liu Zi, feeling the weight of the firearm in his hands, cared not for the specifics and immediately led 5 younger brothers who had come with him to block the exit of the safe passage. After handing the pistol to Liu Zi, Feng Yun swiftly returned to his base. He did not choose to flee or hide. The younger brothers who had trailed behind him during his escape had already betrayed him at the brink of death. He knew that unless he dealt with Chunjiu, he had no hope of survival. Thus, upon returning to his base, he donned the special outfit he had procured days prior and retrieved another firearm. Everyone, arm yourselves. Yingo, what has happened? What about Knife and the others? Bang! Those who sought to inquire about Feng Yun's situation were met with a bullet from Feng Yun's weapon. Shut up. Arm yourselves. If I don't survive today, none of you shall fare any better. Faced with the frenzied Feng Yun and the bodies that lay on the ground, the others dared not hesitate, quickly gathering their weapons and assembling before Feng Yun. What madness has overtaken Feng Yun? What is he planning? Could he be attempting to disrupt the current balance? The actions of Feng Yun and his crew naturally drew the attention of the other 2 major factions, both Qin Hao and Wu Biao. Upon observing Feng Yun's men arming themselves, wore solemn expressions. Regardless of Feng Yun's intentions, they dared not underestimate the situation. They promptly instructed their subordinates to ready their weapons in preparation for a potential outbreak of conflict. Biao Ge, something else off? Look, Feng Yun and his men are heading towards the safe passage of Building 9. Feng Yun has already taken action. Noticing their movements, Chao Wei, who was on high alert beside Wu Biao, spoke up. Wu Biao had noticed as well. What could he want with so many people at Building 9? Did he have some plan in mind? His gaze instinctively turned toward Chao Wei and Zhang Tianying, both of whom also looked back at him. The 3 parties exchanged glances, and from their shared gaze, it seemed they each began to comprehend something. At the entrance of the safe passage of Building 9, Liu Zi had already been waiting for over a minute. Although the cause of Feng Yun's anxiety remains unknown, Liu Zi, possessing keen insight, recognized that the individual emerging from the passage was undoubtedly perilous. Thus, despite brandishing his firearm at the entrance, the tension within him precipitated beads of cold sweat. Suddenly, a dark figure shot forth from the passage. Without hesitation, Liu Zi unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the shadow. The handgun fired as if endowed with infinite ammunition, continuing until the magazine was depleted, and even then, his finger remained poised on the trigger. No bullets left? I have some, he declared. Just as he spoke, Chen Jiu stepped into view from the passage. With an acute awareness of the 6 figures surrounding him, a series of gunshots rang out, and Liu Zi, along with the 5 others blocking the entrance, fell without having glimpsed Chun Jiu's visage. Chapter 28. Feng Yun's final struggle. Quick, quick, quick. It's right ahead. Feng Yun led his contingent towards this direction. The throng of several hundred, each armed with a cold weapon, was an imposing sight. Before they could approach, Chun Jiu fired several shots skyward, the soul-stirring gunfire halting the advancing crowd in their tracks. Do not halt. Charge forward. Whoever eliminates that individual ahead shall become my second-in-command. Feng Yun, positioned at the rear of the gathering, urged his men to confront Chun Jiu, having already spotted him. However, he underestimated the firearms intimidation factor on those before him and overestimated their loyalty to him. In the face of death, who among them could claim superiority? Brother Yun. He has a gun. He has a gun. Why should I not? Charge forward. Anyone who dares to hesitate shall face my wrath. Feng Yun aimed his pistol at his own men, effectively pushing them towards a fire pit. At that moment, Chun Jiu interjected. I'm only seeking a man named Feng Yun. Those who wish to live, step aside. Bang! Just as Chun Jiu finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, not from him, but from Feng Yun, who shot down one of his own. If you wish to live, kill him. Feng Yun's action captivated everyone's attention. Witnessing him eliminate one of his own instilled fear in the surrounding minions. Bang! Bang! Seeing his subordinates frozen in place, a frenzied Feng Yun lost all restraint, firing at two more of his own. The threat of death quelled any lingering hesitation among the others. Compared to Chun Jiu, who merely issued verbal warnings, Feng Yun's willingness to kill instilled far greater fear. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, and spurred by the frenzy of the chant, hundreds mindlessly surged towards Chun Jiu, oblivious to their fate. Bang! 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 Chun Jiu, unyielding, showed no mercy. Unlike someone who meticulously counted bullets, he had no such concerns. Armed with two handguns, he indiscriminately fired at the advancing horde. Run! Those who dared to strike with lethal intent fled in terror down either side of the path. Come back. Return to me. Bang! Bang! Feng Yun, caught off guard by this outcome, was beside himself with rage, frantically shouting while also shooting at the fleeing figures in a desperate attempt to retain some subordinates. Yet, alas, those who only sought to escape cared little for who lived or died. Feng Yun's intimidation no longer held sway, and all were focused solely on their own survival. You bastards! He is but one man. Why fear him? Feng Yun was at this moment utterly exasperated. If you are so capable, why do you not confront him yourself? Suddenly, Chun Jiu appeared before him, startling Feng Yun so much that he fell to the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Do not come any closer. He retreated, aiming his gun at Chun Jiu. Chun Jiu disregarded the firearms threat. It appears you're not much stronger than them. And no, that is not the case. Brother, I was blind to your might and have offended you. I apologize. I admit my errors. Spare me, and I shall become your subordinate, obeying your every command. It is too late. Feng Yun hesitated to fire, knowing full well that his pistol would be of no use against Chun Jiu. Chun Jiu, however, did not waver. He raised his weapon and shot Feng Yun without a moment's hesitation. Blood splattered, and a series of cries echoed as Feng Yun was struck by multiple bullets, his life extinguished before he could even pull the trigger. Having dispatched Feng Yun, Chun Jiu surveyed his surroundings. Many who had been observing the scene shifted their gaze, fearful of drawing the attention of this merciless killer. Chun Jiu approached one woman. Please do not kill me. I will do anything as long as you spare my life. Tell me, who here can mobilize the others? I will tell you, but you must promise not to kill me. The woman was visibly terrified. Yes, as long as you do not deceive me, I will not harm you. There are others. Qin Hao and Wu Biao can mobilize their men. They are leaders of two other factions. That wretched woman, Chun Jiu thought, a desire to eliminate her surging within him. Both Qin Hao and Wu Biao overheard her words and were filled with animosity towards her. Were they? The woman, sensing the urgency, pointed in two directions. Excellent. Chun Jiu, as if by magic, produced a roasted chicken and presented it to her. This is your reward. Is this for me? She asked, incredulous. Chun Jiu nodded, placing the chicken in her hands before walking toward the closest faction. Wu Biao watched Chun Jiu approach, his heart racing. Why is he coming this way? Isn't teaching how a leader to? What have I done to deserve this? Or does he think my faction is weak and easy to intimidate? As Wu Biao grappled with these thoughts, Chenjiu stood before him. Do I need to explain my intentions? He asked blandly. Wu Biao hesitated for a moment before stepping forward with a forced smile. This gentleman, I am Wu Biao. May I inquire what brings you to seek me? Whatever you require, I shall endeavor to fulfill. His demeanor was overly subservient, almost as if he wished to kneel and worship Chenjiu. There is indeed a matter requiring your assistance. Please, do not hesitate to express your needs. It would be remiss of me to refuse. Chenjiu nodded. Bring your men with you to Building 9. There are too many corpses left outside. It is unsettling. You need to clean it up. Such a trivial task. Rest assured. I will ensure my men leave Building 9 spotless, guaranteeing you'll see no more bodies there. You will not be working for free. Feng Yin was also a faction leader. With him gone, gather as many of his men as you can. As for his resources, I do not require them. They are all yours. Such a generous offer. Wu Biao felt as though he were dreaming. Were it not for the overwhelming reality of the situation, he would not believe his ears. Thank you. Thank you. Rest assured, I shall dispatch my men immediately. Be swift. Wu Biao turned serious. Old Chow, old Zhang. Brother Biao, did you hear the gentleman's orders? Both men nodded. What are you waiting for? Gather our men and ensure everything is done to perfection. Should there be any mistakes, I will break your legs. Understood. The two responded affirmatively and began calling their men. Chenjiu cast a meaningful glance at Wu Biao, the middle-aged man. You're quite impressive. Mister, should you have any requests in the future, please feel free to command me. It would be my utmost honor to serve you. Wu Biao wore a fawning expression. Should the need arise, I shall summon you. With that, Chenjiu turned and proceeded towards the safety passage of Building 9. Behind him, Chao Wei and a group of individuals closely followed. Chapter 29, the second person who does not eat beef after Chenjiu departed. Wu Biao hurried to the side of Feng Yun's lifeless body. He picked up a firearm from the ground, ejected the magazine, and examined the ammunition. Excellent. There are still 4 bullets remaining. He then searched Feng Yun's body thoroughly. To his surprise, he discovered 2 fully loaded magazines concealed within Feng Yun's specialized uniform. With these bullets and the gun in hand, who would dare to disrespect Wu Biao in this parking lot? From this day forth, I shall also refrain from eating beef. With a heart full of joy, he tucked the handgun and magazines away. Just as Wu Biao turned to return to his territory, his gaze met that of Qin Hao from a distance. Old Qin, were you afraid that the sir would seek you out? Ha ha ha, unfortunately. You missed a grand opportunity for wealth. The sir approached me first, and I shall reluctantly revel in this fortune alone. Ha ha. Chuckling heartily, Wu Biao returned to his territory, delighting in his success, while Qin Hao wore an expression akin to one who had just swallowed a dead fly. Disgusting, taking pride in being someone else's dog. What a farce. Qin Hao scoffed. But who knows, had Chenjiu approached him first, he would not have fared better than Wu Biao. Within Building 9, Chao Wei and his companions, who had followed Chenjiu, began clearing the bodies from the corridor. Initially, they encountered only a few corpses, 1 or 2 on each floor. But upon reaching the 23rd floor, they found a heap of bodies nearly blocking the passage. Their perception of Chenjiu reached unprecedented heights. There are still some bodies in this room. Please handle them as well. After you finish, there is no need to report back to me. Simply return. Understood, sir. Chenjiu mentioned the bodies piled up in Li Jing's home before knocking on his own door. The door was opened by Yizi. Although she merely appeared briefly at the doorway, some of Chao Wei's group noticed her appearance, astonished by her ethereal beauty, akin to that of a celestial maiden. Yet, they only stole a fleeting glance and dared not look further. Chenjiu stepped inside and closed the door behind him. With Chenjiu's figure disappearing from view, a collective sigh of relief escaped Chao Wei and his companions. They had scarcely dared to breathe while following Chenjiu. Perhaps the overwhelming pressure exerted by Chenjiu's display of strength in the underground parking lot left them feeling he possessed an unparalleled aura, causing them to tread carefully throughout their journey. Who exactly is this individual? Zhang Taning could not contain his curiosity and inquired of Chao Wei. Chao Wei shook his head, stating, "It's unclear, but he is undoubtedly beyond our imagination. He cast a glance at the dozens of corpses piled in the corridor, his eyes filled with trepidation. Zhang Tining noted Qiao Wei's gaze and nodded in agreement. We should report this situation to Biao Gu upon our return. I genuinely worry that Biao Gu may offend this harbinger of death one day. That is indeed necessary. Inside the residence of Chunjiu, Wei Jinghong asked upon his return, "Have matters been resolved?" Chunjiu nodded. "If others wish to avoid death, they will not disturb us in the near term." Though Wei Jinghong had never witnessed Chunjiu in a state of slaughter, she could deduce from certain details observed while he collected the bodies of Long Tung and others that Chunjiu's strength was formidable, reaching an almost superhuman level. Even the elite equipped with full gear like Long Tung were no match for Chunjiu. The fate of ordinary individuals was all too predictable. I wonder just how significant of psychological impact this outing has had on others. Jiugu, are you uninjured? Yizi King and Yizi. Lacking the understanding of Chunjiu's prowess that Wei Jinghong possessed, were primarily concerned for Chunjiu's well-being. Having finally found a refuge with such a favorable living environment, they were unwilling to lose it. Rest assured, for the time being, there is no one in the world capable of injuring me due to my physical constitution. Do not be complacent. There are always greater beings beyond our horizon. Here, take this back. Now that you have returned, with you to protect us, we have no use for it. As she spoke, Wei Jinghong placed her handgun on the stone table before her. Chunjiu merely cast a glance. While Chunjiu felt gratified by Wei Jinghong's willingness to relinquish the weapon, her readiness to do so was somewhat unexpected. Even if you did not offer it to me, I would not complain. Wei Jinghong shot Chunjiu an exasperated look. Can we not cultivate a little more trust among ourselves? I am entirely yours. Must I still be cautious? Chunjiu smiled playfully, saying, "Life and death intertwined. Steadfast and unwavering. Do you believe that is feasible? Then am I in the wrong for being cautious?" Wei Jinghong sighed and then gazed earnestly at Chunjiu. "Chunjiu, the past is behind us. We should look forward. Undeniably, there exists a lack of trust between us, but I, Wei Jinghong, am not without intellect. The individuals here cannot exist without you. I understand what must be done and what should not be done. Please do not perceive me as utterly inept." This was the first time Wei Jinghong had opened her heart to Chunjiu. The expression on her face undoubtedly conveyed sincerity, indicating that her words were genuine and not mere platitudes. Chunjiu smiled gently. "You speak of the present. What of the future?" Wei Jinghong's serious demeanor softened as she crossed her arms, her long, graceful legs crossed, a playful smirk gracing her lips. "Then it shall depend on your future conduct." "Ha!" Chunjiu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to her remark. "Put the gun away. I cannot remain here at all times, and you will require means of self-defense. Although our relationship can be described as mutually beneficial, I would not wish to return one day, only to discover that the women by my side perished, not due to their inability to protect themselves, but because of my negligence. If such a thing were to occur, would you be saddened? I would simply find new companions. Go to hell." In an instant, Wei Jinghong's composure shattered as she seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Chunjiu. The Yi sisters, caught in a cloud of confusion, exchanged glances. "Sister, what are Jiugu and Sister Jinghong discussing? I recognize every word, yet I cannot comprehend a single sentence when they are strung together." Yi Ziqing calmly shook her head. "If you do not understand, then do not listen. Just focus on doing what we ought to do." Oh, due to Chunjiu's ruckus in the parking lot earlier that day, coupled with Qiao Wei and his group transporting numerous corpses from the parking lot to Building 9, the remaining residents in the neighborhood were well aware of the terrifying presence within. To prevent any reckless individuals from provoking Chunjiu further, Wu Biao had designated Building 9 as a forbidden zone within the community. Not only were his men stationed at the entrance of the safety passage, but he also strictly forbade others from entering the 9th unit to disturb them, even if it was merely to collect combustible materials. In agreement with Wu Biao's decision, Qin Hao, the leader of another faction, raised both hands in approval. He too wished to avoid any unwitting individuals from instigating trouble with Chunjiu. Just imagining the corpses Qiao Wei's group had transported from Building 9 sent shivers down Qin Hao's spine. As tales of Chunjio spread throughout the underground parking lot, a myriad of legends emerged. Chapter 30 Wei Jinghong's ambitions, a day swiftly passed, heralding the arrival of a new dawn. Has my strength increased? Within the confines of Chunjio's residence, Wei Jinghong awakened from slumber, feeling an overwhelming surge of power and vitality coursing through her, leaving her utterly astonished. As she casually clenched her fist, feeling the power in her hands had at least doubled, her beautiful eyes shimmered with varying hues. Due to the recent innovations by the Yi family sisters, their vitality has been significantly diminished. Last night, Wei Jinghong inevitably bore the brunt of it all, as she slipped into a slumber caught between agony and ecstasy. Chunjio utilized the universal points on her. Human, Wei Jinghong gender, female age, 24 level, 3 special ability, none. The application of universal points on outsiders is not cumbersome. Chunjio merely needs to communicate with the system to designate the individual for enhancement. The deduction of universal points required for leveling up aligns with the enhancement of the individual's strength seamlessly. The points consumed for leveling up are equivalent to those consumed by Chunjio, with no distinction made. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 requires 20 points, and this continues similarly thereafter. Chunjio possesses the capability to further elevate Wei Jinghong by several levels, even if it means flipping the situation, which would pose no threat to him. Yet, it remains true that one must not allow the other party to acquire benefits too easily, while also guiding their thoughts in certain directions. Elevating one's physical prowess by a factor of 2 at once is a perfectly appropriate progression, moving forward in a gradual manner. Whenever Chunjio believes the timing is right for another enhancement, without needing to voice it, certain individuals will naturally concoct reasonable explanations. Indeed, Yi Zi and her sister must also be included, thus rendering the rationale even more impeccable. Why the excitement? Is it because you weren't satiated last night? Sensing the person in his arms writhing, Chunjio spoke. Wei Jinghong, who was still in a state of exhilaration, felt her excitement diminish by half upon hearing his words. Rolling over to face Chunjio's chiseled visage, she hesitated, her expression betraying her indecision. What is it that you wish to say? After much contemplation, Wei Jinghong shook her head. It's nothing. Why didn't you go find Ziqing and the others last night? You only know how to bully me. The young lady still bears injuries. You don't feel sorry for her, but I do. Am I not a young lady anymore? Wei Jinghong's eyes brimmed with lament. It seems her grievances run deep. Chunjio planted a gentle kiss on her lips and embraced her tighter. How could I possibly resist such an enchanting presence? Among the myriad beauties in the harem, you alone hold my affection. What more could you desire? Very well. You may continue to indulge your 3,000 beauties. I fear I may not be able to bear it. With that, Wei Jinghong turned away, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. She still harbored no intentions of disclosing the changes in her body to Chunjio. Firstly, she was at a loss for words to explain, and secondly, Wei Jinghong had her own selfish motives. Being by Chunjio's side felt more like a forced choice. If she were to express any feelings towards him, it would simply be a jest. Had she not been unable to overpower Chunjio and needing to rely on him, she would have had no qualms about shooting him without a moment's hesitation. Now, with her strength inexplicably enhanced, although she was unaware of the origins of this change, it undoubtedly offered Wei Jinghong a glimpse of hope to free herself from Chunjio's grasp. Once she no longer needed to depend on him, the dynamics of their relationship would shift, allowing her to dictate her own terms regarding Chunjio. She must ascertain the cause of her bodily transformation. Perhaps this insufferable brat's strength is akin to her newfound abilities. Wei Jinghong mused internally. Chunjio, oblivious to her thoughts, was acutely aware that his companion remained untrustworthy. It seemed that the other party was still intent on deciphering the nature of her physical changes, perhaps dreaming of a triumphant reversal. How naive! Chunjio felt a surge of anticipation. What expression would Wei Jinghong wear if she discovered the means by which to elevate her strength? The mere thought made him chuckle. It was so amusing. I was merely pondering some delightful thoughts. How dull. Soon enough, the two rose from their beds. In the living room, Yi Ziqing and Yi Zi were already awake. Observing the two who had emerged from their room close to 10 o'clock, the sisters' gazes flitted between Chen Jiao and Wei Jinghong. Wei Jinghong's composure did not match Chen Jiao's nonchalance. Her fair face flushed slightly. Yet, as the self-proclaimed elder sister, she would not allow herself to lose face before her younger siblings. What are you staring at? Tonight, he will sleep in your room, and I shall enjoy a good night's rest. Oh? The sisters were taken aback. Jie Yi exclaimed, Hingon, no, we are still injured. Let Jiao Gu stay with you for the first half of the night, and we'll take the latter half. Upon hearing Yi Zi's words, Yi Ziqing facepalmed. Her younger sister remained as bold as ever, unafraid to voice anything. You ought to be quiet. Yi Ziqing retorted, exasperated. Sister, what is wrong? Is what I said incorrect? Yi Zi asked, her expression one of confusion. Yi Ziqing felt utterly humiliated. I am exhausted. Just end this. Wei Jinghong replied with a charming smile, diffusing the initial awkwardness. You all continue your conversation. I shall go freshen up. With that, she gracefully made her way to the bathroom. Chen Jiao glanced at the adorably naive Yi Zi. He couldn't deny that he found her quite appealing. Have you had breakfast? Chen Jiao inquired. Yi Ziqing nodded, while Yi Zi waved some snacks in front of Chen Jiao. Eat this. All right, I will prepare something delicious for you shortly. With a smile, Chen Jiao proceeded to the restroom. Before long, they emerged from the bathroom. We need to gather some feminine items. It is inconvenient without them. While washing up, Wei Jinghong asked Chen Jiao if he had any feminine products. Initially, Chen Jiao was taken aback, but upon seeing Wei Jinghong's annoyed glare, he, having had past relationships, quickly comprehended her meaning. Unfortunately, he had none. Despite the system rewards refreshing for several days, he had yet to encounter anything related to that aspect. Thus, as they exited the bathroom, Wei Jinghong reminded him once more. Where'd a single man like me procure such items for you? Chen Jiao replied helplessly. You figured out. After all, it is you who will benefit from it. While I am indifferent. Wei Jinghong maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Jinghong Jia, we brought some. Do you want it? Yi Zi quickly grasped the implication of Wei Jinghong's words and inquired. It's fine. Someone will find a way for us. Chen Jiao sighed. All right then. I will ask someone shortly. With that, he headed toward the kitchen. Jinghong Jia, do you think Jiao Gu will be upset? Yi Ziqing quietly asked Wei Jinghong, who had sat down beside her. Wei Jinghong smiled confidently. Don't think too highly of him. As long as the demands aren't excessive, he is quite accommodating. However, one must be cautious with the balance. Men often behave like children. Occasionally, you need to let him know that you need him, giving him something to do. Yi Ziqing nodded, appearing to grasp the concept. It feels quite complex. Perhaps these matters are best left to you, sister, to handle. I shall quietly remain my little beauty. When Jiao Gu needs me, I will be ready and clean for his beck and call. What kind of cunning words are these? Before long, Chen Jiao emerged from the kitchen. This time, they feasted on steamed dumplings, all handmade and quite delectable. Dumplings. Long live Jiao Gu. Upon seeing the food, Yi Zi instantly perked up. Chen Jiao placed a large bowl of dumplings on the dining table, then returned to the kitchen for bowls, chopsticks, and dipping sauce. Come and eat. All right. The three women sat at the table, with Yi Zi serving each of them a bowl before they all began to eat. Chen Jiao swiftly devoured over 20 dumplings. After satisfying his hunger, he bid farewell to the three women and exited the room. Chapter 31. Choices are crucial in the underground parking lot. Chen Jiao's figure appeared. Sir, may I inquire what instructions you have for us this time? Emerging from a security passage, a subordinate recognized his identity and promptly left to report to Wu Biao. Upon learning of Chen Jiao's arrival in the underground parking lot, Wu Biao dared not show any signs of negligence, bringing a few trusted aides to meet Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao wasted no time. You have those items for women among your supplies, correct? Huh? Items for women? Upon hearing Chen Jiao's words, Wu Biao and his men were utterly perplexed. Just as Wu Biao was at a loss, one of his subordinates whispered something in his ear. Wu Biao's eyes brightened. Yes, we do. How many would you like, sir? I will have someone bring them immediately. Just enough for 3 people. You handle the rest. I assure you, there will be no issues. Are you planning to take them back yourself? Or would you prefer a subordinate to assist? Chen Jiao pondered for a moment and said, You may send it over. Room 2309 on the 23rd floor. All right, I'll have someone deliver it right away. By the way, do you have any further instructions? Arrange for a few people to be at my service on the 22nd floor daily. I find it bothersome to have to go down every time there is something I need. As he spoke, Chunjio took out 12 sets of thermal suits from the system space and tossed them onto the ground. These garments are designed to prevent freezing, so find suitable ones to wear. The thermal suits were taken from Long Tongue and his companions. Initially, they were a precaution, but now that he possessed the Dark Knight outfit, Chunjio no longer regarded these inferior items. It was a perfect opportunity for repurposing. Wu Biao and his companions were astonished by Chunjio's display. My goodness, where did the sir acquire so many outfits? It feels like magic, one exclaimed. What? Is there a problem? Wu Biao snapped back to reality and quickly waved his hand. No, sir, rest assured, we will follow your instructions diligently. Very well. I shall await your return at home. Chunju nodded and turned to leave. Not long after he departed, one of Wu Biao's subordinates excitedly remarked, Brother Biao, these clothes are just like the ones worn by Feng Yan. I've tried his. They're indeed warm, though sadly, many areas let the cold in, limiting their effectiveness. These appear to be intact, so we need not worry about staying warm anymore. Contrasting the enthusiasm of the young subordinate, Zhang Taning said seriously, Brother Biao, that gentleman is no ordinary person. Wu Biao responded, does it need saying? That's not my point. I mean, our understanding of that gentleman is still too superficial. Huh? Wu Biao was momentarily taken aback. Chao Wei interjected, Tianying, have you discovered something? Zhang Tianying nodded, glancing around at the other subordinates. Wu Biao quickly grasped the situation. You all go about your business. By the way, prepare what the sir instructed and inquire with those women. I want the best sanitary products for the sir's woman. They must be the highest quality brands among our supplies, understood? Understood, manager, the surrounding subordinates replied in unison. The guards at the security passage resumed their positions, while those who had come with Wu Biao returned to the camp to help Chunjio gather the necessary supplies. Can we speak now? The few around were Wu Biao's absolute confidants, unafraid of Zhang Tianing's forthcoming words being leaked by ill-intentioned individuals. Zhang Tianing nodded. Brother Biao, have you ever read apocalyptic novels? What do you mean? The group was puzzled. Zhang Tianing wasted no time, explaining what the apocalypse entailed before sharing his speculations about Chunjio. Once he finished, Wu Biao and the others were left speechless, astonished. You mean the sir might be a reincarnator or the protagonist of an apocalypse with a system? Wu Biao queried. Zhang Tianing shook his head. That's merely fiction, but if I'm not mistaken, that gentleman is a fortunate one, having awakened some ability before the snow disaster struck. The way he produced those garments earlier makes me seriously suspect that he possesses spatial abilities. My goodness, old Zhang, could it really be as extraordinary as you suggest? Zhang Tianing smiled wryly. I'm only speculating, but given the sir's prowess, our conjectures are not unwarranted. If my assumptions are correct, Brother Biao, do you understand what that implies? What does it imply? If Zhang Tianing's assertions hold true, it would mean their community has a super influential figure. Once they gain his favor, their ascent to prominence would merely be a matter of time, and through their connection with this powerful individual, they might all rise together. Wu Biao felt a surge of excitement and motivation. Suppressing his inner fervor, he spoke with utmost seriousness. You all heard what old Zhang said, right? His loyal subordinates nodded in unison. I want to waste words. The sir is someone we must revere. If old Zhang's guesses are accurate, it becomes even more unattainable for us. But as you can see, the sir evidently favors us, and this is our opportunity. Therefore, from now on, I declare that the sir is the supreme figure of our faction. Even I must stand beneath him. Henceforth, whatever the sir commands, we shall execute flawlessly. If one day he demands my life, do not hesitate. Act directly. Ah, Brother Biao, is that necessary? One subordinate questioned, feeling Wu Biao's attitude was a bit excessive. Wu Biao, however, remained undeterred. Thus, you will forever be mere cattle and horses. While I may not be among the elite, I am still a shepherd of the estate. Do you know how I became this property manager? The group shook their heads. Wu Biao proudly proclaimed, it was through running errands for the higher-ups, taking the blame time and again, and accumulating favors that I secured this position. Never take your own face too seriously. When an opportunity arises, seize it without hesitation. What is wrong with being subservient? If you truly succeed, you'll find more people around you who are less than dogs. Isn't they're saying? It's better to be a dog of the wealthy than to starve as a poor person. The principle is the same. A subordinate retorted, even if one serves others. There's no need to stake one's life, right? You young man, that was merely to express an attitude. If such a day arrives, it would only mean I have done something to displease the sir, but I will ensure that never happens. Brother Biao, I have learned a lot. If only we had been as perceptive as you from the start, we wouldn't have struggled under the burden of 996. Truly, a single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. All right, saying this isn't to make you serve others as dogs. Just follow my directives. And whether we can soar in this world and the future hinges on this opportunity, which must not be lost. Yes, Brother Biao. The group promptly began to execute Chunjio's tasks. In room 2309 on the 23rd floor, Chunjio found Wu Biao's efficiency commendable. Within an hour, the items he requested were presented before him. Additionally, Wu Biao arranged for 12 women to be at Chunjio's beck and call on the 22nd floor. Though their beauty did not match Wei Jinghong and her companions, in other circumstances, they would undoubtedly be the creme de la creme. Sir, they will reside on the 22nd floor from now on, with 2 groups alternating to guard the area. You may instruct them to perform any task, Wu Biao explained. This introduction is also to familiarize them with you. Upon seeing the women, their voices chimed like melodious bells. We have met the sir. Chunjio was exceedingly pleased with Wu Biao's arrangements. Very well, I will have them notify you when needed. All right, then I want to stir the sir further. Sir, please take your leave. There is no need to see us off, Wu Biao said, leading everyone out of the 23rd floor. Chapter 32, Ling Tian Building. Chunjio returned to his room. You've claimed them for your own? Wei Jinghong inquired curiously, observing Chunjio. Chen Yu approached Yizi, sitting beside her and lifting her onto his lap. Not really, merely free labor. Why not make use of it? Have you considered gathering them to form a faction? Chunjio, puzzled, responded, Why would I think that way? Wei Jinghong replied seriously, This disaster may not conclude anytime soon. It might persist indefinitely. Once that happens, the world will inevitably undergo another round of reshuffling. You are so capable. Don't you have any aspirations? What aspirations? Chunjio scoffed. Do nobles and commoners have any distinction? He expressed disdain. I have no such intentions. Rather than seeking to rule, I prefer to dominate the world. When I am enraged, lords tremble. When I dwell in peace, the world is at rest. Don't you think that reveals one's stature more? Wei Jinghong had not anticipated Chunjio's lofty ambitions. To suppress the world single-handedly. How could anyone achieve such a feat? Think of something practical. It was evident that Wei Jinghong did not believe Chunjio's words. Chunjio did not feel the need to explain himself. Could he truly instill fear in the world through his own strength? It was not impossible. With the existence of the omnipotent point, Chunjio believed that given sufficient time and no upper limit on his level of advancement, even achieving saintly status through his flesh was not beyond the realm of possibility. 3 days have swiftly elapsed. As time progresses, the impact of the climate and heavy snowfall has led to a disruption of the network and the disappearance of signals, leaving the afflicted masses struggling in every corner, completely imprisoned in a dark and confined space. People have lost their connection to the outside world, and their already restless hearts can no longer be suppressed. Those who once exercised restraint have, at this moment, unleashed the grotesque nature of humanity. Let me go. Release me. I don't even know if I'll survive until tomorrow. Why should I hold back? It no longer matters. Let me revel in the moment. If I perish, it will have been worth it. Beasts, you wretched beasts, you've taken everything my family had to eat. What will my elderly grandmother consume? Ha ha! This is the life I desire, drunkenly resting upon the lap of beauty, awake to wield the power of the world. I adore this kind of existence. The social order has ultimately collapsed, and the unrestrained populace has begun to oppress the weak, engaging in looting and arson. The apocalypse has truly arrived at this moment. Amidst the biting cold winds and swirling snow, figures swift as lightning race across the snowy terrain, under the thick blanket of snow accumulated over several days. Individuals can now traverse the icy landscape, where the previously piled snowflakes have solidified into ice, as resilient as granite. Adorned in winter gear, they glide effortlessly across the snow, covering vast distances in a day. This group is precisely such individuals. Dressed in white, fully encased in protective gear, they maneuver around obstacles with the aid of skis or snowmobiles, hastening towards the nearest residential area. Upon reaching the nearest community, they shatter windows to gain entry into the buildings. Hundreds of figures surge inside, moving without pause, directly heading towards the underground parking lot. Soon, the sounds of agonized screams echo from below. The commotion continues for over half an hour, after which groups of disaster victims emerge from the parking lot, some carrying, some dragging, a substantial amount of supplies under the watchful eye of armed individuals clad in white. The frigid winds howl, and the snow falls thickly. Those disaster victims, previously sheltered in the underground parking lot where they could seek warmth, are now exposed to the harsh elements. Despite their layers of clothing, they tremble from the cold. The white-clad enforcers display no sympathy, urging them onward. Some attempt to resist, only to be met with the brutal force of the enforcers' clubs, leaving them battered and discarded like refuse. Simultaneously, within the largest shopping mall in Longchuan City, another group of individuals in white has made their presence known. They storm into the mall, scavenging for any supplies, taking everything consumable or wearable without exception. Longchuan City's Ling Tian building stands in stark contrast. While others endure dire straits, this place not only retains power, but is also overflowing with food and clothing. In a spacious room on the top floor, an assembly of well-dressed elite individuals occupies the space. They bask in the comforts of air conditioning, savoring fine wine, each radiating a rosy glow. Though the environment is harsh, the allure it brings is irresistible, allowing them to indulge in the power of life and death, observing the myriad facets of humanity, a privilege previously beyond their reach. It is no wonder that many aspire to ascend. Such a sensation is exquisite. Who could argue otherwise? Previously, they could only dream of such power, fearful of retribution should they reach for it. Now, they finally relish the taste of authority, all thanks to nature's bounty. Their refusal to seek refuge in the capital was precisely for this current existence. A new era is on the cusp of dawn, and they shall inevitably rise. Let us express our gratitude to General Lin for our current fortune. Without his foresight, although we need not struggle in this harsh environment like those less fortunate, we would not enjoy this life of unrestrained freedom. Therefore, we must raise a toast to General Lin. Indeed, General Lin is our benefactor, and this toast is a necessity. The man seated at the head of the table, exuding an aura of grace and quiet authority, listens to the praises surrounding him and smiles lightly. You flatter me. I merely possess a bit more insider knowledge than you all. To claim I have greatly benefited you is an overstatement. Your faith in my desire to continue developing in Longchuan City is the greatest thanks I require. Let's wish for a better tomorrow. General Lin's words are eloquent, and the assembly echoes his sentiment, raising their glasses in unison before downing their drinks. As their glasses empty, elegantly dressed attendants promptly refill them. Although some older men take liberties, the attendants can only blush, suppressing any hint of anger. If any other citizens of Longchuan City were present, they would recognize that the individuals in this room are the very successful figures often seen on television. The one referred to as General Lin is none other than Lin Tianxiao, the wealthiest man in Longchuan City. Their gathering is a result of Lin Tianxiao's timely awareness of the sun's transformation into an icy orb. As a successful businessman, his ability to seize opportunities is unquestionable. Upon learning of the solar anomaly, he quickly anticipated potential future scenarios, leading him to stockpile vast resources while persuading capable allies to join him. He painted an irresistible vision for them, consolidating all available resources within a limited time frame to create the idyllic sanctuary that is now Ling Tian building. Undoubtedly, the promises Lin Tianxiao made have materialized. Just look at their present lives, free and carefree, each akin to a local emperor. Reflecting on their decision to decline the capital's aid and remain in Longshuan City, all present feel their choice was wise. It is undeniable that had Lin Tianxiao and his associates followed the rescue team to the capital, their status and connections would have afforded them a much more comfortable existence than the average person. However, it would not compare to the current level of freedom and joy they now enjoy. Moreover, they harbor even greater ambitions. Today, amidst nationwide signal disruptions and halted networks, they have begun deploying personnel to target survivors not received by the official shelters, revealing a clear intent. The white-clad individuals hail from Ling Tian Building, a private camp that aims to concentrate a large population while having previously stockpiled immense resources. Their intentions are unmistakable. Lin Tianxiao and his associates are untroubled by the prospect of being held accountable if normalcy returns. Should that happen, their efforts to shelter the survivors stranded beyond official camps due to heavy snow will be seen as a monumental act of goodwill. Flaws do not overshadow merits. At that point, those in authority would not only refrain from punishing them, but would also commend their actions. However, should the current conditions remain unchanged, their preparations will enable them to create unimaginable brilliance in this new chapter of the world. As they previously stated, barring unforeseen circumstances, their tomorrow will undoubtedly be brighter. In the city, the white-clad figures are omnipresent, frequently collecting usable supplies and survivors to bring back. Meanwhile, within Ling Tian Building, the lower 50 floors serve as the refuge for the lower-class survivors. In these areas, particularly underground, life is a mere struggle for survival, where the luxury of being well-fed and warmly dressed is a distant dream. Above the 55th floor, however, the lifestyle is one of excess and indulgence, where the revelry is akin to a lavish paradise. In a comparative light, the realms of heaven and hell seem to converge. Within the confines of the Chui Huan community, Chunjio's prowess has notably ascended over the span of 4 days, reaching the 13th level. He is now convinced that the daily system rewards have rendered the appearance of universal points nearly a norm. Out of 4 rewards, 2 have refreshed the universal points, a frequency unparalleled by any previous rewards. With little else to deliberate, Chunjio seizes the universal points at the first opportunity, should there be no other desirable rewards. The other 2 rewards pertain to sustenance. Brother Gio, it seems that my sister and I have grown stronger. I feel I could easily defeat my former self from just a day ago. Do you know what could account for this? In the early morning, the sisters Yi Zi Yi and Yi Zi Qing, having been roused from their slumber following Chunjio's endeavors from the previous night, approached him with excitement, eager to share the transformations they had undergone. Observing their animated and anxious demeanor, Chunjio understood the source of their changes but feigned confusion. Is that so? Yi Zi Qing, standing nearby, nodded affirmatively. It is unmistakable. Our strength has undoubtedly increased. With that, she glanced around and soon spotted a pair of dumbbells weighing an average of 25 kilograms in the corner. She approached them, grasping one in her hands. And under the watchful eyes of Chunjio and Wei Jinghong, she effortlessly performed 50 lifts in succession, completing the exercise with ease. Yi Zi Qing set the dumbbell down without even a hint of breathlessness, finding the task as simple as drinking water. Look, if this 25-kilogram dumbbell were to be placed in my hands at any other time, I would struggle to manage even 20 lifts, let alone 50. But now this weight feels remarkably light. I must see this. Wei Jinghong, perched on the sofa, sprang to her feet and approached Yi Zi Qing, seizing her hand. Sister Jinghong, what are you doing? Yi Zi Qing asked, puzzled. Let me test your grip. As she spoke, Wei Jinghong tightened her hold on Yi Zi Qing's hand. Initially apprehensive that her newfound strength might harm Wei Jinghong, Yi Zi Qing allowed her to grip her hand. However, as she felt the formidable force emanating from Wei Jinghong, astonishment filled her eyes, and she realized that the transformation was not exclusive to her and Yi Zi Yi. Wei Jinghong possessed an equally terrifying strength. Without daring to overextend, Yi Zi Qing reciprocated with increased force. Wei Jinghong was soon taken aback by the intensity of Yi Zi Qing's grip, discovering that it was on par with her own. Is this truly happening? Yi Zi Ving inwided. Of course it is true. Sister Jinghong, do you have any idea what might be happening? Releasing her grip, Wei Jinghong furrowed her brow. Have you two consumed anything unusual or engaged in any activities recently? Both sisters pondered before shaking their heads in unison. We haven't done anything out of the ordinary. We've all been eating and drinking together, so there shouldn't be any differences. Was there any similar change prior to this, or any signs of it? They both shook their heads again. Confusion clouded Wei Jinghong's mind. Like her, the sisters had experienced this transformation without any forewarning, as if it had materialized instantaneously. Since the onset of her own changes, Wei Jinghong had sought answers, but had come up empty-handed. Her gaze drifted toward Chen Jiao. Do you have any insight? Chen Jiao shook his head. How would I know? Then how have you become so formidable? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jiao tentatively suggested it might relate to an illness I suffered recently. Wei Jinghong's spirits lifted, and she hurriedly settled beside him. Due elaboraci. It was during the time when the sun experienced anomalies. I had a high fever that night, and when I awoke the next day, the fever had subsided and I felt stronger. Could it be connected to that fever? Wei Jing répondit deeply. It is not impossible. With a glance at Yi Ziqing, she asked, Did you feel feverish last night? Yi Ziqing instinctively shook her head. However, Yi Zi, upon hearing Wei Jinghong's question, turned crimson, as if recalling something embarrassing. Zi, have you thought of something? Wei Jinghong noticed her expression. Huh? Yi Zi quickly responded, shaking her head. No, we were perfectly fine last night. Then why the blush? Wait a moment. You're being coy. Wei Jinghong's expression darkened. You can connect those dots, can you? She gritted her teeth. Yi Zi, you truly have a way about you. Realizing that Wei Jinghong had guessed her inner thoughts, Yi Zi chuckled shyly. Sister Jinghong, it's not what you think. Wei Jinghong shot her a knowing look. Despite Yi Zi's thick skin, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What did she become so impure? Oh no, Yi Zi, you've lost your innocence. Chapitre 34, impossible, absolutely impossible. Enough, why dwell on these matters? Have you experienced any adverse effect from your changes? Chen Jiao interjected, redirecting the conversation and alleviating Yi Zi's awkwardness. None at all. Aside from increased strength and agility, there have been no negative reactions. As long as it's a positive change, what does it matter? By the way, Sister Jinghong was a security officer and possesses considerable combat skills. Make sure to consult her whenever you have time to familiarize yourselves with your new abilities. With a playful grin, Yi Zi skipped over to Wei Jinghong and wrapped her arms around her. Sister Jinghong, dear sister, would you teach us? Wei Jinghong shot her a disapproving glance. You really ought to think less about frivolous things. Of course, I'll heed your advice, dear sister. Though she spoke these words, Yi Zi's mind was still filled with doubts. Is that something one can control? All right, since there's nothing pressing at the moment, go change into some loose clothing. I will teach you some combat techniques now. Hooray for Sister Jinghong. Yi Ziqing nodded in eager agreement. The two sisters quickly retreated to their rooms to change. Their new attire had been provided by Wu Biao and the others. Initially, Chen Jiao found their previous outfits charming, but as time passed, he grew indifferent to them. To ensure that Wei Jinghong and the others wore more suitable clothing, he had requested that Wu Biao send over a variety of seasonal garments a few days prior. The sisters returned to the living room clad in white athletic shoes, snug yoga pants, and white base layers, perfectly accentuating their figures. Wei Jinghong rose from her seat, guiding the sisters to a nearby area where she began explaining combat techniques while actively demonstrating. Chen Jiao quietly observed, knowing that he was in for a treat in the days to come. It was time to give Wei Jinghong a little surprise. This woman was still contemplating her position, and tonight he intended to ensure she understood who was in command of this household. Before long, the time for leisure arrived. Chen Jiao first visited the Yi sisters' room before heading to Wei Jinghong's. I knew you would come. Isn't that only natural? With a disdainful glance from Wei Jinghong, Chen Jiao settled beside her. Half an hour later, he began to enhance Wei Jinghong's abilities. Under the system's guidance, she was acutely aware of her growing strength. Wei Jinghong's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed the magnitude of her transformation. Having previously experienced an inexplicable surge of power, She now felt the profoundness of this change firsthand, leaving her heart in turmoil. Yet, why did it manifest at this particular moment? At that instant, Wei Jinghong pondered many things. Some matters are not easily scrutinized. Before encountering Chunjiu, her strength was merely average. Although she surpassed the vast majority, any significant transformation seemed impossible, even with relentless training. However, since aligning with Chunjiu, the changes in her physique have been remarkably pronounced, occurring at a pace that feels almost unnatural. Reflecting on the transformation of the Yi sisters during the day, Wei Jinghong could not help but ponder whether her newfound strength could be attributed to that reason. This thought caused her to involuntarily shudder. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such bizarre occurrences exist in this world? Dual cultivation? What absurd jest. This is not a realm of fantasy or cultivation. Yet, if that were not the case, how could she explain the enhancement of her own abilities? Wei Jinghong felt as though she might be losing her sanity. In the early hours of the morning, the rewards of a new day arrived. Chunjiu chose a 100-kilogram fruit gift pack and fell asleep, cradling the beauty who had been suffering from insomnia. At dawn, outside the Tsuhu Bay community, 180 figures clad in white appeared at the entrance. Lin Xiao, so many days have passed. The person you seek may no longer be here. A man, obscured by sunglasses and harboring a pair of ominous eyes, surveyed the community before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It matters not. I am merely taking a chance. After all, the number of women who could be on my list before the snow disaster was limited, and knowing their exact addresses is a rare stroke of fortune that should not be squandered. Feng Ge, although I hesitate to say it, you must prepare yourself. Even if the twins are still alive, we do not know how many hands they have passed through. Do not harbor overly high expectations. I truly am at a loss for you all. How many trustworthy streamers can you find? They might appear somewhat attractive in videos, but I fear that upon seeing them in person, you would lack the courage to even speak. Indeed, are there not beautiful women within the base? Why venture so far for a pair of twins? You seem to have too much time on your hands. Yunjia, you do not grasp this. When have we ever lacked women by our side? What we crave is that thrill, that surprise. It is akin to the excitement you feel when unboxing a mystery box. But what if there is no excitement, only disappointment? No one responded to this remark. All gazes turned towards Lin Xiao, the man also known as Feng Ge. At the center of the group, Lin Feng smirked with a bloodthirsty grin. If my trip proves fruitless, then those alive within this community need not waste the air any longer. Let's find them. Without further delay, the group moved forward. At Lin Feng's command, a portion of the white-clad individuals forged ahead to clear the path, while the rest formed a protective barrier around 5 individuals, distinguishable by their attire. Chapter 35, The Arrogant Outsiders. Lin Feng and his companions swiftly located a building and entered. Their passage was unobstructed, and soon they reached the underground parking lot of the community. Upon entering, the cacophony of dissonant music assaulted their ears, and the air was thick with various unpleasant odors, eliciting nausea. It seemed that everywhere was the same. A group of lowly, filthy rabble. What could one expect from them in this apocalyptic era? Their realm of imagination was limited to bullying the weak and indulging in revelry. Beyond that, they possessed no foresight. Enough. Let's conclude Feng Ji's business and depart this foul place. I swear, I will never return here, even in death. Listening to his companions, Lin Feng slightly inclined his head towards their escorts. The gesture was understood, and they promptly retrieved weapons hidden from a cold. Conventional firearms were drawn, safeties disengaged, and bullets chambered as dozens advanced towards the groups gathered around the bonfires. Who goes there? Lin Feng and his group, lacking any concealment, were quickly noticed by Qin Hao's men. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out in the underground parking lot, and the one who had spotted Lin Feng was instantly shot dead. Gunfire? Where did that come from? The others were startled. Aside from the elderly and some children who were unable to move, everyone else, regardless of their activities, hastily rose to their feet. Do not move. Before Wu Biao and his companions could act, Lin Feng's men had already surrounded them. The appearance of numerous white-clad figures, all armed, left Wu Biao and his group in stunned silence and alarm. The scene was swiftly brought under control. At that moment, Lin Feng and his 5 companions emerged from the rear of the formation, shielded by 7 or 8 white-clad individuals. As they advanced, some among them voiced complaints and grievances, their chatter incessant. Had their expressions been visible, the disdain and aversion on their faces would have been unmistakable. Hidden among the crowd, Wu Biao's alarm bells rang. Without needing to think, he cast a glance at Zhang Tuning beside him. Zhang Tuning understood and vanished into the darkness without a trace. Ladies and gentlemen, I presume none of you recognize me, and I likewise have no desire to make your acquaintance. We are here simply to inquire about a matter, and I hope for your cooperation, as my time is limited. Lin Feng spoke directly, without an ounce of politeness. What do you wish to inquire about? One individual, emboldened, dared to speak. Lin Feng noted that the questioner was a robust, middle-aged man, a subtle smile creeping at the edges of his masked face. What is your name? Qin Hao. A fine name. I assume your standing here is not insignificant? Qin Hao steadied himself, speaking with confidence. I cannot claim any high standing. The others merely nominated me as a leader. If you seek someone, I should know everyone who has appeared here. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Bang! A sudden shot rang out. Everyone was caught off guard. Lin Feng abruptly raised his hand, aiming at Qin Hao, and fired. Qin Hao, perhaps until his last breath, could not comprehend that he had merely stepped forward to speak and ended up losing his life. How audacious! What gives you the right to speak to me in such a tone? You think you have any standing here? Lin Feng retorted, blowing lightly on the gun's muzzle. The others were paralyzed and shocked by Lin Feng's unexpected action. Each one trembled in fear, casting fearful glances towards Lin Feng and his companions. Enough with the pleasantries. Now, I will show you a photograph. If anyone knows the whereabouts of the person in this image, congratulations. If you can provide me with her location, you will receive unexpected rewards. As he spoke, Lin Feng gestured. Several white-clad individuals behind him swiftly approached the front line of survivors, distributing a stack of prepared photographs. Once the first recipient glanced at the photo, the dim light from the surrounding bonfires allowed them to discern the figures within. The image depicted 2 girls, adorned in anime-inspired attire. One exuded youthful vibrancy and charm, while the other radiated elegance and an ethereal coolness. They bore striking resemblance, yet their personalities could easily be inferred from their distinct appearances. Stunning. This was the singular thought that flashed through every survivor's mind upon seeing the 2 girls in the photographs, overshadowed only by fear. Yet, regrettably, the first individual to receive the photograph had no recognition of them. After confirming their ignorance, they promptly passed the photo to others. As the photographs circulated, they soon reached Wu Biao and his group. Upon seeing the 2 girls, Wu Biao immediately recalled the enchanting figures he had encountered before Qinjiu's door. Could it be them? It was evident that Wu Biao had recognized the 2 girls in the photograph as the Yi sisters from Qinjiu's household, and his companions, including Chao Wei and other trusted associates, took note as well. Many among them had seen the sisters Yi Zi and Yi Ziqing and naturally recognized them at once. However, in alignment with Wu Biao's choice, they discreetly passed the photograph to others. Chao Wei quietly inquired, Biao Ge, is this directed at the sir? What should we do? Wu Biao glanced at Lin Feng ahead in the crowd, then at the white-clad individuals, who were on high alert with their weapons drawn, his expression darkening. Go find Lao Zhang and inform him about the situation here. Biao Ge, why don't you go? I'll keep watch here. Chao Wei hesitated. I have a weapon that may prove crucial in a critical moment. What can you do remaining here? Just be an eyesore? After being gently reprimanded by Wu Biao, Chao Wei bore no ill will. Just be careful then, Biao Ge. Without further insistence, Chao Wei nodded and quietly departed. After a considerable time, once everyone had viewed the photograph and returned it, several white-clad individuals returned to Lin Feng's side. Everyone has seen it. Can anyone tell me where these 2 girls are? Of course, if they are among you, I hope they will step forward themselves. At that moment, someone spoke up, I recognize the 2 in the photograph. Damn! Wu Biao's immediate reaction upon hearing someone knew Yi Ziqing was one of alarm. Unconsciously, he drew the pistol from his waist, ready to seek out the person who claimed to know them. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was pleased, directing his gaze toward the speaker. Step forward. I also know them, several others hurriedly chimed in. Lin Feng and the others were evidently surprised by the fame of Yi Zi and her sister in this neighborhood. Those claiming to know them numbered no less than 10. Come forth and tell me about their circumstances. The more precise the information, the greater the reward I shall bestow upon you. The survivors who claimed to know the sisters began to step forward, moving 3 meters closer to Lin Feng. Seeing so many people, Wu Biao hesitated, contemplating his next move. If only 1 or 2 individuals were aware of Yi Ziqing's circumstances, he would have been confident in eliminating them and escaping with his trusted subordinates, waiting for the big boss to deal with Lin Feng and his crew. However, the crowd was too large. Taking down even one individual might require several bullets, rendering any further action futile. While he hesitated, Lin Feng had already begun questioning those who stepped out from the crowd. "You there, tell me, where are they now?" The queried person seemed somewhat hesitant. "What? Is there something difficult to say?" "Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can threaten you." "Well, it's not that anyone is threatening me. I just know the people in the photograph. Before the snow disaster, they lived in building number 6 with me. I didn't pay attention to which room exactly. I only know they also reside in this neighborhood, but I don't know where they are now." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened beneath his mask. Initially, he thought it would be easy to uncover the whereabouts of Yi Ziqing, but it turned out the person merely recognized them without any knowledge of their current circumstances. Realizing this, Lin Feng almost laughed in frustration. With a tense expression, Lin Feng turned to the remaining individuals. "Are you all the same?" Others wished to inform Lin Feng of Yi Ziqing's whereabouts, but regrettably, they did not know where the 2 sisters were at present. Some could affirm that the sisters were still within the neighborhood, having personally searched their building, but after scouring every room in Unit 6, they had found nothing, leaving them clueless about their exact location. Observing the silent crowd, Lin Feng truly laughed, an exasperated laugh. "Do you all find it amusing to toy with me?" The group lowered their heads further, unable to lift them. "All right, several good words indeed." Without Lin Feng needing to take further action, 2 of his companions immediately drew their weapons and opened fire on the group standing at the front. Gunfire and screams erupted as figures collapsed in a pool of despair and blood. With the elimination of a dozen individuals, it seemed Lin Feng had lost his patience. "Is there no one among you who knows their current whereabouts?" The crowd, gripped by fear, dared not raise their heads to meet Lin Feng's gaze, their hearts racing with anxiety. Observing their reaction, Lin Feng's bloodthirsty gaze could no longer be concealed. "It appears some of you remain ignorant of the consequences of withholding information. Since that is the case, I shall grant you a choice. Half will be spared, and half will perish." Upon receiving the command, the surrounding white-clad individuals immediately aimed their weapons at half of the crowd, and Wu Biao found himself among those targeted. "Brother, don't shoot. I know where the people you're looking for are," under the threat of dozens of guns. Several of Wu Biao's subordinates could no longer withstand the terror of death and, disregarding the potential for offending Wu Biao, spoke up urgently. "The one who spoke will remain. Not a single other shall live." To everyone's shock, despite someone stepping forward to reveal the whereabouts of the Yi sisters, the order to kill half of the survivors was still issued. In this critical moment, Wu Biao no longer concealed his intentions. Bang bang. 2 shots ended the life of the subordinate who had intended to disclose the sisters' information, and then he aimed his gun directly at the arrogant Lin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Biao fired 3 shots at Lin Feng with lethal intent. Protect Lin Xiao. The sudden turn of events was unexpected for everyone on Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was struck by gunfire, and those who had initially aimed their weapons at Wu Biao were momentarily dazed. "Run." Having completed this, Wu Biao shouted, then rushed with his trusted subordinates towards the emergency exit of building number 9. "Run." The others, responding to Wu Biao's shout, scattered in panic, rushing towards the surrounding parking lot. Lin Xiao, are you all right?" The white-clad individuals had already encircled Lin Feng. The leader of the white-clad group supported the fallen Lin Feng and asked with concern, "Cough, cough, I'm fine." "Eliminate them. I want the one who shot to be taken alive." Although Lin Feng had been shot, he had donned 2 bulletproof vests when leaving Ling Tian building, and aside from the pain from the bullet's impact, he was not in grave danger. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the leader of the white-clad group sighed in relief. As long as Lin Feng was not in danger, if anything happened to him under their protection, he and his team, along with their families still inside Ling Tian building, would likely pay the price. Although Lin Feng's life was not in jeopardy, the leader of the white-clad group was thoroughly enraged. Open fire freely. Capture the one who fired earlier alive for Lin Xiao. Bang, bang, bang. The other white-clad individuals, receiving their leader's orders, immediately began indiscriminate shooting at the fleeing survivors. On the top floor of building number 9, after receiving the report from a maid on the 22nd floor, Zhang Tianying and his companions encountered Chen Jiao. Sir, it's bad. A major incident has occurred. Upon seeing Chen Jiao outside the door, they did not wait for him to speak, their excited voices already ringing out. What happened? Approaching Chen Jiao, they wasted no time and briefly recounted the events unfolding in the parking garage, including the armed situation involving Lin Feng and others. They came looking for Yi Zi and her sister, and they are all heavily armed? Could it be that Yi Ziqing and her sister are not ordinary people? It was indeed a misstep on Chen Jiao's part. The sisters had now become his people, yet he had never taken the time to understand their backgrounds. Now hearing Zhang Tianying's account of a fully armed group seeking the two sisters, it was not unreasonable for Chen Jiao to think this way. Suddenly, amid his contemplation, he caught the sound of gunfire from below. The gunfire was distant, but his heightened senses, now 40 times that of a normal person, allowed him to perceive it. Through the sound of gunfire, it was evident that the confrontation below was intense. They are coming, Chen Jiao suddenly remarked. The two individuals who had come to inform Chen Jiao were bewildered. What do you mean they are coming? Chao Wei inquired, but Chen Jiao offered no explanation. Stay here and do not go anywhere. I have some matters to attend to. Without waiting for their questions, Chen Jiao shut the door behind him and descended the stairs. Meanwhile, on the 3rd and 4th floors of the building, Wu Biao was valiantly engaged in a firefight with the pursuing figures clad in white. Armed with a pistol and 2 magazines he had acquired from Fengyan, he was not only preventing the assailants from advancing, but also leading a dozen loyal subordinates upwards to the higher floors. Quickly, run faster. The firepower from below was overwhelming, forcing Wu Biao to take considerable risks with every blind retaliation. Fortunately, the assailants, though relentless, seemed to fear his weapon, momentarily retreating every time he fired. At the very bottom of the building, Lin Feng and his companions were rushing upstairs, flanked by a dozen white-clad guards. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Lin Feng was both furious and shaken. The great upheaval had just begun, and his father's ambitions were only in their infancy. As one of Lin Tianxiao's 3 sons, his future was destined to be extraordinary. Had it not been for the additional bulletproof vest he wore before leaving, he might have met his end there. The thought of such an outcome sent chills down Lin Feng's spine, yet his murderous intent towards Wu Biao was unmatched. If I catch him, I will make him wish for death. His companions sensed the dark aura emanating from Lin Feng, remaining silent as they contemplated how to let him vent his anger on Wu Biao once captured. As the chase continued to the top floor of Building 9, Chen Jiao soon encountered Wu Biao and his group. Sir? Upon seeing Chen Jiao, Wu Biao and the others were filled with an overwhelming sense of relief. Chen Jiao casually surveyed them. What is the situation? Wu Biao replied bitterly, it's grim. The parking lot has been completely slaughtered, and we still have numerous armed assailants in pursuit. If things continue like this, there won't be many survivors in this area. No, sir, we must leave. They are right below us. Once they catch up, we will be trapped. It is too late to escape. What? Chen Jiao detected the enemies lurking just below them in the stairwell. Ignoring the anxious expressions of Wu Biao and the others, Chen Jiao instructed, go to the 22nd floor and wait. Without a glance at their reactions, he vanished. As they regained their senses, the haunting screams echoed from below. Brother Biao, does the sir intend to deal with those white-clad figures alone? Rin Feng, one of Wu Biao's confidants, trembled as he spoke. I don't know. Wu Biao truly had no idea. The thought was simply too insane. Everyone present knew Chen Jiao was formidable, but the idea of him single-handedly taking on dozens of armed assailants was utterly preposterous. Despite the continuous screams from the stairwell, Wu Biao still found it hard to believe. Regardless of their doubts, Chen Jiao had already engaged the white-clad adversaries below. His swift movements allowed him to navigate effortlessly among them. As the assailants attempted to aim and fire at Chunjio, it became a luxury they could ill afford. Within 5 minutes, all 20 armed figures pursuing Wu Biao lay lifeless on the stairs, each dispatched with a single strike. Some did not even have the chance to see Chunjio before their necks were snapped. Having effortlessly dispatched these foes, Chunjio's ears perked up at the sound of more footsteps below. More? With a slight frown, he moved swiftly downwards in pursuit of the sound. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions were rapidly approaching the descending Chunjio. The moment they met, the armed figures ahead realized Chunjio was not one of their own and instinctively raised their weapons to shoot. Yet before they could act, Chunjio had already vanished from sight, leaving them bewildered. What the hell? The armed figures were horrified. In that brief moment of distraction, Chunjio reappeared before them. With terrifying force, he struck out, ending the lives of 2 white-clad assailants in an instant, sending their bodies crashing into the crowd behind them. Be careful, young Master Lin. In the narrow staircase, there was little room to evade. However, the bodyguard assigned to protect Lin Feng was an experienced warrior. Upon witnessing his subordinate being flung back, he instinctively pulled Lin Feng close to the stairway railing, barely avoiding the ensuing chaos. They were fortunate, but others were not so lucky. Many were caught off guard by the 2 flying assailants, resulting in most being crushed into a narrow space. Cries of agony filling the air. The bodyguard, first to retaliate, fired blindly upwards without even glancing at Chunjio. Quite impressive, Chunjio remarked coolly, causing the bodyguard to be struck with fear as he turned to look at the source of the voice. There stood Chunjio, a hand suddenly grasping his neck. Don't kill young Master Lin. This was the bodyguard's final plea. Easily disposing of the man, Chunjio glanced down at Lin Feng, who was still crouched on the stairs, and scoffed. With a swift kick, he sent the bodyguard tumbling into the crowd below. With more enemies to confront, Chunjio moved like a wraith, swiftly eliminating all the white-clad figures accompanying Lin Feng. Lin Feng and his companions remain alive, not due to Chunjio's mercy, but because the 5 individuals were dressed differently from the others, suggesting they were of significant importance. Suspecting a connection to the Yi sisters, Chunjio decided to capture a few for further verification. Will you walk out on your own, or shall I assist you? He asked the 5, who huddled together, their eyes filled with terror. Who are you? Lin Feng stuttered. I do not wish to repeat myself. Do you know who I am? My father is Huang Zihai, one of the 5 titans of Ling Tian Tower. If you harm me, my father will not let you off easily. One of them dared to threaten Chunjio at that moment. Chunjio was aware of Ling Tian Tower, a prominent establishment belonging to Lin Tianxiao, the wealthiest man in Longchuan City. Standing over 600 meters tall, with 119 floors, it occupied nearly 600,000 square meters. Who else wishes to introduce themselves? With a single kick, he dispatched the threat, his tone remaining flat. Terrified, Lin Feng and his companions shook their heads vigorously. Then why are you still here? The remaining 4, no longer daring to hesitate, gritted their teeth against the pain and limped upstairs. After some time, Wu Biao and the others finally encountered Chunjio along with Lin Feng and his 3 companions, now captives. Sir, Wu Biao and the others had felt unease since Chunjio had gone to confront Lin Feng. Even upon returning to the 22nd floor, their anxiety persisted. However, upon seeing Chunjio return unscathed, accompanied by those previously in white, they quickly realized he had resolved the troubles they faced. There are many weapons on the stairs below. You may handle them as you wish, Chunjio instructed, noting that their attire provided some insulation against the cold. The decision is yours, reminding Wu Biao and the others. Chunjio did not linger on the 22nd floor, but continued to lead Lin Feng and the others towards the 23rd floor. Observing the departing figures of Chunjio and his companions, Wu Biao and the others felt a tumultuous excitement that could hardly be contained. Could it be that the gentleman truly accomplished this? Was he even human? The admiration from the younger brothers soared to unprecedented heights. Wu Biao proclaimed, "What did I say before? As long as we seize the opportunity to cling to this towering pillar of strength, achieving success is merely a matter of time. Do you still doubt my judgment? Biao, good manager, is indeed wise." The group of younger brothers cheered. "Let's go gather our equipment." I will not concern myself with the other buildings, but for Jiao Haolo from now on, not even a fly is permitted to enter without the gentleman's consent. Oh. The younger brothers chanted in excitement, and then, under Wu Biao's leadership, they descended the stairs. On the 23rd floor, sir, what is the situation below? Zhang Tianyi and his companion, who had been waiting here, inquired about the situation below as soon as Chen Jiao returned, not even noticing the identities of Lin Feng and the others. You may go down and meet Wu Biao. They should be clearing the battlefield now. Without needing further explanation, the astute Zhang Tianyi and Cao Wei displayed expressions of palpable excitement. Yes, sir, they replied and hurriedly rushed downstairs. Where are you taking us? We have arrived. Just as a girl began to speak, Chen Jiao halted before the door of the last room. Chapter 38, The Top Brother. He knocked on the door, and the person inside, upon seeing Chen Jiao through the peephole, joyfully opened the door. Jiao, you're back. Yazi embraced Chen Jiao, her delicate face adorned with a sweet smile. Chen Jiao nodded. Yazi? Linfen could not help but inquire. Yazi, hearing the voice, looked to the side in confusion. Who are you? Let us talk inside. Not allowing the group to reminisce at the door, Chen Jiao calmly stated, wrapping his arm around Yazi as they entered the room. Lin Feng and the others had no choice but to follow. Once inside, who are they? Wei Jinghong regarded Lin Feng and the others following Chen Jiao with curiosity gleaming in her beautiful eyes. It was known that Chen Jiao would not easily allow outsiders into his abode. Thus, it was only natural for Wei Jinghong to be intrigued by his return with 4 individuals. Wei Jinghong, before Chen Jiao could respond, Lin Feng exclaimed upon seeing Wei Jinghong in the living room. Wei Jinghong furrowed her brow. Did this person, completely enveloped in protective gear, recognize her? Chen Jiao found the situation increasingly interesting. He had assumed that Lin Feng and the others were only acquainted with the Yes sisters, but this unexpected twist was delightful. Take off your gear. Noticing the confusion in Wei Jinghong's eyes, Chen Jiao instructed Lin Feng and the others. After a brief moment of hesitation, they removed their headgear, masks, goggles, and hoods in front of Wei Jinghong. The faces of the 4 were thus revealed. 2 men and 2 women, the men handsome and the women striking. All possessed remarkable features. Wei Jinghong's gaze fell on the person who had called her name, Lin Feng. After scrutinizing him, she realized she had no recollection of him. Do we know each other? Confirming that the stunning woman before him was indeed Wei Jinghong, Lin Feng opened his mouth. Not personally, but I had the fortune of seeing Miss Wei from a distance at Miss Chu Xiaojuan's birthday banquet in Daidu a few years ago. My father is Lin Tianxiao, and my sister is Lin Jingchu. You should know my sister. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wei Jinghong seemed to recall something. What is your name? Lin Feng. Wei Jinghong pondered for a moment and nodded. I remember now. Jingchu mentioned she has a half-brother. That must be you. The mention of half-brother seemed to strike a sensitive chord within Lin Feng, contorting his previously calm expression. Wei Jinghong, however, paid no heed to Lin Feng's reaction and addressed Chen Jiao. Do you know them? I do not. Then why bring them back? Chen Jiao remained silent, instead directing his attention to Yazi in his arms and Yaziki seated beside Wei Jinghong. Why are you looking at us like that? Jiao, you do not think we are acquainted with these people, do you? Yazi exclaimed in surprise. According to Wu Biao, these individuals are coming to Kuohuan specifically for you sisters. Do you not recall? How could we possibly remember? We have never met him. At this point, Yazi curiously asked, what do you want with me and my sister? Do we know each other? Lin Feng hesitated. To be frank, Chen Jiao's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said to Yazi, you're the top supporter in your live stream. In just a few words, Yazi and her sister were momentarily taken aback. The top supporter in the live stream? Yet Ziki queried, are you Gue Bukian? That is me. With the matter laid bare, Lin Feng felt no further hesitation and openly admitted. Wow. Yazi gasped, jumping from Chen Jiao's embrace. You're the one who repeatedly messaged me and my sister, saying that if we were willing to meet you privately and become your girlfriends, you would gift us sports cars and luxurious mansions? Initially, Yazi's excitement gave the impression that she was pleasantly surprised. However, as she continued speaking, both Wei Jinghong and Chen Jiao were left utterly speechless. Is this how it is played? Lin Feng's lips twitched as he grit his teeth, yes. So this is how you look. Previously, my sister and I thought you were just a moneyed slacker, a greasy old man. Seeing you in person, you are quite unexpected. Lin Feng's expression began to twist, an unnamed fury brewing within him. Yazi, however, remained oblivious to Lin Feng's changing demeanor, tilting her head in contemplation. Moments later, her clear gaze sparkled with wisdom as she looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. My goodness, you are still so persistent? Coming to find us personally in this cold weather? Aren't you a bit twisted? Enough. Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. First, he was labeled a bastard, striking at his core, and now he was called a lecherous slacker and a greasy old man. Although he had previously refrained from retaliating due to Chen Jiu's intimidating presence, his patience had reached its limit. Now, the situation escalated further as he was directly accused of being perverted. How could Lin Feng, raised in privilege, endure this? There should be a limit to humiliation. Did they truly believe he had no temper? With emotions boiling over, his eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze on Yazi, appearing ready to pounce. Yazi was startled by Lin Feng's sudden outburst and instinctively sought refuge behind Chen Jiu. Jiu, he is threatening me. Chen Jiu narrowed his eyes. You are quite bold, aren't you? Lin Feng shifted his focus from Yazi to Chen Jiu. His face remained stoic, unafraid of Chen Jiu's threatening gaze. Shall we have a conversation? What do you wish to discuss? Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure amidst rising emotions. Your strength is formidable. Among those I have encountered, none can compare to you. And then? Someone of your caliber should not be confined to such a small place. You deserve a broader horizon. If you are willing, I can offer you a more expansive platform. All you desire, beauty, power, resources, will be within your grasp. Chen Jiu was somewhat taken aback by Lin Feng's proposition. Could it be that he could not bear the pressure and was losing his mind? Do you not recognize your current predicament? I am well aware of my circumstances. However, I believe there is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved through calm discussion. You should also understand my identity. Lin Tianxiao is my father. Let me reveal something unknown to others. The snow disaster we are experiencing has no end in sight. The sun has transformed into a ball of ice, and the earth shall remain shrouded in ice and snow for years to come. Prior to this, those in power had long been aware of the news. Yet due to the irreversible nature of this monumental change, they refrained from making it public. The capable individuals had already stockpiled sufficient resources to confront the impending challenges before the calamity struck. My father is undoubtedly one of these capable individuals. Within the towering Ling Tian de Sha, we possess an abundance of food. Even if we were to sustain 100,000 people, there would be no signs of resource scarcity for the next 50 years. I acknowledge your prowess. Yet even the most formidable individuals cannot escape the necessity of daily sustenance and a stable abode. I can fulfill these needs for you, provided that you choose to follow me henceforth. Do not feel as though you are compromising yourself. What use is individual strength when one is alone? In this world, it is always about resources and connections. Without the backing of a formidable force, personal might is destined to be fleeting. It is no surprise that the child of a wealthy family, even if merely a bastard, possesses exceptional eloquence. The key lies in this confidence. He does not perceive himself as a prisoner. Rather, he aspires not only to extricate himself from his current predicament, but also to recruit Chen Jiu, the architect of his misfortune, under his banner. Regardless of the other's temperament, this attitude is something many fail to achieve. Chapter 39, Overconfident. Your absence in the realm of multi-level marketing is their loss, Chen Jiu quipped. Do you think I am deceiving you? Chen Jiu waved his hand dismissively. It is not about deception. I simply find it unnecessary. The resources and connections you speak of, I embody them. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you desire? Why do you assume that I must gain something from you? Could it not be that simple curiosity has allowed you to survive until now? Curiosity? Curiosity regarding my purpose in seeking out Yi and her sisters? Chen Jiu nodded. Ha ha! Lin Feng erupted into unrestrained laughter. Is it really that amusing? Lin Feng stifled his laughter. We are all adults. Does discussing such trivial matters serve any purpose? If you are not foolish, you would understand that our armed presence on your territory suggests our identities are anything but ordinary. Coupled with our distinct attire, It is hard to believe you would keep us here out of mere curiosity. Speak plainly, what do you want? With our identities, you could easily negotiate for something advantageous for my father, provided you ensure our safety. Chunjiu conceded that the confidence of the wealthy evoked envy. Yet he wondered if Lin Feng's confidence had perhaps exceeded reasonable limits. Bang, bang, bang. No. Just as Lin Feng wore a facade of having seen through him, Chunjiu unexpectedly drew a firearm and, in plain sight of Lin Feng, executed the three individuals behind him. You, how dare you? Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Stripped of his earlier confidence, now gazing in horror at Chunjiu. You are confident, but perhaps a bit too much. Have you forgotten the number of your kind when you first arrived? I was able to eliminate the previous individual. Why would you assume I would hesitate with you? You. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He had overlooked a crucial detail. One among their group had already fallen to Chunjiu's hand. The hornet's nest had been disturbed. What difference does it make to kill 1 or 5? No, you cannot kill me. My father is Lin Tianxiao. He commands a legion of mercenaries and possesses weaponry. If you kill me, he will not spare you. Why are you still being foolish at this juncture? If I do not kill you, do you truly believe the forces behind you will let me be? Naive. Bang. Without further ado, Chunjiu ended their exchange, delivering a final blow. I will summon Wu Biao and his men to clean up. With the last of them fallen, Yi Ziqing, who had remained mostly silent, stood and simply stated this before heading towards the door. Chunjiu holstered his weapon, his expression calm. Were you truly driven by curiosity in bringing them back? Wei Jinggong inquired. Chunjiu nodded. They sought the sisters, and at first, I assumed they were relatives, so I brought them back to confirm. It now seems I was mistaken. We came to Longchuan City for school. Our relatives reside in other provinces, and my parents are ordinary people without such capabilities. Yi briefly explained her family situation. Wei Jinghong nodded in understanding. She did not inquire whether Chunjiu would eliminate them had they indeed been the sisters' relatives. Some matters are better left unspoken for the sake of unity. We may have stirred up trouble. Wei Jinghong pondered the implications. Are you concerned about potential reprisals from their background? Wei Jinghong nodded, her gaze fixed on the snowy landscape. You are aware of Lin Tianxiao, but what you do not know is that the Lin family is one of the foremost families in the capital. Given their standing, they could easily leave Longchuan City. Yet they chose to remain here, fully prepared after learning of the sun's anomaly. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Must I? Shenju est nonchalant demi-anor bewildered de Wei Jinggong. This implies that the power they wield is unfathomable, and their ambitions are grand. By provoking them, you may find it difficult to maintain your peace. Chunjiu remained unfazed. You appear unconcerned for your own safety. Wei Jinghong was taken aback by Chunjiu's playful banter. Despite her warnings, he seemed indifferent, leaving her both exasperated and amused. Relaxing her demeanor, she smiled. You are aware of my identity, are you not? In this world, it is not merely about violence. There exist human connections and societal intricacies. As long as the Wei family stands, Lin Tianxiao will think twice before acting against me, not out of courtesy, but rather due to necessity. So you believe that, in light of your standing, it will be challenging to protect me? Upon hearing this, Wei Jinghong regarded Chunjiu with astonishment. Are you serious? What do you think? Noticing the playful expression on Chunjiu's face, Wei Jinghong realized he was jesting. Fine, I suppose my concerns were unwarranted. She then added earnestly, should it come to that, I will do my utmost. Chunjiu appeared slightly taken aback, momentarily lost in thought, while gazing at Wei Jinghong. Wei Jinghong beamed. Are you touched? Should we take this opportunity to curry favor with me? Just look at my arms and legs. They ache terribly. If only someone could give me a massage. Shall I send you a few 100 million more? Go to hell. A pillow was hurled towards Chunjiu, but he effortlessly caught it. Soon after, Yi Ziqing returned with Wu Biao and his men. Upon seeing the bodies of Lin Feng and his companions strewn across the floor, none dared to question further. They dragged the corpses away, cleaning up the bloodstains before departing. On the 22nd floor, Wu Biao and his men had donned the gear of the white-clad armed personnel. They were exhilarated by their newfound firepower. However, they did not dare return to the underground parking lot. The white-clad armed individuals who had pursued them were merely a fraction of the force. Many of Lin Feng's men remained scattered throughout the other buildings. During their cleanup in the corridors, they had engaged in skirmishes with other armed individuals, and though they had repelled them, the situation below remained perilously dangerous. Their men were on high alert, stationed between the 19th and 22nd floors. "Sir, what brings you here?" Just as Wu Biao and his men were cautiously guarding against the possibility of white-clad armed personnel charging up from below, Chunjio's figure reappeared before them. "How many men do you have left?" Chunjio inquired directly upon finding Wu Biao. Despite Wei Jinghong's earlier dismissive attitude towards the potential repercussions from Lin Tianxiao, Chunjio was not yet confident enough to contend with such a force, even if he could not defeat them. Chunjio preferred not to leave his current residence to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, before the retaliation from Lin Tianxiao and his group arrived, he needed to make some preparations. At the very least, he did not want to make their subsequent actions too effortless before he was forced to leave. Chapter 40. The cleanup. There were still 15 men left. Originally, there had been 17, but they had lost 2 brothers during the recent skirmish with the armed factions below. This did not include the 12 maids previously dispatched to assist the gentlemen. Were there still many of them within the community? Wu Biao understood who Chunjio referred to and nodded. That group was quite mad. They had initiated a thorough cleansing of everyone in the area. Only a portion had pursued them to Building 9, and according to their previous numbers, there were at least 30 to 40 of their men still within the community. Chunjio was aware that Lin Feng and his group were also present, but he had not anticipated there to be so many. Were they stationed downstairs? Yes, but the exact numbers were unknown. However, rest assured, I have arranged personnel from the 19th floor corridor downwards. If they truly intend to attack, there will be no silence below. After hearing Wu Biao's words, Chunjio nodded. "Come with me to clear the area, and then gather the remaining survivors in the community. I have instructions to give shortly." "Are we taking the initiative?" Wu Biao's subordinate looked astonished. Understanding their concerns, Chunjio calmly replied, "You are responsible for cleaning up and organizing the equipment. Just leave it to me." With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Wu Biao and the others exchanged glances. "Let us go. Follow the gentleman." There was no hesitation. They did not need to lift a finger. What was there to fear? It was a perfect opportunity to witness the true prowess of their leader. The group swiftly moved downstairs. As they passed several floors, Wu Biao called upon the subordinates stationed there for defense. Chunjio walked alone at the forefront, one gun in hand, fully aware of his surroundings. Within a radius of 10 meters, nothing could escape his mental perception. Upon reaching the 18th floor, the sound of knocking echoed from Chunjio's direction. Some of the armed men hidden in the corners of the floor, hearing the commotion outside, could not help but peek out from their cover. The outcome was predictable. As soon as one exposed himself, a bullet came flying towards him, striking him in the forehead and killing him instantly. The gunfire undoubtedly alerted all the armed men in white, and a fierce battle was imminent. Chunjio confidently strode down the corridor. Anything that dared to peek out from cover met its fate at the hands of his bullets. Some of the armed men attempted to blindly shoot by merely extending their armed arms into the corridor, but before they could even pull the trigger, their arms were hit. Though Chunjio had never trained with firearms, it was impossible to say he was exceptionally skilled. However, his physical prowess was simply overwhelming. His formidable physique allowed him to disregard the recoil of the handgun, and at distances of no more than 10 meters, aiming was hardly a challenge. Coupled with his perception, it was almost as if he had X-ray vision. The hidden armed men had no chance to ambush him. In a matter of moments, the 5 or 6 armed men on that floor were swiftly dealt with by Chunjio. Confirming that no other enemies remained, he proceeded downward. At that moment, Wu Biao and his companions witnessed the terrifying prowess of Chunjio. He was nothing short of extraordinary. The armed men attempting to ambush him seemed to be rushing headlong into danger, falling one after another as they revealed themselves. It was as if Chunjio had installed surveillance on the armed men. He accurately predicted where and when they would emerge. Witnessing Chunjio's might, Wu Biao and the others felt that maintaining a safe distance from him was utterly unnecessary. With such miraculous shooting skills, even if they danced around him, The hidden enemies would not have the chance to fire a single bullet at them. Wu Biao was exhilarated, and his subordinates shared in his enthusiasm. Following such a powerful leader, what reason did they have not to soar to great heights? Brothers, while we may not be able to assist the gentleman much, we must ensure we do not hinder him. Clean the battlefield and collect the weapons. Not a single bullet should be left behind. Yes, manager. Wu Biao led his men to the corridor cleared by Chunjiu, then moved towards the fallen armed men, swiftly stripping them of all usable weapons and equipment. On the lower floors, their pace of cleaning up the battlefield could not keep up with Chunjiu's efficiency. In mere minutes, Chunjiu cleared 3 more floors, while Wu Biao and his group were still on the 17th floor. Withdraw, hurry and withdraw. The remaining armed men in Building 9 were now psychologically shattered. The gunfire and screams echoing from the 18th floor signified the death of their comrades, while the enemies had not sustained even a scratch. Unable to endure the torment of the approaching screams, the remaining armed men finally broke down. They dared not stay in place to ambush the enemy and decisively emerged from their covers, hastily retreating downstairs. Chunjiu pursued from behind. Any enemy daring to turn and retaliate against him did not even have the chance to glimpse his appearance before collapsing on their escape route. I can't take it anymore. The speed of their escape could not match Chunjiu's pursuit. A few armed men disregarded everything else and dashed into nearby houses, smashing through the floor-to-ceiling windows to leap out. Currently, the fastest fleeing armed men had only reached the 10th floor, and those who chose to jump from the windows faced a grim fate. However, despite this, some managed to reach outside the building, driving away in snowmobiles without looking back. Eventually, Chunjiu arrived at the underground parking lot. The once lively atmosphere had vanished. The acrid scent of blood mingled with various other odors filled the air, causing Chunjiu to wrinkle his brow. Looking at the areas illuminated by the firelight, corpses lay strewn about, and blood had frozen solid. This was no more than a hell on earth. Chunjiu could not fathom how many survivors had perished at the hands of Lin Feng and his group. But, judging by the current scene, it was likely that no more than a few hundred lived within the entire community. There was no sympathy, nor was there any compassion. In chaotic times, who could guarantee their survival to witness the arrival of hope? Rather than lamenting the plight of humanity, it was better to strengthen oneself, so that when faced with the same life and death dilemmas, one would not be at the mercy of others. Sir, these beasts deserve to die. How could they kill so many? Wu Biao and his men finally reached Chunjiu's side. Initially wanting to say something to him, Wu Biao was left speechless at the sight of the carnage in the parking lot. Various curses erupted within the parking area. If Lin Feng and the others had not died so early, had Wu Biao and his group known that the culprit was captured by Chunjiu, they would likely have torn him apart. Enough time has been wasted here. Let us see if there are any survivors in the other buildings. Your next task is to gather these individuals and then meet me on the 23rd floor. By the way, there may still be enemies in other buildings, so be cautious while you move. Yes, sir. Wu Biao snapped back to reality and nodded earnestly. Then off you go. Chunjiu left with that remark, turning back into the safety corridor. Chapter 41. The storm approaches. When Chunjiu met with Wu Biao again, it was already evening. They had searched through all the buildings within the community via the underground parking lot. Survivors, as Chunjiu surmised, are exceedingly rare, aside from Wu Biao and his companions. The total number of survivors who evaded Lin Feng's massacre does not exceed 60, 32 men and 23 women, among whom there are several mother-daughter pairs. According to Wu Biao and his group, these mother-daughter pairs were spared by the merciless white-clad armed assailants due to a moment of compassion. However, aside from these few fortunate souls, the majority met with a brutal end, with some women suffering indignities before their demise, a truly heartrending plight. Sir, there are but a few of us left. Do you have any further instructions? Wu Biao inquired after reporting on the status of the survivors. Do you have enough firearms collected? Indeed, we have over 100 firearms and 3,000 to 4,000 rounds of ammunition, which is sufficient for our current numbers. However, preserving them poses some difficulty. Prolonged exposure to the elements raises concerns about their future usability. Follow me and bring additional personnel, Chunjiu replied succinctly. leading Wu Biao and the others to the residence previously occupied by Liang Yu and the others. Inside, Chunjiu had prepared 10 temperature control devices for them. As they entered, the group gazed at the objects on the ground, resembling thermoses, with looks of confusion. Sir, what are these? Temperature control devices. Once activated, they maintain a temperature of 18 degrees Celsius within a 10-meter radius. You may take these back. Aside from cooking, feel free to utilize the underground parking lot, but ensure that they remain within the building otherwise. You must station personnel in the 2 buildings near the community exit, always vigilant for any disturbances, and report immediately upon noticing anything unusual. As Chunjiu spoke, he demonstrated the device in front of Wu Biao and his companions. It did not take long for a comfortable warmth to envelop them. Understanding the purpose of the temperature control devices, Wu Biao and the others felt a mix of astonishment and joy. These devices are truly miraculous. Had we possessed these sooner, we would have chosen to linger in the foul, unsanitary underground parking lot. Yet, it was not too late to obtain them now. With these temperature control devices, as long as the building stands and supplies continue, they could finally endure the wretched weather. Thank you, sir. I will arrange for personnel to monitor the community's periphery diligently. Without your permission, I assure you not even a fly will enter our community unnoticed. Take these temperature control devices and make the necessary arrangements. Yes, Wu Biao replied resolutely, gathering his companions to take the devices and departing from the 23rd floor. By the time Chunjiu returned home, night had fallen. After sharing dinner with Wei Jinghong and the others, he retired early for the night. Meanwhile, at the Ling Tian building base, news of Lin Feng's predicament had reached Lin Tianxiao and others. Upon realizing their children were in danger, many could not sit still. Lin Tianxiao remained composed, as he had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The situation with one illegitimate child did not unnerve him excessively. However, others were not so fortunate. Some had only 1 child. And if anything were to happen, even though there was time to train a trumpet, it would be too long before the trumpet could bear responsibility. Their gatherings were primarily driven by interests, and the existence of their children often served to further solidify their mutual benefit. Yet now, before this relationship could fully develop, troubles had arisen. If anything were to happen to their offspring, what reliance could they place on their superficial affections? They must dispatch individuals to rescue Xiao Ji and the others, regardless of the cost. Mr. Lin, this matter cannot be delayed. Every moment we tarry increases the children's peril. We must ensure nothing befalls my daughter. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven would be unable to safeguard them. Everyone, the situation has occurred. Speculating further is futile. I have prepared a rescue team for the children, and they will depart at dawn. Let's not be overly pessimistic. Xiao Feng and the others are clever children who know how to fend for themselves. Once our people arrive, as long as the adversary is not insane, Xiao Feng and the others will be in no danger. At this critical juncture, I urge everyone to remain calm. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will not allow this matter to throw us into disarray. Then it is settled. We shall proceed according to our plan and await news from our team tomorrow. Lin Tianxiao was not overly anxious about Lin Feng's safety because he possessed a certain confidence. In the domain of Longchuan City, no one dared to disregard Lin Tianxiao's authority. Even though the current circumstances might have affected his status as the wealthiest man, with the individuals Lin Feng brought along, any rational adversary would understand the consequences of crossing him. If Lin Feng and his companions were just a tad more astute, by subtly hinting at the current situation of Ling Tian building, they would ensure their safety, as no one would wish to antagonize him in Longchuan City. Ultimately, the adversaries would merely seek to gain some advantage. Meanwhile, as those in power at Ling Tian building deliberated, within a room on the 2nd floor of the building's uppermost level, the matter of the illegitimate child had become common knowledge. Have you all heard about the illegitimate child? Who in the upper echelons of the building is unaware of it? A bastard is a bastard, behaving as if still in a primitive stage, utterly oblivious to the principle of a gentleman not standing beneath a dangerous wall. It is simply embarrassing. Second brother, do not speak so harshly. Regardless, he is our brother. If you show indifference now, do not call him a bastard, for how can father endure such treatment? There are no outsiders here. What is it, elder brother? Do you fear will be leaked? I have no such leisure. Then that settles it. Enough of this. What are you two doing? Engaging in such petty rivalry at this time? A beautiful woman with exquisite temperament interjected sharply. At her words, the other two could not help but chuckle. Little sister, do not blame second brother for speaking harshly. I simply cannot abide that fellow's smug demeanor. Previously, father kept him hidden, and although we were aware, we turned a blind eye. Now, the heavy snowfall has allowed that bastard to openly live with us. I am truly incensed. What can you do about it? Should we ask father to expel them? Do not speak recklessly. I did not suggest that. Lin Yun recalled the time when their father had brought Lin Feng and his mother to Ling Tian building, and he felt a wave of dread. He had vehemently opposed it, but Lin Tianxiao had given him an ultimatum. Either accept Lin Feng and his mother or leave Ling Tian building to fend for himself. Lin Yin could discern that Lin Tianxiao had not been jesting. The crucial factor was that even his biological mother had agreed. In a desperate situation, a mother would capitulate first, leaving him with no choice. Chapter 42, The Substitute Doll. Enough. Look at your lack of ambition. Let's get to the point. What do you wish to say, little sister? Lin Xiaoxiao queried. Lin Jingchu replied earnestly. Do you not find the problems Lin Feng encountered somewhat peculiar? In what way? The brothers showed interest. Consider this. Those who accompanied Lin Feng are all fully armed bodyguards. With such a formidable entourage, how could Lin Feng still face adversity? The power of the force they encountered must be immense. Our Ling Tian building has reached its current scale because father promptly obtained inside information and collaborated with our uncles to prepare in advance. But what about other forces? I do not underestimate them. But apart from the primary forces, it is nearly impossible to find anyone in Longchuan City capable of matching the strength of Lin Feng's team. Lin Jingchu's analysis caused Lin Xiaoxiao and Lin Yun to recognize the gravity of the situation. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. What are you implying? It is just as you suspect. Although the current environment is in complete chaos, the apparatus has not entirely lost control over this land. I suspect that our father's recent actions have stirred some dissatisfaction among certain individuals, and Lin Feng's predicament is merely a warning, a display of strength. What? Lin Yun exclaimed. Rising in shock, should we inform father of this news? Lin Jingchu cast a sidelong glance at her brother, saying, This is merely a conjecture of mine. Furthermore, do you really think our father and the others haven't considered this angle? Lin Xiao replied, Indeed, this is just a theory proposed by my younger sister. While the likelihood is considerable, there remains a lack of substantial evidence. Moreover, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the individuals targeting our fourth brother are private forces. Surprised, Lin Jingchu looked at her elder brother. His ability to factor in potential risks, despite her clear insinuation, demonstrated remarkable prudence. Brother, do you hold those individuals in such high regard? She retorted. Although the possibility may be slim, it undeniably exists. Does it not? Lin Jingchu remained unconvinced. I still lean towards the former. It cannot harm us to consider more possibilities. This sentiment was wholeheartedly echoed by both Lin Jingchu and Lin Yun. Lin Jingchu inquired, if the individual targeting that illegitimate son is indeed a private force, does brother have any thoughts on the matter? Lin Xiao chuckled, his gaze unusually profound. It is still premature to discuss these matters. Whether or not it is a private force will become clearer once the individuals our father dispatches to rescue the fourth brother return with news. Such mystery, Lin Yun scoffed, expressing his disdain for his elder brother's penchant for cryptic communication. He found it exasperating how Lin Xiao often spoke in half-truths. And each time he observed his brother's air of strategic confidence, he felt an urge to confront him. In contrast to Lin Yun's straightforwardness, Lin Jingchu evidently had her own contemplations. We shall await developments. In the Chui Huan community, just past midnight, the system's rewards appeared punctually. Ding! Today's rewards have refreshed. Please choose from the options provided. Option 1, 100 tons of premium rice. Option 2, 1 fully replicated doll. Option 3, 3-stage limiter activation mode. Special abilities cannot be enhanced. New items had emerged. During this time, the rewards from the system had either been universal points or various materials. It had been many days since anything remotely significant had refreshed. Chunjio was astonished that the two exhilarating battles of the previous day had yielded two rewards previously unseen, which piqued his interest considerably. The fully replicated doll was a multifunctional item. Once bound, it could perfectly replicate everything of the binder, fight on behalf of the binder, and absorb all negative damage directed at the binder, with the condition for its disappearance being irreversible destruction of the doll. This was impressive. If Chunjio chose the doll, he would not only gain an additional 100 lives, but also effectively possess 100 indistinguishable avatars. Was this not invincible? Next, he considered the 3-stage limiter activation mode. This option also stirred a sense of eagerness within him. The so-called limiter served to confine one's potential for surpassing their inherent limitations. As it stood, Chunjio's physical prowess was already 40 times that of an average person, but without leveling up, he remained at level 13. Every increment prior to level 11 resulted in a doubling of his physical attributes, while each level thereafter, including 11, increased his attributes tenfold. However, if the limiter were to be activated, he could effortlessly transcend heights unattainable by others at the same level. Each stage of the 3-stage limiter would double his overall power. Starting from his current 40 times physical prowess, activating the first stage would grant him 80 times, the second stage would yield 160 times, and the third stage would reach 320 times. With such amplification, surpassing opponents of a significantly higher realm would be trivial. What should he do? Chunjio found himself torn between both options. Yet he understood that desiring both was impossible. Frustrated, he pondered why both options had to arise on the same day. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose the replicated doll. The foundation of all power stemmed from the preservation of his own life. Without life, what use was any strength? Although Chunjio did not believe many threats remained on this planet after acquiring the ability to activate the limiter, it was better to be cautious. Should he encounter a crisis that could not be reversed even with the limiter, would he not face dire consequences? After all, he was still merely an ordinary individual. The replicated doll was different. With it, he could rectify his mistakes across 100 deaths. Such a high margin for error meant that even without the limiter's activation mode, he would fear no one or anything. Furthermore, activating the limiter was not a one-time opportunity. Ensuring his own survival first, he could wait for the system to refresh again. Whether it took a week or a year, even if it required 10 or 100 years, he could afford to wait. Thus reassured, Chunjio felt a significant relief within. Enough of this. If you want something, go find Ziqing and the others. I cannot continue, he said, feeling the weight of his companion's embrace increase. At that moment, he heard Wei Jinghong's murmuring beside him. Looking down at the beautiful woman asleep next to him, he sighed. Alas, there is not a single capable companion. Being invincible is indeed quite lonely. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke the next day, after breakfast, Chunjio ventured into the unoccupied master bedroom and retrieved a sniper rifle. Can you use that? Wow, Brother Jio, where did you get this? Is it a sniper rifle? Seeing the item Chunjio produced, Yi Zi's expression was one of astonishment. Yi Ziqing also appeared surprised, though not particularly knowledgeable about such matters. She was aware that acquiring a genuine sniper rifle domestically was no trivial feat. Even law enforcement agencies rarely possess them. Chunjio did not elaborate, his gaze shifting toward Wei Jinghong. Wei Jinghong understood the origin of the sniper rifle and did not dwell on it, nodding in acknowledgement. Though she had not used such a weapon extensively, her theoretical knowledge remained intact. Ordinary law enforcement officers would not come into contact with such arms. But who was Wei Jinghong? Given her background, it was likely she had familiarized herself with various firearms before entering the law enforcement agency. Considering her previously extraordinary physical condition, it was hard to believe she had not undergone specialized training. Just use it. I will leave it to you from now on. I believe you will be able to use it soon, Chunjio said, passing the sniper rifle to her. Wei Jinghong did not refuse. Taking the rifle from Chunjio, she found it quite light. With her current 5-fold physical prowess, even holding a heavy machine gun with one hand would not pose a challenge. Brother Jio, what about us? My sister want to play with guns too, Yi Zi exclaimed, running to Chunjio, her eyes full of anticipation. Chunjio pondered for a moment before returning to the unoccupied master bedroom and emerging with 2 handguns, distributing them to the Yi sisters. Own gun. Brother Gio, do you have any long ones? What length do you desire? One that is all-encompassing? Chun, Gio teased. Ez took a moment to comprehend. Is there such a gun? Indeed. You use it every night, he replied with a smirk. I was unaware of that, she said, glancing at Yi Ziqing. Sister, did you know? Yi Ziqing's face had turned as red as an apple. She was reluctant to engage with her oblivious younger sister. Sister, why is your face so red? After a moment of realization, Yi Zi's expression mirrored her sister's, her cheeks flushing rapidly. Brother Gio, you are insufferable. I will ignore you. With that, she threw herself beside Yi Ziqing, burying her face against her sister's back. Chunjio chuckled softly. Ladies, be vigilant today. The individuals behind that group from yesterday may come. No longer jesting, he cautioned the three women. Do you think we can withstand them? Wei Jinghong questioned. As long as they are not bombing us with planes and tanks. Human strength alone will not drive me to retreat, Chunjio assured. A day prior, Chunjio was still wary of the possibility that someone might use high-powered firearms to target him. However, with the advent of the replacement dolls last night, such concerns dissipated entirely. At most, it would result in the mere waste of a few substitutes, if truly provoked. With his physique now surpassing that of ordinary individuals by 40 times, he could deploy all the replacement dolls at his disposal. In this world, there would likely be no one he could not eliminate, even if they were heavily protected. As soon as Chunjio's words fell, a knock resonated at the door. They appear to be swifter than I had anticipated. Realizing this, Chunjio approached and opened the door. Sir, a maid stood outside. What is it? The manager sent me to report that a large number of armed personnel are approaching outside the community. Should we prevent them from entering? Indeed, they had arrived. Ez wore an expression of surprise. Wei Jinghong rose and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window. They were on the 23rd floor, the highest point in the Tsuhu Bay community, and the view was expansive. Soon, Wei Jinghong spotted a group outside the community hastening toward Tsuhu Bay, numbering between 100 and 150. Primarily on skis and snowmobiles. There are quite a few of them, Wei Jinghong remarked, addressing Chunjio. Understanding the situation, Chunjio instructed the maid. Have the outer perimeter guards stop them outside the community. I will be there shortly. Yes, sir. The maid acknowledged and then turned to leave. Do you need our assistance? Yi Ziqing inquired, with Ez beside her eager to participate. Stay put at home. Exceptional beauties are rare at any moment. If unnecessary. I do not wish to put you at risk. After casting Wei Jinghong a meaningful glance, Chunjio exited the room. Sister Jinghong, what shall we do now? Wei Jinghong smiled. She picked up the sniper rifle beside her and gestured to the two women. Everything was understood without words. On the 21st floor, this was now the primary living area for Wu Biao and his associates. Without Chunjio's consent, they could only directly interact with the 12 maids residing on the 22nd floor. The maid had already delivered Chunjio's message, and Wu Biao had arranged for someone to notify the outermost members. Sir, you have arrived? In a room's living area, Wu Biao and several others stood as Chunjio made his entrance. Noticing the combat uniform Chunjio wore, their eyes gleamed with admiration. At this moment, Chunjio had transformed his shadow suit into a black combat ensemble, cradling an assault rifle in his arms, exuding an aura of formidable power that was truly enviable. Have you instructed the outer perimeter to prevent them from entering the community? Chunjio inquired directly. We have already sent someone to notify them. As soon as you arrive, we will proceed to provide support, Wu Biao replied. Chunjio nodded. Looking at Wu Biao and the others, they were all dressed appropriately. Their white uniforms appeared slightly bulging in the areas designated for weaponry. In fact, upon learning of the large number of armed personnel approaching the community, Wu Biao and his team had already been preparing. Had they not learned from the maid that Chunjio was coming, they would have already followed the messenger to the outer perimeter. It seems you are all prepared. Let us move. Yes. Under Chunjio's lead, the group departed the room. As they traversed the corridor, they knocked on each door, and several armed members joined their ranks from within. By the time they exited Building 9 and reached the underground parking lot, the number of armed members following Chunjio had exceeded 30. At the community's outermost boundary, directly facing the main entrance, a building stood. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from a Ling Tian building. The team that had hurried to the community became alert as the air was pierced by bullets, with 2 clear bullet holes left in the snow beside the leading member. The unexpected gunfire instantly heightened the vigilance of the group. Everyone instinctively sought nearby cover to evade the danger. Private property, no trespassing. A voice rang from the upper levels of the building to the left of the armed personnel. Hearing this, the outsiders, although displeased by the earlier gunfire, felt a sense of relief at the words. "Brother Leopard, what should we do?" A voice emerged from behind a snowdrift, inquiring of the individual beside him. "As we discussed upon arrival, we will first negotiate to ensure Lin Xiao and the other's safety, then discuss the ransom, avoiding any conflict, prioritizing the rescue," came the response. "Understood." The subordinate nodded and produced a pre-prepared white flag to raise. "Do not fire. We mean no harm. We are here to negotiate with your leader." The individual holding the flag cautiously stepped out from behind the snowdrift. Observing this, Wu Biao's subordinates atop the building refrained from continuing their warning shots. "What do you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing this, the outsiders felt relieved. Communication was indeed possible. The subordinate glanced back at Brother Leopard behind the snowdrift, signaling for guidance on the next steps. Brother Leopard merely nodded, suggesting prior arrangements had been made. However, his wariness was unexpected. In such a scenario, what level of fear must one possess to remain concealed? Chapter 44 can still be understood in this way. With Brother Leopard's approval, the subordinate took a deep breath and organized his thoughts. "Yesterday, did you not capture a group of people? We have come for them. Is your leader present? I wish to speak with him." Wu Biao's subordinates furrowed their brows, just as they were about to send someone back to report the situation to Wu Biao. Chunjiu arrived with Wu Biao and his group at the room where the subordinates were stationed. "Manager, sir, you have arrived?" Chunjiu waved his hand and stepped to the window to observe the situation outside. "What are they saying?" Wu Biao asked. "They want to see you, claiming they have come for those captured yesterday." "Those captured yesterday? Did we not handle them?" Wu Biao's brow furrowed tightly. "Did you see how many of them there are? The snow is too heavy outside. I cannot see clearly, but I estimate at least 100. And they are all armed." Wu Biao contemplated this. "Sir, what do you think?" Chunjiu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the individual waving the white flag outside. "I am their leader. Speak your mind." The subordinate outside felt a surge of relief upon receiving a response. "What do you wish to discuss?" "Let us get straight to the point. You must already know their identities from those you captured yesterday. We have come for them. What conditions would you require to release them? We at the Ling Tian base can meet your demands." "I have no interest. I do not have the individuals you seek. It would be wise for you to leave promptly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." Surprised by such a response, the subordinate's expression darkened beneath his mask. "Brother, we are all reasonable individuals. Your response is rather meaningless. You must understand their identities. If you do not release them, it will not benefit you. Ultimately, we will all sit at the negotiation table. Why not secure some benefits now and release them? This way, we can all maintain our dignity. Do you not agree? I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. There are no individuals you seek here. Depart." The subordinate's expression grew grim. The response was clearly unyielding. Just as he was about to say something further, Brother Leopard behind the snowdrift signaled for him to return. "Brother Leopard, the other party is entirely unyielding. What should we do next?" Leaning against the snowdrift, Brother Leopard self-deprecatingly remarked, "It is evident they look down upon us, deeming our identities unworthy." "How did you deduce that?" The subordinate was puzzled. Brother Leopard scoffed, "Cannot you discern? They never intended to negotiate with us. It is not a matter of desire. Rather, our weight does not suffice." Throughout, Brother Leopard had never considered that the individuals they sought had already become mere ice pops. This cannot be blamed on Brother Leopard. What is the identity of Lin Feng and his companions? If the opposing party were to uncover Lin Feng's background, as well as the substantial backing he possesses, any reasonable individual would likely refrain from openly antagonizing them. The current reluctance to engage in dialogue arises merely from a perception that they lack sufficient weight. After all, the adversaries have captured Lin Feng and his entourage, without a person of considerable influence to assure them that they will not face repercussions. No one would dare to release Lin Feng and his companions lightly. The allure of benefits is tempting, yet one must have the means to enjoy them. Retaining Lin Feng and his group as hostages would effectively bind the actions of Ling Tian to Sha if they were to release them in pursuit of trivial gains. How would they contend with the inevitable retaliation from these young masters and ladies? One of the subordinates, evidently contemplating these matters, inquired, "What shall we do next?" The other side is unwilling to negotiate with us. The response was to ensure the safety of his men and dispatch someone to relay the situation to the influential figures. Understood. The subordinate nodded and proceeded to arrange for a messenger to report back. Meanwhile, within the towering structure, Chen Jiao and others soon observed a snow vehicle departing into the distance. "Sir, it appears the individuals below have misinterpreted your intentions. They are preparing to summon a prominent figure," remarked Wu Biao, who had been by Chen Jiao's side, observing the departing vehicle. "How do you know this?" Chen Jiao asked, intrigued. While he had assumed the departure signified a call for reinforcements, he had not anticipated Wu Biao's differing perspective. Wu Biao responded with a flattering smile. "Only you, sir, would overlook their significance. A moment's contemplation reveals the truth. Those who escaped from our neighborhood yesterday certainly conveyed accurate information back to the Ling Tian base. They are convinced that the person they seek is within our vicinity, and with your command for them to leave, any astute observer would deduce that their status is insufficient, necessitating a more influential individual to engage in conversation with you. Is it possible to interpret it this way?" Chen Jiao expressed surprise. Wu Biao nodded. People often complicate what is seemingly simple, especially when their own interests are at stake. Chen Jiao was rendered speechless. These individuals seemed to thrive on creating complications. He had prepared for a confrontation, yet a misunderstanding had arisen. The reality was clear. An altercation with the opposing party was unavoidable. The individuals outside were evident. And did they not feel fear? Chen Jiao chose not to dwell on the previous inquiry, regardless of how the others perceived it. Conflict with Ling Tian de Sha was destined to occur. The timing of the clash was merely a matter of time. At this moment, Chen Jiao was more curious about Wu Biao's stance. The number of individuals sent from Ling Tian de Sha had made it evident that the adversary was far more formidable than they appeared. Would Wu Biao and the others remain steadfast in their allegiance? "Sir, you jest. I, Wu Biao, am not blind to the circumstances. Among those who visited us yesterday, there must have been individuals of significant status. Otherwise, they would not display such concern. Now that those individuals have perished, the possibility of reconciliation between us is extinguished. Fear is no longer a matter for us to decide. If we wish to survive, we have but two paths. One is to depart from Longchuan City. The other is to follow you, sir, to decisively subdue them." Talent indeed. You possess considerable insight, Chen Jiao acknowledged. Wu Biao smiled. "I have encountered many of those so-called upper-class individuals and have even performed some of their more unsavory tasks. They would rather kill an innocent than let one escape. Those who seem dazzling in their daily lives are the most terrifying." Chen Jiao patted Wu Biao on the shoulder. "You are quite remarkable. I require someone like you by my side, someone who is perceptive and capable." Hearing this, Wu Biao's heart swelled with joy. "I am honored by your regard, sir. I am willing to follow you through fire and water, and should I betray you, may I face divine retribution." Wu Biao was undoubtedly astute. When opportunity arose, he seized it tightly. Survival was paramount. "Yes, sir." Chapter 45, Night Raid at Ling Tian de Sha. More than an hour later, a subordinate returned with news regarding the situation at Suhubei. Lin Tian Xiao and the other high-ranking individuals felt a degree of unease about the operation to rescue Lin Feng and the others, despite believing it would not encounter any significant issues. After all, potential dangers lurked everywhere. The report from those who had ventured to Suhubei confirmed this sentiment. How outrageous! Who do they think they are? They actually expect us to appear in person? They have overstepped their bounds. If necessary, let that leopard lead an assault. If we do not teach them a lesson, they will think they can manipulate us at will. This is unacceptable. Qianqian and the others remain in their hands. If they become desperate, it could endanger Qianqian and the others. My daughter's life is not something a bunch of lowly individuals can compensate for. Lin Zong, should we send one of us to negotiate? The suggestion arose. acknowledging that the other party's request for their appearance stemmed from fear of retaliation. If they were to alleviate their concerns, prioritizing the safety of the children was of utmost importance. Lin Tianxiao's expression darkened. He had not chosen to remain in Longchuan City merely to be threatened. If someone disregarded him now, would not those with power in Longchuan City consider Lin Tianxiao an easy target? Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to him. I object. Lin Tianxiao's countenance was grim as he outright rejected the proposal for one of the elders to approach the opposing party for negotiations. Lin Zong, please allow me to finish my words. Before anyone could interject, Lin Tianxiao coldly stated, "We all understand why we remain in Longchuan City. If we allow ourselves to be led by the nose at the slightest provocation, then discussions of success and future prospects are futile. It is better to establish connections and return to the imperial capital than stay here and be toyed with by others. This is not negotiable. No one will compel me, Lin Tianxiao, to compromise. If the children have erred, I can offer compensation, but I will never accept threats." Lin Tianxiao declared resolutely. A frown appeared on someone's face. "What about the children? Are we not going to rescue them?" "Of course not," Lin Tianxiao replied, his gaze fierce. "I have given them an opportunity. Since they have shown disrespect, there is no need to squander more time. Tonight, I will have Lin Lei dispatch a mercenary team to Zhehubei to rescue Lin Feng and the others. There is no need to withdraw Qiao Bao's men. They shall remain on standby outside the neighborhood. Once the mercenaries succeed, they will launch an immediate assault. In Longchuan City, besides us at Ling Tiandisha, I will not permit any other private forces to exist that are more formidable than us." Upon hearing Lin Tianxiao's words, the attendees showed a noticeable glimmer of hope. They were all aware of Lin Lei, the leader of an armed force supported by Lin Tianxiao in the African continent, who was also an absolute loyalist. Moreover, this force represented the most elite military strength currently at Lin Tianxiao's disposal. This elite group comprised a total of 108 individuals, all veterans from various countries, secretly recalled from Africa after Lin Tianxiao decided to develop in Longchuan City. It was noteworthy that the weapons currently utilized by the armed personnel at Ling Tiandisha were supplied by them. Now, upon hearing that Lin Tianxiao was dispatching his most elite trump card to rescue Lin Feng and the others, those who previously held grievances regarding his unwillingness to compromise with Zhehubei found their discontent dissipating. If Lin Lei were to take action, they believed there was nothing that could not be accomplished. "Ha! Since Lin Zong has declared so, we can rest assured. Indeed, whether my daughter can safely return home depends entirely on you, Lin Zong." With a resolution in place, the attitude of the opposing party at Zhehubei became inconsequential to them. A group destined for demise, who would still concern themselves with them. Thus, that day, the armed warrior who had come to report returned to Hubei, conveying the news of the mercenary team's night raid to Brother Bao, also known as Qiao Bao. Upon learning of the impending assault on Zhehubei, Qiao Bao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Within Zhehubei, Chunjiu waited in the first building for 2 to 3 hours. Yet there was no sign of activity outside. As lunchtime approached, he decided not to wait any longer. He entrusted the scene to Wu Biao and his team, instructing them to monitor the situation outside while he returned to Building 9. The entire day passed without incident. However, the group brought by Qiao Bao remained outside, seemingly waiting for something. As nightfall approached, Wu Biao, after observing the lack of movement all day, instructed a few of his subordinates to continue watching the people outside, while he took a portion of his team back to Building 9. In Chunjiu's room, he remarked that the people outside seemed suspicious. After finishing dinner, Wei Jinghong, using the scope of a sniper rifle to survey the area outside the community, noted that Qiao Bao's men were still stationed there, her expression turning grave. Chunjiu, without the need for a scope, could see the movements of those outside. "What do you think their purpose for staying is?" he asked. "A night attack," Wei Jinghong stated succinctly. Chunjiu chuckled. "Whether they attack during the day or at night seems to make little difference to us. This battle is inevitable. All these fancy tactics are of no use." "No, they're useful," Wei Jinghong countered. Chunjiu, puzzled, asked, "Useful for what?" "Because those outside are unaware that Lin Feng and the others have already met their demise at your hands. An impulsive attack could lead to unforeseen consequences. Of course, they might not have the capability to force your hand, but they are ignorant of your strength. Night changes everything. Ordinary people have limited vision at night, and with the snow falling, their visibility is restricted. At this time, they could easily send an elite team to slip past our surveillance and enter the community to ascertain the fate of Lin Feng and the others. Once this elite team obtains accurate information about Lin Feng from Wu Biao's group, do you think those outside will remain as quiet as they are now? After hearing Wei Jinghong's analysis, Chenjiu found it quite reasonable, though he remained indifferent. That's a good thought. I never intended to conceal it. Wei Jinghong was momentarily at a loss for words. Aren't you worried at all? She pressed. Worried about what? That they might threaten me? Even if I'm not afraid. Wu Biao and his team lack my strength. They might end up in danger. Chenjiu contemplated for a moment and agreed. It is indeed necessary to remind them. You're just going to brush it off so casually? We are discussing something of utmost seriousness. Could you not provide at least a modicum of emotional weight? Wei Jinghong expressed her frustration. Chenjiu was unaware of her inner turmoil and felt it necessary to notify Wu Biao, promptly leaving his room to head toward their location. Night fell as anticipated. Outside the tranquil community, a 9-member team stealthily approached one side of the complex, utilizing the cover of darkness and the heavy snowfall. They did not enter through the main gate, but rather slipped in through a blind spot on the outskirts. This team was evidently well-trained, communicating silently as they navigated using night vision goggles to follow their leader's hand signals. Upon entering the community, they swiftly approached the first building where Chenjiu had been during the day. The team was led by none other than Lin Lei, as mentioned by Lin Tianxiao. Lin Tianxiao placed great importance on Lin Feng's safety. Thus, the 9-member team was not only led by Lin Lei, but also comprised the most elite among the 108 generals under his command. Each member was seasoned in combat, skilled in both marksmanship and agility, qualifying them as top-tier experts. In addition to prioritizing Lin Feng's safety, Lin Tianxiao dispatched Lin Lei to strike fear into external forces by decisively dismantling the group responsible for Lin Feng's abduction. A message would be sent. The Ling Tian group is not to be trifled with. Although other factions might not receive this message, it was worth the attempt. Should any remnants from Chui who want escape to other survivor bases after tonight, Lin Tianxiao's objectives would be achieved. The squad encountered no obstacles as they infiltrated the building, initiating a search on every floor. They soon reached the top level, regrouping once more. However, when faced with Lin Lei, each team member shook their head, indicating no signs of life had been found. Lin Lei's expression turned grave under the night vision scope. It was perplexing that no personnel were stationed at such a critical location to monitor outside activity. Did they not fear an attack on the community? Having spent years on the brink of life and death, Lin Lei sensed something was amiss. In Africa, encountering such strange signs would prompt him to withdraw regardless of the mission's significance. However, retreating now would not only signify mission failure, but would also severely undermine Lin Tianxiao's authority at Ling Tian Tower. Individual lives were trivial, but tarnishing the family's reputation would be a grave offense for Lin Lei. After much internal struggle, Lin Lei found a room from which he could observe the internal situation. Through the window, he noticed a light emanating from the highest building in the community, leading him to quickly relay instructions to his team. After receiving nods of acknowledgement, they retraced their steps. Upon reaching the first floor, the 9-member team split into 3 groups. 2 teams exited the building from different directions to approach Building 9, while the 3rd team proceeded through a secure passageway to the underground parking lot. Lin Lei was part of the team heading to the underground parking lot. Upon arrival, they similarly found no one present. This was a stark contrast to the information they had received at Ling Tian Tower. Everything about Chui Huan felt eerily off. Without further thought, the 3 members formed a combat formation and began searching for the entrance to Building 9. Suddenly, clear footsteps echoed nearby. Almost instantaneously, Lin Lei decisively squeezed the trigger of his silenced rifle. A few bullets accurately struck the location of the footsteps, creating sparks as they met the ground. The other 2 team members quickly responded, aiming their weapons at the sides where Lin Lei had fired. Although there appeared to be only 3 of them, Their defensive formation covered a 270-degree radius around them. Hidden behind a stone pillar 100 meters away, Chunjio remained concealed. The earlier sounds had originated from him, but he had not anticipated encountering such a perceptive adversary. The bullets had been aimed directly at him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have undoubtedly been hit. This indicated that the enemy he faced possessed frightening strength in the realm of ordinary humans. Human, Linlei, gender, male, age, 29, level 2, special ability, none. Human, Yafina, gender, female, age, 27, level 1, special ability, none. Human, Centelluo, gender, male, age, 31, level 1, special ability, none. To level humans? It was evident that those bullets had been fired by Linlei. Chunjio had initially believed that a first-level power was the pinnacle among humans. But today he encountered someone who shattered that limit, surprising him. Upon learning about the three individuals, Chunjio no longer hid, stepping out from behind the stone pillar. Linlei fired again, yet this time, Chunjio chose not to conceal himself. As soon as Linlei made a move, Chunjio's figure was already shifting from one spot to another, almost like a phantom. No matter how swiftly Linlei reacted, he could not lock onto Chunjio's form. Was this person human or ghost? Linlei was astounded by Chunjio's agile movements. Beside him, his two companions shared the same look of disbelief. Observing Chunjio's fleeting figure, the masks covering their faces barely concealed their gaping mouths, which would have remained agape if not for the masks. Your skills are commendable, coincidentally. I have 3 companions lacking in combat experience, and you can serve as their sparring partners. What? Chunjio's voice echoed in their ears. Linlei's pupils constricted sharply. Just as he attempted to resist, his 2 companions were swiftly knocked unconscious, and by the time it was Linlei's turn, the gun he had just aimed was already seized by Chunjio. With a slight exertion, the firearm crumbled like twisted dough under the terrifying force. Pulling Linlei's arm and lifting him off the ground, spinning him around several times before crashing him into the earth. "Were you?" Linlei straightened his upper body, wanting to say something, but a large hand had already clutched his neck, the thumb pressing slightly against one side, causing Linlei to lose consciousness. There's still 6 left. After collecting all usable weapons from the 3, Chunjio directed her gaze towards the upper levels of the underground parking lot. Above the building, the other 2 teams, separated from Linlei's group, had gathered 6 companions on the 5th floor. They remained vigilant, guarding various blind spots against potential enemies while awaiting the arrival of Linlei's group. "Why hasn't the boss arrived yet?" Someone whispered, unable to contain their impatience. "They probably haven't found the passageway up yet," another replied. "Do you wish to see your boss? I can take you to him." "What do you mean by that? Is Lin not someone important?" Eventually, someone noticed the peculiar undertone in their conversation, just as the person who recognized the anomaly was about to act. Chunjio had already appeared beside him. With ease, she subdued one individual, while the remaining 5 took the opportunity to fire a few shots, but the impact was negligible. Within moments, as the last 6 individuals entered the vicinity, they too lay at her feet. Chunjio subsequently summoned Wu Biao and his team, transporting the unconscious 6 to the underground parking lot and binding them to stone pillars with ropes. "Have your people return to the main building to monitor those outside. They likely won't make any moves tonight." "Yes, sir," Wu Biao acknowledged Chunjio's command before heading down to relay the orders. The reason those monitoring Chao Bao's group were not stationed in the outer building was due to Chunjio's prior orders to withdraw. Although Chunjio did not particularly care for Wu Biao and his companions' fates, she would not allow them to remain in place to await their demise, particularly considering Wu Biao's standing. With internal matters resolved, and without any signals from Linlei's group, she believed the outsiders would refrain from making reckless moves that night. Returning to her residence, amidst the revelry of the night where over 100 individuals outside endured hunger and complaints, Chunjio, having earned 1,000 versatile points as a reward for the day, was completely immersed in her own blissful sanctuary. Chapter 47, A Gift. The following morning. "Damn it, I waited all night for nothing. Where's the night raid? Where's the attack signal? Did a dog eat it? Brother Bao, we can't stay any longer." The brothers are cold and hungry. If we remain here, they will starve to death even if they don't freeze. A subordinate approached Qiao Bao's side. Having spent the entire night in the heavy snow, even with their frost-resistant gear, prolonged exposure to the biting wind and snow was unbearable. Many had gone a day and night without food and were now ravenous. Qiao Bao felt the same. From beneath his mask, his fierce gaze pierced the direction of the Tsehu Bay community, and he gritted his teeth, informed the brothers to retreat. It's not our fault for failing to follow orders. It's the incompetence of those inside. Even if Lin Zong were to blame us, it wouldn't fall on our heads. Brother Bao is right. We haven't seen any signals all night. I even doubt whether they came at all. Foreigners are unreliable. Just think about how they were treated at the Ling Tian base. How could they accept that with a clear conscience? Many of the subordinates grumbled. Enough. We've been hungry all night. Conserve your energy. Once we return, don't say anything, understood? We're not fools. Let's go back. I don't want to come to this cursed place again. Whoever wants to come can do so. Gao Bao said, stepping out from their cover and heading straight toward a nearby snow vehicle. Yet, as the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. Their snow vehicle, though modified for traversing snowy terrain, had its limits. After being exposed to snow all day and enduring a night, even the best modified vehicle was rendered inoperable by the frost. Discovering the vehicle was unusable only fueled Qiao Bao's anger further. Damn it, if it weren't for the need to eat, I would seriously consider quitting. Reluctantly, Qiao Bao had no choice but to strap on skis and slide back. Their retreat did not escape the watchful eyes of those monitoring them, observing their departing figures. The surveillance personnel in the building promptly reported the news to Wu Biao. As the Sir suspected, we must inform him of this good news. Upon receiving word of Qiao Bao's retreat, Wu Biao hurried to the 22nd floor to inform the maidservants there, who then relayed the message to Chunjiu. The crisis was temporarily averted. What do you plan to do today? Wu Biao anticipated Qiao Bao's departure, albeit with some surprise. After this incident, she was certain of one thing. With Chunjiu present, the individuals from the Ling Tian building would struggle to stir significant trouble. I prepared a gift for you last night. Today, I will take you to see it. A gift? What kind of gift, Jiuge? This is so mysterious. Yi exclaimed, her face filled with anticipation. You'll find out once you see it, Chunjiu replied, rising to visit the master bedroom. When she emerged, she held 3 sets of black sportswear from head to toe. Put these on. It will keep you warm. The 3 women selected their outfits and were pleasantly surprised to find that the attire seemed tailored for them. Without overthinking it, they had grown accustomed to Chunjiu's occasional surprises. In front of Chunjiu, they removed their previous outerwear and donned the sportswear she provided. It fit perfectly and was incredibly comfortable, the warmth enveloping them in a delightful sensation. This outfit is so comfortable and warm. Jiuge, where did you buy it? Yi couldn't help but inquire. Don't ask, it just fell from the sky. Chunjiu teased. Wow, Jiuge, you really are lucky. Yi Qing chimed in, making a rare joke. Let us go. Time to head out. Yi cheerfully jumped next to Chunjiu, wrapping her arms around his. This was their first outing since arriving at Chunjiu's place. Observing the joy radiating from Yi, one couldn't help but feel sympathy for her confinement. Good day, sir. Good day, ladies. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, the maidservants in the corridor paused to bow and greet them. Oh, hello, everyone. Yi Qing and her companions had heard of the 12 maidservants, but had seldom seen them. Now, suddenly being greeted by several maidservants left Yi flustered and awkwardly smiling, an endearing yet pitiful sight. Wei Jinghong maintained her composure, perhaps accustomed to it, while Yi Qing, with her calm demeanor, rarely allowed external matters to disturb her tranquil heart. Inform everyone that there is not much happening today. Dress warmly, and I shall take you to witness some excitement. Chunjiu addressed a maid. The maid seemed somewhat incredulous. Are you speaking to us, sir? Indeed. The maid's heart swelled with joy. Very well, sir. I shall notify the others right away. She quickly conveyed the message to the remaining maids on the 22nd floor. It appeared that the gifts prepared for them were extraordinary. Chunjiu rarely showed concern for others, yet today, he was remarkably inclined to take 12 maids to enjoy the festivities. Wei Jinghong found himself inexplicably looking forward to the gifts Chunjiu had prepared for them. The more people, the more interesting it is. Otherwise, the gifts I prepared would lose their significance. I'm quite eager. The four continued their descent, with Chunjiu announcing their presence at each floor. This was the first time Chunjiu had organized an event for everyone, and, as a result, Wu Biao and the others were exceptionally enthusiastic. Soon, all 88 individuals in the building, apart from the 8 guards stationed outside to monitor the surroundings and the Liang Yu mother-daughter duo, who rarely ventured out, made their way to the parking lot below. At this moment, Wu Biao and his companions took note that while everyone else donned their thermal suits to brave the outdoors, Chunjiu and his 3 companions remained in ordinary clothing, seemingly unperturbed by the cold. This spectacle left Wu Biao and the others in awe. Before long, the group arrived at the underground parking lot. Devil, what do you intend to do with us? If you wish to kill us, do it swiftly. One of them, who had been knocked unconscious, remarked, it doesn't appear to be anything particularly special. Oh my God, you finally arrived. Please let me go. I am a foreigner, and you cannot treat me this way. Lin Lei and the others, who had spent a night there, became animated upon seeing Chunjiu and his companions. Chunjiu, being kind-hearted, merely confiscated their weapons and did not disturb their thermal suits. Otherwise, by morning, apart from Lin Lei, the rest would likely have turned into ice sculptures. However, their clamor lasted only a few seconds. A gunshot rang out, accompanied by the immediate demise of one among them, silencing several who had been chattering incessantly. Chapter 48, Sparring. Chunjiu held a smoking handgun and, ignoring their astonished gazes, turned to Wu Biao. Set up a fire. It's too cold, which will hinder your performance. Wu Biao did not inquire further about Chunjiu's intentions, but instructed several subordinates to gather flammable materials from their usual cooking area. As flames erupted in the parking lot, the temperature rose swiftly. Release them. Chunjiu signaled for the others to untie Lin Lei and his companions. The subordinates complied without any one of them attempting to resist, allowing Wu Biao's men to free them, after which they stretched their stiff limbs. What do you intend to do with us? Lin Lei finally spoke. Though his face was obscured by protective gear, his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Chunjiu did not respond immediately, but gestured for his companions to form a large circle around the 8 individuals. The radius of the circle was nearly 10 meters, providing ample space in the center. I offer you a chance at survival. Should you defeat all present, I shall allow you to leave. Of course, the challenge shall be one-on-one, and those who voluntarily abstain from participation will not count. Anyone willing to compete need only meet the criteria I just stated. Upon hearing these words, both Chunjiu's group and Lin Lei's team frowned. Is this the gift you prepare for us? Wei Jinghong inquired, having pieced together the implications of Chunjiu's words. Chunjiu did not shy away from the truth. This is primarily prepared for the 3 of you. Learning theoretical knowledge at home is ineffective. Practical experience is the most rapid means of enhancing one's strength. Are we truly to fight them? Yizi hesitated. You may choose not to fight, Chunjiu replied with a seemingly calm smile, yet the chill in his demeanor sent an unsettling shiver through Yizi. We shall fight. Chunjiu has done so much for us. It would be ungrateful to let him down. In contrast to Yizi's uncertainty, Yizicheng exhibited great resolve. Yes, I agree. Though somewhat naive, Yizi's greatest asset was her quick wit. Wei Jinghong's determination was evident as well. Among the 3 women, Chunjiu held the highest regard for her. Recognizing her clarity and rationality, understanding their stances, Chunjiu addressed Wu Biao and the others. Your participation is what matters. Simultaneously, he produced 2 packs of special cigarettes, a reward from his system. In his system, he still possessed an astounding 9,997 packs of such cigarettes. It matters not if you lose. Practice makes perfect. Whoever can defeat them will receive a pack of cigarettes as a reward. There was no coercion. Losing would not incur punishment, while winning brought a reward. Although a pack of cigarettes may seem trivial, given the substantial quantity they possessed, the significance lay in who offered the reward. Receiving a pack from Chunjiu was not merely an acknowledgement, it was a considerable honor. Wu Biao and the others were undoubtedly eager to participate. Lin Lei and his companions finally grasped Chunjiu's intention behind their attention. While frustration lingered, The opportunity to survive in the face of overwhelming power was already a rare fortune. What more could they desire? As for notions of dignity, such ideals were far from their minds. You all heard my words, did you not? Chunjiu calmly inquired of Lin Lei and the others. Lin Lei nodded. May I ask a question? What question? Are we permitted to use lethal force? Only against her. The rest of you may not. Chunjiu firmly pointed at Wei Jinghong. You are indeed ruthless. They say a day's companionship brings 100 days of grace. Yet you show no mercy towards me, Wei Jinghong lamented. You possess the strength to overpower them. If you were to be killed, it would simply be your own fault, Chunjiu replied. Lin Lei and the others exchanged surprised glances at Wei Jinghong. The devilish man seemed to have unfaltering confidence in this extraordinarily beautiful woman. Could her abilities truly be that formidable? Any other questions? Chunjiu asked. Yes. Called a foreign woman named Yufuna. What is your question? Yufuna inquired. You do not permit us to use lethal force against anyone but her. Does that mean the others may do whatever they wish to us? No. They may use any means necessary against you, Chunjiu replied. That is not fair. Do you wish for me to explain fairness to you? Do you wish to live? Chunjiu retorted. Yufuna fell silent, clearly out of options. Any further questions? Lin Lei and the others remained mute. Very well. The competition shall commence now. Who will go first? Sir, I shall. A tall, muscular middle-aged man from Wu Biao's group stepped forward. His physique was impressive, standing around 188 centimeters tall, and even his thermal suit struggled to contain his muscles, as if they might burst forth at any moment. What is your name? Wei Daong. Before the disaster, I was a fitness coach and trained in Sanda for a time, Wei Daong declared proudly. Chunjiu examined the information about him. There was nothing particularly remarkable. His level had not even reached 1. However, it was precisely due to the audacity displayed by the opponent that Chunjiu committed his name to memory. Perform well. Yes, sir. Wei Daong was brimming with excitement. In front of everyone, he removed his outer frost-proof suit, revealing his robust physique clad only in a tank top. Who dares to challenge me? Wei Daong declared, his fists colliding before him with a resounding thud. His momentum was formidable. In this moment, Lin Lei seized the opportunity presented by Wei Daong's appearance and relayed the tasks assigned by Chunjiu to several of his subordinates who were unfamiliar with Longyu. It was evident that some were outraged, yet they ultimately accepted the situation with reluctance. As they observed Wei Daong stepping into the arena, one foreigner of similar height emerged from their ranks. I shall take on the challenge. The opponent similarly removed his frost-proof suit and protective gear, revealing a man with a distinctly Western visage. His physique was no less impressive than Wei Daong's, with a muscularity that appeared more solid in comparison to Wei Daong's slightly ostentatious build. Come, everyone, place your bets. Who will emerge victorious? The odds are even. As the contest was about to commence, Wu Biao promptly established a betting pool. I bet on Wei Daong, a chicken leg, a bottle of milk for the foreigner, a pack of facial cleanser on Wei Daong, a pair of plain underwear on Wei Daong. Chapter 49. I was careless and did not evade. Just as Wu Biao was fervently engaged in the betting, the duel between the two fighters commenced. Wei Daong initiated the attack. The distance between them was merely 5 meters, and Wei Daong charged forward with unrelenting vigor. The foreign opponent, not to be outdone, met him head-on. As Wei Daong closed the distance and aimed a punch at his face, the foreigner, faster in his response, delivered a front kick that struck Wei Daong squarely in the chest, forcing him to retreat. Before Wei Daong could regain his balance, the foreigner closed in, executing a flying front kick followed by a spinning kick, both landing on Wei Daong. Wei Daong's sturdy frame was sent sprawling as if struck by a speeding vehicle, tumbling several meters along the ground before coming to a halt, motionless. The battle concluded. Is this it? Wu Biao, still amidst the betting frenzy, was astonished that so many had placed their faith in Wei Daong, only to witness his swift defeat. The disparity in strength was utterly shocking. Chunjiu shook his head. This was to be expected. Not only is there a difference in their levels, but the foreigner's combat experience is clearly beyond Wei Daong's capabilities. What surprised Chunjiu was how easily Wei Daong had been overwhelmed. Such impressive musculature wasted. After a moment, Wei Daong regained his composure. I apologize, sir. for my disgraceful performance. He rose, clutching his chest, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and shame as he faced Chenjiao. Chenjiao waved dismissively, showing no concern. Embarrassed, Wei Daong limped back to his previous position. What happened to you, Daong? You usually display such prowess in boxing, yet you couldn't even last a round today? A familiar voice inquired. Wei Daong glanced at Chenjiao, who was preoccupied and not paying attention to him. With a sigh, he replied indignantly, I was careless and did not evade. Once I recover, I will not grant him another opportunity. With a lackluster conclusion to the match, Chenjiao continued to encourage others to challenge the foreigner who had defeated Wei Daong. With Wei Daong leading the charge, there was no shortage of brave souls willing to step forward. 5 more challengers took their turns, but as anticipated, all were dispatched within 3 rounds. Longgoran, if your subordinates are of such caliber, there is no need to continue this competition. You might as well release us, Jared taunted, his gaze fixed not on the challengers but on Chenjiao. Although he was wary of Chenjiao's strength, he held a deep-seated contempt for those surrounding him, especially after having defeated 6 opponents with barely any exertion. His expression seemed to convey that apart from Chenjiao, he considered the rest to be worthless. Upon Jared's provocative statement, Ivna translated it verbatim. What? Is this foreigner overly arrogant? This is intolerable. I must challenge him, even if it costs me my life today. I will make him aware of the might of Longgoran. Hearing Ivna's translation, the crowd was incensed, and over a dozen men immediately stepped forward to challenge Jared. Jared ignored the agitated challengers, maintaining a sardonic smile as he gazed at Chenjiao. Chenjiao raised a hand to calm his subordinates, signaling for silence. Addressing Jared, he said, Rest assured, my aim is not merely to defeat your fighters but to train them. A wheel battle will not occur. From now on, each of you will only need to accept 7 challenges daily. Upon reaching this number, you may choose to rest or remain in the arena for further challenges. Furthermore, you need not worry about failing your tasks. Until you are defeated, no challenger will reappear until all have had their turn. However, should you lose, the count of challengers will increase by 1. You have already faced 6 challengers. Defeat 1 more, and you may rest. Ivna translated Chenjiao's words for the others. Jared understood the implication and scoffed, Aside from you, I shall not lose before I am exhausted. You are quite confident. It is your fighters who are too weak. Chenjiao chuckled softly, then turned to Yi. You have learned various combat techniques and skills from Sister Jinghong for so long. Shall we put them to the test in practice? Am I capable? Yi asked, lacking confidence. What do you think? Chenjiao's gaze darkened. Yi, sensing the shift in his demeanor, instinctively recoiled. I believe I can do it. Then the final challenge is yours. Okay, Yi agreed, her eyes set on Jared. Although apprehensive, she gathered her courage and stepped forward. Jared's attention was drawn to the appearance of a strikingly beautiful Eastern woman. His expression reflected disbelief and incredulity. The onlookers, including Wu Biao and others, were equally stunned. Is the sir out of his mind? He has chosen the delicate Yi to challenge a behemoth like Jared. What was he thinking? Are you suggesting she fight me? Jared's tone made it clear he was incredulous. Chenjiao did not respond but turned to Yi, saying, If you lose, you must accompany me tonight. These words sent a shiver down Yi's seemingly fragile frame. Accompany Chenjiao? Wouldn't that be utterly disastrous? In that instant, her anxiety transformed into determination. I will not lose. As she thought this, she regarded Jared with newfound resolve. I challenge you. Yi's clear voice rang in Jared's ears. With Ivna translating, Jared realized the 7th match was indeed against this petite beauty. How utterly demeaning. Did she truly believe she stood a chance against him? With her slight figure, could she withstand a blow from his massive fists? Jared, do not underestimate her, Lin Lei cautioned. Boss, how much of a threat can this little one pose to me? I could stand still and let her strike, and she wouldn't even breach my defense. Jared dismissed the concern. Lin Lei opened his mouth to speak, but the words failed to escape. Indeed, considering Yi's physique, he found it hard to imagine how she could pose any threat to Jared. As Jian Lei fell silent, Jialete wore a mocking expression as he spoke to Yi. Ku-mo, baby. Yi inhaled deeply. Sensing that someone was about to pay for their arrogance. Suddenly, Wei Jinghong spoke up, while Chunjiu remained noncommittal. Chapter 50, Wei Jinghong vs. Ifu. Not a moment when most people doubted Yi. She made her move. Despite her lack of combat experience, her physique was undeniable. With a powerful thrust, she propelled herself forward like an arrow released from a bow, reaching Jialete in the blink of an eye. What? This sudden turn of events took the majority by surprise, especially Jialete. Before he could react to the shock, Yi had already struck. Her delicate fist, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, landed on Jialete's abdomen. His once proud defenses crumbled like paper, and with a dull thud, Jialete bent over, his towering frame bowing under the tremendous force, ultimately sent flying like a cannonball. Witnessing this scene, aside from Chunjiu and the two women beside her, everyone else stood in stunned silence, mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. This surely could not be a performance? Hogging violently Jialete, who had been propelled several meters away, writhed on the ground, as if his very innards were about to erupt. Yi did not grant him a moment's respite and swiftly closed the distance. Despite the pain in his abdomen, Jialete forced himself to rise and retaliate. Throw in a punch, which Yi effortlessly dodged. She maneuvered behind him and delivered a kick to the back of his knee. In agony, Jialete buckled to the ground. Yi swiftly pivoted, landing a fist squarely on Jialete's head, unleashing a terrifying force that knocked him out cold. The entire process unfolded so rapidly that by the time others realized what had transpired, Jialete lay unconscious on the ground. Incredibly, Yi had bested the formidable Jialete, and her demeanor suggested she had done so with ease. Of course, this was partially due to Jialete's severe underestimation of her capabilities, yet Yi's feat was enough to leave many in awe. As they looked at the unconscious Jialete, someone from Lin Lei's side rushed over to assess his condition. Fortunately, he still had a pulse. Knowing that Jialete was not in life-threatening danger, the observer nodded to the others, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Lin Lei and his companions. However, upon observing Yi, as well as Yi Qing and Wei Jinghong by Chunjiu's side, Lin Lei and the others felt no trace of disdain. Lin Lei recalled Chunjiu's earlier remarks. If someone as strong as Yi required protection from Chunjiu, then Wei Jinghong, with no such safeguards, must possess extraordinary strength. In that moment, Lin Lei's gaze toward Wei Jinghong grew serious. Jiugu, I won. I no longer have to keep you company tonight, Yi exclaimed, rushing to boast to Chunjiu after her victory over Jialete. Chunjiu was at a loss for words. So, your primary motivation for defeating him was to avoid spending the night alone with me? Noticing Yi's triumphant expression, Chunjiu retorted, we'll start with you tonight. What? Ignoring Yi's shocked look, Chunjiu proceeded to oversee the subsequent challenges. Perhaps witnessing a small girl like Yi triumph over a man like Jialete inspired the others, as they all stepped forward with enthusiasm for the next challenges. Although the outcomes remained unchanged, several individuals managed to last over 10 seconds against the second opponent beside Lin Lei, before ultimately being defeated by Yi Qing. Yi Qing's victory was no easy feat. Having learned from Jialete's defeat, her opponent dared not underestimate her. Lacking combat experience and technique, Yi Qing still exerted considerable effort to subdue her adversary, resulting in a battle that left both parties somewhat battered. I want to fight her. The third challenger was Ifu Na. However, before anyone else could step forward, she pointed at Wei Jinghong and directly challenged her. Very well, Chunjiu did not object. Given the previous performances of the two women, it was evident that Wei Jinghong had been underestimated. It was not that they believed she was weak, but rather that they thought she would not surpass Yi by much. As an unbound mercenary in a life-and-death scenario, Ifu Na was confident she could defeat Wei Jinghong, perhaps even kill her. Chunjiu remarked, let me see your true strength. This was directed at Wei Jinghong. Wei Jinghong clenched her fists. I will not disappoint you. Responding to Chunjiu, she stepped forward. Your master has no restrictions on you. If you kill her, I assume he will not retaliate against me. In facing Wei Jinghong, Ifu Na began with verbal provocations. Wei Jing merely smiled finally. Rules are reciprocal. Have you considered your own fate? Without constraints. You know nothing of our capabilities. With that, Fu Na lunged forward, initiating her attack with a throat-grabbing strike. Wei Jinghong, possessing 5 times the physical attributes, easily perceived the incoming assault. She slightly sidestepped, evading Fu Na's grip. When Fu Na attempted another strike, her arm swept toward Wei Jinghong's eyes. Once again, Wei Jinghong leaned back to evade. Is dodging all you can do? Fu Na followed with a sweeping kick. Wei Jinghong countered with a block, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. As Fu Na's onslaught intensified, jabs, hooks, elbow strikes, and spinning kicks, each move seemed to be anticipated by Wei Jinghong, who adeptly avoided or effectively defended against every attack. Her defense resembled an impregnable fortress. No matter how fierce Fu Na's assault, she remained impenetrable. Jie Jinghong is amazing. Observing Wei Jinghong's effortless responses to Fu Na's attacks, Yi Zi could not help but exclaim in admiration. Yi Ziqing looked on with unspoken envy. The ease with which Wei Jinghong handled the situation stemmed from her vast combat experience and skill, qualities that seemed unattainable to Yi Ziqing. As the saying goes, outsiders marvel at the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. With Chun Jiu's superior combat training, he recognized the brilliance of Wei Jinghong's responses to Fu Na's strikes. It was a manifestation of absolute mastery over timing and power, each dodge and defense showcasing her profound control. Chun Jiu realized he had underestimated this woman's capabilities. The combat skills she exhibited were undoubtedly honed through rigorous training. The sparring partners arranged by Chun Jiu held little significance for Wei Jinghong. They were simply not on the same level. Fu Na was defeated. Lin Lai, observing from the sidelines, recognized that Wei Jinghong had not unleashed her full potential. Uncertain of how much strength Wei Jinghong had employed against Fu Na, he found himself increasingly wary of her true abilities. One formidable opponent, Chun Jiu, had already instilled a sense of dread. Now, another, Wei Jinghong, emerged. Was this truly the world he was familiar with? Chapter 51. Strength that breeds despair. This must come to an end. Throughout the confrontation, Fu Na had been the aggressor, while Wei Jinghong remained on the defensive. Having discerned Fu Na's limited prowess, Wei Jinghong was poised to launch her counterattack. Is that supposed to sound impressive? Internally, Fu Na felt a flicker of fear regarding Wei Jinghong's capabilities. Yet, as a woman herself, she refused to admit inferiority, maintaining a facade of defiance. Wei Jinghong chose not to engage in argument. The counteroffensive commenced. With a newfound seriousness, Wei Jinghong seized Fu Na's attacking fist, twisting it with considerable force, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. Fu Na cried out in agony. Yet, her indomitable will led her to swiftly kick at Wei Jinghong, attempting to break free from her grasp. Wei Jinghong extended another hand, transforming his palm into a claw to seize the long leg that was aimed at him. Without granting his opponent any time to react, he exerted a terrifying force, and with a crisp crack, Yufuna's calf bone shattered. An even more excruciating pain engulfed Yufuna's body, nearly rendering her unconscious. Wei Jinghong then delivered a powerful kick to her chest, the dull thud resonating alongside the sound of ribs breaking. Yufuna felt something surge at her throat, and a mouthful of blood was expelled as her body flew 5 or 6 meters like a kite severed from its string, finally collapsing on the ground, struggling a couple of times before falling still. Witnessing Yufuna's tragic condition, those beside Lin Lei could no longer remain calm. The individual who had previously checked on GLA rushed to Yufuna's side, and after a brief examination, he sorrowfully shook his head at Lin Lei and the others. What? Understanding the implication of the shake of the head, Lin Lei and his companions glared at Wei Jinghong with eyes full of fury, their gaze akin to predatory beasts, as if they might pounce on him at any moment to rend him apart. Wei Jinghong wiped his hands clean. Are you all planning to join in? A few of them immediately attempted to rush forward, but it was Lin Lei who held them back at this crucial moment. Wei Jinghong smiled elegantly, asking, Are you not going to join? In truth, You are acutely aware that he has no intention of allowing any of you to leave alive. It is not that he is untrustworthy, but rather that you cannot pass this trial. If you seek liberation, I would not mind assisting you right now. Though she appeared as beautiful as an angel, the words that escaped her lips were more chilling than the temperature outside. In comparison to her, Lin Lei suddenly realized that their blood-stained hands were utterly insignificant before this woman. As long as they lived, there was hope. Lin Lei succinctly expressed his current stance. Very well, you are welcome to challenge me at any time. Wei Jinghong did not press the matter further and gracefully returned to Chen Jiu's side. Are you satisfied? Not bad. In the future, you need not participate in their challenges. Once they defeat all those who challenge them, you will be responsible for escorting them. If you allow anyone to pass, I will require 1 night from you for each person. Wei Jinghong chuckled. You will not have that opportunity. Ziyi and Ziqing will only grow stronger in the ensuing battles. Currently, they struggle against the 2 sisters, and once the sisters fully master their own powers, they will likely not even qualify to reach me. I have no objections. Saying this, Chen Jiu summoned Wu Biao. Sir, you have 6 hours each day to challenge them. Arrange a room for them, prepare a thermostat, and ensure they are well fed and watched. Sir, their individual strength is formidable. Aside from you and the 3 ladies, I fear for their safety if we leave them in our custody. Wu Biao voiced his concerns. Do not be misled by their weapons. For those with skill, merely providing them an opportunity can often turn our own weapons into tools for another's gain. Indeed, that is how it is portrayed on television. Regularly monitor their movements. Do not fear being ambushed by them. If one of your men dies, I will ensure that all of them accompany you to the afterlife. Rest assured, even if they manage to escape, as long as you detect it in time, they will not possess the ability to leave the neighborhood. With Chun Jiu's assurance, Wu Biao felt no further unease. Very well, sir. Their conversation unfolded without concealment. Thus Lin Lei absorbed all of Chun Jiu's words. With a grave gaze fixed on the nonchalant Chun Jiu, Lin Lei recalled how he and his companions had been subdued, causing a shiver to run through him. There is no hope, absolutely none. According to their demands, defeating all who challenge them and overcoming the final mountain that is Wei Jinghong, they might still have a chance to survive. But should they entertain thoughts that were better left untouched, they would not even know how they met their demise, unless timely rescue could be provided from the Ling Tian building. In the subsequent matches, neither Chen Jiu nor Wei Jinghong continued to watch, but instead entrusted the scene to Yi Zi and her companions. The extent to which the group could enhance their strength while training alongside Lin Lei would depend solely on their individual fortunes. Meanwhile, at the Ling Tian building, Qiao Bao and his team had returned to base. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Qiao Bao was summoned to Lin Tianxiao's office. What is your situation? Why did Xiao Feng not return with you? In response to Lin Tianxiao's inquiry, Qiao Bao recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Are you saying that you did not receive an attack signal last night? Yes, Lin Zong. Lin Zong, was there really an attack on Suhu Bei last night? Qiao Bao voiced his greatest uncertainty. Lin Tianxiao's expression was exceedingly grim. Waving his hand to dismiss Qiao Bao, he reclined in his executive chair, lighting a cigar and taking a puff before exhaling. The smoke did not reach his lungs. Lin Lei and the others must have encountered trouble, Lin Tianxiao surmised. Sir, we are all aware of Lin Lei's capabilities. If even he has failed, then the forces at Su Bei must not be simple. I now suspect the involvement of a major power, spoke Lin Tianxiao's confidant, an old butler who had been by his side for over 50 years. Lin Tianxiao was well aware of this point. Lin Lei's failure did not instill fear in him. Given his current strength, should he risk everything against Suhu Bei? He did not believe he would fail. However, the pressing issue was that Lin Feng and the others remained in the enemy's grasp. Lin Tianxiao harbored much guilt regarding this illegitimate son. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly did not wish to take the final step. The thought of continuing to send people to rescue Lin Feng was immediately dismissed by Lin Tianxiao. If Lin Lei could not accomplish this task, then sending others would only waste his vital resources. Nevertheless, he still needed to provide an explanation to others. After much contemplation, a fierce resolve ignited in Lin Tianxiao's eyes. Xiao Feng, do not blame your father. Rest assured, if anything were to happen to you, I will ensure that everyone in Suhu Bay pays the price. As if having made a decision, Lin Tianxiao turned to the old butler beside him. Let our people take action. This is the last chance. We will seize Suehu Bay at all costs. Sir, the young master is born into the Lin family, and thus must possess the awareness to sacrifice for the family's future. Whether he can survive depends on his own fortune. Understanding Lin Tianxiao's intentions, the old butler nodded and exited the office. Thus, on that very afternoon, a 100-man team quietly departed from the Ling Tian building. They did not belong to any visible faction within the base. Yet the equipment they carried was the finest in the entire base, even surpassing that of the mercenaries under Lin Lei. Following the departure of this team, other senior officials of the base sought out Lin Tianxiao. They had clearly learned from Qiao Bao about the events of the previous night. Concerned for their own children, they flocked to Lin Tianxiao, seeking answers. Lin Tianxiao met with them, saying nothing but offering them a single statement. Before midnight tonight, he would provide everyone with an explanation. Chapter 52, Mortar. At Suhu Bay, the day's training had concluded. In their challenges against Lin Lei and the others, the Yi sisters lost only to Lin Lei, while the other 6 fell before them. Although the battles were not easy, and they even sustained injuries, the 2 sisters deeply recognized their shortcomings through the successive confrontations with Lin Lei and his team. Therefore, after finishing dinner, they eagerly pestered Wei Jinghong to learn combat techniques, while also reviewing the flaws and vulnerabilities they exhibited during the day's battles. Biaoge, a large number of people are approaching us, while the others were still dining in the underground parking lot. A younger member who had been monitoring the situation from a building at the front of the neighborhood rushed over to report to Wu Biao. Wu Biao's expression grew serious. Do you know how many people? The snow is too heavy. I cannot ascertain the exact number, but it will not be fewer than those who arrived yesterday. Very well. Continue to monitor. If they attempt to enter the neighborhood, open fire as a warning. I will notify the sir immediately. Wu Biao instructed before turning to head down the corridor of Building 9. On the 23rd floor, Chanjiu swiftly acquired information about the situation outside from the maid. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Wei Jinghong had already discerned a large group of individuals rapidly approaching from several hundred meters away. Lin Tianxiao was a formidable character, and this time, it seemed his team was truly intent on action. Chunjiu inquired, "Has he abandoned his son?" Wei Jinghong scoffed, in the eyes of a prominent family. While children are indeed significant, the future of the family holds even greater importance. When the two are in conflict, one must choose wisely. Moreover, Lin Tianxiao has more than just Lin Feng as his son. Do the others share this sentiment? Do they have a choice? Rather than being dragged along in a passive state, it is far better to take the initiative. A rational person, when faced with insurmountable odds, would desperately cling to any remaining hope. In such a scenario, the roles of offense and defense could easily shift, making you the one on the back foot. Of course, you are not human and thus do not fall into this category, but they remain oblivious to that fact. Why still hurl insults? Just wait for the conclusion. Wei Jinghong playfully winked, exuding an air of readiness. Chunjiu exited, leaving behind an anxious Yi and others, who had overheard their conversation. "Sister Jinghong, will you be all right?" they asked, their faces etched with concern. Wei Jinghong waved her hand dismissively. "Can you not perceive the terror of that fellow? Without heavy weaponry, relying solely on manpower and conventional arms, no one on this earth can pose a threat to him. It is the ordinary individuals like Wu Biao who will suffer the consequences. When gods clash, mortals bear the brunt. This is the essence of the matter." Outside, Wu Biao and his team were already prepared for action. "Sir, let's advance to the outer perimeter." "Sir, what about Lin Lei and his group?" "No need to worry about them. Leave a portion behind to guard the upper levels of Building 9. They cannot stir up any significant trouble," Chunjiu remarked, leading Wu Biao and the others directly towards the underground parking lot. Outside the community, the individuals from Ling Tian building had closed in. They did not halt their advance, but opted to enter directly. The lookout station above, upon witnessing this scene, immediately opened fire as a warning. Bang! 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 Damn it! I've been hit. Help me, please. However, their warnings had no effect and instead revealed their positions. A barrage of gunfire rained upon their room, and somewhere near the window could not evade in time, resulting in blood splattering across their bodies. Goodness, they are here to attack us. Brothers, return fire. As a fierce battle erupted, the other sentinels quickly reacted, taking cover and firing from the windows of various rooms. Bullets poured out towards the attackers, and although their aim was erratic, several assailants were inadvertently struck. Take the entire community, fire at will. The attackers had come with the sole intention of assaulting the Tsuehu Bay community. In the ensuing exchange of gunfire, the 100-strong team quickly split into smaller squads. One group engaging the defenders above, while others dispersed to seize control of various locations within the community. Suddenly, two terrifying explosions reverberated throughout the area. The room where Wu Biao's lookout team was stationed was directly struck by two shells, engulfed in flames and chaos, debris flying everywhere amidst thick smoke. Mortar? These people are equipped with mortars? In the underground parking lot, as Chunjio and the others hurried towards the outermost building, they naturally heard the explosive sounds, many displaying looks of shock. Sir, what was that? Chunjio furrowed his brows, his heightened awareness capturing the sounds more distinctly. Although not a military enthusiast, he had seen countless war films and understood that the recent commotion was caused by either bombs or artillery. Impressive. The weaponry being employed against our community is on par with that of a small-scale battle. The strength of the Ling Tian base is indeed formidable. Chunjio swiftly altered his previous strategy. Abandon the perimeter. Now, everyone scatter into the various buildings, leveraging the terrain to eliminate the invading foes. Yes, sir. Though Wu Biao and his team felt the tension, they understood the stakes of this battle and immediately dispersed, rushing towards the passageways of the underground parking lot leading to the various buildings. Chunjio continued onward towards the outer perimeter. On the side of Building 9, Lin Lei and his experienced comrades were acutely aware of the recent explosions outside. Boss, it's mortars. Our boss has sent people to attack this community. The recently awakened Jie Leite exclaimed in delight. This is our chance to escape. The others were unusually excited. Lin Lei, fully aware of what the external commotion signified for them, quickly scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on a window outfitted with security bars. Situated on the 16th floor, this height was insignificant for them. In Longhua, it is commonplace for residential buildings to have security bars installed behind the windows of nearly every household, except for the floor-to-ceiling windows directly facing the lobby. Thus, the ostensibly smooth wall surface must surely possess numerous footholds. On the 23rd floor, Wei Jinghong and the three women, who were vigilantly monitoring the outside, were also startled by the recent explosions. The Yi sisters, puzzled, approached the floor-to-ceiling window, peering out to discern what had transpired, while Wei Jinghong had already found an excellent vantage point to set up her sniper rifle, using the 8-fold scope to locate the mortar men outside. With another two piercing sounds slicing through the air, explosions ensued from two outer rooms still engaged in fire. Wei Jinghong swiftly locked onto the mortar launch positions, exclaiming, "Found you!" With her enhanced physical capabilities, she was able to pinpoint targets even amidst the swirling snow. Coupled with her nearly flawless shooting position, her current prowess was significantly augmented. Without hesitation, upon identifying her target, Wei Jinghong fired a round from her rifle, outside the community behind a snowbank. Four individuals operating two mortars were preparing for their third bombardment when suddenly one of their heads was struck, instantly ending his life. Before the others could react, another bullet claimed his second life. A sniper? They have a sniper? Take cover quickly. Realizing too late, the remaining two gunners were soon met with a barrage of bullets, all striking true and dispatching them with lethal precision. Retrieve the mortars. Some nearby attempted to rush forward to reclaim the mortars. Yet, Wei Jinghong was like a reaper in the shadows. Anyone who approached the mortars was met with death. Locate the sniper atop the highest building in the northwest. Wei Jinghong's presence was soon detected. Though her exact location was unknown, the general direction was confirmed. Consequently, several teams infiltrating the community immediately advanced towards Building 9. Wei Jinghong ignored the assailants heading towards Building 9 and continued to guard the outside mortars. It was exceedingly difficult for bullets to reach her from below. But if the attackers managed to find a suitable position to aim their mortars at her, it would only take one shell to change the tide of battle. She was well aware of what was at stake. Bang! Bang! Brothers, let us take out these bastards. Fortunately, Wu Biao and his team had reached their chosen ambush points. From their elevated positions, they watched as enemies charged towards Building 9, unleashing a torrent of gunfire as if their weapons were magically endowed with limitless ammunition. When accuracy faltered, they compensated with sheer firepower. Gunfire erupted from several buildings, and the concentrated onslaught inflicted heavy losses upon those advancing towards Building 9. The tumult outside had already alarmed the defenders stationed within Building 9. They decisively divided half of their forces to enter the room directly opposite the entrance of the community. Through the front windows, they joined Wu Biao and others in repelling the enemy outside. The casualties on the Ling Tian base side intensified. The strong assault on Building 9 was so formidable that it left behind 7 or 8 corpses, and aside from those who had already entered the building, the other teams that had aimed to storm Building 9 turned to enter the building closer to themselves. On the outer perimeter, Chen Jiu had arrived at the room where his subordinates had previously been tasked with monitoring the outside movements. It was a scene of carnage. 8 of the young men stationed there had perished in the bombardment. Numerous dismembered limbs lay scattered across the ground, bloodied and mangled, with some of the young men reduced to mere shapes. However, to Chen Jiu's surprise, despite the ferocity of the artillery fire, the temperature regulator that had provided warmth for his subordinates remained intact. Even after being blown away and landing on the ground, it continued to emit light and warmth. Truly, it was a quality item bestowed by the system. Chen Jiu turned off the temperature regulator and stored it in the system space. At that moment, 2 round objects rolled to his feet from outside. Almost instantaneously upon their appearance, Chen Jiu transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from the room like a flash of lightning. A deafening roar erupted, with a red glow intermingled with thick smoke gushing from various openings. Armed individuals, masked and equipped with night vision goggles, charged in, completely oblivious to Chen Jiu's escape. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Chen Jiu returned, brimming with murderous intent, and almost simultaneously entered the room with the team. As a series of heart-rending screams echoed from within, in mere minutes, Chen Jiu emerged with an abundance of weaponry and equipment, not a single hair on his head harmed. The strength of the force attacking the community offered Chen Jiu a new perspective. When he had confronted that small squad, he had utilized his insightful eye and discovered that 3 out of the 6 members had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, reaching level 1. If it had been just one person, it might have been an anomaly, suggesting such individuals were rare. However, with half of a 6-member squad possessing such prowess, it was not difficult to predict that among the 100-strong force attacking them, at least 50% were elite among elites. The Ling Tian Tower should not be underestimated. However, encountering Chen Jiu was indeed their misfortune. Chen Jiu composed himself and began to cleanse the floors of the building of hostile entities. After clearing one building, he amassed a considerable haul of weaponry and continued to provide support to other areas. Wu Biao and his team were resisting fiercely. However, faced with a well-equipped, formidable enemy wielding grenades as lethal weapons, the moment they exchanged fire, the young men attempting to repel these foes were swiftly eliminated. Fortunately, Chen Jiu appeared just in time. In a chaotic slaughter, the enemy was left bewildered, each collapsing lifelessly to the cold ground. As he continued to provide support elsewhere, the gunfire within the community diminished at a terrifying pace. In Building 9, Lin Lei and his group had already made it outside. Utilizing the air conditioning units and security windows behind each floor, they landed safely. Something felt amiss. "Boss, what's wrong?" Lin Lei's face was grave. "The gunfire is decreasing." "What?" The others immediately perked up, straining to hear the surrounding gunfire. Just as Lin Lei had said, the previously dense gunfire had now become sporadic, with many areas devoid of any sound. "Is it that monster?" Someone thought of Chen Jiu. "We need to leave here immediately. Move fast." Lin Lei, sensing the urgency of the situation, led his 6 companions to seek areas above the building that were not visible or had extremely low visibility as they moved away from the community. On Chunjio's end, he had already returned to Building 9. The hidden enemies within were soon eradicated by him. With no hostile entities detected, he first made his way to the 16th floor. He kicked the door open with a resounding thud. As expected, they were not behaving honestly. Chunjio surveyed the room and easily discovered the location from which Lin Lei and his group had exited. He moved toward the edge and peered down, then leaped from the shattered window, landing deftly on the ground after navigating the security windows and air conditioning units outside. In the snow, he found the footprints left by Lin Lei and his group. It was evident that they were oblivious to such easily detectable traces of their departure. Time did not permit them the luxury of covering their tracks. Chapter 54. Retreating in disgrace outside the community. Lin Lei and the 7 who had escaped were like wild horses unbridled, racing towards the direction of the Ling Tian Tower without any restraint. I believe I mentioned that the only way for you to leave the community is to defeat all those who challenge you. If the task is unfulfilled, will you return on your own, or shall I invite you back? Oh no, it's that demon, they exclaimed. Split up. At that moment, Chunjio's voice echoed in their ears, and Lin Lei and the others, their expressions changing in alarm, immediately dispersed in different directions to flee. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of muffled impacts resonated from all directions. The 7, having barely taken a few steps apart, felt a shadow dart past them, and then their bodies were uncontrollably flung backward. Soon, 6 of the 7 returned to their original spot. 1, however, was being held aloft by Chunjio, who grasped him by the throat, dragging him closer despite his desperate struggles. Are you human or a ghost? He gasped. God, how can there be such terrifying individuals in this world? Are we truly from the same realm? Chunjio approached the 6, and in the face of their horrified gazes, he calmly stated, as a punishment for your disregard of rules, someone must pay the price. I hope you take heed. With that, Chunjio tightened his grip. The individual, who was already struggling to breathe, had his neck snapped by Chunjio. Lin Lei and the others were struck with horror, yet they dared not show any resistance. Let us go. Heart pounding, Lin Lei and the others felt no inclination to resist. They struggled to rise from the snow and, under Chunjio's watchful gaze, returned to the community in a state of disgrace. The fierce battle concluded in about an hour. As night fell completely, the individuals within the community were in a heightened state of excitement. What were our casualties? That evening, Chunjio approached Wu Biao to inquire about the losses. Although victory belonged to them, the toll on Wu Biao's side was significant. 27 had died, and 5 were injured, all male. It seemed that the casualties on Wu Biao's team were not excessively high. After all, 32 versus 100 equated to a ratio of 1-3. A remarkable achievement by any standard. However, if one were to consider that at least 70% of the enemy had been eliminated by Chunjio alone, the casualty ratio became rather alarming. This was equivalent to more than 50 of them ambushing the enemy, yet their losses exceeded the number of enemies they had killed. Such a battle, already favored by circumstances, had devolved to this extent, reflecting poorly on their performance. Once the bodies are dealt with, those with families should take extra care of them. For those without, it matters not. I have left a stash of armed equipment in the room opposite the 23rd floor. You may retrieve it when time allows. Continue to monitor the periphery, but do not expose yourselves if problems arise. Simply report back. Understood? Yes, sir. Additionally, we have seized a considerable amount of ammunition this time. When you have time, practice with your team. After giving his instructions to Wu Biao, Chunjio returned to his room. How were the casualties? Upon his return, Wei Jinghong and the others inquired about Wu Biao's situation. Chunjio briefly recounted the events before his gaze fell upon Wei Jinghong. Why are you looking at me like that? You performed admirably just now. I didn't realize your marksmanship was so impressive. Wei Jinghong crossed her arms, smiling. Want to learn? Call me master, and I'll teach you. The daily skirmishes between Jiu Ge and Jinghong Jie have commenced once again. The Yi sisters, amused, settled onto the sofa with bags of chips and cookies, engrossed in their entertainment. Chunjio, however, would not indulge this woman who was more about eating than fighting. striding towards Wei Jinghong. A cryptic smile adorned his face. Upon sensing the masculine energy approaching her, a flicker of panic danced in Wei Jinghong's eyes. Yet, she feigned composure and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "To practice my marksmanship, one must have a target. Allow me to assess the sturdiness of this target," he replied, lifting Wei Jinghong effortlessly into his arms. Chunjiao, put me down," she protested. Unmoved, Chunjiao carried her toward the room. "I was wrong, Chunjiao. I admit my fault. Did you not say you would start with Zi-Yi tonight? Seek her first." The words reached Zi-Yi, who was on the sofa, and the chips she held lost their appeal. Why must her affairs intrude upon her enjoyment of the performance? Fortunately, Chunjiao paid her no heed, and soon the door closed behind them, the muffled sounds of Wei Jinghong's choked sobs and lamentations echoing through the walls. Zi let out a sigh of relief. At least someone was taking the brunt of it for her. Had she been the vanguard, she would have likely been unable to rise the next day. "Do not rejoice too soon. You are well aware of Jiuji's prowess," cautioned her sister. "Sister, you wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Yi adopted a pitiful expression as she gazed at Yi Ziqing. "I have no sister," replied Yi Ziqing curtly as she headed to the restroom. "Yi Ziqing, you have changed. I scarcely recognize you anymore." No response came. "Fine, just wait. When Jioga bullies me, I shall turn that against you. You shall not have a moment's peace." Clattering footsteps echoed as Yi rushed from the sofa into her room, slamming the door behind her. It was shortly past midnight. That night, in Yi Ziqing's room, Chunjiao fell into slumber after receiving 1,000 versatile points as a system reward. Meanwhile, Lin Tian Xiao waited until the early hours without news from the Lin family's private security team, and the time to provide an account to the other higher-ups was drawing near. "Ladies and gentlemen, I bear unfortunate news. Xiao Feng and his companions were killed 2 days ago. Their bodies were devoured by those beasts at Chui Huan, leaving no trace behind." This was the narrative Lin Tian Xiao had prepared. The team dispatched in the evening was his last act of defiance. However, after their departure, there was no further communication, and Lin Feng had already been mourned in his heart. What would he do upon learning of his son's demise? Unwilling to compromise, he would drag everyone down with him, allowing their grief over their children's deaths to fuel their wrath against Chui Huan. He had invested too much in the rescue of Lin Feng and the others. If he did not make other sacrifices well, how could he maintain the Lin family's absolute dominance in Ling Tian building? As he had anticipated, those higher-ups who had lost children nearly fainted upon hearing his words, while another's eyes turned red with rage. Those beasts will pay a heavy price for this. No one dared to question Lin Tianzhao's declaration, for there was no need to. If their children had truly perished, retribution against Chui Huan was imperative. Should Lin Tianxiao be deceiving them? The gravity of his words indicated he was resolutely set on employing force against Chui Huan. Although Ling Tian building was a joint establishment of various individuals, the ultimate authority remained firmly in Lin Tianzhao's grasp. If they offered him a step down, he would accept it, providing them a venue to vent their pent-up anger and dissatisfaction, an act that granted him the utmost dignity. Chapter 55. The first use of the substitute doll. "Mr. Lin, what shall we do?" One of the nearly fainting men managed to regain his composure, his voice calm, yet brimming with an unspoken fury that spoke louder than words. "Each family will contribute forces to obliterate Chui Huan. We have but one chance. If we fail, we must wait until Ling Tian base firmly establishes itself in Longchuan City before seeking revenge. I understand the pain of losing a child. I too have lost a son. However, we cannot deviate from our purpose in Longchuan City. Therefore, I shall only strike once. I offer you this opportunity, and I hope you do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Once is sufficient. Indeed, I must ensure that everyone in Chui Huan meets a dreadful fate." Anger surged through them. What followed was the scene of each family preparing to take action in the impending retribution. Each household had private soldiers. Some could muster over 100, while others rallied 30 to 50. Even those with no grievances against Chui Huan, out of a sense of honor, dispatched a small contingent. After tallying the numbers, including those sent by Lin Tianxiao, the force preparing to assault Chui Huan exceeded 600. Such a force could contend not only with private factions, but also posed a formidable challenge to certain dominant powers in Longchuan City. With personnel selected, the group immediately set about their preparations. This night would see many lose sleep. However, for the architect of their predicament, Chen Jiao, no matter how many came from Ling Tian building, he would harbor no fear. He was more than capable of escorting Wei Jinghong and her companions away safely. As for Wu Biao and the others, if fate decreed this was their trial, Chen Jiao would simply acquiesce to destiny. After a night of rest, the following morning found all but 5 injured individuals rejuvenated. Having faced gunfire and witnessed bloodshed, Wu Biao and his comrades felt transformed. A newfound confidence glimmered in their eyes, and an air of lethal intent subtly emerged within their demeanor. Their essence had shifted. In the underground parking garage, the women busied themselves with cooking, while the men embarked on a new day of challenges. I heard you attempted to flee yesterday. How'd that go? The others were already aware of Lin Lei's escape attempt, and some of Wu Biao's subordinates, unable to contain their amusement, teased him. During the ensuing challenges against Lin Lei, many suffered greatly. Meanwhile, outside the community, a substantial armed force was advancing towards them. The 600-strong contingent, all clad in white protective gear, bore an imposing presence, especially as some skiers led the way. The falling snowflakes seemed trivial in their wake. This is serious. The Wu Biao subordinates, assigned to observe the external situation, through the swirling snow, caught sight of the advancing white tide. Just one glance revealed that what appeared to be moving snowdrifts were, in fact, human beings. Panic seized several subordinates, and without hesitation, 4 of them fled from their observation point, racing towards the parking garage below. Within 10 minutes, Manager, we have a serious situation. The dining Wu Biao and his group paused at the sight of their frantically approaching subordinate. What has happened? The subordinate, trembling, hurriedly relayed their discovery to Wu Biao. Upon hearing his report, Wu Biao and the others leapt to their feet. Quickly inform the sir. On the 23rd floor, in the room occupied by Chen Jiao, the news swiftly reached them. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Wei Jinghong gazed into the distance, her brow furrowed in concern. Ling Tian building is evidently intent on our destruction. Chen Jiao, however, remained unfazed. Can those 2 mortars we seized yesterday be operated? Do you believe those 2 mortars can counter the impending threat? She questioned. Just for show, he replied nonchalantly. Weijing on posed considering. Could they? Snapping back to reality. She nodded. It requires 2 people to operate. Very well, I shall summon 2 maids. You instruct them alongside Zi Qing and Zi Yi. Precision is secondary, merely ensuring they can fire. And you? I shall handle the trouble. With that, Chen Jiao exited the room. Downstairs, Wu Biao and his crew awaited. Sir, the opposing force has deployed no less than 500 personnel. Can we hold them off? Chen Jiao patted Wu Biao's shoulder. Bring me all the weapons and ammunition we seized yesterday, especially those dozen grenades. What do you intend to do, sir? Just do as I say. Wu Biao dared not ask further and immediately sent people to retrieve the weapons. Before long, dozens of guns, over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and 17 grenades were stacked before Chen Jiao. Sir, aside from what we carry, all the weapons and ammunition are here. Chen Jiao merely glanced at the pile on the ground. All right, you may leave. Ensure the defenses of Building 9 and the underground parking lot are secure. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Hearing this, Wu Biao and the others were taken aback. Is the sir planning to confront the enemy alone? What? Chen Jiao's expression darkened. Do as I instruct. Understood. Not daring to inquire further, Wu Biao promptly executed Chen Jiao's orders. Once everyone had departed, Chen Jiao stored the weapons and ammunition in the system space. Let's test the composition of the substitute doll. With that thought, Chen Jiao pulled out a substitute doll, binding and activating it. The doll was thrown by Chen Jiao and morphed into his likeness upon landing, albeit without clothing. Chen Jiao retrieved a complete set of shadow gear from his space and tossed it to the doll. Thank you, my lord. The voice matched that of Chen Jiao. From now on, this substitute doll shall be called Fenshin. Fenshin quickly donned the outfit and, under Chen Jiao's directive, transformed into an entirely enveloping black combat suit. From head to toe, Except for the eyes visible through a half-mask, the rest was concealed by the shadow gear. Finchen gripped a sheathed Tang broadsword, standing still before Chunjio like a sentinel. When not in use, the bound substitute doll merely transferred all negative damage to Chunjio, bearing the effects of death. But when bound and activated, it became an excellent aid. Satisfied, Chunjio nodded and proceeded towards the outermost building with Finchen in tow. Outside the complex, the forces from Ling Tian building had reached within 100 meters of the entrance. Chao Bao had returned once more. However, this time, the command of the team was not in his hands, but rather that of Qin Feng, the head of the Qin family, one of the 5 elders of Ling Tian building. At 52 years of age, he had only one son, who had been among Lin Feng's entourage just days prior. He did not believe Lin Tianxiao's claim that his son Qin Feng was truly dead. Thus, he intended to personally lead the assault on Cui Huan. If his son was indeed deceased, then he would ensure the entire Cui Huan would accompany him in death. If his son still lived, having him there would facilitate direct negotiations with the leaders here, preventing them from feeling cornered and resorting to desperate measures. Chapter 56. Calling out names, startling us Mr. Qin. Ahead lies Cui Huan. Most of the signs of yesterday's battle had been concealed by the heavy snowfall, and the bodies left outside were now covered with a thick layer of snow. Upon closer inspection, one would find remnants of the prior conflict, particularly in areas struck by artillery. However, this did not capture Qin Feng's attention. He merely assumed that the severely damaged buildings had been caused by some survivors. Mr. Qin, we are at the gates of Cui Huan. Shall we proceed with a direct assault, or negotiate first? Outside a building, Gao Bao ha protect Qin Feng we are finding de meno. The commanding presence cultivated by Qin Feng over the years was palpable. Gazing at the distant Cui Huan, he coldly stated, "Have them negotiate, demanding the release of my son and others. They have no room for negotiation, should they refuse to surrender. I will raze this community to the ground." Understood. To curry favor with the elder, Chao Bao did not feign the presence of troops this time. Instead, he raised a white flag and advanced towards the gates of Cui Huan. He was not reckless. Behind him stood an army of over 600,000. And who would dare to shoot at him, the envoy? One must choose the right moment to seek death, after all. Is anyone up there? Upon reaching the gate, Gao Bao shouted loudly. Despite wearing a mask, his voice resonated clearly. Seeing no response, he continued, "I know someone is up there. Listen well. Qin Feng, one of the 5 elders of the Ling Tian base, demands that you release the hostages and surrender. Previous grievances will be wiped clean. If you resist, do you see the army behind me? Today, Elder Qin will level Cui Huan, leaving no trace." Bang! Just as Chao Bao finished speaking, the sound of a gunshot echoed, silencing the air. Standing frozen in place, Chao Bao's eyes widened, and his mouth fell slightly agape beneath the mask. I feel a bit dizzy. Chao Bao realized he had been shot, the bullet striking his forehead. Yet, he could not comprehend why the opponents dared to shoot at him. After all, he commanded an army of 60,000. Thud! Regardless of his confusion, Chao Bao's body fell backward after being hit by the bullet. How bold! Since they seek death, I shall oblige. Wang Ling, Han Li, Luo Feng, and Shi Hao, the elders, stepped forward from the ranks. Gather your men and take that complex. Understood. The 4 replied in unison and summoned their respective teams. Charge! Forward! The 400-strong contingent broke away from the main force and charged towards the gates of the complex. Inside the building, Chunjio, who had just shot Chao Bao, remained remarkably calm. Giving Finchen a knowing glance, Chunjio raised his rifle and began firing outward. Bang! 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 Bullets swiftly erupted from the gun's muzzle, and with each shot fired, an enemy outside fell. Meanwhile, Finchen swiftly descended the stairs. Outside, gunners, suppress the room in the middle of the 18th floor of the first building on the left. The rest of you continue the charge. Someone quickly deduced Chunjio's location and ordered a barrage of suppressive fire. 2 armed men in white raised their guns and fired at Chunjio's position. Bullets rained down like a storm, forcing Chunjio to keep his head down. Bang! At that moment, from a more distant building, 2 bullets were fired in succession, hitting the 2 machine gunners. Wei Jinghong had made his move. A slight smile graced Chunjio's lips as he swiftly changed positions and continued firing outward. Simultaneously, two distinct sounds, unlike gunfire, reverberated from further back. Then, two shells arced through the air, landing just outside the complex gates. Mortars, take cover. Boom. The shells struck the ground, producing two resounding explosions. One detonated in an unoccupied area, but the other accurately landed amidst the crowd, unleashing a terrifying force that sent people flying within a 5-meter radius, while many beyond that were knocked to the ground. From his position at the back, Qin Feng's pupils constricted. How could they possess mortars? Clearly, Lin Tianxiao had not informed others of his arsenal. Elder Qin, we must relocate. This place is not safe. First, there were snipers, now mortars. Those tasked with protecting Qinfeng were filled with dread. A mere private force possessed equipment rivaling that of regular troops? Was this some kind of joke? Not daring to expose Qinfeng any further, the guards swiftly moved him to a sheltered location. Meanwhile, many of those assaulting the complex were left stunned by the sudden barrage of shells. Before they could recover from the initial explosions, two more shells descended from the sky. This time, both landed among the crowd, causing even greater casualties and a more pronounced shock effect. Many individuals, hearing the anguished cries of their companions in the snow, began to curse their fate. This battle was unwinnable. While others unleashed artillery, they were left to sacrifice lives in vain. It was nothing short of a dehumanizing assault. They had been led to believe they could annihilate the enemy's territory, yet now faced an uncertain demise. No more, I shall not continue. With merely 2 meals provided each day and no other source of income, what worth is my life? Flee runs swiftly. As the leaders, Han Li and Shi Hao, discerned 2 shells hurtling towards them, they abandoned their advance and turned to escape. Meanwhile, no one paid heed to Chunjio, who continued to fire upon them. Ignoring the potential consequences, they feared becoming collateral damage from the imminent explosions. The 400-strong contingent erupted into chaos, with thoughts of razing Tzu Bei now cast aside. Their sole desire was to vacate the perilous ground. Amidst their retreat towards the community's gates, a mysterious figure donned in a black officer's cap and a combat uniform emerged. With a swift motion, the figure unsheathed a long blade and charged towards the fleeing individuals. The sounds of slaughter filled the air as the enigmatic assailant wielded his weapon with unparalleled skill. Those who attempted to resist were swiftly dispatched, their lives severed from their bodies in an instant. What was this? Chapter 57 revealed the true extent of the mysterious figure's prowess. As more individuals recognized the figure among them, witnessing their comrades fall as if sliced through like vegetables, they were struck with both shock and rage. The enemy dismissed them entirely. "Kill him," shouted Luo Feng as he uttered his final words, only to be silenced by a swift throat cut from the mysterious figure. Finally, some reacted and opened fire upon the figure. Bullets rained down, but the ensuing spectacle left all in disbelief. As the first bullet approached the figure, he effortlessly cleaved it in two with his blade. The subsequent projectiles met the same fate, deflected by his deft movements. Was this even human? The white-clad individuals, witnessing the sparks fly from the blade, stood frozen in horror, their expressions more petrified than in the face of artillery fire. The mysterious figure, undeterred by the thoughts of onlookers, dodged bullets and advanced through the throng, mercilessly claiming lives. The bodies piled up beneath him as the personnel from Ling Tian base fell one by one, their final defenses shattered. A demon. A devil. He was a true harbinger of death. Run! In the distance, Qin Feng and his companions observed the scene, their disbelief palpable. First a sniper, then mortars, and now a creature beyond human comprehension. No wonder Lin Tianxiao dispatched his finest warriors to rescue Lin Feng, only for them to fail. It was not a case of overestimating their capabilities. Rather, the opposition possessed an absolute strength that rendered them unafraid of Ling Tian Tower. Leave, depart from this place, Tzu Bei. At that moment, all thoughts of vengeance vanished from Qin Feng's mind. It was not that he lacked the desire to act, but rather that it was simply unfeasible. Confronted with an insurmountable force, he could not recklessly charge forth. That would not be bravery, but folly, reckless beyond redemption. After all, he was only in his 50s, in good health, and not incapable of bearing children. If a 70-year-old could father a child, then at 52, he was practically youthful in comparison. Practice the trumpet. At any cost, he commanded. As a result, over 200 individuals began to withdraw rapidly. Vehicles revved to life, speeding back from whence they came. The mysterious figure pursued the white-clad group for over 500 meters before ceasing his chase, having witnessed their complete loss of fighting spirit. The 200 individuals who had lingered at the community's edge were now long gone. In this battle, the figure had dispatched no fewer than 100 enemies, with countless bullets deflected without a single one grazing him. With an extraordinary physique and unparalleled reflexes, he could perceive the trajectory of bullets in midair. Reflecting on his abilities, he marveled at his own strength. Had he truly become this formidable? Chunjiu had long been trapped in a misconception, believing that his indifference to gunfire stemmed from his ability to withstand bullets. Yet he overlooked the crucial truth. The threat of bullets was contingent upon their ability to hit their target. If he could evade them, no amount of firepower would pose a danger. Possessing the ability to dodge bullets, and with his 40-fold physical enhancement, he realized that few weapons on this planet could threaten him. Only those with immense power and a wide impact could do so. With a newfound understanding of his capabilities, the mysterious figure sheathed his blade and returned to the building. Upon reappearing, he transformed back into Chunjiu. Having collected the memories from his previous self, he chuckled at his ignorance of his own strength. No longer troubled, he gathered the weapons and equipment from the fallen before making his way to Building 9. On the rooftop of Building 9, Wei Jinghong observed that the battle had concluded. He holstered his weapon and, accompanied by the exhilarated Yi sisters and 2 maids, returned indoors. Long live the master! How incredible he is! A single man repelling thousands. If this were ancient times, he would be a legendary general on the battlefield, unmatched by any. Today, I truly understand what it means to hold the line against countless foes. With our master present, what do we have to fear from the demons outside? If I could possess half of his strength, I would feast on beef daily. Do you think you can? Half. If I had even a fraction of a master's power, I could stride through this world unchallenged. As Chunjiu returned, he passed by Wu Biao and his companions, who were filled with adoration for him. They had witnessed the earlier battle and now regarded Chunjiu with reverence akin to that of a deity. Get back to your duties. Do not embarrass yourselves here. Yes, master. Brothers, let us head to the parking lot. As long as we survive today as training, we shall practice relentlessly. We do not seek the master-esque strength, but at the very least, we wish to aid him in the face of future adversaries. The still excited Wu Biao and his companions shouted as they descended the stairs, while Chunjiu continued his ascent. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, he encountered 12 maids. They stood in 2 rows, bowing in unison to Chunjiu, their eyes reflecting an intense fervor. The 12 maids were indeed striking. The 2 at the forefront were nearly as captivating as Yi Zi and her companions. The others, in times of peace, would be the envy of countless admirers. Although they had all fallen victim to the clutches of Wu Biao and his ilk, they undoubtedly had encountered such predicaments, the least among others. Regrettably, Chunjiu was not a creature driven by carnal desires. Amidst the vastness of the weak waters, he only sought a single ladle. The women surrounding him were merely to satiate his cravings. Anything more would overwhelm his energies. Moreover, once accustomed to the taste of fine rice, who could still find pleasure in coarse grains? Thus, even though he could command these 12 maids to submit to his whims with a mere utterance, Chunjiu remained indifferent. With a calm nod, he continued to ascend. The maids, upon receiving his acknowledgement, displayed an array of emotions. Some appeared to swoon, while others bore expressions of completion. Welcome back, our great hero. Upon entering his quarters, he was greeted by Wei Jinghong, hand in hand with the Yi sisters. The breathtaking trio spoke in unison, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Well done. You have a day off tonight. Long live Jiugu! Yi Zi exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Was that mysterious figure you just now? Why did you not continue that, guys? You look quite dashing. Wei Jinghong inquired. Just a ruse to mislead. Interested in seeing? Then perhaps you should continue to be misled. With that, Wei Jinghong led Yi Ziqing toward the sofa. Juga, I want to see it. Would you wear it for me? Yizi ipreset had curiosity. Approaching and playfully hugging Chinjio's arm. I'll show you tonight, Chinji replied. Haha, by the way, sister, we have not finished today's training. Let's find Lin Lei and the others. Yizi decisively released her grip on Chinjio's arm and maintained a respectful distance. Such is the reality. Chapter 58. The Threat Posed by Major Forces. Ling Tian Building. After an hour's journey, Qin Feng and his companions returned. Accompanying him were the 200 individuals who had remained by his side. The others, upon their return, seemed somewhat disordered. They muttered about devils and monsters. Had it not been for their rationality, one might have thought they had lost their minds. At the pinnacle of the building, the highest-ranking elders of the base had gathered. Lin Tianxiao's expression was grave. Old Qin, what transpired at Zhubei? Clearly, he was already aware of the situation below. He was reluctant to believe the accounts relayed by those who returned. Not just him, but the other 3 present felt similarly. What did the others say? Bullets sliced like knives, instantly killing hundreds. There were even afterimages during their movements. Are we filming a martial arts movie here? Why not claim the opponent cleaved the heavens with a single sword, annihilating planets? Under the gaze of the 4, Qin Feng inhaled deeply and stated, Director Lin, Zhubei is not a place we can provoke. Until we possess absolute certainty, it is best we refrain from stirring them further. I genuinely fear that if we annoy them, they may come knocking on our door. So, what those who returned said is true. Lin Tianxiao inquired earnestly. Qin Feng nodded. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was terrifying. That individual was nothing short of inhuman, even without mortars. I have no doubt that the suddenly appearing mysterious figure could annihilate our 600 men. Such claims were hard to believe, someone remarked. Qin Feng chuckled wryly. Had I not seen it myself, I would not have believed anyone who claimed there were beings unafraid of firearms. Yet the reality is as such. Given the opponent's strength, I now believe what Director Lin said. Qin Feng and his group cannot still be alive. Wait, you mentioned mortars. How could those people possess mortars? A crucial question was raised, eliciting gasps. However, his words garnered no reaction from the assembly. Truly, they were remarkable. Was it the right time to concern themselves with mortars? Superhumans had emerged. What was curious about the existence of mortars? Why are you all silent? The one who questioned the mortars wondered, unsure if he had overreacted. Hazi Zai, standing nearby, offered a resigned smile. Old Huang, mortars are outdated. Our focus now is on superhumans. Superhumans? Where? Enough. I trust old Qin. He would not jest about such matters. Let us set aside the issues of Zhubei, as old Qin suggested. Until we have absolute confidence, we must avoid provoking them further. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Hazi Zai continued, What are our plans moving forward? Lin Tianxiao pondered for a moment, his expression grave. Today, my people have brought back news. The major forces have begun to mobilize the few survivor bases they control in Longchuan City. Their objective appears similar to ours, as they seek to consolidate survivors and gather resources. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon the group. At this moment, the issues of Zhubei seem to pale in comparison. Indeed, this is not good news for us. In terms of population, they possess bases that far exceed our capabilities. More importantly, with the major forces now active, it will become increasingly difficult for us to gather survivors unimpeded. Hatazizai added, Moreover, it is not just that. Regardless of the current state of order, the nature of the major forces dictates that they must maintain it, and they possess the moral high ground, winning public favor. Should they discover us and attempt to assimilate us, there will undoubtedly be many willing to leave with them. This is my greatest concern. If they forcibly integrate Longchuan City, we must respect public sentiment if we wish to avoid confrontation with them. At that point, how many of the people we have gathered will remain is beyond our control. Ladies and gentlemen, a challenge that will determine our future success has already arrived. Lin Tianxiao stated solemnly. If what Lin Tianxiao said was true, indeed, the matter concerning Zhubei was trivial compared to the challenges they would soon face. The former was merely a personal grudge, while the latter, if mishandled, could undermine their very foundation. The stakes were high, and they could not afford to be oblivious. Director Lin must have a plan, right? Old Huang, also known as Huang Zihao, inquired. The others turned their attention to Lin Tianxiao. Lin Tianxiao did not hesitate to share. I have a few preliminary ideas. Please elaborate. First, ally with other powerful private forces to slow or even hinder the major forces reintegration of Longchuan City. With a population exceeding 20 million, I believe there are numerous private forces in this city besides us. Everyone harbors ambition. The wisdom of preferring to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix is universally understood. Others will not easily relinquish the authority they have painstakingly obtained. Secondly, we need to incite chaos in Longchuan City. Only amidst turmoil can we navigate the waters to gradually strengthen ourselves. To achieve this, we must provide some useful weaponry to smaller factions and ignite their ambitions to devour surrounding forces. Lastly, and most importantly, we must expedite the gathering of population and acquire more resources. In the coming period, the base will primarily focus on these two endeavors. Furthermore, we need to conceal information about the major forces to prevent any unrealistic notions from taking root. With each of Lin Tianxiao's proposals, the attendees nodded in agreement. Once he had articulated his thoughts, no one found fault with his ideas and all expressed their support. The strength of Zhu Bei is formidable. Perhaps we could divert misfortune eastward. Has Director Lin considered collaborating with them? Suddenly, Huang Zihao interjected. Upon his utterance, both Qin Feng and Ha Zizai's expressions shifted. Lin Tianxiao contemplated seriously. He had not considered Zhu Bei previously, but now that he recognized their strength, he could not overlook them. I hope you all understand that in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. To achieve great things, one cannot be swayed by emotions. Rest assured, Director Lin, I am fully aware, Qin Feng affirmed. Although reluctant to maintain any further association with them, Lin Zong, you are correct. A moment's tolerance can prevent a great upheaval. For the sake of our ideals, what harm is there in serving the tiger? Hao Zizai gritted his teeth and said, it is needless to mention that among the 5 great elders, aside from Lin Tianxiao and Qin Feng, one of those who perished at Chunjiu's hands was indeed a child of Hao Zizai. Lin Tianxiao nodded in appreciation. It is good that you can think this way. Well then, since we shall temporarily set aside the matter of Zhu Bei, our next focus will be on the development of the base. Lao Huang, you will be responsible for the support of other small and medium-sized factions. Do not offer it for free, for if given freely, others may not feel justified in accepting it. No problem. Lao Qin will continue to manage the gathering of people. Very well, Brother Zizai, you must exert more effort in the collection of resources. Hao Zizai merely nodded in acknowledgement. Lastly, Lao Ling, the task of seeking alliances with large private factions will fall to you. Lao Ling, whose full name is Ling Bo Ho, replied with a smile, I will begin preparations tomorrow. By the way, we all have tasks to undertake. What will you be doing? Lin Tianxiao did not conceal his intentions. I will train soldiers and simultaneously draft a set of rules for others beneath our 5 to adhere to. The emergence of main factions has served as a wake-up call for us. If we wish to retain the populace, we must first establish regulations and provide avenues for advancement. The previous chaos must be tidied up. No objections, everyone expressed their support. In the time that followed, the focus was entirely on development, while also preparing for potential threats at the Ling Tian base, which no longer disrupted Chunjiu's life. Meanwhile, at Zhu Bei, Chunjiu remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside, nor did he wish to know. While others toiled incessantly to strengthen themselves, he found his own ascendance remarkably effortless, merely needing to wait until dawn to claim his system rewards, a task as simple as eating and drinking. Chapter 59, The Muscle-Building Pill. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Through daily sparring with Lin Lei and others, Wu Biao and his companions experienced a conspicuous enhancement in their abilities. Additionally, they frequently engaged in internal competitions. No longer were they novices in combat. Now, aside from Lin Lei, whom they could barely withstand for 3 exchanges against the other 5, although they still faced defeat, their exchanges had become more reciprocal. Lin Lei and the others had adapted to their new lifestyle. They enjoyed ample food and warm clothing. And aside from the restrictions on their freedom during rest periods, they were not monitored at other times. It is unclear what Lin Lei thought, but the others had ceased their struggle. They now merely offered guidance to those who challenged them and occasionally dined with Wu Biao, leading to a rather fulfilling existence. The only regret was that, at Tsu Bei, they no longer enjoyed the nightly revelries they had at Ling Tian Base. However, in comparison to their lives, this was an acceptable sacrifice. As for Lin Lei, being Lin Tianxiao's most loyal follower, he currently appeared to be well-behaved, yet none could fathom his true thoughts. One must not underestimate the resolve of such individuals, even if they marry and bear children or linger by your side for years or decades. Their original intentions may remain unchanged. In contrast, the sisters Yi Zi and Yi Ziqing exhibited the most significant transformations. Through continuous sparring, their learning capabilities flourished, and combined with their exceptional physical attributes, the sisters had mastered their powers to an impressive degree. Since their combat skills had grown increasingly refined, when facing Lin Lei, he could at most defeat one of the sisters before exhausting himself. The possibility of overcoming both had vanished, unless weapons were involved. However, that was 3 days prior. Currently, even Lin Lei was no longer a match for the sisters. This was due to Chun Jio's clandestine interventions, which had elevated the sisters' levels from 3 to 4. This was a deliberate act by Chun Jio, had he not considered the potential drawbacks of accelerating their growth too much during training. He could have easily propelled them to the heights achieved by Wei Jinghong, level 5. Should he have done so, Lin Lei and his companions would stand no chance, as the sisters' physical prowess would utterly overpower them, rendering further conflict meaningless. Wei Jinghong, on the other hand, bore no such concerns. Having already mastered mature combat techniques and experiences, she no longer required training to acquire such skills. Chun Jio was generous, raising her level to 7 while uplifting Yi Ziqing and her sister. Naturally, Wei Jinghong's elevation was conducted in her conscious state, unlike the more natural progression afforded to the Yi sisters. This enhancement solidified Wei Jinghong's belief that her bodily transformation stemmed from Chun Jio. Though the method seemed somewhat absurd, she had corroborated her findings through various means, primarily consulting the Yi sisters, thereby reluctantly acknowledging this reality. Incredible. He likely remains unaware of his own capabilities in this regard. Truly, another reason to be tied to that fellow has emerged. Could this be what they call fate? With her suspicions confirmed, Wei Jinghong now felt a sense of melancholy. She held little affection for Chun Jio. Her presence beside him was largely dictated by circumstance, yet there was an element of helplessness in this situation. However, during their time together, Wei Jinghong found herself growing accustomed to his presence. Handsome, mysterious, and immensely powerful, it was no wonder any woman would be drawn to him. Now, with yet another reason to both desire and reject him, Wei Jinghong felt herself gradually succumbing to her feelings. Fate. With a sigh, a hint of a smile graced Wei Jinghong's face. Following him may not be so bad after all, right? It seemed as though she had come to a realization. In that moment, a profound sense of ease enveloped her. Chun Jio could not perceive the changes within Wei Jinghong immediately. During this period, everyone experienced significant gains, including himself. 7 days had passed, yielding 7 rewards. Among them, 5 were universal points, while the other 2 consisted of a 100-watt self-generating energy-saving lamp, a disposable item with a lifespan of up to 1 year under continuous illumination, operable in environments ranging from -100 degrees Celsius to +100 degrees Celsius. He received 7 of these, which, under the enhancement of his special ability, multiplied rewards, transformed into 700. This completely resolved Chun Jio's lighting issues. The other reward was somewhat fantastical, a vial of muscle-building bone pills, containing 12 pieces. As long as one still drew breath, even if only a head remained. As long as consciousness persisted, placing one of these pills in the mouth could restore full vitality. Of course, if only a head remained, it would not endure long enough for the medicine to take effect. Yet this sufficiently illustrates the potency of the pill, akin to a condensed version of the extraordinary ability to resurrect the dead. Apocalyptic Choice System. Host, Chun Jio. Lifespan, 25149. Level, 14. 05000. Special ability, 100-fold reward. Insightful Eye requires mental energy to use. Mental energy, 293 points, 1H 60 points, full state 300. Universal points, 2870, available for personal upgrades and others. System space, muscle building bone pills 100 vials, each vial containing 12. Self-generating energy-saving lamps 700, substitute dolls 100, Dark Knight set 96. With substitute dolls and muscle-building bone pills as my means of survival in the future, my enemies would find it more prudent to take their own lives rather than attempt to kill me. There is simply no solution to this, is there? You say to instantly end Chun-Jio's life. Even with substitute dolls to block the attack, it would require more than 100 attempts. If merely gravely wounded, they would be left to their own devices. With 1,200 chances, what could one wield against such an opponent? When faced with such enemies, rather than collapsing in despair at the end, it is far better to seek an early release. Avoiding the arduous task of killing Chun-Jio, only to be unable to withstand the subsequent shock. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chun-Jio lamented the plight of his future adversaries, a knock resounded at the door. Could it be yet another incident? Each time someone knocked at his door, it signified that something was unfolding outside. I will go answer the door. Yi bravely rose from the sofa, her long, graceful legs carrying her swiftly to the door. As she opened it, a haggard face came into view. The visitor appeared anxious, cradling a quiet yet unwell infant in her arms. Jia, is that you? Yi recognized her neighbor, Liangyu. Liangyu seldom interacted with Chun-Jio and the others, only venturing outside to dispose of garbage or fetch ice, and typically remained indoors with her daughter, Li Jingwei. She had never shown interest in the outside world, nor participated in any communal matters. If it hadn't been for a chance encounter when Yi and her friends spotted her outside, they would have remained unaware that a mother and daughter lived next door. Miss, is Xiaochen home? Liangyu urgently inquired upon seeing that it was not Chun-Jio who answered the door. Yi felt a bit bewildered. Why, yes, he is. Through Yi's frame, Liangyu indeed spotted Chun-Jio sitting on the living room sofa, playing chess with Wei Jinghong. Xiaochen, please help your sister. Save the child. Yi, caught off guard, found her space invaded as Liangyu rushed into the room. By the time she attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Liangyu knelt before Chun-Jio and the others upon entering. Chapter 60. A good deed lasts 100 days. But a grudge lasts a day. Chun-Jio's chess movements momentarily paused. Wei Jinghong and Yi Ziqing also turned their attention to Liangyu. After a fortnight, Liangyu had lost the mature charm she once possessed before the snow disaster, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Jiogu, she burst in unexpectedly. I feel like I've done something wrong, Yi hurriedly explained. Chun-Jio gestured for her to disregard it. What do you need me to do? The child has a high fever that won't subside. It began last night. I gave her some fever-reducing medication, but it was ineffective. Today it has worsened. Xiao Chun, I beg you to save her. I cannot bear to lose her, Liangyu sobbed. Wei Jinghong stood and approached Liangyu, bending down to place her palm on Xiao Jingyue's forehead. So hot. It must be around 40 degrees. Xiao Chun, we really have no other options. Please save the child. They turned their gaze to Chun-Jio, their expressions revealing their compassion. If the patient were an adult, they might not have felt such empathy. But before them was merely a child, an adorable little girl, and even the hardest of hearts could not disregard her plight. Chun-Jio looked calmly at the child in Liangyu's arms. Why should I save her? The word stunned not only Liangyu, but also Wei Jinghong and others, who found it hard to believe. Liangyu, however, quickly responded, Mr. Xiao Chun, if you are willing to save her, I will do anything you ask. I only plead for your help. Including giving your life? Including giving my life, Liangyu replied without hesitation. Chun-Jio nodded. It may not be effective. You must be prepared for that. I have no other solutions. His words conveyed Liangyu's helplessness. Chun-Jio ceased further discussion and instructed Yi Ziqing to find Wu Biao. She should know what to do. This need not be so complicated. If Chun-Jio were willing, a single medicinal pill could easily resolve the issue. But why should he? Liangyu and her daughter had already received considerable care from Chun-Jio, not to mention providing them a temperature stabilizer, Merely shielding them from external disturbances was something most could only dream of. If they were to complain after all this, it would be truly ungrateful. A single medicinal pill was equivalent to a life. They were not significant enough to warrant such a sacrifice from Chunjiu. Before long, Yi Ziqing returned, accompanied by two women, one a maid, the other a nurse from Wu Biao's entourage. They both carried medical kits. Yi. They were doctors and nurses at the hospital before the snow disaster. They should be able to help the little one, Yi Ziqing explained succinctly. No need for pleasantries. The patient is in her arms. Just do your best. Understood. Liang Yu, as if grasping at a lifeline, quickly stood up, placing the child on the sofa. Let's move to the bedroom. The innermost room is unoccupied, said the maid. Chunjiu offered a reminder. Without hesitation, Liang Yu followed the doctors into the room, cradling Xiao Jingwei. I hope this little one will be all right, Yi Zi prayed. Chunjiu replied, Fate is determined by effort. If it is meant to go, you cannot hold it back. You have a better way to help her, don't you? Wei Jinghong interjected unexpectedly. Did you guess that? Wei Jinghong smiled lightly. We have witnessed your extraordinary abilities before. Even if you resurrected the dead that day, I would not be astonished. So you mean for me to intervene? Wei Jinghong shook her head. You have already done remarkably well. A good deed lasts 100 days, but a grudge lasts a day. Bringing a doctor for the little one is already a great kindness. To demand more would be ungrateful. Such words were characteristic of Wei Jinghong. She had never disappointed Chunjiu. Just wait. Chunjiu said no more, signaling Wei Jinghong with a glance as they resumed their unfinished chess game. The current position on the board encapsulated the most desperate wars from the millennia of the Dragon Kingdom's history. The red side had exhausted its resources, all 5 generals eliminated, and the lone strategist was besieged by the black side's dual chariots, with a black knight advancing, heavy artillery blocking the path, and 2 pawns pressing forward. This situation was more tragic than Xiang Yu facing the Songs of Chu. Gazing upon this predicament, Chunjiu's mind sparked with strategies for a turnaround. Having been interrupted, he had forgotten his subsequent tactics for turning defeat into victory. He decided this match would be a draw. Good. Wei Jinghong smiled warmly, accepting Chunjiu's rationale. Yi Ziqing and her sister, however, were left in astonishment. Was there truly a strategy for turning defeat into victory under such circumstances? Even if they did not understand chess, they could discern who had more pieces. Let's start anew. This time I shall play black, Chunjiu declared. The game reset, and now taking the second move, he was determined to demonstrate his prowess as a chess master to Wei Jinghong. Observing the renewed clash, Yi Zi and her sister gradually found it hard to continue watching. The two were on entirely different levels. It seemed that even a slight effort from Wei Jinghong was already the limit for some. I'll check on the little one, Yi Zi said, heading toward the room where Liang Yu and the others were. I will go too, followed Yi Ziqing. Indeed, having women around only hinders my performance, Chunjiu remarked playfully. I'm a woman too. After some time, Yi Zi and her sister emerged from the room. The maid and the other woman briefly updated them on Xiao Jingyue's condition before departing from Chunjiu's residence. Liang Yu remained inside, watching over her daughter, who was receiving in 4 drip. By 2 in the afternoon, Wei Jinghong and the others made their way to the underground parking lot, leaving only Chunjiu and the Liang mother and daughter in the house. More than an hour later, Liang Yu emerged from the room, her face radiant with gratitude as she addressed Chunjiu. Thank you. Her smile revealed that Xiao Jingyue's fever had subsided. Is the child all right? The fever has broken. We will know if there are any after effects once she awakens, Liang Yu replied softly. Well, let the child stay here for now. You can take her home once the doctor confirms she is fine. Thank you. Liang Yu, moved, quickly recalled something. First, sir, I will keep my promise to you. I will not go back on my word. With some hesitation and nervousness, Liang Yu's previously joyful demeanor faded, her voice becoming softer and more intermittent. Chunjiu raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Liang Yu. How long has it been since you last bathed? This question left the once proud woman feeling utterly embarrassed. Chapter 61. The Invasion of External Forces. I have the means to clean myself, Liang Yu stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts further. She was not lying. Despite the arduous circumstances, with the constant supply of water provided by Chunjio's temperature regulator, Liang Yu was not deprived of the means for personal hygiene. Although she could not enjoy the same freedom of water usage as Chunjio and the others, every 2 or 3 days, she would utilize the regulator to thaw some ice cubes for a cleansing wipe. It was not excessively dirty, but it certainly did not reach an unbearable level of stench. There is hot water in the bathroom. You can wash properly, Chunjio stated coldly. Now, Liang Yu exclaimed in surprise. You may choose not to wash. He replied curtly. No, I will wash. May I fetch a set of clean clothes from my home? Do as you wish. Seeing Chunjio's lack of opposition, Liang Yu bit her lip in determination and left the room where he was situated. Shortly after, she returned, casting a fleeting glance at Chunjio, who stood by the window, before entering the bathroom with an armful of clothes. With a self-made water dispenser, Chunjio was not short of water. The hot water could also be freshly boiled, albeit with less convenience than before. When would the system provide me with a self-sustaining water heater? Chunjio mused. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Liang Yu remained inside for over an hour. Upon her emergence, her damp hair had been hastily dried with a towel, her long black locks fashioned into a bun at the back of her head. Beneath a moderately high hairline, she had applied light makeup with willow-like brows, peach blossom eyes, and delicate, moist lips. She had also changed into a new outfit, a pair of thin pants and a white fitted top that barely concealed her waist. Liang Yu was undeniably beautiful. Though she did not surpass the Yi sisters, she was certainly not far behind. Moreover, she possessed other appealing attributes. This attire bestowed upon her an ethereal charm, and were it not for her slightly haggard and gaunt appearance, she would rival Yi Zi and her companions in overall allure. Mr. Chun, she called out sweetly, standing still in place. Chunjio merely glanced at her. You look much more comfortable now. Go see the child. With that simple statement, he offered no further elaboration. This left Liang Yu somewhat at a loss. Initially, when Chunjio suggested she wash, she had thought he intended to verify her previous promise. However, upon noticing his demeanor, she suddenly realized that his suggestion to wash was purely that, without any ulterior motives. But what had she done? Not only had she meticulously cleaned herself, but she had also donned suggestive clothing and applied makeup. Unable to entertain those thoughts any longer, her face flushed with embarrassment. Liang Yu felt utterly humiliated and quickly darted into the room where Xiao Jingwei resided. Chunjio observed the entire scene with an unperturbed expression. Did he truly appear to be the naive young man who had once known little of the world? It was a foolish assumption. With 3 beauties at home, he was hardly so desperate as to be swayed by the sight of another attractive woman. Little Liang Yu could hardly shake his resolve. Run, quickly. If we can reach the nearby community, we can survive. Outside the community, a group of over 20 individuals rushed towards the entrance. Among them were both men and women, all appearing quite disheveled. Just a few hundred meters behind them, another group, nearly double their size, pursued them relentlessly, the sound of gunfire echoing amidst the falling snow as they closed in on the Tsuhu Bay community. Stop! This is private property. We do not welcome outsiders. The fleeing group arrived at the gates of Tsuhu Bay, intending to rush inside. However, just as one individual approached within 20 meters of the entrance, a bullet struck the snow 3 meters in front of him. They have guns? Panic surged through the fleeing crowd as they halted and instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. Big brother, what should we do? There are other survivors here, and they are armed. A young man at the front exclaimed urgently. A bald man, standing alongside a woman clad in a fur coat, stepped forward. Brothers, we mean no harm. We are being pursued and seek refuge. Once we survive this crisis, I, Yang Chaoqiang, will repay your kindness. Once more, this is private property. We do not welcome outsiders. What do we do now? Hearing the response from above, the bald man's companions displayed evident anxiety. The gunfire continued as their pursuers pressed on. Listening to the increasingly close gunshots, the bald man and his group felt an intense urgency. Yang Chaoqiang, you cannot escape. Surrender Hua Yueying and Su Dantong, and then lay down your arms. I can promise you a swift end, a rough voice shouted from behind. The situation was dire. Damn it, we have to charge in. Remaining outside means certain death. If we can enter the community, there are plenty of buildings to hide in. I refuse to believe that the local forces can drive us out again, the bald man resolved, undeterred by the warnings from above. With determination, he led his group of over 20 individuals into the community. The outer sentries, realizing their warnings had fallen on deaf ears, opened fire on the intruders. During this time, their accuracy had significantly improved. Though they could not claim to hit every shot, they had a fair chance of striking one or two with a full magazine. "Ah, I've been hit. Big brother, help me," cried a hapless individual as he fell to the snow, writhing in agony. Yet the remaining members of the group had no time to spare for their fallen companion. They desperately charged towards the nearest building, seeking refuge. Before long, the pursuers reached the community, numbering over 50, with a dozen armed and the rest wielding melee weapons. They had heard the gunfire from within and were reluctant to approach the entrance recklessly. Brothers above, we, with the bald man's group as a cautionary tale. Wu Biao's men disregarded any attempts at communication and opened fire. Damn! The man who had been about to speak was startled and quickly sought cover. "Boss, we have encountered another faction. Damn it! What do we do now?" The burly man in a protective suit grumbled. "Withdraw. We cannot ascertain this faction's strength. Charging in recklessly will only result in needless casualties. We must gather information before returning. Yang Chaoqiang's companions cannot escape." The burly man clearly was not one to act impulsively. Unlike the bald man's desperate situation, they had not been cornered. They had only recently absorbed the bald man's territory and had not yet enjoyed their spoils. To hastily sacrifice themselves over a few women would be unjust. Without hesitation, the burly man led the group pursuing the bald man away. Chapter 62. Who agrees? Who disagrees above? Wu Biao's men watched as the other group wisely retreated, then shifted their attention to the building where the bald man and his companions were hiding. "We will remain here on watch. You go inform the manager. Be careful," Wu Biao's men instructed, making arrangements as they awaited reinforcements. Inside the building where the bald man's group was sheltered, the sporadic gunfire from outside soon ceased, leaving them despondent. Wouldn't it be better if they fought? Then we could take advantage of the chaos to establish ourselves. "Big brother, they aren't fighting." The bald man nodded, already aware of their fortune. "So what now?" "Indeed, if neither side engages, the local forces will soon turn their attention to us." The bald man surveyed his surroundings. To his dismay, not a single room possessed a door. He randomly selected a room and stepped inside. Remarkably, it was cleaner than his own face. In their haste to escape, they had brought no food with them. And with the evening chill rapidly descending, if they did not resolve their hunger, even if they evaded the pursuers outside, they would still succumb to the cold and starvation. They had no alternative choices. If the local forces did not come looking for them, they would have to seek them out instead. Fortunately, more than half of their group of over 20 individuals were armed, and the bald man was confident that the local thugs could not compare to them. The advantage was undeniably theirs. "Let us proceed to the underground parking lot," he decisively instructed his companions. In the underground parking lot, an expansive area was illuminated by bonfires, where a group of men and women gathered to witness a duel between two individuals at the center. This had become the most popular form of entertainment in Shui Huan during these trying times. Regardless of gender, as long as one had eaten, everyone, except those assigned to duty, would flock to this gathering. Wu Biao and his companions were oblivious to the impending danger, their focus entirely on the combatants in the center. Just then, the manager's subordinate, responsible for monitoring the area, finally arrived. "Don't move. Everyone keep your hands visible," he commanded. However, at that very moment, the bald man's group also made their entrance. A swarm of armed men surged toward them, weapons aimed at Wu Biao and his companions, effectively surrounding them in a fan-like formation. What is happening? Where did these armed men come from? Wu Biao and the others remained perplexed. As he raised his hands, he quietly asked the subordinate who had just descended, "What were you about to say?" The subordinate, on the verge of tears, lamented the swiftness of the intruders. He had intended to warn everyone about the armed individuals invading their community, but that warning now seemed redundant. Wu Biao, irritated, kicked the subordinate, his eyes filled with resentment. The subordinate could only shake his head in disbelief. He had rushed here as fast as he could, yet it still proved to be too late. Next time, I won't go to such high floors. What are you doing? A vigilant member of the bald man's group noticed Wu Biao's movements. Wu Biao quickly feigned innocence. Nothing. Nothing at all. Brother, we mean no resistance. Please ensure your weapon does not misfire. At that moment, Yang Chaoqiang appeared, accompanied by 4 women and several subordinates. Making his way toward Wu Biao and his group, Yang appeared somewhat surprised, but more so disdainful. He had expected an imminent battle. Yet here were the residents of the community foolishly gathering together, presenting themselves as easy targets. More troubling was their lack of vigilance. How had they survived in this apocalyptic world until now? It seems quite lively here. You all appear to be thriving amidst the heavy snowfall, Yang remarked mockingly, stroking his head as he addressed Wu Biao and the others. Wu Biao responded, "Brother, let us speak civilly. We are all merely trying to survive in this world. If you have any intentions for coming here, please articulate them. We will do our utmost to accommodate you." Brother, so many women, such exquisite specimens. As Wu Biao spoke, one of Yang's subordinates, captivated by the women present, exclaimed in astonishment, drooling at the sight. Yang, hearing his subordinate's words, finally noticed the situation being referenced. Am I intruding on a den of beauties? Yang was taken aback, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attractive women. Brother, truly exceptional beauties. One even surpasses the likes of my sister-in-law. Another subordinate chimed in excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. Where? Yang Asked Eagirli. As the subordinate pointed to the right, where a table laden with snacks and fruits was positioned, revealing the figures of Wei Jinghong and the Yi sisters. Is it really? Yang's eyes sparkled with amazement. Strong brother, one of the women beside Yang, unable to contain herself, tugged at him. Vixen, she glared at Wei Jinghong and the others. Clearing his throat, Yang reluctantly shifted his gaze from Wei Jinghong to Wu Biao. You must be in charge here? Noticing the lascivious stares directed at Wei Jinghong, Wu Biao's expression soured. They were a group already courting death. That's one way to put it. Well, regardless of your past affiliations from this moment on, I will be the one calling the shots in this community. I have just arrived and have no place to go, so I shall make this my base. Yang surveyed the crowd, declaring, "Who agrees? Who opposes?" As his words echoed, a derisive scoff broke the tense atmosphere. Yang's expression soured upon hearing the sound. He was about to lash out when he noticed the person laughing, a woman with a cherubic face who instantly transformed his demeanor into a sinister grin. A lovely little beauty. What is it that amuses you? Am I mistaken? Yi Zi quickly shook her head. No, not at all. You're quite right. Then what is it that makes you laugh? I recalled something amusing. Something amusing? Yang pondered, then approached Yi Zi and her companions, 2 armed subordinates following closely behind. Strong brother, a woman clad in a fur coat called out sweetly. Yang ignored her. Little vixen, she seethed, stamping her foot in frustration while casting daggers at Yi Zi and her friends. As Yang approached Yi Zi, Wu Biao's face changed dramatically, and he was about to shout a warning. However, before he could, Wei Jinghong shot him a silencing glance from the table. She also signaled to Lin Lei and the others, who nodded in understanding. Yang had reached behind Yi Zi, grinning maliciously. Little beauty, share your amusing thought with me. Let me enjoy a laugh as well. As he spoke, Yang reached for Yi Zi's chin. In that instant, she sprang up from her seat, seizing his outstretched hand and yanking it backward. Yang, caught completely off guard, lost his balance and toppled toward the table. In the ensuing chaos, Yi Ziqing and Wei Jinghong sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating Yang's 2 subordinates and seizing their firearms, tossing them to Lin Lei and the others. Do not move. Lin Lei and Ji-Light aimed their weapons at the remaining men. The sudden turn of events left Yang's gang stunned, the atmosphere thick with tension. Unless you wish to die, have your men lower their weapons, Yi Zi declared, ignoring those pointing guns at her. With Yang's upper body sprawled across the table, she placed a foot on his back, wielding a fruit knife before him. No one make any rash moves. Yang Chaoqiang could never have imagined that the delicate women before him possessed such formidable strength. To his astonishment, despite merely having 1 foot upon him, he found himself utterly incapable of rising. The fruit knife lay tantalizingly close, and although Yang Chaoqiang had not ordered his subordinates to lower their weapons, He urged them to refrain from acting impulsively. Yazi, with her foot pressing down firmly upon his back, commanded him to release his grip. With a gasp of pain, Yang Chaoqiang could not fathom how this seemingly frail girl could exert such force. Struggling against the constriction in his chest, he grit his teeth and conceded, "Fair lady, I admit I underestimated you, but do not harbor unrealistic expectations. Release me, and I promise your safety. Should you insist on taking my life, then let us engage in a game to see who ultimately prevails." This was Yazi's first experience in threatening someone. She was taken aback by Yang Chaoqiang's defiance, even with a knife poised at his throat, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Yang Chaoqiang noticed her hesitation and urged, "Listen to me. Let me go, and we shall coexist peacefully. This community is ample enough to accommodate us all. We harbor no deep-seated grievances, so there is no need for mutual destruction." Yazi did not respond, instead casting a glance of distress towards Wei Jinghong. Wei Jinghong smirked, subtly signaling to Wu Biao and the others. Wu Biao understood immediately and called for the others to converge towards the three women. "Release our boss, or none of you will leave here alive," shouted Yang Chaoqiang's subordinate. "What should we do?" Yaziki whispered anxiously. Wei Jinghong, her eyes cold, kicked the necks of the two unconscious individuals on the ground, disregarding the shocked expressions of the onlookers. She approached Yazi, gesturing for her to remove her foot from Yang Chaoqiang's back. "Sister, you are too young for this. What reward do you think you are giving him?" Although Yazi was uncertain of Wei Jinghong's intentions, she complied. In that moment, Wei Jinghong snatched the fruit knife from Yazi's hand and plunged it into Yang Chaoqiang's left shoulder. The blade sank deep, and the excruciating pain nearly caused Yang Chaoqiang to lose consciousness. This woman truly knows how to deliver a blow. My sister lacks the understanding of how to handle such situations, so, as her elder sister, it is my duty to intervene. You do not mind, do you? Yang Chaoqiang retorted defiantly. "If you have the guts, kill me. I assure you, none of you will escape unscathed." "Is that so?" Wei Jinghong scoffed. With a swift motion, she extracted the knife from Yang Chaoqiang's shoulder and, without hesitation, drove it into the nape of his neck. This time, Yang Chaoqiang did not even emit a cry, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to death. The onlookers were momentarily frozen, unable to process what had just transpired. No one expected Wei Jinghong, with her striking beauty, to strike with such lethal intent. It was as if a devil had donned the guise of an angel. Having disposed of Yang Chaoqiang, Wei Jinghong displayed no fear. "Now that your leader is dead, do you intend to seek vengeance, or heed my words?" Lin Lei and Jia Li found themselves trembling involuntarily, their weapons shaking in their hands. Wei Jinghong's audacity instilled fear in them. Were it not for the circumstances, they would have questioned her. "Sister, do you not see how many guns are aimed at us? He commanded you to kill. Yet have you considered the consequences?" Wei Jinghong remained oblivious to their thoughts, her powerful aura intimidating all. Her piercing gaze fell upon Yang Chaoqiang's subordinates, none of whom dared to meet her eyes. "What do you wish to say?" It was the woman clad in a fur coat who finally spoke. As she did, it seemed the tension in the air dissipated, as if an invisible weight had been lifted. Wei Jinghong smiled. "Surviving this snowstorm has not been easy for you. I trust that you would prefer not to take reckless risks. Acting out of emotion only yields temporary satisfaction. Through calm reflection, you will discern your true desires." She echoed Yang Chaoqiang's earlier statement, agreeing that the community was spacious enough to accommodate them all. "If you conduct yourselves according to our rules, you will find not only shelter here, but also 2 meals a day, ensuring you do not go hungry. Of course, you may choose to gamble and see if you can eliminate us all. A word of caution, we are not merely a handful." With this multifaceted approach, she aimed to sway their hearts, instilling the understanding that survival was paramount, while simultaneously offering hope to undermine their spirit and issuing a threat to convey the consequences of violence. It was evident that Wei Jinghong understood human nature well. With just a few simple words, Yang Chaoqiang's followers saw their anger and resolve diminish by at least a third. "Why should we believe you?" The question revealed the wavering hearts of those present. "If you do not trust us, you will perish." Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. At the moment the words were spoken, Wu Biao and his companions felt their taut nerves relax. The man had arrived, transforming the imminent threat into a non-issue. Chapter 64. Merry chickens with chickens. Before the outsiders could approach the speaker, a man appeared beside Wei Jinghong, seemingly out of nowhere. When had he arrived? Do not move. Lower your weapons. Chunjiu had emerged, accompanied by the subordinates who had been stationed on guard and those remaining from Building 9. Though few in number, only 8, they were undeterred by the guns aimed at them, taking control of the situation with authority. Their arrival undoubtedly startled the outsiders. Some instinctively aimed their guns at them, but one by one, they fell before the onslaught of fire. I surrender. Do not kill me. Several lay in pools of blood, and the remaining individuals, gripped by fear, raised their hands, discarding their weapons and huddling on the ground. Wu Biao, Wei Jinghong called out, prompting him to act. He quickly understood and led a group to collect the weapons and subdue the remaining 11 individuals. Thus, a crisis was effortlessly averted, remarkably without any casualties on Chunjiu's side. Jiugu, Yazi exclaimed, bounding to Chunjiu's side, playfully clinging to his arm. Wei Jinghong remarked, I thought you would wait for me to resolve everything before appearing. Close enough. You performed admirably. How fortunate I am to receive such commendation. Jiugu, what about me? I was the one who subdued their leader first. Surely I deserve recognition. Yazi interjected eagerly. Not bad. Just not bad. Her face fell as she expressed her dissatisfaction with Chunjiu's assessment. Sir, how should we handle the remaining individuals? Please do not kill me. I will do anything you ask, as long as you spare my life. The woman in the fur coat pleaded as Wu Biao approached Chunjiu. Her alluring face, adorned with a pitiful expression, gazed at Chunjiu with tear-filled eyes. I am willing to do anything. Another equally attractive woman behind her quickly echoed. Chunjiu merely glanced at the two before diverting his gaze. You may handle it as you see fit. Yes, sir. Chunjiu then turned to Wei Jinghong and the others, inquiring, has the training concluded? Experiencing such events has diminished my interest in continuing. I shall return. I share the same sentiment, replied Yazi in agreement. Then, let us depart. As Wei Jinghong exited, he addressed Wu Biao, stating, the security within the community requires enhancement. Occurrences such as today must not repeat. Wu Biao solemnly assured, Madam, rest assured, such an incident will not happen again. It is best for Wu Biao to take this matter to heart. Even if he disregards Wei Jinghong, it would not concern him. This admonition was entirely for their consideration. As for Wei Jinghong and her companions, with Chunjiu present, she believed he would not abandon them as long as they did not face a crisis beyond their control. The four departed under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Once they left, Wu Biao's expression turned grim. Lao Zetu, Lao Gao, take the men away and give them a thorough beating, but leave them breathing. As for the attractive women, let them remain untouched. You may decide the fate of the rest. Understood. The two responded, casting wicked glances at the surrendered outsiders. Brother, we were wrong. Spare us. No, help. Ignoring the pleas of the outsiders, Zhang Tianying and his men followed Wu Biao's orders and took a portion of them away. In the end, only the fur-coated woman and another companion of equal beauty remained. Manager, what shall we do with these two? A subordinate gazed at the two women with covetous eyes. Have them taken away for a thorough cleaning. Do not entertain any thoughts of them. Wu Biao assessed the two and made his decision. Though the women appeared somewhat disheveled, their beauty rivaled that of Yazi and her sister. A little grooming would render them exquisite. They would make suitable servants for the gentleman. The subordinate realized that these two were not to their taste, so he instructed the present women to take them away for cleansing. On the top floor of Jiuhao building, Chunjiu and the others had returned home. Liang Yue, who was still in the master bedroom tending to Xiao Jingyue, had changed into more appropriate attire. Previously, she had bravely donned a nearly transparent outfit due to a misunderstanding of Chunjiu's intentions. With the misunderstanding resolved, and Chunjiu having left due to the gunfire outside, Liang Yue changed into a more demure outfit. In the living room, Chunjiu suddenly asked Wei Jinghong, did you ever consider that killing the leader might lead to a loss of control? Upon hearing this, Yazi and Yazicheng also reacted. They were startled when Wei Jinghong unhesitatingly eliminated Yang Chaoqiang. He had been their shield, and the thought of Wei Jinghong directly eliminating him was shocking. Although the outcome diverged greatly from their expectations, their hearts had raced at that moment. Wei Jinghong shook her head. I do not need to ponder such matters. I only need to know that even if chaos ensues, my sisters and I can protect ourselves, at least until you arrive. Knowing this, why should I be concerned about someone who speaks filth? But this will result in many casualties on our side, Ye Ziqing frowned. Wei Jinghong replied coldly. Allowing the enemy to reach us means they must bear the consequences of their negligence. Being able to hand them 2 guns for self-defense in the end is already the utmost mercy I can offer. Upon hearing this, Ye Ziqing ceased to argue. However, in that moment, she seemed to gain a new understanding of Wei Jinghong. Chen Jiao did not dispute Wei Jinghong's words. Your awareness is commendable. I have learned from you. Wei Jinghong playfully winked at Chen Jiao, embodying a sense of camaraderie. Chen Jiao smiled. Then let us maintain this. It was evident that Chen Jiao was quite satisfied with Wei Jinghong's response. The Yes sisters, through the exchange between the two, seemed to fall into contemplation. They felt unqualified to judge whether Wei Jinghong's approach was correct. They understood who had provided them with their current stability in this apocalyptic world. While they possessed kindness, it was certainly not built upon the foundation of Chen Jiao's support. Since Chen Jiao recognized Wei Jinghong's methods, they should harbor no dissent. Even if they internally deemed her actions cruel and inhumane, they resolved to steadfastly align with Chen Jiao's stance, for if Chen Jiao found nothing amiss, they too must firmly support her. Though the sisters might entertain differing thoughts, at this moment they shared a unified core belief, to adhere to Chen Jiao's perspective. Ye Ziqing likely contemplated more deeply, being inherently intelligent and leaning towards rationality in her considerations. Ye Zi found it somewhat challenging, yet she possessed the strength to simplify complex issues. She thought that whatever Jiao deemed right was undoubtedly correct, and thus she would support it unconditionally. Having grasped this pivotal point, the two felt that remaining by Chen Jiao's side was not only more relaxed, but also as if they had discovered guidelines for their future actions. Unconsciously, the sisters cast grateful glances at Wei Jinghong. Noticing this, Wei Jinghong was initially taken aback, but soon comprehended, nodding knowingly at the 2 beautiful sisters. Those surrounding this man were not fools. Under the leadership of this unfathomably capable man, coupled with their support, it would be difficult not to endure long-term. Chapter 65. If you like it, have 1 Jiao. What shall we eat tonight? Ye Zi inquired playfully, her face alight with anticipation. Noticing the time, which was approaching dinner, Chen Jiao countered, What do you wish to eat? How about a seafood feast? What about you two? Anything is fine. Wei Jinghong and Ye Ziqing replied in unison. Then we shall have seafood. Hooray, long live Jiao. Chen Jiao rose and made his way to the kitchen. Upon his return, he bore 2 portions of seafood, weighing a staggering 40 pounds each. Jiao, this is far too much. Typically, they managed with a single 20-pound portion of seafood, so Ye Zi was taken aback by the additional serving. Wei Jinghong adjusted her position to a more comfortable stance. Leaning back against the sofa, her long legs crossed, her gaze directed towards the master bedroom. We have guests tonight. Guests? Ye Zi initially did not grasp the implication, but soon connected the dots, nodding repeatedly. Yes, we have guests. Everyone come to dine. Understood, Ye Zi joyfully exclaimed, dashing towards the master bedroom. Liang Yue Jia, dinner is ready. Before long, 6 figures were gathered around the dining table, including Liang Yue and Li Jingyue. Initially, Liang Yue hesitated to join them, even after Ye Zi's invitation, citing her responsibility to care for the little one. Had it not been for Chen Jiao's intervention, she might not have stepped out of the master bedroom at all. At the dining table, Wei Jinghong exchanged a meaningful glance with Liang Yue, then turned her attention to the expressionless Chen Jiao, smiling silently. What are you laughing at? Eat, Wei Jinghong teased. Come, Liang Jia, enjoy a large lobster. I'll serve myself. Thank you. Liang Yue could hardly refuse, as Wei Jinghong had already placed a hefty lobster weighing 2 or 3 pounds on her plate. How delightful. The little one is so entertaining. Sister, look, she is blowing bubbles. The little one had somehow found her way into Ye Zi's embrace. Xiao Jingyue, now awake and fully recovered, was well cared for by Liang Yue. remaining calm and quiet, her large eyes and rosy cheeks endearing her to all. Yazi cradled the little one, neglecting her meal as she fed her thin porridge while playfully teasing her, utterly enamored. If you adore her so much, then perhaps you should consider having one yourself. Both you and Shinjio possess striking looks, and your child would undoubtedly be beautiful. That is quite inappropriate. The meal concluded amidst a pleasant atmosphere. Later that evening, the maid and nurse came to check on Xiao Jinyue's health, confirming her complete recovery. That night, Liang Yue took the little one back to their own residence. Though she felt reluctant to leave the brightness of Qinjiu's home, she understood her position and departed tactfully. Liang Yue, since we are so close, remember to bring Xiao Jinyue over to play. Of course, and you're always welcome to visit us. We will. In the basement parking lot of a large shopping mall several kilometers away from Tsue Huan, a territory that once belonged to Yang Chaoqiang. An external force had forcibly taken control this morning. Yang Chaoqiang failed to repel their assault, and, as a result, this location had naturally become a stronghold for the invading faction. Old Qi, did you return empty-handed? Did you fail to catch up with Yang Chaoqiang and his group? A man, seated near a fire surrounded by tents filled with women, inquired with a smile as he noticed a rugged figure returning from outside, covered in dust. The burly man shed his thermal suit, and someone immediately offered him a thick cotton jacket. He donned it, tightening the collar, and strode to the fire to sit down. Don't mention it. Just as we were about to catch up with that group, we encountered a blockade. Uncertain of their capabilities, we had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Did Yang Chaoqiang escape? Another asked. The rugged man shook his head. It's not as if he got away entirely. However, he did trespass onto another's territory, and I dare not launch a reckless attack. For now, I must allow him to exist a while longer. What about the other factions? Are they formidable? Uncertain, but they are armed, and they hold the high ground. A direct assault would be disadvantageous for us. Is it that Ling Tian base again? At the mention of firearms, the brows of those present furrowed. They were aware of the implication. The weapons they possessed were recently supplied by the Ling Tian base. The opposing force had approached them, proposing a trade of resources for weapons, and with ample supplies, they could acquire as many firearms as they desired. The rugged man and his group had invested heavily, exchanging 2/3 of their resources for over 30 firearms of various types. Moreover, they had noticed that since the emergence of the Ling Tian base, their previously quiet surroundings had become bustling with activity, often punctuated by the sounds of gunfire. Some shots rang distant, while others were close, suggesting that in a matter of days, firearms had begun to proliferate throughout the city. Upon capturing Yang Chaoqiang's territory, they learned from the prisoners that the weapons in Yang Chaoqiang's possession were also supplied by the Ling Tian base. This connection prompted some to link the two situations. It should be accurate, the rugged man asserted. What are these people up to? Do they thrive on chaos? What does it matter? We are discussing Yang Chaoqiang, someone interrupted, directing their gaze at the rugged man. Yang Chaoqiang cannot be spared. Having already offended us, he must be eradicated to prevent any future resurgence. The rugged man nodded in agreement. What do you think of the strength of that faction you encountered? Unknown, but their vigilance outside is not particularly strong. When Yang Chaoqiang's group charged in, only a few scattered shots were fired, and I did not observe any significant reinforcements. It seems they are not a major force. The other 5 fell into contemplation at this. At that moment, someone gestured for the nearby women to leave. Once they departed, only 6 men remained by the fire. Scholar, you usually think quickly. Tell us what we should do next, one declared, singling out a clear-eyed young man who adjusted his glasses. Boss Wei, actually, the answer to this dilemma was already hinted at in Brother Chi's earlier remarks, the scholar replied. You university students love to put on airs. Speak up if you do. I'll send you 4 beauties tonight, Boss Wei jested. Since Boss Wei is so generous, I shall graciously accept, the scholar responded with a chuckle. Enough of that, speak. The others awaited eagerly. The scholar readjusted his glasses. Surely, we all understand the principle of not allowing 2 tigers to inhabit the same mountain? Everyone nodded. Then the answer is evident. Yang Chaoqiang and his group have invaded another's territory. If I were the leader of that domain, I would never permit these intruders to settle, especially considering they are armed. Thus, a great battle is inevitable. Who emerges victorious is of little consequence, even if they ultimately reach a truce. The outcome will determine who wields authority over that territory moving forward. Wait, does that mean I missed out? If I had hidden my people outside and waited for them to weaken each other before striking, wouldn't I have been able to seize another faction? The rugged man, Chi, lamented after hearing the scholar. The scholar shook his head. Brother Chi, bringing people back was the right choice. You are unaware of their strength. There are too many uncertainties. To conquer a faction, if we do not act, we must strike with full force when we do, ensuring that they have no chance of recovery. Is that so? What the scholar says is correct. If you fail to conquer them and we suffer losses, it would be a fruitless endeavor, someone said gravely. Upon hearing this, Chi laughed. So, I stumbled upon a correct decision? Indeed, not only did you make the right choice, but you also provided us with an excellent opportunity, the scholar remarked. What opportunity? The others inquired with curiosity. Naturally, a chance to achieve two objectives with one action. The scholar grew serious. Boss Wei, since we have resolved not to spare Yang Chaoqiang, we must launch an attack on the faction discovered by Brother Chi without delay. They will inevitably confront Yang Chaoqiang, and now is their weakest moment. If we wait for them to recover, or for one side to absorb the other and solidify their power, the cost of taking action later would be unimaginable, even if we manage to seize their base. Therefore, this battle must not only occur, but must also be swift. My suggestion is to set out at dawn, catching them off guard while they are still unprepared. After hearing the scholar's proposal, the others fell into deep thought. Boss Wei, what do you think? I believe it is feasible. Brother Chi has also stated that the enemy had no significant support when they entered. It seems their strength is not vastly superior to Yang Chaoqiang's. We should strike while they are vulnerable. To establish a formidable faction, expansion is essential. Such a golden opportunity stands before us. If we hesitate due to unknown factors, we may never achieve great success in the future. If heaven bestows a chance, and we do not seize it, we will face consequences. And you, Brother Chi? With everyone in agreement, Boss Wei turned to Chi. Chi laughed. Boss Wei, you all know my reasons for pursuing Yang Chaoqiang. I can overlook many things, but Hua Yueng and Shu Dantong must be mine. No one shall compete with me for them. Laughter erupted among the group. Boss Wei now understood the sentiments of his companions. Let us not discuss anything else tonight. Bring out the best food to ensure the brothers who will act tomorrow have a hearty meal. Also, let them know that once we seize the enemy's territory, there will be plenty of food and drink, and the company of beauties will be unlimited, with no time restrictions. Boss Wei, you are magnanimous. Grateful for Boss Wei's generosity, the newly established faction that had just seized Yang Chaoqiang's territory soon set its sights on Qinjiao and his companions. At Suehu Wan, just past midnight, the moment Qinjiao had been waiting for arrived. Perhaps sensing his daytime desires, one of the three rewards offered this time was indeed something that fulfilled his wish. Self-heating instant water heater, complete with all necessary accessories. Lifespan of 3 years. Quantity 1. Beholding this reward for the first time, Qinjiao chose to overlook the universal points that appeared. He had confirmed that the refresh of universal points was essentially a guaranteed option, always available. However, the other rewards, once claimed, might not be accessible again for an indeterminate time. While strength could always be enhanced, enjoyment could not wait. Without a hint of hesitation, Qinjiao promptly selected the self-heating instant water heater. The night passed quietly. The next morning, the first to enter the bathroom, aside from Qinjiao, was Wei Jinghong, who discovered the newly installed water heater. The bathroom already had one, but it had become unusable after the power outage. She had just entered the restroom when she not only noticed the 2 water heaters working on either side, but was astonished to find hot water streaming from the faucet. Did you do this? In the entire house, only Qinjiao possessed the capability to conjure such marvels. Wei Jinghong returned to the living room and inquired with Qinjiao, who stood by the window, and found no fault in his presence. Yes, the master bedroom's bathroom is small, so I installed one. The 2 bathrooms outside are sufficient for each of us to take 3 hot showers daily. Sometimes I truly wish to ask how you manifest these wonders. Are you an extraterrestrial? Or did you acquire some alien technology during this snow disaster? Wei Jinghong asked curiously. Do you wish to know? Qinjiao turned around. a smile playing on his lips. Wei Jinghong hesitated for a moment and shook her head. You may continue to keep your secrets. I'm not interested. As long as my life improves, I am content. Can we use it now? You must wait a bit longer. It was just installed, and the hot water generated by the system may not suffice at present. How long should we wait? Another half an hour. Fine, I shall wait. Saying this, Wei Jinghong moved closer to Chenjiao, standing by the window together, gazing outside. Do you think the snow will ever cease? Shinji lit a cigarette. His gaze profound. It can. You think so too? Nothing is immutable. The current state remains unchanged simply because the time has not yet come. Such a philosophical statement. I wonder what the world will become in the future. Will humanity vanish from the annals of history like the creatures that once inhabited this planet? Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we can live for a long time. Chenjiao unexpectedly interjected. Wei Jinghong paused momentarily, then chuckled. Encountering you, I truly cannot decide whether I should feel fortunate or unfortunate. What do you think? Currently, it is unfortunate. This woman, must she be so direct? Chenjiao did not retort, for he understood that, given Wei Jinghong's status, everything she possessed, aside from the level of her abilities, could easily be replaced by alternatives, possibly even superior ones. Half an hour swiftly passed. At this moment, Yaziching and her sister also arose. When they learned that they would no longer need to pour heated water from the water dispenser into the bathtub, but could instead enjoy hot showers as before, their excitement was palpable. Like Wei Jinghong, they were unconcerned with how Chenjiao accomplished this. Enjoying the benefits was sufficient, and the reasons were of little importance. Outside the community, a large contingent was swiftly approaching from the southwest towards Quohoan. Their numbers exceeded 1,000, all youthful and vigorous. Among them, a dozen donned thermal suits, entirely shrouded in white attire. Armed personnel numbered over 40, while the rest wielded various controlled knives, advancing with formidable intent. Just as the white-faced scholar had stated the previous night, they would remain still unless provoked. Once they acted, it would be with full force. To seize Quohoan, Captain Wei had nearly brought all capable fighters from the camp. Of course, some combatants remained at the camp to guard against potential infiltration. However, the numbers were negligible compared to those present here. Chapter 67. Mercenaries regaining control of firearms. The team advanced quickly with the aid of the heavy snowfall. It was early morning, and barring any unforeseen events, it would be difficult for anyone to detect them before approaching Quohoan. Yet, sometimes surprises arise suddenly. Thanks to Wei Jinghong's warning the previous day, Wu Biao had taken multiple precautions. First was the transmission of information. The first floor outside was arranged with a point to receive messages transmitted from the lookout station above, while below, at the entrance to the underground parking lot. Others awaited updates as well. Next was the arrangement of the underground parking lot. Other than maintaining a clear safety passage from Building 9, he had blocked all other connections to the underground parking lot with ice, leaving only 2 as backups. Finally, he considered the arrangement of the training ground and the issue of personnel and weaponry. They had chosen to position the training ground near the passage of Building 9, away from the other usable safety passages. Regarding personnel equipment, at any given time, at least half of those entering the underground parking lot must be armed. They might not need to use their weapons, but it was imperative to have them available. Furthermore, Wu Biao had established 2 defensive positions in the shadows near the training ground, ensuring that at least one person would keep watch whenever they trained or cooked in the underground parking lot. In addition to these arrangements, Wu Biao had summoned everyone the previous night to emphasize that the guards must be vigilant regarding any movements around the community, and if any situation arose, they must ensure the information was relayed immediately. Although Wei Jinghong had not voiced any concerns, Wu Biao reflected extensively afterward. He understood that rather than merely reminding him, she was expressing her dissatisfaction in another manner. If it were not for the formidable strength and composure of Wei Jinghong and her companions, a lesser force would likely have succeeded the previous day. Knowing that intruders had breached the community and that information only reached internal forces just in time, it was clear that the defense was not merely lax. Their protective strength was virtually non-existent. They might have escaped unscathed once, but could they guarantee the same for a second or third time? Humans are prone to error. But Wu Biao would not allow the same mistake to occur twice on his watch. Thanks to his preparations and reminders at this moment, a guard who had just completed the handover with a night shift in the outer building quickly spotted figures moving in the distance. A group of over 1,000 could not remain concealed, regardless of their caution. There's a situation. The alert guard issued a warning, and someone beside him promptly retrieved binoculars to peer into the snowy expanse. So many people? The guard's face displayed shock, yet he did not forget his duty. He relayed the information to the building's base immediately. Within moments, Wu Biao and his comrades, who were cooking in the underground parking lot, received the news. Is this never-ending? Wu Biao fumed. Manager, what should we do? Notify the Sir. The women should return to Building 9, and everyone armed should immediately take up first-level alert. Speed is of the essence. Understood. Upon hearing Wu Biao's orders, the surrounding guards sprang into action. The women also did not remain idle. They removed the pots and unfinished dishes from the fire and then retreated into Building 9. Arm them. Currently, only a few, including Lin Lei, remained inactive. Wu Biao merely glanced at them and instructed a guard to provide each with a weapon. Since being captured by Chenjiao, they had only handled weapons the day before. But after that, Wu Biao had taken them away. Now, looking at the rifles they held, Lin Lei and the others were surprised and turned their gaze toward Wu Biao. Are you not afraid we might turn against you in battle? Lin Lei inquired. Wu Biao dismissively replied, Yesterday, the lady entrusted you with valuable weapons, sending a clear signal that the Sir does not fear you taking up arms against us. I lack the capability of the Sir and several ladies, but I understand that your constraints have never been us. As long as the Sir remains in this community, irrespective of your actions, your fate remains unchanged. Knowing this, what do I have to fear? If you truly wish to harm us, possessing a weapon or not would make no difference. By the way, starting today, you may move freely during your rest periods, as long as you do not leave the community. After speaking, Wu Biao did not concern himself with Lin Lei's reaction and swiftly led two guards toward the safety passage leading outside. Boss, what did Wu just say? Lin Lei sighed, and then translated Wu Biao's words for the others. Oh my God, we are finally free from being watched like prisoners. Boss, Wu is a gentleman. Benny, you are mistaken. Wu is not merely a gentleman. He is an angel sent by God to save us. Our sincerity has finally moved them. Boss, I have already considered myself a part of this place. Now that our base is under threat, we must annihilate all incoming enemies. Facing Mr. Satan makes us feel as fragile as worms, but we know it is not our weakness. It is Mr. Satan's strength. We must show the little demons under Mr. Satan that we are truly formidable, and I crave their adoring gazes. For the glory of the mercenaries. At this moment, Lin Lei did not know how to express his feelings. The team, which had arrived in good spirits, was now largely brainwashed, leaving only him unaffected. These fellows, even if Chenjiao were willing to let them go, could they return? Forget it. Whether he can leave is uncertain. So be it. Okay, since you all wish to showcase, then let it be an extravagant display. Let everyone witness the true nature of us who race with death. Hooray! Something extraordinary seems to have emerged from the team. In Building 9, where Chenjiao and the others resided, someone else had arrived. Suddenly, he felt that his previous attitude of remaining detached was indeed correct. How long has it been since he got involved? Troubles began to pour in. Wei Jinghong had already noticed a crowd hundreds of meters away from the community and turned to Chenjiao, saying, Sometimes it is necessary to stretch our legs. Staying indoors can be suffocating. Indeed. However, we cannot always be the ones to take action whenever an issue arises. If this continues, those unaware might think we are merely bodyguards hired by Wu Biao. What do you mean? Gather more people. The more, the merrier. Not only does it enhance efficiency, but it also reduces our need to intervene. Chenjiao did not respond immediately to Wei Jinghong, instead casting a meaningful glance her way. It is merely a suggestion. If you find it troublesome, consider that I never spoke. Fine. Having more people is just fine. It does not affect me. Wei Jinghong smiled sweetly. Wu Biao and the others will thank you. And you? Wei Jinghong playfully rolled her eyes at Chenjiao and said, All my people are yours. How else should I express my gratitude? Perhaps by unlocking some new knowledge? This could be arranged. Go away. Chapter 68. The battle commences. Yi, Ying Hong Yi. They are here. The alert came from Yi Ziqing. Chen Jiao and Wei Jinghong concluded their idle chatter and looked outside through the window. Indeed, over 1,000 individuals had already formed ranks at the entrance of the community. They appear like a ragtag army. I shall confront them, said Wei Jinghong. What do you plan to do? Just watch a splendid performance. With that, Wei Jinghong turned and walked toward the door. Jinghong Jia, I will accompany you. No need. You are precious to certain individuals, and I do not wish for any accidents that might harm you. Not allowing Yi Zi and the others to follow. Wei Jinghong's figure quickly vanished from the sight of the three. An unsettled spirit. This was Chen Jiao's evaluation of Wei Jinghong. Outside the community. Is this the place where Yang Chaoqiang and the others rushed in yesterday? Big Brother Wei inquired. Indeed, but I wonder if they're still alive, replied Xiao Qinyan. Yang Chaoqiang can die, but my two beauties must not come harm. Rest assured, Brother Qiao, exceptional beauties are always scarce. I believe any normal man would find it hard to harm beauties like Hua Yueying and Su Dantong, unless they encounter someone who is not a man, said the pale scholar. Xiao Qinyan believed him wholeheartedly. If it were him, he would never allow women of such caliber to perish. Big Brother Wei, how shall we proceed? Big Brother Wei looked around. How to proceed? After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity as he waved his hand forward and commanded, charge. Surrounding him were at least 500 subordinates armed with cold weapons, roaring as they surged towards the community entrance. Xiao Qinyan and the others were astonished. Is it really this straightforward? This is how we fight. Big Brother Wei added. Clang. Attack. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Big Brother Wei's subordinates charged towards the community entrance, Wu Biao and the others, who had long been ambushed in the outermost two buildings, shattered the windows to reveal their firearms and began to shoot. Relying on their numbers and momentum, the excited little ruffians could not have anticipated that they would be greeted by over 20 various firearms. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, and many fell during their charge. Those quick on their feet immediately dove towards nearby cover that could shield them. However, the majority chose to lie flat on the ground, covering their heads as bullets flew overhead or landed beside them. Big Brother Wei and his men were also startled by the sudden gunfire. Yet this time they were prepared. They attacked from 3 fronts. The jade-faced scholar quickly issued commands. Instantly, over 600 of their ranks split off, forming 2 teams that flanked the forward fire point and entered the community from both sides. Naive, noticing that there were people appearing on both sides of the community, Lin Lei and his 5 comrades divided into 2 teams to engage these newcomers. Compared to Wu Biao and the others' chaotic shooting, Lin Lei and his team displayed precision, taking down nearly 20 enemies in a matter of minutes. The entire army launched a counterattack. The battle on 3 fronts had commenced, and Big Brother Wei and his men did not hesitate to advance with the remaining 200. Bang, bang, bang. Their gunmen began firing back. Bullets poured towards the building where Wu Biao and the others were located. The intensified firepower suppressed Wu Biao and his crew, and just then, someone shouted, "Charge in and eliminate them." Those who had previously hidden from Wu Biao's gunfire now, with their own gunmen providing cover and the forward firepower significantly reduced, rushed out from behind their cover, shouting as they continued to charge into the community. It was evident that the men led by Big Brother Wei were fierce. Compared to those who had once surrounded Yang Chaoqiang, they displayed a better understanding of offensive combat. Fear was certainly present, but seeing them charge forward with cold weapons despite the risk of being shot, it was clear that Big Brother Wei and his group were indeed far superior in terms of command. It was no wonder Yang Chaoqiang had been defeated by them. Thus, this fearless group, despite their limited weaponry, had become a formidable force. Damn, I'm out of bullets. Boss, I'm out too. Relying solely on 6 individuals to fend off over 600, even though Lin Lei and his comrades were skilled marksmen. Their ammunition quickly ran out due to having only 1 magazine each. As they saw the remaining 500 approaching closer, even elite fighters knew it was impossible to contend with such numbers armed solely with cold weapons. Get ammunition from Wu Biao. The others retreat upstairs. Lin Lei's command was heard only by the 2 beside him, but perhaps out of mutual understanding, the other 3 also thought along the same lines. One person left the team to seek out Wu Biao, while the other utilized the advantageous terrain to engage the enemy while moving towards the upper floors of their respective buildings. Leave no one alive, eliminate them. Those who had already entered the community quickly found cover in the buildings, ready to face the battle for control. Wu Biao and the others did not cower in fear simply because the enemy had reached their doorstep. Wu Biao, methodically issuing commands to his trusted subordinates, positioned himself at various strategic points to intercept the advancing foes below. Wu Biao, we require ammunition. Lin Lei's men directly approached him without preamble. Old Zhang, provide the G-Light brothers with 2 packs of bullets. Yes, Biao Ge. Zhang Tianing promptly unfastened 2 plastic bags filled with ammunition and handed them to the duo. Each bag contained over 200 rounds. Use them sparingly, for once they are gone, Zhang Tianing advised. That will suffice. The G-Light brothers replied with confidence, promptly returning to regroup with Lin Lei and his companions. Having swiftly acquired the ammunition, Lin Lei's team designated one member to hold off the advancing enemies while the other 2 swiftly loaded their magazines. In no time, all 3 firearms were reloaded. If only we had grenades, we could launch a proactive assault, Benny remarked with a sigh of confidence beside Lin Lei. Even without them, we can manage. Lin Lei indicated his firearm and, alongside Benny and Sentaro, formed a combat formation to initiate an offensive. The trio on the opposite side mirrored their actions, coordinating their fire seamlessly. The relentless barrage of gunfire rained down upon the enemies below. Despite being only 3, they projected the might of 1,000 soldiers in that moment. The men under Wei Laoda suffered continuous casualties. Those without firearms stood no chance against Lin Lei's group, while those armed, despite having opportunities to fire, were swiftly dispatched as Lin Lei and his team evaded. Goodness, are these foreigners truly that fierce? Wu Biao soon learned from his subordinates about Lin Lei's formidable prowess. Though astonished, he was not surprised. Did they truly believe that being captured rendered their opponents weak? They should consider whom they were facing. Not to mention, in their encounters at the parking lot, Wu Biao's men had yet to achieve any success against Lin Lei's team, except for Yi and her companions. Had it not been for Chun Jio's earlier warnings, Wu Biao would have been oblivious to how many times his men had perished at Lin Lei's hands. Chapter 69. Solo Valor. Coordinate with the brothers. Do not envy them. As long as you survive, there will be opportunities to train with them, Wu Biao advised. Witnessing Lin Lei's battlefield capabilities, his men gradually transitioned from fighting individually to providing support around Lin Lei's group of 6. The unexpected assistance from Wu Biao's crew alleviated pressure on Lin Lei's team, allowing them to retaliate with even greater ferocity, resulting in a higher efficiency of enemy eliminations. Experts. The few remaining members of Wei Laoda, hidden in the stairwell of the second building to the right, deduced from the gunfire that formidable adversaries were present within the area, particularly as they observed their subordinates, who had initially advanced towards the 2 buildings, being forced back. Their perception grew sharper. Wei Laoda, the stairwell combat is unfavorable for us. It limits our numerical advantage. We cannot continue this way, spoke the scholar beside him. Then what do you suggest? We cannot simply abandon our efforts, Wei Laoda countered. Let us head to the underground parking lot. Survivors in such communities often seek refuge there due to heating issues. Undoubtedly, it will serve as their stronghold, housing ample supplies. If we can secure it, we can threaten their survival, and the spacious parking lot will allow our forces to fully deploy. A splendid idea. Let's proceed. Scholar, you are indeed a talent. I shall refer to you as the military strategist, Wei Laoda remarked without hesitation. There was no doubt about the scholar's words. Both they and Yang Chaoqiang's group had adopted similar strategies. Given the current weather, few forces remained in high-rise buildings. Without electricity or heating, enduring the cold in such structures meant a slow demise. The underground offered a larger space with comparatively higher temperatures, making it far more convenient for any activities compared to the frigid buildings. Without delay, Wei Laoda declared, "Let us move to the underground parking lot." Upon making the decision, the others quickly notified their teams to relocate underground. However, soon after, they were left dumbfounded. Their misfortune was evident. The path leading to the underground parking lot beneath their current building was one of the routes sealed off by Wu Biao and his men. Apart from Building 9, the only other access points to the underground parking lot were the two buildings closest to the community entrance, which Wu Biao's team was currently defending. Staring at the imposing ice wall blocking their way, the group couldn't help but twitch their mouths in disbelief. Let us return and seek alternate routes. I refuse to believe they can seal off all paths to the underground. The group swiftly retraced their steps. Upon returning to their previous location, they were surprised to find that the attackers from the two buildings that had assaulted Wu Biao's position had not returned. The knowledge that those two buildings could access the underground parking lot was immediately grasped by Wei Laoda's team. What shall we do, Wei Laoda? Xiao Qianwan inquired, his gaze wary of the two buildings outside. Should they charge out now, sacrifices would be inevitable. Previously, due to their numbers, the attackers from the two buildings had been unable to focus on them, resulting in minimal losses for their team, most of whom were clad in cold-resistant gear. But now, with the original attackers having retreated to the underground parking lot, if they would charge out, they would become easy targets for Wu Biao and his men above. The scholar was equally furious at this unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that the residents of this community would block the underground passage. Was this madness? The underground passage was not only a rare escape route in emergencies, but also a crucial space for residents to cook and vent smoke. While others wished for more ventilation points, the residents of this community had sealed off part of theirs. What were they thinking? The occurrence of such an absurdity had surpassed his expectations. It was no longer a matter of miscalculation on his part, but rather an indication that the residents of this community were devoid of rational thought. He could not fathom that, due to the existence of thermostats, Wu Biao and his men no longer needed to remain in the underground parking lot to keep warm. The minimal smoke generated daily in the underground parking lot was easily ventilated through 3 vents overnight. Wu Biao's team, unburdened by pressure, sealed off the routes without hesitation. Had it not been for the need to leave a few passages for air circulation, Wu Biao would have only considered leaving Building 9 as the sole entry point. Now, they had forced Wei Laoda and his crew into a dilemma. We shall wait. If our men below do not see us, they will surely send someone up to assess the situation. At that time, we can have them divert the attention of the enemies in the two buildings outside, while we make our move, Wei Laoda concluded, having no better plan at hand and wishing for his men below to quickly check the situation. His approach was sound. Unfortunately, what he could conceive, Wu Biao and his crew could also anticipate. At that moment, Wu Biao's group had already sealed off the 2 passages leading to the underground parking lot. Initially, they had found it puzzling why these individuals would choose to retreat to the underground parking lot instead of attacking the buildings, presenting them with an opportunity to catch them off guard. As for the issue of supplies, please, ever since the installation of thermostats, Wu Biao's group had relocated the vast majority of their resources to the floors of Building 9. A small amount remained in the underground parking lot, sufficient for only a meal or 2. Often, they choose to transport items down from the upper floors. Now, they could do almost nothing but guard the 3 exits of the underground parking lot, leaving those below to starve. Lao Lin, there are still more than 40 people in the opposite building. What should we do? The enemies, led by Wu Biao, heading to the underground parking lot no longer require consideration. Only the group above, dressed in thermal suits, still needs to be dealt with. Just as I, Lin Lei, was about to speak, my expression suddenly changed. My gaze filled with shock as I looked out the window. What's wrong? Noticing Lin Lei's expression, Wu Biao curiously peered through the window at what lay outside. He was taken aback as well. The madam? What madam? More and more people turned to look outside, their expressions mirroring that of Wu Biao and Lin Lei as they stood frozen in place. Outside, Wei Jinghong was approaching the location where Wei Laoda and the others were. She did not conceal herself, but boldly stepped out from building number 9, exposing her figure to everyone's sight. Naturally, Wei Laoda and his group noticed Wei Jinghong. A woman? What does she intend to do? Don't shoot. She is a rare gem. We must not fire. Well, that last remark was made by Qiu Qianwan. While others worried for their safety, he took the initiative to speak on Wei Jinghong's behalf. Wei Laoda felt speechless. He understood that Qiu Qianwan had little resistance against beautiful women, But this rascal never knew when to hold back. Had this fellow not encountered women in his past life? While internally mocking, Wei Laoda did not regard a single woman as a threat. Could she be sent by the other party to negotiate with us? The scholarly young man suddenly spoke. Ah, yes, she must be here to negotiate, and to ensure the success of the negotiations, they sent such a beautiful woman. They certainly do not wish for this negotiation to fail, Qiu Qianwan added, filling in the blanks in his mind. Wei Laoda ignored him and asked the scholarly young man, "What do you think? There is a high possibility, but we cannot rule out other reasons. However, with so many of us, there is no need to fear a single person, especially if she is a woman," the scholar replied with a smile. "Let us make one thing clear. During the negotiation, none of you should compete with me. Let me handle her first. When it comes to negotiations, no one understands better than I do, especially when negotiating with beautiful women," Qiu Qianwan eagerly stated. Wei Laoda and the scholar exchanged glances. The former inquired, and the latter nodded. The scholar agreed, primarily for the reason that letting Qiu Qianwan negotiate meant that if anything were to happen, they wouldn't be caught off guard. Women can often be the most dangerous. Wei Laoda was the backbone of their group. As long as he remained unharmed, they would not fail. As for Qiu Qianwan, his position in the group was self-evident. But if an irreversible crisis were to occur, sacrificing him for the team's sake would not be out of the question. At worst, they could have all the men in the vicinity accompany him in death. Qiu Qianwan, I believe a woman is even better. With the scholar's nod, Wei Laoda acquiesced to Qiu Qianwan's wishes. All right, you go, but the premise is that she is here to negotiate. Qiu Qianwan was thrilled. It must be. I have already seen through everything. You truly are a talent. As they spoke, Wei Jinghong had already arrived at the building where Wei Laoda and the others were located. Without hesitation, Wei Jinghong boldly entered the building alone. Would the madam be in danger? Watching Wei Jinghong enter the building where Wei Laoda and the others were, Wu Biao's heart raced to his throat. At that moment, Lin Lei snapped out of his shock. Noticing the concern in Wu Biao's eyes, he calmly replied, "You should worry about those inside the building now." Huh? Why? What do you think? Wu Biao was taken aback. Suddenly, he thought of something. Oh God, may they not die too miserably. Wu, aren't you people from Longwu non-believers? Wu Biao nodded. That is why I asked God to bless them. Inside the building where Wei Laoda and the others were, the hallway was filled with shadows on both sides. Beautiful lady, you are here to negotiate, right? As Wei Jinghong's figure entered the view of Wei Laoda and the others, the ever-eager Qiu Qianwan immediately stepped aside from the crowd and rushed forward. To make Wei Jinghong feel his charm more clearly, he even removed his face mask and eye cover, revealing a mature visage adorned with a beard. Are you their leader? I am smitten. This voice is utterly captivating. I apologize, my Huahua. My Tong brother has found true love. Consider my previous infatuation with you two as a mere accident. It is not now, but it soon will be. Just wait. Saying this, Qiu Qianwan turned to Wei Laoda, who stood by the door with the scholar. Wei Laoda, let me be the boss for a day, okay? Wei Laoda face-bombed. Fine, you're the boss. From now on, you're my boss. Is that all right? Hey, beautiful. Did you hear that? My former boss said I am now the boss. You can speak to me about anything. I, Qiu Qianwan, will not be vague in my commitments. At that moment, however, Wei Jinghong's gaze landed on Wei Laoda. As long as the boss is here, you are of no use. With a swift motion, before anyone could react, Wei Jinghong suddenly brandished a fruit knife, swiftly slicing Qiu Qianwan's throat. A powerful kick sent him crashing backward, his body acting like a cannonball, knocking several people behind him to the ground. Seizing the chaos, Wei Jinghong surged forward. The fruit knife in her hand became a tool of death. With each step she took, shadows fell one after another, their necks severed. Go! Wu! Just as Wei Laoda was about to retreat into the room behind him, Wei Jinghong was even quicker. With a distance of about 3 meters remaining, she hurled the fruit knife, piercing Wei Laoda's shoulder and pinning him against the door. With the fruit knife gone, Wei Jinghong drew a handgun from her waist and began shooting at the remaining people in the hallway. Each shot found its mark, claiming lives with deadly precision. Within moments, she stood before Wei Laoda. Die, you filthy woman! Wei Laoda barely had time to react before Wei Jinghong seized his gun-wielding hand, twisting it violently, rendering his arm a twisted mess. The excruciating pain made Wei Laoda scream in agony. Meanwhile, Qiu Qianwan, slumped against the wall, one hand clutching his throat, pointed weakly at Wei Jinghong, summoning his last strength to utter, "My life is without regrets." As they were about to die, he was still trying to add drama to his character. This fellow must know he is merely a character in a story. "I surrender." Wei Jinghong noticed another person inside the room with Wei Laoda. As she moved her gun, the individual immediately dropped to the ground, hands raised in surrender, showing no intent to resist. It was the scholar. This fellow was quite astute. The moment Qiu Qianwan was kicked away, he retreated into the room. Seeing Wei Jinghong appear at the door, he decisively discarded his weapon, preparing himself to bow down. His preparation proved useful. Surprised by the straightforwardness of the situation, Wei Jinghong found herself momentarily reluctant to harm him. It is rare for someone to recognize the situation to such an extent. "Get up, take him with you, and let us go." "No problem, goddess." The scholar sprang to his feet, moving toward Wei Laoda. Wei Jinghong took a few steps back down the corridor, maintaining a relatively safe distance and aiming her gun at him. "Scholar, I have been good to you." The contorted face of Wei Laoda glared at the scholar. "Wei Laoda, I call this being a man of insight. Our group of over 40 is no match for a single goddess. My resistance has become utterly meaningless. I implore you, my brother, for one last favor. In the next life, should you wish to kill or mutilate, feel free to do so. You are indeed quite pragmatic. It is all for the sake of survival, something you can comprehend. My apologies." Yet another wretched scream escapes from Wei Laoda's lips, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The fruit knife lodged in his other arm was abruptly extracted by the scholar, leaving Wei Laoda caught off guard, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. At this moment, he does not harbor any resentment towards Wei Jinghong. Instead, he directs his ire towards the seemingly harmless scholar before him, wishing he could flay him alive and grind his bones to dust. The scholar, with a hint of resignation, remarks, "I had warned you. I believed you understood. If I survive, I will do everything in my power to ensure you escape with me. For now, accompany me as we traverse this path together." The scholar harbors no doubts about Wei Laoda's words, nor does he forget what Wei Jinghong had instructed. Wei Laoda, his eyes aflame with fury, reluctantly follows the scholar's push towards one end of the corridor, with Wei Jinghong trailing closely behind. Before long, the three emerge from the building. Wu Biao and his companions, who had been observing from the adjacent structures, are elated by the sight. "Quickly, assist the lady." With that, Wu Biao leads the charge down the stairs. Lin Lei and his companions remain stationary, yet their eyes reveal a profound sense of trepidation. How long did it take? Lin Lei sudelinquiris. G-Light inhales deeply. From the moment the screams began to the cessation of gunfire, it was no more than 20 seconds. "Boss, I have no intention of challenging her in this lifetime. Fortunately, she has two benevolent angels by her side. Their presence is our salvation, and I relish the sensation of being bested by them. It seems the boss has already earned the right to confront the female demon." Benny interjects unexpectedly. Indeed, Lin Lei has triumphed over Yi Zi and Yi Ziqing, having vanquished all those who dare to challenge him, including Wu Biao. There is no rush. I still need time to reflect. Yes, indeed, reflection is essential. Outside, Wu Biao has reunited with Wei Jinghong. "Madam, are you injured?" Wu Biao inquires anxiously. Wei Jinghong responds, "Ensure they are thoroughly interrogated. I want the individuals from the underground parking lot alive." Undeterred by the lack of a desired response, Wu Biao affirms, "Understood, madam." Immediately, he directs his subordinates to restrain the scholar and Wei Laoda. They are brought into a spacious room within Lin Lei's building. "Can you persuade the others below to lay down their weapons and surrender?" Wu Biao, speaking on behalf of Wei Jinghong, poses the question to the duo. Wei Laoda, displaying a defiant demeanor, scoffs, as if ready to accept any fate that befalls him. "It is unlikely," the scholar replies, lacking Wei Laoda's bravado. "What do you mean?" After a moment's contemplation, the scholar responds earnestly, "He is a commendable leader. He provides the best resources for the fighters in his team, ensuring that their families are prioritized and free from worry. For his own people, there is no question. As long as he lives, there will be many who resist. And should he fall, countless will seek vengeance. Upon hearing the scholar's words, Wei Jinghong and her companions furrow their brows, casting a glance at Wei Laoda that carries an unusual weight. In this post-apocalyptic world, leaders who treat their subordinates as if they were soldiers willing to die for them are rare. Do not assume that such soldiers are merely laborers bearing hardship. True soldiers are those who are well cared for by their leaders and would not hesitate to lay down their lives when the moment calls for it. Wei Laoda may not have reached this level of loyalty among his men, but in this harsh reality, if he prioritizes the best resources for his combat members, he will undoubtedly find many willing to devote themselves to him. This also explains why, during their assault on the community, there are so many who, armed only with cold weapons, displayed such reckless bravery. A soldier dies for a confidant. This complicates matters, Wu Biao muses. Of course, I am referring to those who followed Wei Ming. The individuals we recruited yesterday do not count. There are many like them in the underground parking lot, and I am confident I can persuade them to surrender. The scholar strives to showcase his value. Then he becomes irrelevant, Chao Wei states. That is one way to interpret it. However, even the useless can be of use. After we seized Yang Chaoqiang's territory, many of the newcomers suffer losses, harboring resentment towards Wei Ming. If I can eliminate him in front of them, persuading them will become much easier. Furthermore, regarding our base 3 kilometers away, if you esteemed leaders trust me, I can bring back everything from there, including the people. That base still houses over 1,000 individuals, predominantly women, which I believe you would find appealing. After expressing this, the scholar glances anxiously at Wei Jinghong. You are quite impressive, Wei Jinghong suddenly remarks. The scholar expresses an astonished demeanor. To serve the goddess is an honor, he replies. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. The number of people you can convince will depend on your capabilities. As she speaks, Wei Jinghong casts a sidelong glance at Wei Laoda, who seems to have relinquished any desire to struggle, seeking only death while remaining indifferent to everything else. Originally, Wei Jinghong intended to capture him to leverage his influence in persuading the underground parking lot occupants to surrender, but it now appears that keeping him could pose a threat. The notion of cherishing talent has not crossed Wei Jinghong's mind. It is prudent to avoid allowing those with excessive prestige among their subordinates. Otherwise, chaos will ensue in this community. As for this individual, handle him as you see fit. Those closely associated with him should not be spared. Rest assured, goddess, I will fulfill the task. Wu Biao, what is your command? You will cooperate with Lin Lei. At this point, Wei Jinghong's beautiful gaze lingers on Lin Lei for a moment before she smiles enigmatically, adding, including the task of gathering the population from 3 kilometers away. Ensure he remains within your sight. If he shows any signs of defiance, eliminate him immediately. Yes, my subordinates understand. Very well, let it be so. Despite the considerable effort expended, the results have not met expectations. Alas, I wonder how I will endure the mockery of that individual upon my return. With that, Wei Jinghong rises from her seat. We bid farewell to the madam, Wu Biao and his subordinates chorus. Wei Jinghong waves her hand, her figure gradually fading from sight. Biao Gu, is it acceptable to address you in this manner? The scholar inquires. With Wei Jinghong's presence now absent, Wu Biao shifts his gaze back to the scholar. It is fine. What would you like to ask? Biao Gu indeed possesses keen insight. I was just about to voice my inquiry. Flattery is universally appreciated, and Wu Biao is no exception, particularly when this individual speaks so eloquently. Enough with the pleasantries. Of course, the scholar, with a playful grin, remarks earlier, I heard you refer to the goddess as Madam. Is there another prominent figure within this community? Upon hearing the scholar's curiosity about Qinjiu, Wu Biao regards him with a knowing look. Biao Gu, did I inquire about something I should not have? Not at all. Your question was quite appropriate. Indeed, there is another gentleman in our community. You should consider yourselves fortunate that he does not regard you as significant. Had it been him today, you would not only lack the opportunity to strategize for the madam, but would find it difficult to set foot in this community. Could it be that the gentleman you speak of is more powerful than the madam? Wu Biao appears to be lost in thought. More powerful? You're still too young. Not long ago, this gentleman single-handedly repelled 600 fully armed members of the Ling Tian base without a scratch. Remember, it was a direct confrontation. That battle left the members of Ling Tian base terrified. Can such power be described as merely strong? The scholar finds it unfathomable to imagine a single individual turning back 600 fully armed warriors. In addition to the Ling Tian GD, are those not the very individuals who are selling weapons to them? It is unexpected that such enigmatic and formidable figures in their eyes harbor grievances with Cui Huan. The mysteries abound. Yet, can humans truly possess such strength? If given the opportunity, you shall witness it. Now, let us promptly fulfill the tasks assigned by the lady. Having chosen to align with us, harbor no ulterior motives. Offending the lady will lead to consequences you cannot bear. Absolutely not. Such a powerful faction would be impossible to find even with a lantern. I yearn to serve them to the utmost. How could I entertain other thoughts? I must trouble Brother Biao to escort this individual to the entrance of the underground parking lot. Thereafter, you shall observe my performance. That would be most prudent. Wu Biao nodded, then instructed his subordinate to support Wei Ming as they proceeded towards the secure exit of the building. Chapter 72. Calculations abound. The subsequent events unfolded with minimal obstacles. Wei Ming's reputation was indeed commendable. However, upon encountering Xu Sheng, the instigator, those who had only joined their ranks yesterday under Yang Chaoqiang found themselves incited to violence against Wei Ming's associates. Wei Ming's demise, coupled with the support of Wu Biao and his team, rendered the opposition nearly devoid of combat capability. While some did not surrender, Xu Sheng, fearing treachery, proposed that Wu Biao eliminate all of Wei Ming's followers who had voluntarily surrendered, whether for self-preservation or to present a satisfactory report to Wei Jinghong. Thus, Xu Sheng's betrayal of Wei Ming was absolute. Originally, over 1,000 individuals had arrived at the underground parking lot, but the battle had claimed nearly half their number. The remaining individuals were primarily from Yang Chaoqiang's previous faction. Xu Sheng could not guarantee that these individuals genuinely surrendered to Wu Biao, but their credibility far surpassed that of those who had followed Wei Ming. Next, we shall approach our encampment, where over 200 of Wei Ming's former associates and a dozen marksmen remain. Brother Biao, as we draw near, I will lead these individuals inside to secure the situation, after which you and Brother Lei can enter to deal with the aftermath. Understood? Just remember my words. If you dare entertain any treacherous thoughts, whether we live or die is inconsequential, but even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will face certain death from the lady. Understood. I will not take my life lightly. Wu Biao nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he arranged for some of his men to maintain vigilance within the vicinity while he, accompanied by 6 others, including Lin Lei and his 6 companions, departed the area with Xu Sheng and the 500 newly allied individuals. In the room where Chun Jiao and the others resided, Wei Jinghong had returned. The spectacle she intended to showcase did not materialize, leaving them feeling disappointed. At this moment, Wei Jinghong met Chen Yu's enigmatic smile. Yi Ziqing and Yi Zi sat on the sofa, clutching chips in anticipation of a grand performance. Wei Jinghong shot a glance at the Yi sisters and, amidst their laughter, stated, I did not foresee that there were schemers among them. Their entrance into the underground parking lot was beyond my expectations, and Wu Biao's arrangements were particularly surprising. It was a dead end, and I did not have the opportunity to execute my plans. Thus, in accordance with your previous speculation, what do you propose to do? Lure the enemy into a trap, then capture them within that trap. This trap, however, does not lie in the underground parking lot. It should be positioned above ground. Then, you will descend like a divine soldier, intimidating all present, and subsequently implement a strategy to pacify them. This will also serve to establish an invincible and formidable image among the newcomers. Chun Jiao added. Wei Jinghong nodded. Wu Biao's actions were indeed serendipitous. Yet among those who attacked us, the decision to abandon the building in favor of the underground indicates they possess some level of intellect. Chun Jiao's demeanor grew tranquil. Do not underestimate ordinary individuals. In a nation like Longhua, where the average person possesses the cunning of a zhuge liang, many harbor ambitions and courage. Previously, their thoughts were constrained by the environment, but now that this shackle has been removed, their understanding surpasses imagination. Wei Jinghong wholeheartedly concurred. Approaching Chunjiu, she gazed at the departing group from the community's entrance. I truly should not have underestimated them. Even minor changes among the common folk can yield significant impacts on the broader environment. You clever individuals often overthink things. What scheme do you have in mind by allowing Lin Lei and the others to leave the community? You have disowned my intentions? Chunjiu chuckled inwardly. Though reluctant to dwell on trivial matters, he was not oblivious. Throughout their interactions, Lin Lei and his 6 companions appear to have fully integrated into their community. Yet that was merely a facade. The other 5 may have developed a sense of belonging, but Lin Lei's resolve would not be easily swayed. Within the community, staying too close to Chunjiu, even a perceptive individual like Lin Lei, would have to conceal his ulterior motives. He understood that as long as Chunjiu was present, escape was not an option. However, now that there was an opportunity to depart the community and venture 3 miles beyond, Chunjiu believed Lin Lei would not remain patient. Similarly, if Chunjiu could deduce this, Wei Jinghong, being astute, would not be oblivious either. Yet, she still dispatched Lin Lei. And Chunjiu could not believe that such a decision was made without ulterior motives. So what are your true intentions? With her thoughts laid bare, Wei Jinghong could only smile helplessly. It is nothing significant. It is merely that the number of survivors active outside has been increasing, and disorder is beginning to manifest. As time progresses, this phenomenon will only become more frequent. The struggle for power and division of territory is an unstoppable tide. I know you have no desire to be involved, but as the saying goes, one cannot avoid involvement in the world. Therefore, to avert unnecessary troubles, we must prepare for the impending chaos. The strength of Ling Tianjidi is formidable, and as a private force, we are in some ways on the same line. We could attempt to collaborate with them. Having a powerful ally for resource exchange or information sharing is far superior to managing everything ourselves. Lin Lei is an excellent intermediary. He understands our strength and will report our circumstances to Lin Tianxiao. As long as Lin Tianxiao's intentions in Longchuan City align with my suspicions, he will likely consider forming an alliance with us. Isn't it true that Jiu Gu killed Lin Tianxiao's son? Can he truly set aside the grudge of his son's death? Yizi intergested. For those within prominent families, while familial ties are undoubtedly crucial, interests take precedence. What is one son in the grand scheme? If you can provide what these families desire, they would gladly sell their souls to you. Is it really that exaggerated? Wei Jinghong refrained from elaborating further. Chunjiu questioned, why would Lin Tianxiao necessarily choose to ally with us? This was Chunjiu's concern. From Wei Jinghong's words, it seemed the other party harbored some trepidation within Longchuan City. The dominant power. Chunjiu furrowed his brow, quickly grasping the implication. Are you suggesting that the dominant power will reclaim control over Longchuan City? This is inevitable. They possess such strength. The emergence of this disaster, while sudden, provided a buffer period. During this time, power structures across various regions have preserved significant reserves of manpower. Once they mobilize, whether in localities or cities, they will remain the most formidable. Individuals like Lin Tianxiao choose to remain in Longchuan City for evident reasons. Should he wish to retain his influence, it is imperative to seek allies capable of countering the threat posed by the dominant power. At the very least, he will not allow the dominant power to monopolize control. If Chunjiu still fails to comprehend the underlying relationships at this juncture, then his 16 years of education would have been in vain. Truly, everywhere is rife with scheming. Everywhere is calculated. It is mentally taxing, but fortunately, I have a woman by my side who is adept at strategizing. Chunjiu opted not to overthink matters further. He continued to recline, leaving the intricate calculations to the capable woman beside him, who seemed to take great pleasure in such affairs. If you encounter matters that even Wei Jinghong cannot resolve, do not fear. He will take action when the time comes. Do you not find it exhausting to ponder so much? Wei Jinghong displayed an expression of delight. Battling against the heavens, contending with the earth, brings boundless joy. Engaging with others is simply ineffable. Do you not find life too placid and dull? To truly be at ease is to be the victor in life. What a tiresome man. Chapter 73. The obvious decline and hidden rise outside. After more than an hour, Wu Biao and his companions successfully reached their destination. Everything proceeded as planned by the scholar. There was resistance, but it was ultimately quelled. Once all overtly unstable factors were addressed, a team of over 2,000, two-thirds of whom were women, began to gather their belongings and supplies, under the supervision of Wu Biao, to transfer to the Tsuhu Bay community. Where's the boss? During their journey, Jared suddenly noticed that Lin Lei had inexplicably vanished, filling him with confusion. He searched among the ranks, but still found no trace of Lin Lei, which left him feeling anxious. The news of Lin Lei's disappearance quickly reached Wu Biao's ears. Has everyone searched for him? The younger members nodded. We have looked, but we did not see Instructor Lin. Wu Biao sensed a grave situation. He immediately called for Jared and the others to inquire further. At that moment, Jared and his companions were seething with frustration. How could they not realize that Lin Lei had abandoned them? Or rather, it seemed Lin Lei no longer trusted them, not even willing to share his plans for departure. Damn Lin, you have thoroughly chilled the hearts of those willing to fight alongside you. From this day forth, I will be at odds with Lin. The next time we meet, I shall kick him to pieces. Wu Biao did not need to ask further. He could sense the overwhelming resentment from his companions from afar. Clearly, they too were unaware of Lin Lei's escape plan. Biao Ge, what is the situation with Instructor Lin? The scholar, having just joined Tsuhu Bay, was naturally unaware of Lin Lei's affairs. He only knew that the other party was formidable. Wu Biao sighed and briefly explained Lin Lei's situation to the scholar. Alas, I wonder how the madam will punish me upon our return. Wu Biao's face was fraught with worry. Don't worry, Biao Ge. After you return, the madam will not punish you, the scholar suddenly remarked with a smile. Why is that? The scholar confidently replied. From what you have told me, while I cannot guarantee it completely, I can surmise some of the madam's intentions. She is well aware that you are no match for Lin Lei upon leaving the community, yet she still allows him to depart with you. There are likely two reasons for this. What reasons? The first is that the performance of Lin Lei and his group during this time has earned the madam's recognition, and allowing them to go out is a form of her trust in them. The second is that the madam intentionally permitted this, even anticipating that Lin Lei would seize the opportunity to escape. I cannot fathom her ultimate goal, but I believe this second possibility is more probable. Upon hearing this, Wu Biao's spirits lifted. Really? It is highly probable. Congratulations, Biaye. From now on, within the community, aside from the master and a few madams, you are destined to hold a position of great authority. When the time comes for your promotion and wealth, do not forget to lend a hand to your younger brothers. Wu Biao was somewhat perplexed. Why am I being congratulated? If I can return without being blamed, I will be grateful. The scholar chuckled and shook his head. Biaye, you are too close to the situation to see clearly. Upon your return, due to Lin Lei's escape, the madam will undoubtedly want to assert her authority. But as long as you cooperate well with her, trust me, once this matter passes, your future will be boundless. Wu Biao still appeared confused. Just follow my advice, and trust that I will not lead you astray. Although he did not fully comprehend it, Wu Biao would not dismiss the scholar's goodwill. All right, then I shall take your auspicious words to heart. If what you say comes true, I will certainly owe you a great deal. Then I thank you in advance. Biaye. Ha. Let us hurry and bring these people back. The matter concerning Lin Lei was merely a minor interlude. The team continued on their way. Around 3 in the afternoon, the procession of over 2,000 individuals, laden with various supplies, made their grand entrance into the community's underground parking lot. Everything that transpired thereafter unfolded as the scholar had predicted. Upon learning of Lin Lei's escape, Wei Jinghong publicly punished Wu Biao and removed him from his position as the spokesperson for Tsuhu Bay, appointing Zhang Taning to take his place. Throughout this process, Wu Biao calmly accepted everything, even delivering a lengthy apology spanning thousands of words for allowing Lin Lei to escape. He lamented having let down the master's high expectations. feeling he had betrayed the Madam's trust. In essence, he took the blame for everything. At the time, his remarks led others to ponder whether Wei Jinghong's punishment was too lenient. Given the numerous transgressions he cited, even being executed would have seemed a light consequence. Wei Jinghong himself did not anticipate Wu Biao's compliance. Could it be that this fellow has discerned my intentions? Wei Jinghong found himself doubtful. Once the newly arrived individuals were settled, that evening, Wu Biao was summoned to the room where Chunjiu resided. This was Wu Biao's first time entering this place. Previously, he had only stood guard outside. In the living room, Wu Biao stood in the center, while Chunjiu and others were seated on the sofa. The current atmosphere bore a resemblance to a council meeting. Wei Jinghong looked at Wu Biao and smiled. Speak. How did you deduce that Lin Lei was intentionally let go by me? Huh? Madam, Lin Lei was indeed released on purpose by you? Wu Biao had not expected the scholar's previous conjecture to hold true. With Wu Biao's expression, even a fool could discern that something was amiss. Wei Jinghong's interest was piqued. Who told you this? Recollecting himself, Wu Biao dared not be negligent and recounted the scholar's earlier deductions to Wei Jinghong and the others. This scholar is no ordinary person. Yi Ziking remarked it. Her sister, Yi Zi, nodded in agreement. Interesting, Wei Jinghong mused, then turned his gaze toward Chunjiu. Chunjiu found Wei Jinghong's method of managing subordinates somewhat tedious. Yet, considering that the other party was currently his woman, he thought to indulge her whims for the sake of establishing authority in the minds of Wu Biao and the others, treating it as a form of entertainment. Rising, Chunjiu made a trip to the master bedroom. Subsequently, he brought out an energy-saving lamp, a water dispenser, and a matching water heater. This is a gift from Jinghong. The lamp can be used for 1 year once turned on. How to use it is up to you. The water dispenser has a self-heating function once activated. You need not worry. It will generate a certain amount of pure water daily. The water heater operates similarly. I will have the maid assist you in moving it to the room on the 22nd floor near the stairs. From now on, you will reside on the 22nd floor. Set aside external matters. Your primary responsibility henceforth is the safety of Building 9. A barrage of words from Chunjiu left Wu Biao utterly stunned. The scholar's words had once again proven true. Listening to the rewards that Chunjiu offered, considering the floor he would now occupy and the duties assigned to him, he thought, oh my, I have been stripped of my position as the spokesperson for Tsu Bei, yet I am now promoted to the chief steward. It may seem like a demotion, but my authority appears to have grown. What does being the steward next to the master signify? I shall be among the closest to the sovereign. Any significant movements or news from above, I shall be the first to know. Under one roof, above 10,000, I have truly ascended. First, it is from the master. Jinghong has conferred this upon you. Noticing Wu Biao's excitement, Chunjiu reminded him. Yes. It is from the madam. I am grateful for the madam's nurturing and trust. From this day forth, I am willing to serve the master and madam, even at the cost of my life. You do not hold any grievances regarding my previous punishment? That cannot be. Even if the madam did nothing, I would view it as motivation and encouragement. I am deeply grateful. How could I harbor any resentment towards a madam? Your performance has been noted. Those who are loyal to us shall not be treated unfairly. Now, go call someone to help move the items. Today, you have worked hard as well. After dinner, make sure to have a good night's rest. Indeed, I shall not disturb you, esteemed sir and madams. As he spoke, Wu Biao suppressed the excitement within him, feeling somewhat lightheaded, and he scarcely remembered how he left. Chapter 74. Foster Father, is this true? Once Wu Biao summoned the maid from the 22nd floor to move the gifts bestowed by Chunjiu to his new room, he eagerly opened the door, instantly becoming the brightest star in the eyes of the maids. Brother Biao, will we be able to bathe here in the future? Bathing with water melted from ice cubes is both cold and unsafe. The lighting here is truly brilliant. I wish to live in such a room. Hearing the flattery from the beautiful maids, Wu Biao felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life at that moment. This sensation was something he had never experienced even when he became the property manager of this community. Not a problem, as long as I don't need it. You all are welcome to use it. Brother Biao is so kind. No wonder the esteemed sir and madams hold you in such high regard. We all look forward to your care in the future. Wu Biao did not lose himself in the maid's adulation. He did not forget the person who had prepared him psychologically in advance. Therefore, after trying out the new appliances, Wu Biao went to the parking lot to find Xu Sheng. Brother, I must thank you properly. Without your reminder, I would not have attained my current status. You have no idea. This time, the esteemed sir and madams have rewarded me with many wonderful gifts. Xu Sheng replied, Brother Biao, you are being too modest. Even without my reminder, given the esteemed sir and madam's regard for you, what you have now would have come to you eventually. I merely added a touch of embellishment. One cannot say it that way. From now on, you, Xu Sheng, are my sworn brother, unrelated by blood. Lao Zhang, Lao Chao, did you hear that? Congratulations to brother Xu Sheng. From now on, we are all family. If you need anything in this community, feel free to let us know. Zhang Tianing, Gao Wei, and others chimed in. Xu Sheng remained humble, responding graciously. By the way, brother, Xu Sheng is not your real name, is it? That was my oversight. My real name is Su Sheng. Before the snow disaster, I was a junior student. Because my name is similar to Xu Sheng, people began calling me that. You are still a university student. No wonder you are so clever, Wu Biao said, pulling Su Sheng's shoulder affectionately. Among those I brought back this time, I discovered quite a few foreign girls. How about I help you choose a few tonight? The best ones, originally elegant and refined. Su Sheng's eyes sparkled at these words. Foster father, please allow me to bow before you. Who doesn't have their interests and hobbies? Meanwhile, at Ling Tian building, in order to return quickly, Lin Lei had been on the move without a break. Fortunately, after more than 3 hours, he finally saw the building he had been longing for. Sir, Lin Lei has returned. In the office where Lin Tianxiao was, the old steward suddenly entered and whispered in his ear. Lin Tianxiao, who had been reviewing the recent developments at Ling Tian base, stiffened and immediately stood up in surprise. Lin Lei has returned? Yes, I have arranged for him to wait outside. Quickly, let him in. The old steward nodded and went out to call Lin Lei. Uncle Lin, I have failed your trust. Please punish me. Lin Lei entered the office, and upon seeing Lin Tianxiao, he stepped forward and half knelt on the ground, bowing his head, his tone filled with shame. The old steward, perceptive, closed the door, leaving the space for the two. Lin Tianxiao quickly walked around the desk to personally help Lin Lei up. Just return safely. That is what matters. Uncle Lin, no need to explain. Gulme, sit down with me and tell me what you have experienced during this time. Lin Tianxiao led Lin Lei to a nearby sitting area. He did not ask how Lin Lei had returned, nor did he blame him for the mission's failure. His tone was filled only with concern and urgency. Lin Lei was not one to be overly sentimental. As he sat with Lin Tianxiao, he immediately recounted everything that had happened to him, including the incident where Lin Feng and the others were eliminated by Chen Jiu on the very day they entered Shui Huan. He spoke for over half an hour, and throughout this time, Lin Tianxiao did not interrupt. Once Lin Lei finished, Lin Tianxiao's expression grew serious. Did you discover why they were so strong? Lin Tianxiao was inquiring about Chen Jiu's strength. From Lin Lei's account of Chen Jiu's existence, combined with the information brought back by Qin Feng and the others, Lin Tianxiao no longer doubted the existence of someone who could single-handedly hold back thousands. What he was now concerned about was the reason behind their strength. One person can stand against 1,000 troops. If I could master such a method of becoming stronger, how could I fear that my grand ambitions would not come to fruition? Apologies, Uncle Lin. The crux of the problem lies with Chen Jiu and his 3 women. Do you think we have a chance to capture one of them? I mean, along with your brothers and the more than 100 mercenaries we currently possess? Lin Lei shook his head. Uncle Lin, until you face that man, you cannot imagine his power. Conventional weapons have no effect on him. What is even more despairing is that his speed and strength have reached inhuman levels. Capturing him alive is virtually impossible unless we use heavy weaponry to bombard the area they are in. Then, we might have a chance to collect some fragments for research. As for his women, our men might not even see them before being completely annihilated. Hearing Lin Lei's words, although Lin Tianxiao was reluctant, he had to concede defeat. However, he remembered Chen Jiu. Extraordinary power? No one does not desire it. You mentioned that the reason you managed to escape this time was that they allowed you to go out to take over personnel from other factions. which provided you with an opportunity. Yes, I do not know why they did this, but when given the chance, I certainly would not let it slip by. If Uncle Lin does not trust me, I am willing to accept any test. Lin Tianxiao waved his hand, reclining back on the sofa. He had no doubt about Lin Lei's loyalty, even considering the time he spent with other factions. Lin Lei was someone he had nurtured from among 3,000 orphans in a war-torn land, and the principles he accepted were loyalty to Lin Tianxiao. There were still 11 others like Lin Lei in Lin Tianxiao's hands. Originally, there should have been 12, but Lin Tianxiao had arranged one for his family, and the one who followed Lin Feng had presumably perished. After a moment of contemplation, a smile gradually appeared on Lin Tianxiao's face. Xiao Lei, your return must have been intentional on their part. Lin Tianxiao suddenly remarked. Intentional? Indeed. There are capable individuals beside them. They realized you would not remain obedient in their base, so they devised a plan, allowing you to return to my side. Lin Lei would not doubt Lin Tianxiao's words. He too was not ignorant. After a moment of thought, he grasped the reason behind it. Their purpose in letting me return is Uncle Lin? Lin Tianxiao nodded. More accurately, it is to signal us. Uncle Lin, what should we do? Lin Lei did not ask about the signal. That was not his concern. Lin Tianxiao signaled for him not to rush. You have just returned. You must have endured quite a bit during this time. First, go rest well. As for our affairs with Cui Huan, you need not worry. Understood. By the way, how many people noticed your return? Lin Lei thought for a moment and shook his head. Aside from our people, there should be no outsiders aware. He had used a special method to contact the old steward upon his return. In Ling Tian building, Lin Tianxiao had a special passageway exclusively for his people. Thus the news of Lin Lei's return was only known to Lin Tianxiao's circle. Very well. After you go down, do not make any appearances for a while. Once I have settled matters with Cui Huan, you can come out. All right, Uncle Lin. Go rest now. If anything arises, I will have someone notify you. Lin Lei stood up, bid farewell to Lin Tianxiao, and turned to leave. The steward was waiting outside the door. After Lin Lei's appearance, the two merely nodded at each other and moved past. Old Lin, the steward, entered. Sir, please call for Xiao Air and the others. I have a task for them. Understood, Lin Guanjiao replied, and promptly went to notify Lin Xiao and the others. Chapter 75. Actions speak louder than words in the quaint community of Cihubei. As night fell, the area became lively with an influx of people to address the heating and lighting issues. Chunjiu produced 40 thermostats and over 40 energy-saving lamps for Wu Biao to arrange. Wu Biao took this matter to heart. He selected 20 of the vacant rooms in Building 9 to install the thermostats and energy-saving lamps. These rooms were prioritized for the beautiful women and capable individuals, granting them long-term residency rights. Each room accommodated 10 to 20 people. While the living conditions appeared subpar during the extreme cold, such an environment was a coveted refuge for many. Everyone named by Wu Biao was grateful, and the surplus rooms were designated as rewards for those demonstrating commendable performance within the community, such as those on night watch or responsible for perimeter security, as well as individuals excelling in upcoming training sessions. However, residency in these rooms was transient, allowing everyone a chance, albeit for only half a day, primarily for rest. The remaining 20 thermostats and energy-saving lamps were entrusted to Zhang Tianying for installation in the underground parking lot. The lamps were hung high, and the thermostats were strategically placed to create a large, warm area for the remaining individuals to rest. This arrangement in the underground parking lot effectively resolved the heating issue for everyone. Although the environment may have been lacking, it ensured that everyone could spend their days and nights in warmth. Naturally, individuals have a tendency to compare their circumstances. Everyone aspired to live in the building. Those who were capable or attractive might not feel the sting, but the majority of mediocre individuals kept a close watch on the remaining rooms. Night watch and perimeter security became their best options. As for the daily training, most were only aware of the competitions occurring every day within the community, the specifics of which would be revealed at dawn. Within the room occupied by Chunjiu, Liang Yu arrived with the little girl, Xiao Jingyue, as a guest. The young girl was adored by the three women, and her unclear enunciation of anti-elicited smiles from Yi and the others. As the group grew weary from their play, the clock approached 10. Liang Yu departed with the little girl, while Chen Jiu's piercing gaze lingered on Wei Jinghong. Under the intensity of Chen Jiu's predatory stare, Wei Jinghong felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, a playful smile crossed her face as she thought, "Is this gentleman contemplating devouring me with such a gaze?" Realizing that Wei Jinghong remained oblivious to the danger, Chen Jiu prompted, "Do you recall what I previously mentioned?" "What did you say?" Wei Jinghong genuinely did not know. Chen Jiu's question was too vague. "You have said many things. Which one do you refer to?" "Lin Lei was the one you let escape tonight, wasn't he? Is that so?" Wei Jinghong was perplexed. "He, Sister Jinghong, Jiu Ge has spoken, and I shall attest to it, right, sister? Yizi Chaimin, Duranging Yiziking Along." However, her expression soon shifted to one of annoyance. "What is happening?" At this moment, Wei Jinghong recalled, and her complexion slightly changed, internally exclaiming, "That was close." "Since you haven't forgotten, what do you intend to do?" Wei Jinghong, undeterred, shot a challenging look at Chen Jiu. "Quite bold. Are you prepared to take the plunge? What do you think?" Chen Jiu replied, rising to approach Wei Jinghong. Wei Jinghong grinned mischievously. Just as Chen Jiu was about to sweep her off to his room for mischief, Wei Jinghong sighed. "I would love to accompany you to the end, but alas, my visitor has arrived, and I fear I shan't be able to join you for the next few days." Chen Jiu's outstretched hand froze in midair. "Are you serious?" Wei Jinghong was at a loss for words. Why not come and verify? How was Chen Jiu to respond to such a statement? As he stood there dumbfounded, Wei Jinghong, recalling Yizi's earlier gleefulness, wore a wicked smile. "Though I cannot be with you, there are still 2 others over there, so you shan't be lonely." Yizi, unexpectedly caught in the crossfire, hesitated. "Don't tell me you are coming too?" Chen Jiu's face darkened. Yes, not only me but my sister as well." "What a coincidence, all on the same day." "Indeed. Jiuge, we speak the truth." To assure Chen Jiu, Yizi emphasized her statement. Giggling, Wei Jinghong could no longer contain herself. Amused by the sheer absurdity of the situation, Chen Jiu's mouth twitched in response. "What is this? It seems some individuals may face discomfort in the coming days." Wei Jinghong declared triumphantly. Chen Jiu glared at Wei Jinghong, clenching his teeth. "I never go back on my word. If I say all night, then it shall be all night." "Ah, Chen Jiu, what are you doing? I did not deceive you. Let me down. I know. Do you still intend to cause trouble? There are always more solutions than difficulties." Wei Jinghong," she stuttered, then blushed. "I shall bite you. Remember that word bite. It must be pronounced separately." Ignoring Wei Jinghong's feeble resistance, Chen Jiu carried her into the room, closing the door behind them. In the living room, only the bewildered sisters remained. "Sister, Jiuge wouldn't treat us the same way, would he?" Yi Ziqing said calmly. "Rest assured, we are quite safe tonight." "That is good. Jinghong will have a tough night." Yi Zi grinned wickedly, her gaze shifting to the closed door, intrigued and inexplicably excited. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening the next morning, Yi Zi and the others found only Chen Jiu in the living room. Usually an early riser, Wei Jinghong was nowhere to be seen. Yi Zi and the others dared not inquire, keeping their heads down during breakfast, fearful of stirring trouble. Over 2 hours later, outside the community, a few unexpected guests arrived. 10 men and 2 women, all clad in freeze-resistant attire, had arrived on snowmobiles. The vehicles halted just outside the community gate, and, as the group disembarked, they gazed up at the sign that read, "Tsuhu Bay," adorned with icicles. "Is this Tsuhu Bay? It doesn't seem like a den of danger," one remarked. "Little sister, don't say that. There are formidable individuals within. I wonder why you insisted on taking on the boss's affairs. I'm worried about whether we can return after entering." "Stop being cowardly. Dad said the invitation came first. We are merely guests." "Surely, they won't act unethically? Well, we've come this far, so I might as well accompany the gentleman into danger. That has some manly spirit. Let us go meet the people here." Just as they approached, a bullet, accompanied by gunfire, halted their advance. Private property, no trespassing. Chapter 76. A leg to break, several men in white swiftly shielded them, easily identifying the sentinels stationed above by the sound of gunfire. Your boss invited us. Is this your hospitality? Lin Yun, who had previously shown fear toward the community's residents, now spoke confidently, addressing the individuals above. The sentinels above hesitated, unsure of the meaning behind Lin Yun's words. However, with only 12 outside, and given their community's strength, if the other side intended to attack them with just these 12, it was a foolish dream. Of course, if each of them possessed the capabilities of the Sir, or even just that of the Madam, it would be a different story. Wait here. I will notify someone. Make it quick. If we wait too long, we might just leave, and when your boss holds you accountable, don't say I didn't warn you. Just wait. The individuals above ceased their discourse and promptly relayed the news internally. With an increased number of people in the community, the transmission of information became remarkably swift. Within mere minutes, Wu Biao, who was engaged in practice with his subordinates in the underground parking lot, received the news. Contemplating Lin Lei's departure the previous day, Wu Biao, filled with speculation, immediately informed the maids to relay the message to Qinjiao. Understood. I will await your return. Upon receiving the report from the maid, Qinjiao re-entered the house. Coincidentally, Wei Jinghong also arose at that moment, clearly having had a restless night, as she exited her room while stifling a yawn. People from Ling Tian Base have arrived and are now outside, Qinjiao remarked casually while cradling the soft Yezi in her arms as she settled back onto the sofa. In an instant, Wei Jinghong, who had just been drowsy, was now fully alert. They arrived rather swiftly. Noticing that the maid lingered at the door, Wei Jinghong instructed her to bring the individuals for discussions into the room. Yes, madam, the maid acknowledged before turning to convey the message. The meal is on the dining table. Wei Jinghong shot an annoyed glance at Qinjiao before heading straight to the bathroom. Yi, you didn't get serious last night, did you? Yezi finally could not restrain herself and timidly inquired. Am I that heartless? Yezi instinctively nodded, then shook her head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. No. Prepare yourself for tonight. Yezi instantly displayed an expression more sorrowful than tears. Outside, Wei Jinghong's command was swiftly communicated. You may enter. The individuals below exchanged amused glances before striding confidently into the community. Follow me. The subordinates, who had been waiting outside, greeted them and led the way. Entering the outermost building, they proceeded directly toward the parking lot. Shortly thereafter, the 12 individuals heard a series of excited shouts from below. Strike him. Attack him below the belt. Grab his hair. The cacophony piqued the curiosity of the group. Upon reaching the underground parking lot and walking for several minutes, they avoided the guards clad in similar thermal suits to their bodyguards and finally arrived at an area where thousands of people had formed multiple circles. Under the bright lights above, individuals were competing within these circles, both men and women, though they were separated by gender. So many people? Lin Jingchu, who walked in the front, appeared somewhat surprised. According to the information they had received, there should not have been this many talents at Shui Huan. Lin Yun beside him scoffed. Is a few thousand too many? With over 100,000 people at Ling Tian Base, wouldn't that be described as terrifying? And yet, what those 100,000? They were defeated by us time and again. The leading subordinate clearly disapproved of Lin Yun's remark and could not help but snort. Lin Yun fell silent at this retort. He wanted to argue, but the truth was undeniable. His father had even employed the family's private forces without successfully subduing the opposition, inadvertently providing them with a pair of mortars, ultimately becoming one of the greatest accomplices in the defeat of the Qin Feng army. Enough. We are not here to compare superiority. Just follow me obediently. I am your elder brother and the principal negotiator for this meeting. Sighing, he lamented, where has that clingy younger sister gone? The current one is hardly endearing. Lin Yun appeared heartbroken. Ouch. Seizing the opportunity while the other party was distracted, Lin Jingchu stepped forcefully on his foot. Oomph. Ignoring him, she closely followed the leading subordinate. Lin Yun gritted his teeth in pain. Unfortunately, dear sibling, even in your capriciousness, you must endure. Manager, the people have arrived. The subordinate led the group to the entrance where Wu Biao was awaiting them. Wu Biao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 12 individuals. They were all tightly wrapped, making it difficult to discern anything. Are you the boss here? Lin Jingqiu was the first to speak. Wu Biao did not respond. Who among you is in charge? The madam has only agreed to meet with your principal representative. This statement unmistakably indicated Wu Biao's position. Lin Jingqiu's brows furrowed, slightly beneath her eye mask. Must only the principal representative go? Can none of the others accompany? Lin Yun interjected. Our madam only meets with the principal representative. I do not agree, Lin Yun refused. Wu Biao sneered. Now that you are here, do you believe you still have a luxury of choice? As soon as his words fell, 100 individuals surrounded them. Protect the young lady and young master. The bodyguards immediately encircled them, revealing their weapons. Are you certain you wish to make a move? Wu Biao showed no fear, his eyes dark and foreboding. Enough. Everyone lower your weapons. Lin Jingqiu intervened, instructing the bodyguards to put their guns down. Little sister, she warned Lin Yun, her demeanor shifting as she addressed Wu Biao. I will take my brother with me. He is also a representative. That is acceptable, is it not? Of course. Lin Jingqiu nodded, signaling to Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun felt somewhat disgruntled, it was merely a facade of false bravado. Confirming that the two were indeed going to meet Wei Jinghong, Wu Biao gestured, and a man and a woman approached to search them. While this process was entirely unnecessary for Chen Jiao and the others, Wu Biao was undoubtedly fulfilling his responsibilities. Chen Jiao and her companions could remain unfazed, but he could not neglect his duties. Once the search confirmed no issues with the two, Wu Biao gestured for them to proceed. Take good care of them, or I shall break your legs. Lin Yun threatened Wu Biao before departing. Wu Biao remained unfazed, watching as the two followed the subordinate through the secure passage. Upstairs, it took merely half an hour for the Lin siblings to arrive at the door of their destination. I'm utterly exhausted. Is a leader here unwell? Living this high up without an elevator, does he not find it burdensome to ascend and descend daily? 23 floors. I have never traversed such a challenging path in my life. Lin Yun complained, feeling as if he had never walked such a difficult road. Lin Jingqiu felt similarly. Had they not paused twice along the way, she doubted she would have had the strength to continue. I will never come back here again, Lin Jingqiu thought to herself. Chapter 77. Reunion of Good Sisters. Dear sirs, we have arrived. Finally, I cannot walk another step. Lin Yun grumbled. The maid did not respond, but knocked on the door. Soon, the door was opened from within. Madam, the guests have arrived. The one who opened the door was Yi Ziqing, who merely glanced at the two without discerning anything. You may return. Call for you if needed. Understood. The maid respectfully nodded and turned to leave. Guomin, Yi Ziqing beckoned, stepping aside to allow them entry. The siblings did not hesitate and walked inside. The door closed behind them. It is not cold inside. You may remove your thermal suits. No, I feel more comfortable dressed this way, Lin Yun replied, refusing to comply. Lin Jingqiu echoed his sentiment. However, they did remove their goggles and masks, revealing their faces. Yi Ziqing did not press the matter further, leading them through the entrance and into the hall. You have arrived? Wei Jinghong, waiting in the hall, said calmly. At first, Lin Jingqiu and her brother focused their attention on Chen Jiao, who was cradling Yeziai in his arms, but upon hearing a sound from the sofa to the side, they turned their heads. Upon seeing who it was, both were taken aback. Sister Jinghong? Wei Jinghong? Wei Jinghong, equally surprised, turned to face them. Jingqiu, Lin Yun, why are you two here? Wei Jinghong expressed her astonishment. It truly is you. How did you end up here? Recognizing a familiar face, especially one of a close sister, Lin Jingqiu immediately let go of her earlier aloofness and approached Wei Jinghong with a mix of surprise, sitting beside her and linking arms with her. Wei Jinghong found herself at a loss for words. She had anticipated that Lin Tianxiao would dispatch a mature and composed individual for the negotiations, perhaps a seasoned negotiator. However, what she never expected was for the opposing party to send her own children as the representatives. Did he not fear that they might fall into a perilous situation? With no return? I did not foresee that it would be you who arrived. What was Uncle Lin thinking? Enough of that. You haven't yet explained how you found yourself here. Shouldn't you be in the imperial capital? Did Uncle Jingmin not inform you when they departed? How could you say that? Is my uncle so unreliable? Lin Yun, please take a seat. Wei Jinghong noticed Lin Yun still standing and gestured for him to sit. Lin Yun's gaze flitted over Chen Jiao, Yi Zi, and Yi Ziqing, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. No need, I prefer to stand. Wei Jinghong did not press further and turned to Lin Jingchu, saying, My circumstances are unique. I will explain later when time permits. Why wait until later? Is now not suitable? What do you think? At this moment, Lin Jingchu finally realized that her presence here was intended to establish a preliminary cooperative intent with the leader of this faction. The sight of familiar faces had caused her to momentarily forget the primary purpose of her visit. Wait, the leader? Lin Jingchu's expression shifted instantly. Her gaze unconsciously swept across everyone in the living room, eventually landing on Wei Jinghong. Jinghong Jia, the lady they referred to, could it possibly be you? You have come to this realization? Em astounded. Lin Jingchu sprang up. The influence of Tsuehu Bei was established by you? Wei Jinghong nodded. It's more or less correct. Here, there are very few matters beyond my control. Excellent. What a surprising revelation. Why is she so startled? Noticing the confusion in Wei Jinghong's eyes, Lin Jingchu sat back down, clutching Wei Jinghong's arm. Jinghong Jia, since Tsuehu Bei is your domain, what further negotiations are necessary? Let's ally directly. You may not be aware, but Ling Tian Base was established by my father. No, what alliance? Yinghong, yeah. You should simply go to our Ling Tian Base. Given your current capabilities, you will surely gain access to the decision-making tier. My father has faced losses at your hands multiple times. If he does not grant you a position within the decision-making level, I will not recognize him as my father. Cough, cough. Lin Jingchu was becoming increasingly animated, but Lin Yun could no longer hold his tongue and interjected a reminder. However, Lin Jingchu paid him no mind, continuing to extol the virtues of Ling Tian Base to Wei Jinghong. Cough, cough. Lin Yun made another attempt to interject. Lin Yun, if your throat is uncomfortable, you should drink more water. Do you not see I am engaged in serious discussions with Jinghong Jia? This girl is beyond redemption. Excuse me, sir. How should I address you? Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on oneself. Compared to Wei Jinghong, Lin Yun was now more focused on Chen Jiao. As a man, his intuition was keen. If the room contained 3 men and 1 woman, undoubtedly his attention would be fixed on Wei Jinghong. Yet, the situation was precisely the opposite. Based on his years of experience and a man's understanding of another man, the true authority in this room was the young man cradling an exquisite beauty in his arms. Earlier, Wei Jinghong had mentioned that there were very few matters she could decide here, implying that there were indeed matters she had to defer to others. Thus, the undeniable truth was that the man before him was the true leader. Lin Yun and Lin Jingchu were about to say something further. However, Wei Jinghong had to interrupt Lin Jingchu before she could continue. Jingchu, I mentioned earlier that I could decide many matters here. But your proposal to join Ling Tian Base is something I cannot determine. Are you not the head here? Wei Jinghong smiled and shook her head. Pointing at Chen Jiao, he is the true master. Lin Jingchu turned her gaze toward Chen Jiao. Just him? She did not perceive anything particularly remarkable about Chen Jiao. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he appeared unexceptional. In comparison, Lin Jingchu, familiar with Wei Jinghong, was more inclined to believe that the power in this place was indeed established by her. Do you harbor any objections toward me? Chen Jiao finally spoke, motioning for Yi Zi, cradled in his arms, to sit aside. He did not respond to Lin Yun, but focused his attention on Lin Jingchu. Jingchu, since you represent Ling Tian Base in these negotiations, let us conduct our affairs professionally. Recollections can be revisited at another time, but not now. Familiar with Lin Jingchu, Wei Jinghong noticed her instinctive desire to respond to Chen Jiao and, fearing she might say something inappropriate, swiftly interjected to redirect the conversation. Wei Jinghong's demeanor had shifted from its earlier casualness to one of utmost seriousness. Before Lin Jingchu could react, Chen Jiao looked at Wei Jinghong with a knowing smile. You seem quite concerned for her, a rather perilous signal. Indeed, I have few friends, she counts among them. Given her unawareness of the situation, let's not hold it against her, shall we? Wei Jinghong's tone carried an unusual hint of pleading. Chen Jiao's gaze lingered on Wei Jinghong's face for a lengthy moment. The atmosphere in the room reached a critical juncture at that instant. If Lin Jingqiu had not yet recognized the underlying tension, she would not have been sent by Lin Tianxiao to this place. She had momentarily lost her bearings. As everyone held their breath in anticipation of Chen Jiu's response, he finally averted his gaze from Wei Jinghong's face. Very well, let her not become too unruly. Wei Jinghong smiled, genuinely pleased. She will. Very well, I will leave this in your hands. I shall step outside for a moment. Chen Jiu rose and walked directly toward the door. As he passed by Lin Yun, he paused briefly. Return and inform your father. Next time, do not send a woman to negotiate. She is not suitable. Without waiting for Lin Yun's reply, Chen Jiu exited. Chapter 78. The newly joined maid as the door opened and closed. Chen Jiu's figure vanished from sight, and those within the room collectively exhaled in relief. Lin Yun opened his mouth, intending to speak, but upon noticing the presence of others in the living room, he restrained himself. Speak your mind. Is holding it in not uncomfortable? Eager to express himself, Lin Yun felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted after hearing Wei Jinghong's words. Just who was that individual? In that fleeting moment, I felt an oppressive force emanating from him that surpassed even my father's, rendering me breathless. Did you not already surmise this? He is the true leader here. I know you're not inquiring about that. I mean his past. I have encountered many high-ranking individuals, yet none have instilled such overwhelming pressure in me, akin to a mountain looming before me. Wei Jinghong merely chuckled. Enough. Let us return to the matter at hand. Jinghong Jia, have I caused you trouble? Lin Jingqiu finally spoke, her tone timid. Wei Jinghong patted her hand reassuringly. No worries, but in the future, be more mindful. Even in the presence of familiar faces, context matters. Lin Jingqiu nodded vigorously. May I ask one more off-topic question? Is he yours? I have chosen him for life. Though not a direct answer, it was as good as one. Lin Jingqiu was somewhat astonished and incredulous. Let us cease idle chatter here, now. Let's discuss matters pertinent to both our factions. Lin Yun nodded, then found a seat by the stone table and began. Lin Lei has briefed us on your situation. Although some unpleasantness has occurred in the past, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. As long as we have common ground, moving forward, everything can be negotiated. This is the correct attitude toward negotiation. Wei Jinghong responded. Naturally, without common ground, we would not express any intention of cooperation. Subsequently, both parties formally entered the negotiation phase. What was discussed remained known only to them. Furthermore, Lin Yun and his group were merely there to establish a preliminary intent for cooperation. The specifics would need to be confirmed to ensure that their future interests did not conflict before any further expansion could occur. Outside, after Chen Jiu left, he found himself unknowingly on the 22nd floor. Greetings, sir. In the hallway, two maids were seen carrying clean laundry toward Wu Biao's residence. Since the installation of the water heater at Wu Biao's residence, the influx of maids from the 22nd floor has become frequent. Naturally, this occurs during the day while Wu Biao trains in the underground parking lot. Wu Biao dares not make any advances towards these maids. From the moment he escorted them to the 22nd floor, he marked them with a label of private ownership. While Qinjiu may not need to adhere to this, he and those beneath him must absolutely not overstep. Should any maid misjudge the situation and act recklessly, he must maintain the purity of the 22nd floor for Qinjiu. The maids are well aware of this fact. Their elevated status within the community is palpable during their gatherings in the underground parking lot. They enjoy privileges almost on par with those of Wu Biao and his senior associates. Wherever they go, Wu Biao, Zhang Tianying, and others would clear space for them, distinguishing them from the rest. Aside from those on the 23rd floor, everyone else, including Wu Biao, treats them with utmost respect. This sense of superiority is something most of them did not possess before arriving at the 22nd floor. They cannot afford to relinquish their current lifestyle, hence they are acutely aware of what is appropriate and what is not. They often lament about men who lack initiative. In ordinary circumstances, it is challenging to even encounter a man. Even if they wish to be proactive, opportunities are scarce. At this moment, upon seeing Chen Jiu appear alone on the 22nd floor, the two maids are filled with surprise. Their eyes gleaming, they strive to present themselves appealingly. collectively expressing their admiration for Chunjio. Initially, Chunjio pays little mind, but upon noticing the two maids before him, he is momentarily taken aback by their beauty. They rival even the Yi sisters. Furthermore, Chunjio realizes that these two maids are not the usual residents of the 22nd floor. New arrivals? Yes, sir. We were sent here by Biaoga last night, a total of 6 of us. What are your names? Responding to the sir, I am Hua Yueying. I am Su Dantong. Hua Yueying and Su Dantong introduced themselves. It is unexpected that Wu Biao would send another batch of people up. Judging solely by the appearance of these two, it is evident that the quality of individuals Wu Biao has sent this time surpasses that of the previous ones. What brings you here? Su Dantong appears somewhat bashful, lowering her head and stealing glances at Chunjio, while Hua Yueying exudes confidence. Responding to the sir, Biao Gu's home has a water heater, and during the day when he is absent, we can use it for free. This statement not only clarifies their intent, but also emphasizes that they have no improper dealings with Wu Biao. It is a clever choice of words. Upon hearing Hua Yueying's words, Chunjio falls into contemplation. Should he enhance the living standards of these maids? After all, they serve him, and if they have to rely on others for their basic needs, onlookers might mistakenly believe that Chunjio cannot provide for them. Contemplating this, Chunjio nods to the two. You may go. Leaving behind this remark, he strides towards the lower floors. Hua Yueying perhaps did not anticipate Chunjio's abrupt departure. For a moment, she is taken aback, only regaining her senses once Chunjio's figure has vanished at the stairway. That man just left? Is he truly indifferent to what the two of us are about to do? Yueying Jia. The sir is gone. Su Dantong reminds Hua Yueying. I know. Hua Yueying replies with a hint of impatience. At this moment, she begins to doubt her own appearance and figure. Other men, upon seeing her, are unable to resist approaching. Yet, how does Chunjio remain so nonchalant? Just look at these legs, long and slender, and behold this alluring figure with a tiny waist and curvaceous hips. Not to mention my flawless, porcelain-like skin and exquisite face. How could he possibly overlook all of this? Yueying Jia, shall we wash up? Su Dantong, unsure of what has provoked Hua Yueying's annoyance, timidly inquires. Hua Yueying, unable to comprehend, grits her teeth. Of course, we shall wash. Let us go. Su Dantong, momentarily taken aback, dares not protest, following Hua Yueying into Wu Biao's residence, internally questioning whether her counterpart is experiencing a menstrual cycle. Chunjio swiftly arrives at the underground parking lot. At this moment, the atmosphere is bustling with activity. The arrival of Lin Jingchu and others does not distract Wu Biao and his crew from their enthusiasm. In the arena, several groups of competitors rotate in and out. The matches against Jia Lute and his team lack excitement, displaying a clear one-sided trend. Conversely, the competition set up by Wu Biao and the others features exchanges that are engaging and reciprocal. Although they may be novices, this does not dampen the spirits of the spectators. Chapter 79, A Few Novices in Such a State. Sir, you have arrived? Wu Biao, informed by his subordinates, quickly recognizes Chunjio's presence in the underground parking lot. Noticing Chunjio surveying the various competition areas, he promptly approaches with Zhang Tianying, Chao Wei, Su Sheng, and others to welcome him. Training seems to be quite vigorous. Chunjio remarks nonchalantly. Wu Biao, grinning foolishly, scratches his head. It's all just mindless practice. In the eyes of the sir, it hardly merits attention. Does the sir have any instructions to convey? I merely stepped out for some fresh air. Sir, how about demonstrating a few techniques for us? Chao Wei, suddenly inspired, voices this suggestion. Upon hearing this, Wu Biao and the others' eyes light up. Indeed, if the sir, with his remarkable prowess, could offer guidance, they would surely benefit immensely. Even a mere display of personal strength would allow those newcomers to the community to grasp what true invincibility looks like. Wu Biao and his companions await eagerly. Who is the person surrounded by Biao Ge and the others? Why does it seem that everyone holds him in such high regard? Kid, you truly lack perception. You are in the presence of a deity, yet remain oblivious. That is our Sir, the true master of Chui Huan community, the invincible God in our hearts. What? He is that mysterious, sir? Many newcomers who joined yesterday had not yet met Chenjiao. They had only heard of the stunning woman above him and the enigmatic Sir. Now, upon hearing the elders proclaim that the person being received by Wu Biao is indeed that mysterious Sir, many display expressions of astonishment. As the news spreads, soon everyone engaged in training halts their activities, redirecting their gazes towards Chenjiao's location. Sir, someone in the crowd leads the call. Subsequently, over 2,000 individuals in the underground parking lot echo in unison. The 10 individuals from Ling Tian Base, previously detained by Wu Biao and his group, cannot help but turn their attention to Chenjiao. Chenjiao did not expect that merely stepping out for some air would make him the center of attention. Alas, being too famous can also be a burden. Sir, why not showcase your skills for us? Wu Biao tentatively suggests. The atmosphere has reached this point, and if he were to remain entirely aloof, it might seem rather unsociable. Chenjiao may be somewhat laid back, but it does not imply he lacks vanity. With nothing pressing at hand, he might as well indulge in some entertainment. Certainly. Oh yes. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Wu Biao and the others are filled with exhilaration. Everyone quickly clears a space for the Sir. Wu Biao and his companions execute their plan with remarkable efficiency, and within minutes, a circular area spanning 20 meters in radius is established. Initially, some individuals are perplexed, but as they learn that Chenjiao is about to showcase his abilities, many suddenly become intrigued. Those who joined yesterday have already heard the elders speak of Chenjiao's formidable skills, single-handedly overpowering mercenaries, effortlessly dominating Longchuan City, and single-handedly repelling a 600-strong armed force. It is nothing short of miraculous. Now, with the opportunity to witness his prowess, many are filled with anticipation. Of course, there are also those who remain skeptical. After all, everyone possesses a competitive spirit. Even when aware of another's superiority, many refuse to admit it. For these individuals, although their curiosity about Chenjiao's true abilities lingered in their hearts, they refrained from voicing their thoughts audibly, muttering a few unflattering remarks instead. Unlike others who eagerly jostled for front-row positions, they found themselves relegated to the back. Had it not been for Wu Biao and his companions urging those in front to take their seats, this group would have struggled to even catch a glimpse of Chenjiao showcasing his prowess. Once everyone was prepared, a dilemma emerged before Wu Biao and his companions. To witness Chenjiao's demonstration, there needed to be opponents, for a solo display would lack the necessary impact. Jialete, in terms of strength, you and your 4 companions are the strongest here. Why don't you and Benny take on the role of opponents for our esteemed guest? Wu Biao suggested somewhat sheepishly to Jialete. The 5 of them looked at him with incredulous expressions. You want us to fight Chenjiao? Are you out of your mind? You can choose any of those foreign ladies later, Wu Biao countered, presenting an irresistible temptation. Honestly, whether it's about women or not doesn't concern me. I simply wish to spar with our esteemed guest. This opportunity is too precious to miss, Froys interjected earnestly. I share the same sentiment. To personally experience the power of Lord Satan would render my life complete, Jialete added, seemingly resolute. Upon meeting Jialete's gaze, Wu Biao felt a shiver run down his spine. A promise is a promise, he declared. Having procured a training dummy, Wu Biao hastened to Chenjiao's side. Sir, I've arranged for Jialete and his companions to serve as your opponents. Would that be acceptable? Chenjiao's eyes swept over Jialete and the others. Just moments before, the 5 had summoned their courage to accept Wu Biao's request, but upon feeling Chenjiao's gaze upon them, their resolve wavered. Was it truly worth risking everything for a few women? No need, I have my own opponent. Chenjiao replied confidently as he strode toward the center of the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Sir has an opponent? Who? Wu Biao queried, perplexed. As he returned to Jialete's side, the 5 were about to rise when Wu Biao halted them. The opponent for Sir has already been prepared. No need for us then? Upon hearing Wu Biao's words, the 5 exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of relief. Indeed, the opponent is prepared by Sir himself, not us refusing to comply. Therefore, you must honor your promise, Jialete insisted. Wu Biao's mouth twitched. You people from Longhua, Value your words so highly that even a horse with 4 legs cannot catch up. You must not go back on your word, Freud emphasized. Lack of education is truly frightening. It's called once a word is spoken, a horse cannot chase it down. Moreover, it's not 4-legged horses, it's 4 horses. And if you bring a 3-legged one, let us see how that goes. Well, new species like cows and horses don't count. I never said they didn't count. You, are a good person. With 5 good person cards presented, what ill intentions could foreigners possibly harbor? Wu Biao was no longer inclined to dwell on such trivial matters. His primary concern now was Chun Jiu's opponent. Who could this formidable foe be? As Wu Biao pondered, Chun Jiu had already reached the center of the arena. Observing that only Chun Jiu had emerged, the crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. The vast majority speculated that Chun Jiu might merely perform a set of moves or demonstrate his strength using inanimate objects, which would significantly diminish their expectations. Just as the murmurs circulated, Chun Jiu's gaze drifted toward a corner outside the arena. There, unnoticed by others, he had previously activated a substitute doll within human speed. Since he intended to showcase his abilities, it would be pointless to face an opponent too weak. Sparring with a substitute, even without exerting full force, would inherit all of its attributes, providing ample spectacle and shock value. Come fort, Chun Jiu suddenly called out. The onlookers were oblivious to whom he was addressing. As Wu Biao and the others looked around in confusion, a figure cloaked in night attire, brandishing a sheathed blade in each hand, emerged from behind a crowd. Chapter 80. Martial arts brought into reality. A killer? A masked assassin? What a cool outfit. The appearance of the substitute undoubtedly stirred quite a commotion among the audience. Noticing only a pair of eyes visible beneath the mask, many spectators expressed curiosity and astonishment. Is that the opponent of our esteemed guest? Wu Biao and his companions gazed intently at the emerging figure. The substitute, resembling a cold-blooded assassin, disregarded the gazes of those around him and approached the center of the arena. He halted about 5 meters from Chun Jiu, his frigid aura causing the surrounding onlookers to sense his extraordinary presence. This man in black is formidable. One of the 10 individuals brought by Lin Jingchu remarked to his companion. The latter, maintaining his focus on the 2 in the arena, nodded earnestly. His aura is overwhelming. How is he achieving this? Just as they began to speak, the substitute made his move. He casually tossed a Tang Hung Dao to Chun Jiu. Is this how it begins? The substitute remarked coldly. Chun Jiu caught the flying blade and nodded. Let us begin. The sound of an explosive impact resonated through the air, leaving the audience in disbelief. Is this a joke? How powerful! The intensity of the black-clad figure's prowess was astonishing, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. The battle had only begun, yet the substitute had already left everyone stunned. He shot forward, the air vibrating as waves of force surged around him, leaving a fleeting shadow as he closed in on Chun Jiu. With a swift motion, the Tang Hung Dao was drawn, and an icy gleam flashed as the crescent-shaped blade approached Chun Jiu's face. Yet, despite the ferocity of the substitute's attack, Chun Jiu remained undaunted. Just as the long blade neared him, he skillfully blocked it with the still-sheathed Tang Hung Dao, exhibiting a confidence that was nothing short of breathtaking. He blocked it? The black-clad figure's terrifying strike was thwarted by our esteemed guest, as the crowd gasped in astonishment. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the now-revealed black-clad figure clashing with Chun Jiu's blade sheath. Before they could continue their exclamations, the substitute moved again. Drawing his blade, he launched a relentless assault, delivering strikes at various angles toward Chun Jiu, akin to a torrential storm aiming to overwhelm him completely. In response, Chun Jiu did not remain passive, countering the substitute's attacks with deft precision. After deflecting several strikes, he hurled his blade sheath to push the substitute back and transformed into a streak of light, charging toward his opponent with the drawn Tang Hung Dao. The clash resumed with a series of rapid exchanges, their blades moving so swiftly they became indistinguishable. The air crackled with the sound of metal colliding, echoing in the ears of the spectators. Get down, you're blocking my view. Wu Biao and the others were utterly captivated by the terrifying prowess displayed by Chun Jiu and the substitute. Some individuals, overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle, involuntarily stood up from their seated positions. "Hey, sit down," came an irritated reminder from those behind them. "Apologies, I couldn't help myself." The standing individual replied sheepishly as he sat back down, casting a quick apologetic glance before returning his focus to the fierce duel occurring in the middle of the arena. Both the substitute and Chunjio had yet to unleash their full potential. Even their preliminary exchanges, not even qualifying as warm-ups, were still perceptible to the naked eye. Yet, despite this, the sheer ferocity of their combat left the audience utterly spellbound. To describe the spectacle as merely splendid would be an understatement. Martial arts have been vividly brought into reality, surpassing even the most thrilling scenes depicted in films and dramas. Unbeknownst to them, several spectators could no longer resist the urge to rise once more. "Are you deaf? I told you to sit down. I apologize. I cannot help myself. I cannot help myself." The same words echoed in multiple corners of the surroundings. Those who stood up with the same sense of apology found their bodies returning to autonomy, only to sit back down once again. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, Chunjio and his doppelganger engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging over 100 strikes without a clear victor. At this moment, the warm-up concluded, and it was time for them to unleash their true strength, becoming visible to ordinary spectators. As a result, their figures appeared increasingly swift and blurred in the eyes of all. Eventually, the common onlookers could only perceive two glimmers of cold light colliding fiercely in the center, while the silhouettes of Chunjio and his doppelganger became nearly invisible to those outside the fray. Suddenly, another individual stood up in excitement. "I have endured you for far too long. Teach him a lesson." This time, those who rose could no longer pacify those behind them with a mere apology. Several, even a dozen people surged forward simultaneously, restraining the stubborn individuals and giving them a thorough beating. Techniques such as one sword opens the heavens, one sword separates worlds, and snow drifts among people were shouted out as the passion ignited by Chunjio's clash stirred the crowd. Although they could not replicate the authenticity of the battle, they were eager to indulge in their own verbal expressions. How exhilarating! After several minutes of this spirited beating, many felt the wild blood coursing through them, ignited by the combat of Chunjio, finally subdued. Aside from those who lay on the ground, bruised and battered, the rest wore expressions of satisfaction. Simultaneously, the two combatants finally revealed themselves. They ceased their exchange and stood several meters apart, brandishing their blades with an air of unparalleled mastery. "Ah, sir, I love you." After a brief silence, a shrill cry erupted from an unknown source, and the entire underground parking lot erupted in fervor. Wu Biao and the others were equally overwhelmed with excitement. One by one, they rose, their gazes toward Chunjio filled with fervor and exhilaration. Amidst the deafening cheers, Chunjio signaled for his doppelganger to depart. The doppelganger, without hesitation, nodded and leaped, vanishing into thin air as it deftly traversed the surrounding concrete pillars. As for the scene, it had become uncontrollable. Too many people were in a state of excitement at that moment. Chunjio even noticed that some women in the crowd had completely lost themselves, excitedly attempting to rush toward him. Was such excitement necessary? Chunjio found himself somewhat bewildered. Was this mere battle truly worthy of such fanaticism, akin to that of zealots in certain religions? Unable to comprehend, Chunjio chose not to dwell further. Noticing that the situation had yet to spiral completely out of control, he swiftly maneuvered, disappearing from everyone's sight. As he passed behind a concrete pillar, he took with him the doppelganger, which had reverted to its doll-like form, and the Tang Dao in his hand. By the time Chunjio entered a safe passage, the screams behind him had yet to subside. It was utterly insane. It seems prudent to avoid such crowded places in the future. They are indeed unsuitable for me. Chapter 81. You are first my own, then others' leader. On the 23rd floor, Chunjio returned here once again. Sister Jinghong, do not worry. We shall convey the results of today's negotiations to my father promptly. Our interests are not in conflict. Cooperation is inevitable. All right, I shall await your good news. Sister Jinghong, are you truly not planning to accompany us to the Ling Tian base? There is no need, if you still regard me as your sister. then expedite the cooperation between our sides. It would not be detrimental to your Ling Tian base. Very well. Is the discussion concluded? Lin Jingchu intended to say something more when Chun Jiu's voice resonated from behind them. It was quite coincidental. From their conversation, it was evident that the negotiations had reached a conclusion. Upon hearing Chun Jiu's voice, Lin Jingchu turned and indeed saw Chun Jiu standing right behind her, her body involuntarily trembling slightly. Why you? How did you return? Chun Jiu chuckled. If I did not return, they would have all been taken away. You played your cards quite well. At this moment, Wei Jinghong emerged from the doorway. Do not frighten Jingchu. She is merely concerned for me. Rest assured, in this lifetime, aside from being by your side, I shall go nowhere else. This was the first time Wei Jinghong had so overtly expressed her position to Chun Jiu. Was this a confession? Chun Jiu, caught off guard by Wei Jinghong's sudden declaration, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Though he had been in relationships before, they had always been initiated by him. He had never experienced such treatment before. Miss Wei, we shall take our leave now. Whenever you have time, you and your husband are welcome to visit our Ling Tian base. Lin Yun interjected at that moment, sensing Chun Jiu's current state of hesitation. He had no desire to experience again the sense of pressure he had felt previously. After bidding farewell to Wei Jinghong, he did not wait for Lin Jingchu to react, but pulled her along, nodding toward Chun Jiu, and hurried toward the stairway. Their demeanor suggested they were eager to escape from whatever fearful presence loomed nearby. At this moment, Chun Jiu also regained his composure, noticing the hasty departure of the siblings and instinctively touching his nose. Am I that frightening? Wei Jinghong shot him a glance. Aren't you coming in? This sounded oddly reminiscent of a nagging housekeeper. Oh, very well. Chun Jiu's acquiescence momentarily stunned Wei Jinghong. Watching him obediently step into the house, a smile suddenly broke out on her face. It seemed she had discovered a significant weakness in Chun Jiu. Jiugu, you have returned? In the living room, Yi Zi, seeing Chun Jiu's return, immediately hopped over to his side, wrapping her arms around his. Chun Jiu, who had appeared somewhat out of sorts, returned to normal upon hearing Yi Zi's voice. He nodded. How did the negotiations go? You must ask Sister Jinghong. She conducted all the negotiations. My sister was like a bodyguard, silent as a mouse, while I was merely a maid responsible for serving tea, unable to comprehend their discussions. Right, Sister Jinghong? If you are a maid, then I must be a nanny? Hee. Wei Jinghong refrained from continuing the playful banter. Let us go to the living room first. Once seated, I shall explain everything to you. Chun Jiu did not respond, allowing Yi Zi to cling to him as they made their way to the living room to sit down. Yi Ziqing called out. Chun Jiu merely nodded. Once Wei Jinghong settled onto the sofa, Chun Jiu finally spoke. Tell me, how did the discussions go? Well, there is not much to say. It is merely about establishing a defensive alliance, providing mutual support until each of our forces can firmly establish themselves in Longchuan City. Additionally, regarding resource transactions, whether it is a surplus goods we do not require or resources we need, we can approach them for sales or purchases. Chun Jiu remarked. The first point is beneficial for both sides, while the second seems to favor us disproportionately. Wei Jinghong understood Chun Jiu's implication. Essentially, Ling Tian base assisting them in offloading excess resources and procuring necessary items would seem to be a thankless endeavor. What would they gain from such an arrangement? Aside from providing aid to the enemy, it appeared that the expenditures and gains were entirely disproportionate. As for the middlemen profiting from the price differences, although Chun Jiu was not well versed in the situation at Ling Tian base, based on the capabilities they had displayed in previous encounters, would they truly find their trifling resources worthy? They were not fools, and they would not provide such assistance without a fair exchange. But what do we possess that they lack? What could it be? Terrifying personal strength. Wei Jinghong continued. Many things cannot be accomplished merely by having a large number of people, nor can they be swayed solely by the size of your influence. Each individual may require assistance from unrelated parties for various reasons to resolve some pressing issues. At such times, an ally with formidable combat prowess can save them considerable trouble. Are you intending to become a bounty hunter? This description may not be entirely accurate, yet it aligns with the conditions for their agreement. That is indeed the essence of it. Of course, there is no need to concern ourselves with matters that exceed our capabilities. They cannot naively believe that by simply providing me with resources, I would be compelled to exert myself for them. Everyone engages in trade on a relatively equitable plane. Your negotiation is quite challenging. Fairness? How can both parties perceive it as fair? As long as both find value in the exchange is indeed fair. You should manage it yourself and not entangle yourself in it. You're first my subordinate, then the leader of others, do you understand? Wei Jinghong did not perceive Qinjiu's words as mere casual remarks. She nodded earnestly. Conversing with an intelligent individual is certainly effortless. However, excessive cleverness can sometimes diminish one's sense of accomplishment in them. Nevertheless, having such a person nearby is advantageous. At least I need not worry about trivial matters that others could handle. Let us dine. Concluding their idle chatter, Chunjiu rose and made her way to the kitchen. At Ling Tian Base, after an hour's journey, Lin Jingqiu and the others returned. Upon seeing Lin Tianxiao, they promptly informed him of the results of their negotiation with Wei Jinghong. Many aspects were anticipated by Lin Tianxiao, and they did not stir his emotions. Conversely, it was the mention of Wei Jinghong by Lin Jingqiu that drew his utmost attention. Wei Jinghong is in Longchuan City? Indeed. Father, you cannot imagine. When I saw Sister Jinghong, I could hardly believe my eyes. Had it not been for our childhood companionship, I would have preferred to think her a woman resembling Sister Jinghong rather than accept it was her. Does this imply that the Wei family has established a foothold in Longchuan City? Lin Tianxiao furrowed his brow. Lin Yin, I don't think so. I only saw Wei Jinghong at Suihu Bay, and moreover, What happened to her? Lin Yin pondered for a moment and said, It seems she has other men now. Chapter 82. A personal visit to Ling Tian building upon Lin Yun's utterance. Lin Tianxiao's reaction was extraordinarily intense as he sprang to his feet. Nan Gongwenye is also in Longchuan City? Not Nan Gongwenye, but another man named Chunjiu. Lin Yun added. Lin Tianxiao's fierce gaze lingered on Lin Yun. Lin Yun felt a surge of emotion. Father, I speak the truth. Wei Jinghong's man is indeed named Chunjiu, and she personally acknowledged it. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with my sister. She is aware as well. Lin Jingqiu. Yes, I can attest to that. This is also the reason I previously expressed a preference for the other party to be someone resembling Sister Jinghong, rather than admitting she is indeed Sister Jinghong. While Lin Tianxiao might remain skeptical of Lin Yun's words, the corroboration from Lin Jingqiu dispelled any doubts. Lin Tianxiao resumed his seat, pondering which faction in the capital bore the surname Chun. After considerable thought, he could not identify any. The Chen family in the capital could only be deemed a third-rate force. With such limited power, he found it hard to believe anyone would dare provoke Wei Jinghong, let alone become her man. What do you know about this Chunjiu? Terrifying, he is a villain. Two responses, similar yet entirely different. Lin Yun hurried to clarify. I have never felt such a formidable pressure from anyone, not even from Chu Xiaojuan's grandfather. Father, that fellow is absolutely extraordinary. Indeed. Lin Jingqiu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing his son's words, Lin Tianxiao could not help but reassess Chunjiu's identity, although this second son appeared frivolous on the surface. Lin Tianxiao was well aware that he was no ordinary individual. The very comparison between Chunjiu and Chu Xiaojuan's grandfather indicated Chunjiu's remarkable nature. In a short span, Lin Tianxiao found it challenging to ascertain Chunjiu's origins. The myriad of information brought back by his children was overwhelming. Particularly, the fact that Wei Jinghong had not returned to the capital with Wei Jingmin and had instead taken a man was astonishing. Had this news emerged before the snow disaster, it would have caused a seismic reaction. With so many considerations weighing on him, Lin Tianxiao felt momentarily overwhelmed. Setting aside all thoughts, he conversed with his children for a while before sending them on their way. Shortly after their departure, butler Lin entered. Sir, Zishu and Maotu have matters to report. Zishu and Maotu, like Lin Lei, were trained from a young age as Lin family's elite guards, and they now serve as Lin Yun and Lin Jingqiu's personal bodyguards. One male and one female. Let them in. Understood. Butler Lin acknowledged and went to summon them. Lin Shu, Zishu, and Maotu entered, kneeling on one knee to greet him. Lin Tianxiao gestured for them to rise. Do you have something to convey? The two exchanged glances, and Zishu began. Yes, Uncle Lin. We made an unexpected discovery during our visit to Tsehu Bay. What unexpected discovery? Zishu, not daring to delay, recounted the battle he and Mao Tu had witnessed in the underground parking lot at Tsehu Bay. Once Zishu finished, Lin Tianxiao's expression grew grave once more. Is it truly as exaggerated as you say? Zishu, it is even more so. The two at that time were merely sparring and did not exert their full strength. Even so, we could not capture their movements. If they had gone all out, we cannot fathom how powerful they truly are. Is it still related to that Chenjiu? Lin Tianxiao felt as if this individual had appeared from thin air. Mysterious, powerful. And now he is also Wei Jinghong's man. Interesting. At this moment, Lin Tianxiao's curiosity towards Chenjiu had transformed from apprehension to profound intrigue. Does such a world truly harbor untold secrets? All right, I understand. You may go and rest now. Understood, Uncle Lin. Having conveyed all necessary information, the course of action was no longer for them to ponder. After bidding farewell to Lin Tianxiao, the two turned to leave. Chenjiu, it seems we must meet. The following morning, outside Ling Tian building, in the snow-covered ground, Chenjiu, clad in a complete shadow suit and wielding a Tang Hung knife, gazed at the towering edifice before him. For a long time, Ling Tian building had been the source of trouble for Tsehu Bay, which had only engaged in passive defense. Given the cooperation established between the two parties yesterday, Chenjiu felt it essential to deepen the understanding of Tsehu Bay among those here. After all, hearing about something and witnessing it firsthand are two entirely different experiences. Only through direct observation can one develop a profound comprehension of a matter. Moreover, during this visit, Chenjiu had another objective. Certain rules he had established must not be violated by others, himself excluded. Who are you? Chenjiu's attire was exceedingly enigmatic. Shrouded in a black combat suit, topped with a military cap, only his eyes were visible, making it difficult for him to avoid attracting others' attention. The inquiry came from a patrol team of 9 members in the snow. Each was clad in cold-resistant gear, equipped with simple batons, while firearms were not absent. Their maintenance was necessary, and they were only armed when required. Otherwise, prolonged exposure to the cold air could lead to malfunctions. As the security personnel approached, Chenjiu remained silent. In a blink, he appeared behind them. The individuals behind Chenjiu, upon witnessing his reappearance, fell to the ground, dragging their dislocated arms as they howled in the snow. There is a situation. An incident has occurred. Chenjiu did not conceal himself, and, as a result, the wails of the 9 security guards quickly attracted nearby reinforcements. Put down your weapons. Raise your hands and squat down. A security guard warned Chenjiu. Chenjiu remained unresponsive and continued toward a hastily created entrance to the building. Block him. Seeing that the warning had no effect, one of the guards issued a command, and immediately several dozen security personnel drew their batons and charged at Chenjiu. This action undoubtedly brought them considerable trouble. Throughout, Chenjiu did not pause his steps, and those who approached him mysteriously fell to the ground, howling in agony. No one could discern how he struck. Around him, it seemed as if an invisible pair of hands were perpetually clearing the threats. The incidents occurring within the first layer of the building soon attracted the attention of the security chief responsible for this area. Upon entering the building, Chenjiu was met with an influx of individuals from all directions. Some even resorted to firearms. However, in the presence of Chenjiu, these individuals were no more than mere decorations. Close combat was futile, and in ranged attacks, before they could even lock onto Chenjiu, he appeared before them like a specter, proving to be an insurmountable opponent. The situation escalated rapidly. Eventually, even Lin Tianxiao and others residing on the top floor became aware of the unfolding events below. What transpired? Lin Shu asked. A mysterious individual has breached the building and has ascended from the very bottom. What? One person? What is the security team doing? Upon hearing the report, Lin Tianxiao was initially taken aback, then quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Evacuate everyone below. Allow him to ascend. Also, Inform the other 4 elders that we shall await him in the conference room on the top floor. Understood. The person delivering the report acknowledged and swiftly departed. What is happening, dear? Lin Tianxiao's wife inquired from within the room. Alongside her were their 3 children and a haggard-looking woman who all regarded him with concern. Lin Tianxiao hesitated momentarily. It is someone from Suihuan. From Suihuan? Only Lin Jingchu and Lin Yun in the room understood the implications of those 3 words. Upon realizing that someone from Suihu wanted to come knocking, both felt a sense of unease. Didn't we agree yesterday? Why are they seeking trouble today? Lin Jingchu questioned. Perhaps they are not merely seeking trouble, but intend to issue us a warning, Lin Yun surmised, to which Lin Tianxiao readily agreed. Stay inside and do not venture out. I shall meet this lone rider. With that, Lin Tianxiao donned his coat and departed from their home. Eldest brother, little sister, you visited Suihuan yesterday. How much do you know about their true capabilities? Lin Xiao queried. Lin Jingchu shook her head. We only negotiated yesterday and did not engage in combat. Thus, we are unaware of their true strength. However, they do have a training facility in their underground parking lot, suggesting that their individual prowess is not to be underestimated. An unwelcome guest indeed. Outside, Chunjiu had fought his way from the first layer of the snow-covered building all the way to the 25th floor. The path he traversed was littered with moaning figures. Chunjiu did not kill. Instead, he merely incapacitated them temporarily, with the help of a skilled, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Dislocated arms could easily be set back in place. Even so, the number of security personnel he had taken down surpassed 1,000. His terrifying prowess instilled fear, and his calm demeanor deterred those attempting to attack him. As he continued his ascent, those blocking his path instinctively retreated. With a thunderous clash, someone mustered the courage to charge at him, only to be seized by Chunjiu. Gunshots rang out, and as the attacker became a human shield, Chunjiu seized the weapon from his grasp and hurled it, sending the shooter flying, indifferent to their fate. All halted. Finally, someone from above called for a ceasefire. Sir, the security manager responsible for the lower levels addressed the newcomer respectfully. The individual did not acknowledge him, but instead focused on Chunjiu. This gentleman, our President Lin, requests your presence. Chunjiu nodded nonchalantly. Lead the way. Please follow me. Disperse your men. Those injured will receive double the resources today. The newcomer instructed the security manager before departing. Understood, sir. The manager replied respectfully, then watched as Chunjiu and the other individual headed toward an elevator, remaining until they vanished from sight, before turning to handle the chaos Chunjiu had left behind. As for the security personnel, they were left in shock. One man had single-handedly battled 1,000 without a scratch, reducing them to near ruin. What kind of terrifying ability was this? Moreover, he had evaded bullets as if he were not of this world. Who was this extraordinary figure? Did such hidden masters truly exist in this world? Accompanying the newcomer in the elevator, Chunjiu soon reached the top floor of the building. Upon exiting the elevator, he observed armed personnel clad in thermal suits stationed throughout the corridor. The powerful aura they exuded was clearly beyond that of the security guards below. Most importantly, their thermal suits were equipped with firearms. Had he encountered these individuals earlier, they would have posed considerable difficulty, and his advance would have undoubtedly been slower than dealing with the guards below. After a moment of contemplation, Chunjiu discerned that the height of the floor determined the identities of the individuals within the base. The higher one ascended, the greater the status of the occupants, and correspondingly, the strength of the security force increased. However, to Chunjiu, these were mere obstacles. In a seemingly secure environment, should he unleash his full capabilities, no one could impede him, unless they had prepared an elaborate trap in advance, waiting for him to walk into it. Continuing to follow the lead individual, Chunjiu noticed the guards casting glances at his attire. Quite ostentatious, they thought, their first reaction to Chunjiu's current ensemble. Some even contemplated suggesting to the higher-ups that such a uniform should be tailored for the armed personnel as well. In no time, the guide arrived at the designated location set by Lin Tianxiao. Sir, President Lin and the others await you inside. I shall not accompany you. Observing the closed door ahead, Chunjiu nodded to signal the guide as departure. Approaching the door, he He pushed it open and entered. I have arrived. Behind the door, Lin Tianxiao and the others were already waiting. The 5 men, all nearly 50 years old, stood up from a sofa upon the door's opening. Aside from them, several other figures were present in the room. Gorgeous women in kipeos and solemnly dressed bodyguards filled the space, totaling 22 individuals. Among the qipao-clad women, 10 were positioned around the 5 elderly gentlemen, each tall and youthful, embodying beauty akin to that of campus goddesses. They held either wine bottles or trays adorned with exquisite delicacies, displaying exceptional reverence. The remaining 2 stood before the bodyguards, demure and graceful, seemingly awaiting their master's arrival. Indeed, these upper-class individuals truly knew how to indulge in luxury. Chunjiu merely cast a glance at the qipao-clad women, and from their still pure, clear gazes, he could surmise their status. Upon seeing Chunjiu's figure, Lin Tianxiao immediately exchanged a glance with the 2 standing nearby. Understanding, they approached Chunjiu with warm smiles reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Master, their voices were as melodious as larks, ringing clear like bells. What a playful display. These nefarious capitalists, Chunjiu chuckled lightly. So, is this your attempt to bribe me? Ha ha. Lin Tianxiao laughed heartily. A guest is a guest. I have always been generous to my visitors. Even to unwelcome guests, you exhibit such courtesy? Whether one is a welcome or unwelcome guest is a matter to be determined after our discussion. Prior to that, the customary hospitality must not be neglected. Reaching this point is no mere coincidence. As Chunjiu spoke, he approached Lin Tianxiao and the others, flanked by the 2 women who had taken their place beside him. Chapter 84. You are no different from others at this moment. Someone suddenly spoke up. President Lin treats friends with great consideration, but this gentleman has yet to reveal his true self. Is that not somewhat impolite? Chunjiu paused in his steps. And you are? I am Hao Zizai, one of the 5 elders of the Ling Tian base and the chairman of the Tunkong group before the apocalypse. If you are from Longchuan City, you should have heard of my name. Of course, it is merely hearsay, Hao Zizai replied, his expression brimming with arrogance. Chunjiu's gaze remained indifferent, and he offered no reply. Continuing forward, he seated himself directly across from Lin Tianxiao on the sofa. I am not here to seek you out, therefore. Your identity is of no concern to me. Enough, Brother Zizai. There is no need to quibble over such trivial matters. Let's all take a seat, Lin Tianxiao interjected, halting Hao Zizai's words and returning to his own position. Though Hao Zizai was displeased, he could only huff in response and take a seat on the sofa. However, in his haste, he failed to notice the young woman in a qipao carrying a crystal tray beside him. His elbow struck the tray, sending it crashing to the ground, with a portion of red wine spilling all over him. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hao. The qipao girl, clearly terrified and pale, immediately knelt down, repeatedly apologizing. How dare you? Look at the mess you've created. With a surge of fury, Hao Zizai stood up and kicked the qipao girl, who fell to the ground but quickly knelt again, disregarding her pain. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Hao. I didn't mean to. Oh, so if it wasn't intentional, it must have been on purpose? No, it wasn't Mr. Hao. Brother Zizai, please calm down. It's not worth your ire over someone so lowly. We have guests. For President Lin's sake, let us overlook this incident. Huang Zihao interjected, shooting a glare at the kneeling qipao girl. Hurry and clean this up. You have no sense at all, truly worthless. The qipao girl felt a swell of injustice within her, yet she dared not defend herself. Holding back tears, she trembled as she crawled to gather the scattered crystal tray and items. If it weren't for Lao Huang pleading for you, you'd know the consequences of offending me today. Thank you, Mr. Hao. Thank you, Mr. Huang. The qipao girl expressed her gratitude. That is enough, Brother Zizai. It's unwise to let such a person ruin one's mood, another voice chimed in. Thus, Hao Zizai reluctantly resumed his seat on the sofa. Yet feeling the coolness of the wine on his clothing, his gaze flickered towards Chunjiu, sneering. A lowly person is always lowly, forever unworthy of being in esteemed company. Only in this world of calamity do they have the right to appear among us. Before the snow disaster, someone of their ilk wouldn't even deserve a second glance. Suddenly, A chilling glint flashed before everyone's eyes, and in the next moment, a gleaming Tanghung knife was embedded in Hao Zizai's throat. The one wielding the blade was none other than Chen, who had risen without anyone noticing. "What are you doing?" Lin Tianxiao and the others sprang to their feet in alarm. "Mr. Hao." The bodyguards in the room were roused into action. As they reached for their weapons, Chen had already vanished, and when he reappeared, all 10 bodyguards lay lifeless on the ground, their necks twisted. "Shut your mouth." Huang Zihao attempted to speak, but was silenced by Chen Jio's 2 words. Ignoring the gazes directed at him, Chen Jio focused on the struggling Hao Zizai, pinned helplessly to the sofa by the knife. "You call me lowly, yet do you consider yourself noble?" Hao Zizai's eyes were filled with fear as he attempted to speak, but all that emerged was blood and a few inaudible words. Chen Jio, undeterred by the desperation in Hao Zizai's eyes, coldly remarked, "We all bear the same burden of existence. I had thought you were different, yet it appears you shall meet the same fate." Hao Zizai began to struggle, disregarding the sharp blade at his throat, desperately gripping the knife's edge as if to pull it out. Chen Jio scoffed, "We are merely a group of marauders, thriving on the suffering of others to create our own joy. In your next life, do not assume you are of any greater worth. You should be thankful for their existence. Without them, what are you?" As he spoke, Chen Jio twisted the knife. The sharp blade stirred within Hao Zizai's throat, and all present witnessed his slow demise, engulfed in despair and agony. Drawing the knife back, he flicked away the blood before sheathing it. Life is indeed fragile. Chen Jio mused, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Lin Tianxiao and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. "What manner of person is this? Do you all agree with my assertion?" The group forced smiles that barely concealed their discomfort. "Sir, I welcomed you graciously, yet you treat my people this way. Shouldn't you provide an explanation?" Lin Tianxiao asked, his voice growing cold. "Explanation? Did you not hear? He believed himself unique, so I tested the truth of his words. The result is clear. He is no different from us, and when faced with fatal injury, he too shall perish. Or do you think you're different? Different? And then you wish for a knife to your throat?" Lin Tianxiao struggled to suppress his anger. Resuming his seat, he coldly stated, "Let us discuss your purpose for visiting our Ling Tian base. Though you possess great power, we are not to be trifled with. If you push us too far, no one will fare well. Enough with the melodrama. I am not unaware of your hypocrisy. The death of one power broker merely means that their share will transfer to you. Is it worthwhile to pretend here?" This statement left Lin Tianxiao and his companions momentarily speechless. "I require a person from you," Chen Jio stated calmly. Chapter 85. A statement of justice. "You seek someone from me?" Lin Tianxiao was taken aback. Indeed, his objective had been achieved. It was time for him to depart. Yet, to truly leave Subei, his demands had yet to be fulfilled. No need for Chen Jio to spell it out. Lin Tianxiao quickly grasped his meaning. "Impossible." Lin Tianxiao flatly rejected. "Lin, it's just one person. There is no need to be so forceful. Since this gentleman desires him, why not oblige? If it's truly unfeasible, I can offer you 10 of my own men for you to choose from." Huang Zihao unexpectedly interjected, surprisingly advocating for Chen Jio. "Your generosity is commendable," Chen Jio remarked with a semblance of a smile. "I am known for my benevolence. This gentleman has traveled a long way to our midst. I cannot let him return empty-handed. Not forcing? This is a statement of justice." Chen Jio narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lin Tianxiao. "What do you think, President Lin?" At this moment, Lin Tianxiao felt as if he were being devoured by Chen Jio's penetrating stare. However, he had no choice. With Hao Zizai gone, should Huang Zihao also perish here, the Ling Tian base would descend into chaos without needing the main powers to intervene. "Very well. I hope this is your only request." The objective accomplished, Chen Jio retrieved the Tang hung knife resting on Huang Zihao's shoulder. The crux of the matter lay here. One could not help but wonder why Huang Zihao would suddenly speak in favor of Chen Jio. Such an occurrence defied reason. With the blade withdrawn, Huang Zihao felt as though the heart lodged in his throat could finally return to its rightful place. Feeling unsafe in such close proximity to Chen Jio, he instinctively sought to shift aside. "Is it uncomfortable sitting next to me?" Chen Jio's cold voice pierced the air. Huang Ziheo's movement faltered momentarily. No, not at all. It's quite comfortable. Then sit properly. All right, I will. Lin Tianxiao, observing this scene, felt as if his heart and lungs might burst with frustration. Go inform those outside. Summon Lin Lei and relay my message, he instructed the young woman in a qipao standing beside him. She dared not hesitate. After acknowledging his command, she hurried toward the door. Master, would you like something to drink? At that moment, one of the qipao-clad attendants approached Chen Jio, gracefully presenting a crystal tray filled with refreshments. Her dulcet voice reverberated in Chen Jio's ears, stirring a ripple in his otherwise tranquil heart. He turned to regard the young woman beside him. With her hair styled in a bun, a high nose, and sparkling, gem-like eyes, her delicate visage bore a hint of rosy allure, making her quite enchanting. In terms of appearance, she fell short compared to Wei Jinghong. Yet when juxtaposed with the Yi sisters, she was hardly lacking. Moreover, standing at least 7 meters tall, she possessed a height that the Yi sisters could not match. Others, witnessing the qipao girl actively seeking Chen Jio's favor, regarded her with newfound interest. What's your name? Chen Jio inquired. Replied my master. This servant is called you. Very well, I understand. I shall forego the drink. Chen Jio declined her courteous offer. Little did he know, his words struck Yu like a thunderbolt. Her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Lin Tianxiao and his companions, realizing they were watching her with bemused expressions. Instantly, her previously radiant face turned pale. Why are you still here? What sort of training have you received? Qin Feng barked coldly. Yu appeared even more ashen. The young girl bit her lip, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. I merely wished to decline the drink and did not intend to prevent her from serving at my side. Old fellow, overstepping boundaries is not a commendable habit. A twitch flickered at the corner of Qin Feng's eye, but he quickly regained his composure. What my esteemed master says is true. I, Qin, have meddled unnecessarily. Chen Jio did not press the matter further. Do not engage in petty cleverness in the future. Lacking strength can lead to dire consequences. This caution was directed at Yu, not one to be oblivious. She felt an unspoken gratitude swell within her upon hearing Chen Jio's words. Thank you, master. After this brief interlude, a figure entered from outside the door. It was Lin Lei. Upon learning that Lin Tianxiao sought him, he promptly followed the guide to this location. Seeing Lin Lei, Lin Tianxiao found himself at a loss for words and instead directed his gaze toward Chen Jio. Chen Jio, in turn, did not leave Lin Tianxiao in an awkward position. Rising from a sofa, he turned to face Lin Lei. Is there something you wish to discuss? Noticing Chen Jio's presence, Lin Lei's pupils contracted sharply. You, don't be surprised. I merely come to escort you. Surely, you would not refuse? Xiao Lei, do not fear. If you do not wish to leave, no one can compel you, Lin Tianxiao reassured. PFFT, Lanzong, Lanshu. At this moment, Lin Tianxiao attempted to garner support, only to be met with Chen Jio's unyielding demeanor. The Tangheng knife was swiftly unsheathed and flipped back, its blade piercing Lin Tianxiao's left shoulder, pinning him firmly to the sofa. He had not taken Lin Tianxiao's life, for the latter was a crucial player in Wei Jinghong's plans. Acknowledging that Wei Jinghong had invested both effort and merit in his endeavors, Chen Jio refrained from extinguishing his ambitions. However, Lin Tianxiao had threatened him before, and without imparting a lesson, he might truly consider himself invincible. What will you do if I force him? Chen Jio, I know it's you. Do you think I hesitate to fight you to the death? Lin Tianxiao, once the wealthiest man in Longchuan City, could not endure such humiliation any longer. Suppressing the excruciating pain in his shoulder, Lin Tianxiao seemed ready to risk it all. Chen Jio's expression darkened profoundly. Annihilating the entire Ling Tian building may pose a challenge. Yet I remain confident in dealing with just you and your families. I am genuinely curious to see how you intend to confront me. Chen Jio spoke as he turned. I will return with you. Master, please do not harm Lin Shu. Lin Lei interjected urgently. He was acutely aware of Chen Jio's terrifying capabilities. Not to mention, that peculiar agility of his was enough to instill despair. Should he truly decide to unleash a massacre, no one at the Ling Tian base could stand in his way. Could you not deduce that he has already abandoned you? Chunjiu regarded Lin Lei, a smirk gracing his lips. That is not abandonment. What do you call it then? A necessity. Do you not blame him? If I can return to Lin Shu's side, I hope he does so again next time. How loyal must one be to defend their master in such a manner? Chunjiu once believed that in today's environment, pledging oneself to a cause with unwavering dedication was merely words. Yet now, Lin Lei's response revealed that there truly exist individuals willing to act upon such sentiments. To be honest, Chunjiu felt a flicker of emotion. While admiration may not be the right term, he simply did not expect such fools to exist in today's society. In contrast, for others betrayed, even if they did not blame their betrayers, the bond between them would have ended there. Yet Lin Lei, remarkably, was still contemplating a future. Chunjiu remained oblivious to Lin Lei's thoughts and had no desire to delve into the entanglements between him and Lin Tianxiao. He swiftly moved beside Lin Tianxiao. Master, please show mercy.